Footsteps came from the door. Pei-hung was carrying freshly baked osmanthus cake in one hand and a flaky pastry in the other. They are both his and his mother's favorite foods. Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. It was really a good time for him to come back. She sat there calmly, with the same expression on her face as her son. Muir, let Grandma take you to eat the flaky pastry. Mother and father have something to talk about, Xia Zhaozhao said, patting her son's head. Pei Mu looked at Pei-hung and then at Xia Zhaozhao, blinking his clear big eyes. Is Mother going to set rules for father? The literacy book wasn't broken by Mother, nor by him or Grandma Zhao, so it must be father. He had a feeling. He thought father might get scolded. Xia Zhaozhao cleared her throat lightly. The little kid didn't know the word set rules, but he understood quite a lot. No. Mother wants to give father a loving hug. Father works hard to earn money and support the family, she demonstrated by hugging her son first, then said, just like this. Pei Mu seemed to understand but wasn't entirely sure. He also hugged Xia Zhaozhao back. Mother also works hard to take care of Muir. Good boy. Before leaving, Pei Mu hugged Pei-hung and said, Daddy, you've worked hard. But his face showed a look of self-blame. It seemed like father had caused a big trouble this time, worse than Nio wetting the bed. After the son left, Xia Zhaozhao asked, Do you recognize this? Pei-hung looked calm, with a normal expression. Isn't this the literacy book Mr. Shin drew for Muir? Humph, you do know it's Muir's, she said. That day I was there too, so I know, Pei-hung said with a smile, walking over. How come Muir made you unhappy?
How dare you say that?
Someone else upset me. Xia Zhaozhao shot him a glance. Pei-hung looked patient and naturally picked her up, then sat down in a chair, holding her in his arms. Who is it? Tell me, I'll help you vent your anger, His rough fingers held her delicate, fragile hand. Help me vent my anger? Xia Zhaozhao chuckled angrily. Why didn't I notice before that Commander Pei has such a thick skin? Does he rely on risking his face instead of swords and fights? Pei-hung was amused by her words. It was hard to imagine the scene she described. Xia Zhaozhao, annoyed, blushed. Pei-hung, do you even have the face to laugh? Seeing that she was truly angry, Pei-hung stopped smiling and coaxed her. You speak so nicely. I like hearing it. Is that okay? Pei-hung's big hand gently held her entire hand, as if he was playing with a rare treasure. Xia Zhaozhao was speechless. She simply didn't want to beat around the bush anymore, and pursed her red lips. Did you break Muir's reading book? Yes, Pei-hung admitted honestly. I was admiring Mr. Shen's painting skills while bathing and accidentally dropped it into the bath. Huh, Xia Zhaozhao sneered. You can't even handle a reading book properly. How does Commander Pei usually draw his sword? Slipped my hand. His words made Xia Zhaozhao laugh even more mockingly. Can you be a little more careful and find a better excuse? Pei-hung paused for a moment, looking at her seriously. I thought about it for a long time before coming up with this idea. The portrait of Muir hanging in her bedroom was already quite annoying to look at. If it weren't for her liking it, and if it was a portrait of her son, he would have destroyed it long ago. He endured for a long time before allowing it to stay hanging there. But that reading book, before going to sleep at night, Xia Zhaozhao would teach her son to recognize characters, holding it in her arms or placing it on the pillow. He simply couldn't stand it. Seeing his expression, Xia Zhaozhao couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Pei-hung, your mind is only as small as a needle's eye. Are you not angry anymore? Humph, do I have such a good temper to coax? Xia Zhaozhao shot him a sidelong glance. Pei-hung kissed her lips but didn't stay too long. I'd rather spend time comforting you than see you and our son looking at a book with his mark on it. Xia Zhaozhao liked cultured scholars. Shin Xianyun was simply always on her mind. He could play the zither, paint, and knew poetry and literature. He was also handsome and charming, enough to attract young girls even in the capital. Such a man, his things were always in front of her eyes. It was no wonder he couldn't be at ease. Xia Zhaozhao pushed his hand away. If that's the case, then all the books bought outside can't be read. He can't do it. Mr. Shen is a refined and gentle gentleman, kind and considerate to Muir. What are you imagining? Are you thinking of someone like Shimin-ching? Pei Heng frowned. Who is Shimin-ching? It doesn't matter. What I mean is that Mr. Shen is a very good person. Last time, you praised him for being knowledgeable and humble, polite and modest. This time, you describe him as gentle, elegant, warm like jade, and thoughtful. Do you still remember what I said last time? Xia Zhaozhao asked angrily. I remember everything you said, Pei Heng replied, unable to resist wanting to kiss her again. Only like this could he feel better inside. Xia Zhaozhao dodged his kiss. Then, why don't you remember I also said that a man should be generous? I am generous to you, but not to others. Zhaozhao, don't take his painting book away. If you like it, I'll paint one for you, as an apology. Can we stop being angry? Pei Heng pulled her into his arms and whispered softly near her ear. His warm breath made her ears tingle, and her whole body felt soft. Can you really paint? Xia Zhaozhao asked, then thought it was a silly question. The Pei family is a top noble family, the first in Daki to be granted a noble title for civil service. How could Pei Heng not know how to paint? He chuckled softly. Do you think I'm useless in your eyes? Although he hadn't painted in a long time, he had a solid foundation from childhood, so it was no problem. Most people are either talented in literature or skilled in martial arts. I thought you were already impressive for being good at kung fu, but I didn't expect my husband to be talented in both. Being so excellent might make others feel pressured, you know? A smile played at Pei Heng's lips, but he couldn't hold back and leaned in to kiss her lips again and again. Do you think I'm so good in your heart? He whispered softly, looking at her face. Of course. I chose the best husband in the world. But you're a bit narrow-minded. Can you try to change that next time? That's impossible, Pei Heng said, swallowing hard and sealing her lips. Xia Zhaozhao didn't resist. She was used to his kisses by now. Pei Heng raised his arms and wrapped her around her waist, pulling her deeper into his embrace. After a long kiss, Xia Zhaozhao was slightly breathless, and her eyes were dreamy. Pei Heng, you don't keep your promises, she pouted and angrily punched his chest. I'll keep painting until you're satisfied. Don't be angry, or I'll let you hit me a few more times to vent, Pei Heng said softly, trying to comfort her. He even grabbed her delicate fist and pretended to let her hit him. Xia Zhaozhao withdrew her hand. You're tough, and it hurts my hand. I don't want to hit you. Then take off your clothes and hit me somewhere else, he teased. Xia Zhaozhao's face turned red with embarrassment. Pei Heng, do you have no shame? Pei Heng looked at her with a slight smile on his lips. We are husband and wife. How could a Mo-er be so shy? Pei Heng. It's hard to imagine such shameless words coming from him. He is usually seen as a noble, pure figure in the minds of readers, like a clear breeze or bright moon. Now, it seems like he's changed his personality, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Isn't the lady very impressive? Why are you shy now? Pei Heng's eyes held a faint smile. Over time, Pei Heng has figured out Xia Zhaozhao's personality. Although she often backs down in important moments, she refuses to admit defeat verbally. Xia Zhaozhao. Don't think you can scare her with tough words. Really, you're afraid? The man smiled lazily, with a relaxed look. Just wait and see, Xia Zhaozhao glared at him. On the day of the meeting, I will you bear. Pei Heng looked at her with dark eyes, his lips curving into a charming smile. I'll be waiting. Humph. Don't cry when that day comes. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the Pei family's door. She faintly heard the noise and thought to herself, what a bother so early in the morning. But her body was too tired to move. Grandma Zhao got up and opened the door. Zhao Lei stood outside. I'm here to find Brother Pei. Something's wrong at the Yamen. As Zhao Lei spoke, Pei Heng had already dressed and come out. Clearly, the knocking was urgent. Brother Pei, Qin Shu is missing, Zhao Lei said hurriedly when he saw Pei Heng. Qin Shu was someone from the Yamen. He hadn't committed any serious crime, just a bit embarrassing. They sent him back to Fong City, and how the local magistrate would handle it was no longer their concern. But now, Qin Shu was missing from the prison in the governor's mansion, and his imprisonment was related to Pei Heng. If they investigate, it might be hard for him to explain. So, upon hearing the news, Zhao Lei immediately ordered people to block the information and came personally to tell Pei Heng. The officials at Li's office didn't know yet. Xia Zhaozhao was still half asleep, feeling a bit groggy. She was about to wake up when she vaguely heard that Qin Shu was missing, and she suddenly sat up with a jolt. Her mind cleared instantly. She sat up from the bed and was about to get dressed and go out. At this moment, the bedroom door opened, and Pei Heng entered. Seeing her awake, he cautiously advised, "I need to go to the yamen right now. It's best if you don't leave the house today and stay here peacefully with Amour." Of course, he was thinking of the worst-case scenario. If Qin Shu was working with others to escape and might come back for revenge. The government office was involved in a serious matter, so he couldn't spare time to stay at home with her. Qin Shu has no friends in the border town. Who would risk such a big crime to kidnap someone? Xia Zhaozhao said. Kidnapping is a serious crime. Ordinary people wouldn't take such risks for Qin Shu unless the other person's status was very high and they didn't care about the law. There are only a few high-status people coming and going in the border town. Pei Heng raised an eyebrow, clearly thinking of someone. He was always bold and reckless. He could do such a kidnapping. I understand. You stay at home and rest assured, Pei Heng comforted her. Just leave it to me, Xia Zhaozhao replied. Pei Heng gently kissed her on the forehead before turning to leave. Xia Zhaozhao's sleepiness was completely gone, and dawn was gradually breaking. Lu Rongyu was happily eating breakfast when Pei Heng burst in. It seems Iji really likes my yard. Why not move in together? Lu Rongyu said with a smile. Pei Heng naturally noticed that his breakfast was double and no one was sitting across from him. It was obvious they were waiting for him. Qin Shu's disappearance was indeed related to him. Pei Heng asked himself that his temper wasn't bad. After 8 years, he had smoothed out his rough edges. But at this moment, he felt like throwing the table. He took a deep breath and sat across from him. What do you want to do? Eat breakfast, of course. Look, there's your favorite, Lu Rongyu said calmly. Where is Qin Shu? Pei Heng asked directly. Qin Shu hadn't committed a crime worthy of death. She had gone missing from the district governor's residence, and the district office was responsible. Eat first, talk while eating. Don't be so impatient, Lu Rongyu said with a smile. Lu Rongyu, if you're so bored, go back to the capital. Don't cause trouble here, Pei Heng sneered. I knew you'd be angry. Listen, the Du family from Yanqing came yesterday evening. They originally wanted to apologize to you. I thought the night was too short to disturb your good things, so I handled it privately. A brother like me has been considered enough, right? Lu Rongyu looked like he was taking credit with Pei Heng. Pei Heng coldly mocked. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Lu Rongyu straightened up and said, You're mistaken. You know the Du family in Yanqing has some influence. Moreover, Du Shaoyi is very determined to protect his daughter. Pei Heng shot him a cold glance and sneered. When did you start missing those 3 walnuts and 2 dates? That's not right. Even a fly's leg is meat. Besides, the Du family took her back to discuss marriage. From now on, Qin Sihu is dead. Only Miss Du remains. The Du family promised she would not appear before you again. Peace and wealth will follow. As your good brother, I have made the decision for you.
How about that?
Be grateful to me. Lu Rongyu fanned himself with a folding fan, smiling like a charming devil. You're forcing me to make Xia Huimin pay the price. Pei Heng looked at him with cold, indifferent eyes that showed rare arrogance. Lu Rongyu snapped his fan shut, appearing anxious. This has nothing to do with her. Don't bother her anymore. She's now under my name. Pei Heng smiled faintly, cold and distant. You are the one who interfered in my affairs first. Iji, how can you not see my good intentions? It's just a young girl. She promised to stay away from you. What more do you want? You made a deal with the Du family, Pei Heng said with obvious mockery. Do you remember the official Du Xiaoyu from the Ministry of Revenue years ago? Lu Rongyu sighed. Somewhat, Pei Heng replied. He's now quite important, an influential figure in front of the emperor. You should understand what I mean. He didn't expect that Du Xiaoyu was actually Qin Shu's close uncle. Pei Heng looked indifferent. Has this anything to do with me? What do you think? Right now, it's a crucial moment. A kind word from someone in court might not help much, but standing against it would be different. Do you still want the future of the Pei family? You don't realize how powerful that person has become over the years. She hasn't committed a crime worthy of death, and she's already learned her lesson. In a few days, they might find a female corpse and say she died trying to escape. Let's end this matter here. I don't want the Du family to investigate your background now. Pei Heng looked into his eyes, a faint smile with a sharp edge, cold and straightforward. I'm not in the capital, but I know exactly how much Du Xiaoyu is worth. When has he ever interfered in court affairs? His expression suddenly turned icy and terrifying. Bring her here. As soon as he finished, Zhao Lei drew his sword and pressed it against Xie Huimin's neck, walking closer step by step. Lu Rongyu was shocked, immediately standing up. Yiji, what are you doing? Hand over Qin Shu. Pei Heng's 4 simple words carried a cold, piercing gaze directed at Xie Huimin. Yiji, let your people stay calm, someone advised. The sword pressed against Xie Huimin's neck shone with a chilling light, even in the sunlight. Rongyu, you have no right to decide for me, and no right to forgive. Pei Heng paused, a cold, indifferent arc forming on his thin lips, his tone even colder. As for this woman, Chun Hiaju was missing a servant. I suspect she is involved. She can deny it, but the prisoner's 72 types of torture will surely make her confess. Want to try? Xie Huimin's face turned even paler, and she shook her head in disbelief. What did I do wrong that you treat me this way? Pei Heng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked directly at Lu Rong and said, Hand her over. Xie Huimin bit her lip and suddenly pulled out her hairpin, stabbing herself in the chest. The sudden move caught Zhao Lei behind her off guard. He almost dropped his sword. Of course, they didn't really want to kill Xie Huimin. It was just a threat to force them to hand over Qin Shu. It looked like blood would spill on the spot. Slap. A quick and harsh slap landed on Xie Huimin's face. Xie Zhaozhao struck very hard, causing Xie Huimin's face to swell immediately. She was even knocked off balance, and her hairpin fell to the ground. Everyone's attention was on Xie Huimin's attempt to draw her hairpin and commit suicide, so no one noticed when Xie Zhaozhao arrived. Xie Zhaozhao's face showed clear restraint. Despite her disgust, she had to stay calm and patient.
Don't look at me like that.
I should have slapped you long ago. You're such a fool, dreaming absurdly and still believing in fools. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Her words not only scolded Xie Huimin, but also criticized Lu Rong and others. Lu Rong's expression was very interesting. Today, he seemed cursed with bad luck. He was doing good deeds and still got scolded twice early in the morning. Being scolded by you is one thing, but why did Xie Zhaozhao have to join in? Xie Huimin covered her cheek and looked coldly at Xie Zhaozhao. She was now Lu Rong's woman, not someone she could hit whenever she wanted. Xie Huimin wanted to raise her hand to fight back, but Xie Zhaozhao was faster. She directly snatched Zhao Lei's sword, and with a swift strike, a cold flash of light passed. Xie Huimin's arm was wounded, and blood immediately flowed. She cried out in pain, clutching her injury, and her sleeve turned red. This action was like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, shocking everyone present and making them watch her with caution. Xie Zhaozhao didn't like such bloody scenes, but in this brutal world, she had to adapt. She also had to make herself cold and ruthless. Taking a deep breath, her voice was cold and calm. Little prince, I haven't committed theft or murder, so you better hand him over now. Otherwise, I might strike your face with my sword, leaving scars or disfigurement. My patience isn't unlimited. Yiji, aren't you going to take care of your woman? Lu Rongyu gritted his teeth and said, Why didn't you speak when you bullied her? Pei Heng's gaze stayed on Xie Zhaozhao, clearly defending her. Xie Huimin didn't dare to move at all, as the sword pressed against her neck again. The cold sensation felt like death. Xia Huimin even thought the blade had cut into her skin. She screamed sharply, "You're crazy. I'm your sister." Xia Zhaozhao slowly smiled and said, "Don't get so excited. This is my first time holding a sword, so I might accidentally hurt someone. Otherwise, ask your Lu Lang to hand over Qin Shu." Xia Zhaozhao appeared calm on the outside, but inside she was a stormy sea, full of raging waves. Lu Rongyu felt a shiver from her gaze and a cold chill in his heart. He couldn't understand how a delicate little woman suddenly turned into a cold, fierce assassin. Her quick, decisive movements just now were frightening. Who would have thought she was just a woman raised in seclusion? Lu Rongyu felt helpless, mainly worried she might hurt Xia Huimin. Although her words about Xia Huimin sounded absurd, he verified them one by one. He had to believe her. "Go and invite Miss Du out," Lu Rongyu said. He originally planned to be a peacemaker today, waiting for Pei Heng to arrive, and then hosting a banquet for reconciliation. But everything was ruined. Xia Zhaozhao took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, trying not to let her hands tremble. Right now, she felt like she was standing on the edge of a cliff, about to fall into an irreversible abyss if she made a mistake. Recent events had increasingly pushed her beyond her moral limits. Soon, Qin Shu appeared. She saw the sword pressed against Xia Huimin's neck and paused, as if in disbelief. She instinctively looked at Pei Heng. Pei Heng's eyes showed admiration, not disgust. Qin Shu looked unwell, as if a once flourishing flower had quickly withered overnight. The proud, high-minded lady official was gone. Xia Zhaozhao retracted her sword and glared disdainfully at Xia Huimin. "Go ahead and die if you want. I'll see what happens to you," she said. Xia Zhaozhao turned to Pei Heng. "Hubby, can I handle Qin Shu myself?" Pei Heng nodded indulgently. Xia Zhaozhao was the victim in Qin Shu's case, so she naturally had the right to deal with it. She stepped forward to Qin Shu, who felt a bit scared. A woman daring to threaten with a knife. She was fearless now. "Although you're not very clever, you do have good taste in men. But just because you like my husband doesn't mean he belongs to you. As his wife, I naturally dislike you, but as a woman, I feel sorry for you. Waste your time on someone who doesn't see or care about you. Humble yourself like this. Was it worth it?" Qin Shu bit her lip and stared at her fiercely. After a long moment, she said, "Victory belongs to the king or the defeated. Do as you like." Xia Zhaozhao chuckled softly, her tone unclear. "That's right. I won't forgive Qin Shu," she said. "But from today on, you are Miss Du. The past has nothing to do with you. I won't pursue the case anymore. Our feud ends here. Go back to Yanqing and be Miss Du." Qin Shu was stunned, seeming unable to believe it.
"Why?"
she asked. She thought Pei Heng came to catch her to get justice or to vent his anger for Xia Zhaozhao. "My grievances have been settled.
You're just a small part of my life now.
I won't hold a grudge against you. If I did, I'd be making things difficult for myself," Xia Zhaozhao said calmly. Actually, at the moment Qin Shu betrayed her and she fought back, their feud was already over for her. If Qin Shu hadn't caused trouble, admitted she was weaker, and accepted her loss, everything could have ended here. It was all her own fault. Before borrowing someone from Wan Chunyang, Xia Zhaozhao changed into a beautiful outfit and styled her hair carefully. For such a shining moment, she had to look her best.
All right.
Her task for today was done. But before leaving, she had one more thing to say. It was for Lu Rongyu. Xia Zhaozhao looked directly at Lu Rongyu with a mixture of dissatisfaction, disgust, and mockery. "You're really annoying. Please take some time to organize your empty mind. Don't keep doing stupid things in the name of helping my husband. You're so free and energetic. Go save the world. Stop pretending to be a saint in front of my husband. It's both foolish and irritating." Xia Zhaozhao frowned, forcing herself to stay strong. In all her years alive, she had never seen blood before. Even when she was furious before, she couldn't have done such a thing. Actually, her feelings were complicated. It turned out that a person's bottom line could be constantly pushed further. After finishing what she wanted to say, she saw no need to stay here. She felt quite uncomfortable. Her nose was filled with the smell of blood. Even when she cut Xia Huimin earlier, blood splattered onto her. She wanted to go home and take a shower. Lu Rongyu parted her lips, wanting to say something, but she thought it was pointless to explain. Just as Xia Zhaozhao turned around, Pei Heng hurriedly caught up and directly picked her up. His gaze was always on her, naturally noticing that something was wrong. Her whole body was tense. When she turned around, her calves clearly felt weak. She was scared. Just now, when holding the sword, she was trying very hard to control herself. "Are you okay?"
Pei Heng asked.
Xia Zhaozhao leaned against Pei Heng's chest and shook her head. Her voice was no longer lively like before, clearly weak and exhausted.
"I'm fine."
"Just lie down for a bit." Pei Heng didn't say anything else, only quickened his pace. Lu Rongyu watched the group leaving hurriedly, then slapped Xia Huimin across the face. She was already injured, and this slap made her fall to the ground. "Did I not warn you not to provoke, Xia Zhaozhao? I gave you face, so you are a guest of honor. If I don't, you are nothing." Lu Rongyu's calm voice hid his anger. Xia Huimin was shocked to see Lu Rongyu so angry and was stunned. He clearly liked her. Even with Pei Heng involved, in his heart, she was far better than any other woman. But he actually hit her. Xia Huimin was terrified by the murderous look in his eyes. Ignoring her pain, she quickly knelt down. "Young master, please stay calm. I really didn't provoke her this time, and I didn't agree with Qin Shu's actions." Xia Huimin whispered softly at the end. Qin Shu was so foolish, she couldn't even handle this small matter. She wished she were dead. But luck was on her side. The Du family was behind her, willing to protect her. Seeing she couldn't stop him, she thought to let Xia Zhaozhao know that Pei Heng had let Qin Shu go because of the Du family. They had been together in Yanqing before, and it was easy to create misunderstandings. But she didn't expect Xia Zhaozhao wouldn't misunderstand Pei Heng. She ended up getting beaten and injured again.
It was another mistake.
Lu Rongyu kicked her again, causing Xia Huimin to spit blood. "Don't you know how Xia Zhaozhao found out? You almost ruined my plans. Xia Huimin, if there's a next time, I'll personally deal with you." Leaving the courtyard, Xia Zhaozhao completely let her guard down, her face growing paler. Her arm was even trembling slightly. Pei Heng held her in his arms. "Sleep for a while. We'll be home soon." Xia Zhaozhao closed her eyes, but her mind was unusually clear. "I just can't get used to this," she said softly, opening her eyes and quietly looking at him. Pei Heng held her hand. In the hot summer, her fingers felt cold to the bone. "Not used to what?" "Seeing lives as insignificant," Xia Zhaozhao whispered. "That's not how my world is." Pei Heng suddenly remembered the world she had told him about. Every world has its own rules, but human relationships, husbands, wives, family, friends, never change. No matter how the rules shift, this is still a world full of feelings. Xia Zhaozhao's face was calm and pale. Really? Since he found her and brought her home from the ruined temple, she had never looked like this before. It was as if she was tired of the world, or unable to accept herself. "Of course, just like us and Muir. No matter what, we are family," Pei Heng softly comforted her. Xia Zhaozhao closed her eyes, as if all her strength had been drained. "I want to sleep for a while." She slept for 3 days and nights straight. Pei Heng was so worried he called a doctor. The doctor checked her pulse. Although her energy was a bit weak, she wasn't in a coma. In the end, they confirmed she was fine, just sleeping. Pei Heng was very anxious. Sleeping that long wasn't normal. Lu Rongyu heard about this and personally brought some medicine. Pei Heng was furious and directly confronted Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu, feeling guilty, could only defend himself. But he had been living comfortably for years, and Pei Heng's fighting skills had improved far beyond what he used to be. Lu Rongyu received 2 punches on his face, and his injuries were even worse. "I was wrong, I know I was wrong, but I truly meant well," Lu Rongyu sobbed. He was telling the truth. Qin Shu's uncle was indeed a favorite of the emperor. However, he kept a secret from Pei Heng. Du Xiaoyu still held a piece of evidence. But for his own safety, he wouldn't give up that evidence easily. My affairs don't concern you. If you really care, then get rid of Xia Huimin, Pei Heng said coldly, not even bothering to look at him. Zhao Zhao was right. He should clear his mind and think carefully. It was rare for intelligence to decline with age. Lu Rongyu hesitated. Once the Pei family was cleared, he would be the first to send her away. But not now. The person Xia Huimin mentioned had been found, and he was the only key figure. He knew Xia Huimin hadn't told him everything. She was just teasing him little by little. But he had no choice. He was indeed vulnerable in this matter. Then get out now. My wife doesn't want to see you, Pei Heng said coldly. Lu Rongyu sighed and left a box. This was left by the Du family. It's an apology for your wife. Don't rush to refuse. Don't make me hit you again. Pei Heng guessed what was inside. He was down on his luck now, but he still couldn't afford to rely on others to support his wife. And Zhao Zhao would not want that. You weren't like this before, Lu Rongyu said, afraid of being beaten. You also weren't like this before, Pei Heng replied. I know you mean well, but you can't let that scarred past turn you into someone unrecognizable now. Lu Rongyu paused at his words, his expression stiff. Because of the Pei family's issues, he had indeed done some things he wasn't proud of. Xia Zhao Zhao stretched her arms and came out of the room. She didn't know how long she had slept, but she had slept very well and had a nice dream. However, Xia Zhao Zhao saw Lu Rongyu sitting in the yard and froze. She was only wearing white pajamas, her hair loose, with embroidered slippers on her feet, revealing a slender, fair leg. Her clothes were altered by Grandma Zhao according to her design. The pants reached just below her knees, and the sleeves were to her elbows. To modern eyes, this was quite conservative, but to ancient people it was considered bold. She originally planned to make the pants knee-length and the sleeves to her elbows to stay cool. Grandma Zhao thought that was too plain, and, since they weren't short on fabric, only those from poor families wore such short tops. So she added 3 inches, making the sleeves longer. Pei Heng, you actually brought a stranger home, Xia Zhao Zhao said angrily. The moment Pei Heng saw Xia Zhao Zhao, he hurriedly covered Lu Rongyu's eyes. He was too rough. His fingers almost poked his eyes out. Lu Rongyu even thought that Pei Heng might have some personal grudge and was trying to get revenge. He hadn't seen much at all. To be precise, he only saw a little. In the end, Lu Rongyu was pressed to the ground, and Pei Heng felt even more uneasy. He covered the top of Lu Rongyu's hand with his own, his knee pressed against his stomach, worried he wasn't being careful enough. Pei Yiji, are you even human? How can you treat your brother like this? Lu Rongyu shouted angrily. In this position, he could see everything, and he had to act like a criminal, pressing down on him. Most importantly, his woman had already gone inside.
Get lost.
Don't come to my house again unless you have something important, Pei Heng said, glancing toward the door before loosening his grip. Lu Rongyu got up from the ground, his long white robe now stained with dust. Pei Yiji, you're making me so mad, Lu Rongyu yelled as Pei Heng quickly left. Pei Heng didn't look back and simply said he was asking for it, then went into the room. If someone else caused so much trouble, they might have lost their life. Lu Rongyu raised his hand, pointed at the house, and cursed loudly as he left, muttering to himself. After staying in a remote village for 8 years, she has learned how to be a good host. The room was off limits, tea was not allowed, and she even got scolded. This is what a childhood friend is like. Nonsense. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Xia Zhaozhao slept for a while and felt better emotionally, but after sleeping so long, her body urgently needed to stretch. Without warning, she went outside, unaware that there were others in the yard at this time. She was surprised to see Lu Rong and that scoundrel. They actually had the nerve to come here. If her clothes had been properly worn, she even wanted to rush over and give him a good beating. After all, this was her territory. Xia Zhaozhao crossed her arms and sat on the bed with her legs crossed, glaring at Pei Heng, who came in from outside. Who are these so-called friends of yours, bringing them home to deliberately annoy me? She silently curled her lips in sarcasm. He just arrived not long ago, and I was about to send him away when you woke up. Pei Heng stepped forward and slowly crouched down in front of her. His handsome face cast a shadow over her, enveloping her completely. Xie Zhaozhao pouted. Are you saying I woke up at the wrong time? You want me to sleep forever so you two can enjoy yourselves? Pei Heng frowned and stroked her long hair. That's not what I mean. I told him not to come to the house in the future. Stop trying to smooth things over. Is it your business whether he comes or not? Xie Zhaozhao shot him a glance. You brothers can tolerate deep friendship, but I can't. He's been working to clear the name of the Pei family all these years. The Pei clan can still live peacefully in Lingnan because of his quiet efforts. He has done good for the Pei family, and I can't forget his kindness. His involvement in Qin Shu's matter was also for the Pei family. But you owe him nothing.
I've already told him about this.
The Du family took the order from Tang Zizhou to meet with Magistrate Li. Since the magistrate's office couldn't openly release people, they staged the kidnapping of Qin Shu. A few days later, they would spread the news that Qin Shu had died, and when she appeared later as the Du family's young lady, she wouldn't be criticized. Lu Rong and others intervened because they found out that the Salt City Du family was actually related to Du Xiaoyu, the Minister of Revenue. Back then, Du Xiaoyu's teacher was also involved in the Eastern Palace case. At that time, Du Xiaoyu was insignificant and not affected. Over the years, Du Xiaoyu has been low-key and modest. Last year, he was sent to Shandong to help with disaster relief and gained the emperor's favor, eventually being promoted to Minister of Revenue. Lu Rong suspected that the evidence left by the Minister of Revenue back then was in Du Xiaoyu's hands. That's why they wanted to win over the Salt City Du family and also do a favor. After hearing this, Xie Zhaozhao fell silent for a moment, her brows furrowing, unable to describe what she was feeling at that moment. Why do I feel like my relationship with Lu Rongyu is so much like a possessive mother-in-law and a mistreated daughter-in-law? After she finished speaking, a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. Still, I won't interfere with you. He also dreams of meddling in our affairs, or I'll cut off his claws. Opening in her bottom line as a modern person, it will only grow bigger. After all, she has to adapt to this world. She has already been through a knife and seen blood, hasn't she? I'll tell him. Are you still angry with me? Pei Heng held her cold little hand and asked. Xie Zhaozhao smiled and tilted her head to look at him. When have I ever been angry with you? I can tell apart family from outsiders. Pei Heng's lips curled up, feeling greatly pleased. Is that okay? Okay with what? Before she finished speaking, he pressed down on her and kissed her deeply. She had been sleeping for 3 days, and he was very worried, staying by her side the whole time. Now, when he touched her sweet, soft lips, he found it hard to control himself. He went straight in, densely and passionately. Xie Zhaozhao was now afraid of his unpredictable intensity. She endured it painfully. After all, she didn't plan to rush things so quickly. She raised her hand to push his chest and softly whined, Pei Heng, enough. Pei Heng stared at her pink, fair face, his eyes reddening at the corners. How could it ever be enough? Zhao, there are 50 days left in our promise. His voice was deep and hoarse. Can't wait anymore? Xie Zhaozhao slightly lifted her chin. Beautiful and proud. Any amount of waiting. Then it seems there's no rush. Pei Heng was amused by her look and laughed. If I were in a hurry, would you give in? Xie Zhaozhao pouted her little mouth, and her unheld hand slowly traced his outline downwards. Finally, it stopped at the prominent part of his throat, as if unconsciously drawing circles. She raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes shining with charm. Then, I definitely won't. The man smiled, his eyes and brows tinged with a hint of mischievousness because of the smile at the corner of his mouth, and his voice grew even deeper and more seductive. Zhao, are you challenging my patience, making me make a mistake? Xie Zhaozhao hurriedly withdrew her hand, ruthlessly pushed him away, and changed the subject. That's not it. I haven't seen Muir. Where is my son? Nio's little sister just returned from her aunt's house and brought gifts for Muir. She's gone to Nio's house, Pei Heng whispered. Wang Qiushuang? Xia Zhaozhao remembered hearing about this person in the book. Xia Huiman's good friend is very caring and loyal to her. Later, she followed her to the capital city and stood by her side. In the end, she married an old steward from the Pei family as a concubine, but the outcome was not very good. Xia Zhaozhao nodded. The young girl hadn't done anything to her recently, so she didn't need to be overly cautious. While they were talking, they heard Pei Mu's voice. "Grandma, is my mother awake?" "Yes, she's awake. She's in the room." Grandma Zhao wiped sweat from Muer's forehead with a handkerchief. This child went to the Wang family to pick out gifts and just returned not long ago. She was probably worried about her wife and ran all the way back. Pei Mu, with his short legs, just stepped over the threshold of the main hall and saw Xia Zhaozhao coming out of the inner room. Pei Mu's little face was full of smiles as he rushed over like a whirlwind. "Mother, mother." Xia Zhaozhao bent down and opened her arms. When she heard him calling mother in the yard, her eyes couldn't help but feel like they needed to. Pei Mu rushed into her arms and only came out after a long time. His young face was full of worry. "Mother, Muer is so worried about you. Can you not sleep so long in the future?" Xia Zhaozhao touched her son's small face. "Mother has had enough sleep and is feeling very energetic now. I can spend a lot of time with Muer." Pei Mu looked at Pei Hing nearby, then whispered into Xia Zhaozhao's ear, "And I still need to stay with Dad. Dad is also very worried about Mother and has been watching over her. He hasn't even slept, and his eyes are red." "Really?" Pei Mu nodded seriously. "Grandma also told him to eat, but he wouldn't. That's because he's worried." "Yes, and Dad even secretly kissed Mother, but he won't let me do it." Pei Mu looked a bit wronged when he said this. "Is it that bad? Muer still helps him speak for you. You're very generous. Mother is so proud of you." Xia Zhaozhao kissed her son's small face. Mother and son whispered quietly, but their words clearly reached Pei Heng's ears. The secret was revealed by the son, and a hint of embarrassment flashed on his face. She walked over, picked up her son, and pretended not to know. "What are you whispering about with your mother?" Pei Mu shook his head, then proudly said, "Mother praised me and even kissed me. No more crying?" As soon as Pei Hing said that, Pei Mu immediately tried to cover his mouth and quickly explained, "Muer didn't cry. My eyes are just a little hot and sweaty." Xia Zhaozhao was amused by her son's words about sweaty eyes. "It was very good, very good. Today I learned something new again. Eyes can not only but also sweat. Yes, our Muer is a little man. He doesn't know what tears are." Pei Mu smiled with his eyes curved, showing a row of bright white teeth. In recent days, Pei Heng has been returning home early each evening. After dinner, the family goes for a walk to the street. Summer nights are cool, and the evening market is more lively than during the day. There are lantern festivals, street performances, and various snacks. As they reached the alley entrance, they met many neighbors and the Ernia family. Pei Mu held his father's hand in one hand and his mother's in the other, swinging his little arms happily. Dinyo and Ernyo also tried to hold their parents' hands like the others. But neither of them wanted to let go, and they argued loudly. Wang Hu raised his big hand like a fan and gently tapped each of their heads, making them behave. Wang's eldest sister-in-law felt sorry for her two sons. "If you have something to say, why do you hit the children? Good children shouldn't be hurt. Ernyo is even a year older than Muer, and Muer can read." "Sis-in-law, Muer can read because Brother Pei has been to school. My older brother only knows a few words," Wang Qiushuang said. Wang's sister-in-law immediately looked displeased. "It's good enough that your older brother can read. Besides Brother Pei, the most educated person in this alley is your older brother." Wang Qiushuang pouted and didn't argue. "Is her older brother truly educated? It's not quite like that." Wang's sister-in-law lowered her head and told her two sons, "Next month, when your father is free, he will teach you to read. Next spring, Dinyo will go to school, and in a couple of years, Ernyo will go too. Her husband has skills and can earn money. She manages the household well and can do some small crafts to sell. Over the years, they've saved some money. If the two boys learn to read, even if they can't become scholars, it's still good. For a small family like theirs, Becoming shopkeepers would be a great achievement. Wang Qiushuang usually doesn't get along well with her sister-in-law. Hearing her words, she pursed her lips. She doesn't dislike her nephews, but they can't compare to Mu'er. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix to a phoenix. Her older brother simply can't compare to Pei Heng. Wang's eldest sister-in-law, noticing her younger sister-in-law's silence, instinctively turned her head to look. And she saw Wang Qiushuang staring straight at Pei Heng's family in front. More precisely, she was looking at Pei Heng. Wang's eldest sister-in-law's eyes widened. Could her little niece have feelings for Pei Heng? She deliberately spoke loudly. What is Qiushuang looking at? Wang Qiushuang panicked and quickly looked away. Nothing. Wang's eldest sister-in-law, having been her age before, was even more convinced by her evasive look. It seems this young girl has really fallen for Pei Heng. No wonder as soon as she gets home, she ignores her own nephew and goes to find Mu'er. Madame Wang glanced at the family of 3 in front of her. Lieutenant Pei and his wife really love each other. Look at Zhao Zhao's clothes. Those are from Ningxia Workshop, worth over 20 silver taels. A man who is willing to spend money on his wife must like her. She spoke while watching Wang Qiushuang's expression. Wang Qiushuang clenched her handkerchief, clearly unhappy. Xia Zhao Zhao has always been wasteful. Big brother Pei only earns a little salary each month, and she spends it all. You're saying that Lieutenant Pei's money isn't for his wife to spend? If not her, then who? You, an outsider, are feeling wronged. Actually, Madame Wang was curious too. How did the couple suddenly become so close? But seeing how Pei Heng now protected Xia Zhao Zhao as if she were his own eye, especially since she had been sick recently and spent a lot of money hiring a doctor from Fengcheng, he truly cares. Still, that's a good thing. When a couple lives well together, that's the best. Mu'er has become happier and laughs more than before. She's really adorable. Wang Qiushuang's temper flared. When have I ever felt wronged? What does sister-in-law mean? As soon as I come back, you start treating me unfairly, right?
How can you say that?
I was praising the good relationship between the couple, and you're feeling wronged? Truly, a girl growing up can't be kept at home. Madame Wang frowned. Later, she planned to tell her mother-in-law about this, about the neighbors and the neighborhood, so there wouldn't be any embarrassing trouble. This girl used to be close to Xia Huimin. She needs to be watched carefully in the future. Don't let her be led astray by Xia Huimin. Their family can't afford to lose face. Wang Qiushuang didn't want to see her sister-in-law's snobbish attitude, so she quickened her steps and caught up with Pei Heng's family. Bang brother P. Nair. Wang Qiushuang called out. Although Pei Heng was willing to help neighbors, he wasn't very enthusiastic with everyone. He just nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Zhao Zhao raised an eyebrow. Huh, was that a bad look, or was she deliberately ignoring her? Wang Qiushuang's gaze fell on Zhao Zhao's dress, fine silk, layered and soft, flowing with the breeze, looking beautiful and cool. The embroidered shoes even had pearls on them. She was quite luxurious. She couldn't even afford a pearl hairpin for herself, yet she used one to decorate her shoes. Such wastefulness. Xia Zhao Zhao tilted her head and saw Wang Qiushuang puffed up with anger. Sigh. Another girl who can't hide her feelings. Dinyo and Ernyo also ran over, laughing and greeting, running back and forth, never quiet. Wang Qiushuang stomped her foot in anger. Though she was annoyed by her mischievous nephews, she wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Causing trouble and not feeling embarrassed together. Xia Zhao Zhao looked at Pei Heng, and their eyes met. Why are you looking at me? Xia Zhao Zhao said with a pout. Because you're pretty. The man chuckled softly, his gaze full of possessiveness. Xia Zhao Zhao felt her heart race like a little deer under his look, and her face turned red. Although she occasionally flirted with him, she wouldn't do so in front of the children. Don't talk nonsense in front of Mu'er. Mommy is beautiful. Mommy is a fairy, Pei Mu said loudly. This was overheard by the approaching Wang couple, and Sister Wang was very excited. Oh, our Mu'er has such a sweet mouth. Knowing how to read makes a difference. I learned from my mommy, Pei Mu proudly said. Xie Zhaozhao had indeed taught him quite a bit recently, but before that, Pei Heng had been teaching him. The little boy didn't mention that at all. I forgot, Zhao Zhao can read. That's amazing.
I guess I'm just blind.
If sister-in-law wants Nyo and heir Nyo to learn, I can lend them Muer's reading books. It's very simple. That would be great. Seeing sister-in-law happily chatting with Xie Zhaozhao, Wang Qiushuang's face fell. Well, if you're in such a good mood talking to others, you should watch the kids better. Xie Zhaozhao's smile didn't fade at all. To her, Wang Qiushuang was just a rebellious girl full of spring feelings. In fact, she couldn't hide her own thoughts. Sister-in-law Wang felt extremely awkward and smiled as she said to Xie Zhaozhao, "This kid is just straightforward and honest." Wang Qiushuang noticed Xie Zhaozhao's gaze, which was like an adult looking at a spoiled child.
She was looking down on someone.
Wang Qiushuang glared fiercely and left, leaving her two nephews behind. She caught up with Pei Heng and her older brother, and they were talking about furniture. Wang Qiushuang couldn't join the conversation, so she turned to Pei Heng's son and said, "Muer, would you like Annie to play with you?" Pei Mu shook his head. "I want to find Mommy." His mommy had just been talking to Aunt Wang, and his daddy was holding him. Now, Nyo and heir Nyo were being led away by their mother, and he also wanted to find his mommy. Pei Heng kept glancing back at Xie Zhaozhao, who was nearby. She used to dislike talking to neighbors and wouldn't greet them even if she met them. But unexpectedly, she was chatting so comfortably with Aunt Wang. Pei Mu wanted to find his mommy, so he bent down and put his son down. They were only a few steps apart, so he didn't need to see him off. Wang Qiushuang watched Pei Mu cling to Xie Zhaozhao so closely, clearly in disbelief. Xie Zhaozhao usually ignored Muer, but today she was surprisingly patient and playful with him. Wang Qiushuang curled her lips, pretending. She was definitely pretending. If she weren't pretending to care about Muer, Brother Pei wouldn't be willing to buy her such expensive dresses to show off. Sister Huimin once said that her cousin liked to enjoy life and didn't like doing chores, which meant she was lazy and indulgent. "There's a face-pulling puppet show up ahead. Auntie will take you three to play," Wang Qiushuang said with a smile. Nyo and heir Nyo nodded quickly, but Pei Mu shook his head. "You go ahead. I want to watch the acrobatics with my mother." Wang Qiushuang's expression froze visibly. As a 15-year-old girl, being rejected again made her unhappy. "Muer, isn't Annie good to you? Why do you feel distant from me now that I've come back?" Wang Qiushuang looked at Xie Zhaozhao with a resentful expression. It was probably because Xie Zhaozhao had spoken badly about her in Muer's presence. Her sister-in-law often did that. Muer looked a bit confused by Wang Qiushuang's feelings. "It's not that I'm distant from Annie Qiushuang. I just feel closer to my mother." He thought that Annie Qiushuang seemed a bit silly. She was Nyo and heir Nyo's aunt, not his. Of course, he preferred to be with his mother. And he didn't like the puppet show. Big sister Wang couldn't stand it anymore. "What nonsense are you talking? You're not as sensible as Muer. Just take Nyo and heir Nyo with you." She wanted to send her younger sister away to avoid making things worse. Tears welled up in Wang Qiushuang's eyes. She stomped her foot in anger and turned to run away. Who wanted to take those two little troublemakers? She just wanted to play with Muer. Big sister Wang awkwardly smiled at Xie Zhaozhao. "This girl has been the boss of the alley since she was little, and she loves Muer the most. She's even jealous of you, her own mother. I'll talk to her when we get back." Xie Zhaozhao didn't mind at all. She smiled charmingly and casually. "Kids are just like that, no need to take it to heart." Big sister Wang wasn't sure if Xie Zhaozhao suspected anything. In the past, she hadn't paid much attention to others, which made her easy to read. Whenever she went out, neighbors would gossip behind her back. Some, like Mother Stone, would even mock her face to face. Now, she greeted neighbors with a smile, which made her even harder to understand. Some people even felt a little afraid of her. After all, she had dared to hit Mother Stone. Big sister Wang didn't dare leave her younger sister alone on the street. She was almost grown up. If something happened, her life could be ruined forever. Pei Heng heard the commotion and came back, holding Xie Zhaozhao's hand. "What's going on?" Mu'er wants to see the acrobatics, Xia Zhaozhao said with a smile. Pei Heng picked up Mu'er, still holding Xia Zhaozhao's hand. Then let's go. Mu'er, at the age of discovering new things, was seeing a circus for the first time and found everything fascinating. She clapped along with everyone and cheered, feeling a bit thirsty after a while. While Pei Heng went to buy mung bean water, Xia Zhaozhao smiled and asked, Aunt, she just played with you earlier. Why didn't you go? Pei Mu, with delicate eyebrows, frowned slightly. I don't like playing with Aunt Chi.
Why not?
She's a bit slow and gets angry easily. She always wants us to listen to her, Pei Mu said, puffing out her little face. Xia Zhaozhao gently pinched her son's nose. You know, even if someone is smart and cute, you shouldn't call them slow. That's impolite. But Aunt Chi was also rude to my mother just now, Pei Mu pouted.
So, we should learn from that.
Sometimes others are like mirrors. We can see our own hidden faults in them, Xia Zhaozhao said, patting her son's little head. She realized that the father and son were quite similar in personality. People who accepted them found them easy to talk to, while others remained somewhat distant. Men like that tend to attract women. Just by looking at how charming Pei Heng is, you can tell he's quite popular with women. Xia Zhaozhao could understand usually. He's picky about clothes and even fruits, so it's no surprise he's attractive to women. Pei Mu, with her eyes blinking curiously, nodded after a moment. Mother's words are never wrong. You're such a clever little girl.
Don't flatter me.
No one's perfect, not even mother. I make mistakes too. But knowing how to fix your mistakes is the most important thing, she added. While they were talking, Pei Heng returned with the mung bean water. It was served in a bamboo tube with a lotus leaf stem as a straw. The taste didn't matter much. Just the natural look made it tempting to try. Pei Mu, very thirsty, eagerly took a sip and exclaimed happily, Mother, it's delicious. Xia Zhaozhao also took a sip of her own. No strange additives, just mung bean water with sugar. It tasted pretty good. Pei Heng continued walking with mother and son, browsing the market, and even bought some wontons that Xia Zhaozhao liked. On the way home, Pei Mu fell asleep leaning on Pei Heng's shoulder. Are you tired? Pei Heng asked.
Why?
Don't tell me you want to carry me too? Xia Zhaozhao teased. That's not impossible, the man said with a slight smile, his voice full of amusement.
Dream on, she said with a pout.
Everyone is now going home, so you might run into neighbors unexpectedly. Although she doesn't mind showing affection in public, she still cares about her reputation. Pei Heng smiled and said, leaning on me will save you some effort. No, I want to walk by myself for a while, just to burn off the calories from that bowl of wontons. Calories? Well, simply put, it's the energy from food that gives us strength, but if we don't burn it off, it turns into fat on our bodies. Pei Heng understood her meaning. In the palace, concubines value being slim, often skipping dinner. However, with her tiny waist that could be held in one hand, even he, with his slender build, could lift her easily. A few days ago, the doctor said she was weak and needed nourishing.
You don't need to.
This is my own choice. I don't need others to tell me if I need it or not. You can't either, Xia Zhaozhao said proudly, lifting her chin. Xia Zhaozhao's voice was soft and slightly coquettish, which made Pei Heng's smile deepen unconsciously. My wife is right. What did you just say to Brother Wang? I asked him to help set up a small bed and make a screen. Pei Heng said this with a gentle smile in his eyes. A screen is good, but we don't lack beds at home. Not lacking? The man's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile. In 49 days, they will share a room, so they need to prepare a small bed for Mu'er. Only then did Xia Zhaozhao realize, you actually have the nerve to compete with Mu'er for the bed. That is our marriage bed. In fact, it was that little boy who had taken his place. Xia Zhaozhao was a bit nervous under his gaze, and quickly looked away. Mu'er is still young and not old enough to sleep alone. When she was a child, she alternated sleeping with her grandmother and her maternal grandmother, only sleeping alone in 5th grade. So, we use a screen to separate, and she will sleep in the same room with us for now, Pei Heng said happily, clearly having planned this long ago. Xia Zhaozhao puffed her cheeks and said, Should I say you're scheming or that you've planned this for a long time? The man raised his eyebrows and chuckled softly, though neither word was very nice. But hearing it from her made it sound particularly pleasant. Zhao Zhao, do you like it? Pei Heng turned his head slightly to look at her, and Xia Zhao Zhao could see her reflection in his eyes. It was very charming. Who taught him to look at people like that? This made her unable to avoid his gaze. Xia Zhao Zhao's face involuntarily flushed. If you don't like it, you think you can hold my hand, or even touch the hem of my clothes, she coquettishly said. It's my great fortune. Don't think that being sweet-tongued means I like you more. I will still watch how you behave. Understood. Pei Heng just put Mua on the bed when there was a knock at the door. He got up and opened it. Wang Hu, panting, said, Brother Pei, Qiu Shuang hasn't come home yet. Can you help look for her? Wang Hu is not the type to ask for help easily. If it weren't urgent, he wouldn't have come personally. All right, wait a moment. I'll tell Zhao Zhao. Pei Heng has a calming presence that makes people feel at ease. Wang Hu nodded and waited at the door. It was getting late, so it wasn't good to wait inside someone else's house. Besides, he was really anxious. Zhao Zhao, I need to go out. What's the matter? Xia Zhao Zhao looked worried. Qiu Shuang is missing. Xia Zhao Zhao was stunned. Could it be something related to the street? Anyway, if someone is missing as neighbors, they should help find her. Grandma Wang and Sister Wang are both very kind and take good care of Mu'er. Hurry and go. Nothing urgent at home, Xia Zhao Zhao urged. This young girl is a bit spoiled but hasn't done anything wrong. If something serious happened, it would be a big lesson. Wang Hu kept muttering, What should I do? My mother is so worried, she almost fainted. He only has this one sister, and the family spoils her a lot. Although he often argues with his wife, they are family and soon forget. His wife is also feeling guilty, saying she was just a step late and couldn't catch her. Don't worry. The Lantern Festival hasn't ended yet. She might still be out shopping on the street. The Zhao Lei family is just ahead. That kid is tight-lipped. I'll ask him to help find her, Pei Heng said. Wang Hu naturally agreed. More people mean more strength. They searched from the South Street to the North Street, but by late night, they still couldn't find Qiu Shuang. Pei Heng comforted Wang Hu and told him to go home and check again. Maybe she had already returned. Since it concerns a young woman's reputation, they couldn't alert the official residence. Pei Heng had to use the 8 Directions Bureau. He used many secret contacts and didn't dare delay even for a moment. All the entertainment venues and even some hidden brothels in the border city were checked. They found 5 new people, but based on age and appearance, none matched Qiu Shuang. Pei Heng didn't return home all night. After searching again, he was feeling quite tired. From afar, he saw someone sitting at the door, looking at her figure. It was Wang Hu. Wang Hu didn't dare to disturb the Pei family but wanted to know the news early, so he could only wait outside. He had been sitting on the ground for a long time, and when he stood up suddenly, he almost fell forward. Be careful, Brother Wang, Pei Heng said, helping him steady his arm. Is there any news about my sister? Wang Hu asked eagerly. He couldn't find his sister and was afraid to go home because everything was a mess. Pei Heng shook his head. Not yet, but don't worry. I've asked the brothers guarding the city to watch for any vehicles leaving. She probably hasn't left yet. Hopefully nothing happened. That girl is so stubborn. Wang Hu muttered. Not finding his sister, he was worried his mother might not survive either. I've already sent people out to look. We'll keep searching later. You should also visit relatives. Maybe she's there. My wife went to my aunt's house early this morning. She should be back soon. Just as they spoke, Niu ran over, panting. Dad, Auntie, Annie's back. Hui Min brought her back. Thanks to Hui Min? Wang Hu looked at Pei Heng. Hui Min is Pei Heng's sister-in-law. She had gone back to the countryside with her parents, so why was she still in Border City? But it was good that his sister was back. Wang Hu quickly thanked Pei Heng and hurried home. Pei Heng watched Wang Hu's back, frowning. Before Wang Hu entered the yard, he heard crying. Grandma Wang loved her youngest daughter very much, but this time she had really slapped her a few times. Why are you so careless, child? Don't you know how worried everyone is because you didn't come home all night?
Mother, I'm sorry.
I won't do it again, Wang Qiushuang said, scared because she had never seen her mother so angry. Old lady, it's all my fault. Yesterday, I saw Qiushuang crying badly on the street, and I felt sorry for her, so I took her home. I was afraid Grandma and Brother Wang would worry, so I brought her back early this morning, Xia Huimin quickly explained. Grandma Wang tried to hold back her anger, but her look at Xia Huimin was not very friendly. Since the last incident, Xia Huimin's reputation in the area had been ruined. Someone who harms even family members probably can't be trusted. She might be hiding some bad intentions. Huimin, thank you for bringing Qiushuang back today, but I have family matters to attend to and can't entertain you. Come back another day, and Brother Wang will thank you personally. Grandma Wang spoke politely, but was actually rushing her away. She knew her daughter well. Being with Xia Huimin wouldn't bring good things. Xia Huimin felt a bit contemptuous, but didn't want to offend the Wang family. This is too polite of you, old lady. Qiushuang and I are good sisters. There's no need for thanks. It's what I should do as her older sister, she said politely before leaving the Wang family. The Wang family gate slammed shut. Before Xia Huimin could finish her cold smile, she saw a familiar figure nearby. Pei Heng, dressed in black official robes, looked cold and serious even in the morning light. Xia Huimin was more used to this kind of Pei Heng because he was naturally like this. Did you deliberately keep Wang Qiushuang overnight? Pei Heng asked, but his tone was more like a statement. His sharp eyes made people feel pressured, even though his voice was calm. Xia Huimin smiled gently, looking kind and proper. Who are you to question me now? She whispered softly. Wang Qiushuang and I are good friends. I like someone and that's my choice. You don't have to control who I befriend. The man's thin lips curled into a faint smile. I have nothing to do with you, but you know what you're up to. Just remember, the Wang family is different from the Du family. I won't stand by and watch. The Du family didn't want others to know about Qin Shu's situation. They chose to fake her death and escape, so they wouldn't investigate further. Qin Shu was at fault first, and she was involved with Lu Rong and Fang Shiqiu behind the scenes. The Du family was powerful, and even if they felt guilty towards her, they wouldn't offend the royal family just for Qin Shu. So, Qin Shu's issues were left unresolved. But the Wang family was different. They weren't afraid of trouble. If Xia Huimin dared to scheme against Wang Qiushuang, the Wang family would risk everything, even their family's safety, to seek justice for their daughter. However, Pei Heng didn't want to see such an ending because he had good relations with the Wang family. That's why he came to warn Xia Huimin. So what? Qiushuang is willing to be my good sister. No one can stop us, Xia Huimin said. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from inside the courtyard. It was clearly Wang Qiushuang. Grandma Wang dropped her stick. If you dare to hang around with Xia Huimin again, I'll break your other leg. Grandma Wang had learned about what happened last night from her son and daughter-in-law. Pei, a soldier, was handsome and capable. Anyone with eyes could see that. Otherwise, the Xia family wouldn't have made such plans early on. The Xia family was shameless, but the Wang family was willing to do anything for their daughter. If their daughter did something shameful, she and the family would be ruined forever. Raising a son without discipline is like raising a tiger. Raising a daughter without rules is like raising a pig. Her maternal ancestors had once been prominent. Now, although they had fallen on hard times, they still understood the importance of rules. I won't dare anymore, mother. I won't dare again, Wang Qiushuang sobbed, crying heartbreakingly. Wang Qiushuang was just a young girl of 15, and she was truly frightened by her mother. Not only Wang Qiushuang, but even her older sister-in-law was scared. She had married into the Wang family many years ago, and her mother-in-law had always been kind and smiling, but today she was truly shocked. Grandma Wang dropped her stick. Little tiger, go call the doctor to heal her leg. If she dares to offend again, be prepared for her to be paralyzed for life. Wang Qiushuang shook her head, trembling all over. Her sister-in-law went over to help her up. Although Wang Qiushuang often argued with her, they were still family. She had grown up under her watch, and she couldn't bear to see her hurt. Wang Qiushuang didn't even dare to cry loudly. Her shoulders shook violently, almost convulsing. Grandma Wang was completely unsoftened. She didn't even look at her and went back into the house. The earthen walls of the Wang family house weren't soundproof, so what happened inside could be guessed from outside. Pei Heng looked at Xie Huimin as if she were a clown, clearly indicating that he didn't need to intervene because Grandma Wang had already handled it herself. Although rough, it was indeed the most effective way. Xie Huimin bit her lip. She had planned everything carefully for Wang Qiushuang. Pei Heng didn't care whether Qin Shen was alive or dead, but he cared about the Wang family members. But now, Grandma Wang had completely shattered her plan. When Wang Hu came out, he saw Xie Huimin standing at the door. His face darkened, and he didn't even want to look at her. When he saw Pei Heng, his expression changed completely. "Brother Pei, thank you. When you're free, I'd like to invite you and the Zhao brothers to a drink." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor," Pei Heng said with a smile before leaving. Wang Hu hurried to find a doctor for his sister to check her leg and left quickly. Only Xie Huimin was left standing there. The coachman waiting outside grew impatient. "Miss Xie, it's time to go back." Xie Huimin raised her chin coldly. "It's not your place to tell me what to do." When Xie Zhaozhao woke up, she found that Pei Heng hadn't returned all night and was worried. Suddenly, there was movement at the door. She went out to see and was surprised to find Pei Heng entering through the main gate. She hurried over. "Did you find him?" Pei Heng nodded. He didn't want to tell her too many details, fearing she might overthink. "Xie Huimin brought him back this morning," he calmly stated. Xie Zhaozhao's face froze. Xie Huimin was truly everywhere. With Wang Qiushuang's simple nature, she was probably being led around by the nose. Wang Qiushuang genuinely cared for Xie Huimin, like a mind clearer, rushing to defend her and taking on troublemakers. Whether Xie Huimin treated her well or not wasn't written in the books, but it was obvious she married the old steward to be a concubine. Xie Huimin never considered her a good sister. Madame Wang broke Wang Qiushuang's leg. She hasn't been able to go out recently. Pei Heng's tone remained calm. Xie Zhaozhao was surprised again. Grandma Wang is indeed a clever and tough person. Having Xie Huimin jump around all the time isn't a good solution. "We need to find someone to manage her," Xie Zhaozhao said with a faint smile. "Has someone been chosen?" Xie Zhaozhao shrugged. "Not yet, maybe very soon." "You've not slept all night. Do you want to rest for a while?" Seeing that he looked a bit tired and somewhat reluctant, she hesitated. "I'll change my clothes. I need to go to the government office later." After bathing, Pei Heng felt less tired and looked refreshed. Recently, during the summer, people stay up late, and there are many who cause trouble after drinking. Last night, there was even a case of a fatality, and he had Zhao Lei take people there first. He came back specifically because he was worried about the Wang family. As soon as Pei Heng left, Uncle Zhang brought back news. Uncle Zhang hasn't been living here long but quickly understood the situation. The person the family must not offend most is the lady of the house. After all, the adults in the house prefer to do chores themselves rather than let the lady do them. He also found out that the master helps prepare mouthwash for the lady. The lady keeps the master tightly under control. Young Master Wang hasn't been at the house these days, so he definitely doesn't know about Wang Qiushuang, Uncle Zhang said honestly. Xie Zhaozhao nodded. "I haven't gone out these days, so please keep a close eye on Xie Huimin. I want to know where she goes and what she does." Uncle Zhang is a coachman. Spying isn't part of his job. Since Xie Zhaozhao asked him to do this, she knew he wouldn't be shortchanged. Seeing the silver she handed him, Uncle Zhang knew that the lady was straightforward and capable of handling big matters, and working with her wouldn't be a loss. "Rest assured, madam," he said. Today, Xie Zhaozhao had some free time. Not only did she teach Muir to read, but she also taught him arithmetic. Next door, the sound of the qin, a traditional Chinese musical instrument, started again. Although only a few notes, Xie Zhaozhao felt the tune sounded familiar. It was the song Insect Flying, which she used to lull Muir to sleep by singing. Playing it on the guqin, a 7-stringed instrument, gave it a special flavor, making it even more beautiful than before. "Mother, Mr. Shin can play too?" I only hummed it once, Muir said excitedly, shaking Xia Zhaozhao's arm. Before she finished speaking, the steward of the Shin family arrived. Our young master invites the madam and little young master to give him guidance on the new piece he composed. Muir looked very excited and tugged at Xia Zhaozhao's arm. Mother, is that okay? Not wanting her son to be upset, she naturally agreed. She also wanted to fully enjoy this piece of music. When Shun Xianyan saw the mother and son enter, he stood up from his seat and asked the butler to prepare some tea and snacks. The courtyard of the Shin family is quite similar in style to the Pei family, but the Pei home feels warmer and more suitable for living. In contrast, the Shun house exudes elegance everywhere. That day, I heard Muir humming, and I thought the melody was quite special. When I had free time, I tried to compose a tune. Today, I dare to bother you, Madam Pei, for some guidance, Shin Xianyan said with a light smile. Mr. Shin, you're too kind. Listening to you play the zither is a real pleasure, Xia Zhaozhao replied with a smile. He often taught Muir, mainly to find someone to listen when he composed new pieces. Of course, she didn't refuse. Shin Xianyan played the piece again, full of ethereal and lingering sounds, like a gentle whisper. He had already recreated the tune quite well based on Muir's humming. However, she felt that some parts sounded better in the original melody. Xia Zhaozhao believed that since the other person sincerely invited her, she should also be genuine. So, when Shin Xianyan asked for her opinion, she didn't hide her thoughts. But she didn't understand traditional five-tone music well, so she could only hum along with the original tune. Modern musical notes differ from ancient five-tone scales, and Shin Xianyan tried several times. Xia Zhaozhao did her best to express herself, and finally, they achieved a perfect version. Xia Zhaozhao studied Western music, but she found that music from different cultures often share similarities. Today, she learned a lot and gained a better understanding of ancient five-tone music. Once the sheet music was fully revised, Shin Xianyan invited the mother and son to enjoy some fruits and snacks. He noticed that Xia Zhaozhao was very talented in music. With some effort, she could play better than most people. To show his gratitude, he specially gave her a beginner's zither score. Pei Mu was clearly more interested and continued to study the music at home, asking Xia Zhaozhao if she didn't understand something. Mother is so clever. The teacher explained something, and she remembers it immediately, Pei Mu said with admiration. It's not that mother is clever, I just learned a bit before. Although it's different from what the teacher teaches, musical instruments share common principles, Xia Zhaozhao explained to her son. Pei Mu admired her even more. I want to be as amazing as Mother in the future. Mother wasn't as smart as you are now when she was your age. You will be even better than me, Xia Zhaozhao said. Although she was a top student since childhood, she couldn't compare herself to her parents. Her parents were geniuses, while she was just a little smarter than ordinary people. When her IQ was tested as a child, her grandparents and other relatives all sighed in relief. They didn't say it aloud, but secretly hoped she wouldn't follow her parents' path. Though her parents' achievements were great, at their age, they yearned more for family love. During her time with Muir, it was clear that Muir was a genius like her parents. Really? Pei Mu was doubtful. Because in his heart, his mother was the most amazing. His mother would make toys for him, tell stories, sing songs. There seemed to be nothing she couldn't do. Oh, there was one thing. His mother couldn't make egg custard. But he didn't need his mother to make egg custard. That was fine with him. Of course, Muir can see higher and farther because he stands on the shoulders of giants. Is my mother a giant? Compared to his mother, his father seemed more like a giant. When his father held him, he could see farther. Your mother means a giant in mind. Xia Zhaozhao gently tapped Pei Mu's small head. Pei Mu's big, clear eyes turned around. A giant in mind means someone full of wisdom. Are they more impressive than top scholars? Yes, I said Muir is smart. See, as soon as your mother talks, you understand. Xia Zhaozhao kissed his forehead. Pei Mu slightly lifted his chin, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. His mother was praising him again. He liked it when his mother praised him. Mother, teach me quickly. Teach me more, Pei Mu's eyes were full of curiosity. All right, I'll teach you a little more. After all, you're my precious little one. Pei Mu felt full of strength. If he became a giant earlier, he could go to the capital to take the top scholar exam and take his mother there to live a good life. Is Zhao 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 at home? I am Wang's sister-in-law. A voice came from outside the door. Xia Zhao Zhao responded that she was there, and Grandma Zhao had already opened the door. Wang's sister-in-law stood outside, looking a bit shy. My mother-in-law asked me to come. Thank you, Officer Pei, for helping Qiushuang. She was holding a bitter melon, a basket of apricots, and a jar of wine. It's just neighbors being polite. Sister-in-law, please sit, Xia Zhao Zhao said, and Mu'er had already brought a stool over. Seeing the adults talking, Mu'er took his literacy book and went back to his room. Mu'er is so well-behaved. If our two older brothers were half as obedient, I'd be so happy I'd wake up laughing, said Wang's eldest sister-in-law with envy. Denyo and Ernyo are also very obedient. I even envy you, replied the other. They exchanged a few compliments before getting to the main topic. Wang's eldest sister-in-law said, my mother-in-law already scolded Qiushuang harshly and punished her. Now she's very ashamed and said that once her legs heal in a few days, she will come to apologize to you herself. Although her words were a bit exaggerated, Wang Qiushuang had indeed learned her lesson. And also, Grandma Wang warned her that if she had any inappropriate thoughts, she would break her other leg, leaving her paralyzed for life. Kids, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. I used to make many errors too. Learning from setbacks can be a good thing, Xia Zhao Zhao said generously. Seeing that Xia Zhao Zhao's face was full of a genuine, cheerful smile, not fake, Grandma Wang felt reassured. It's true. Learning from mistakes makes a person wiser. Now, Mrs. Pei Hung is completely different from before. Maybe that girl Qiushuang has learned her lesson and become smarter. To reassure the Wang family, Xia Zhao Zhao accepted the things Grandma Wang gave her. She also gave Grandma Wang the calligraphy and painting book that Mu'er had used. Grateful, Grandma Wang left with a sincere smile. No wonder Pei Hung gets along well with the Wang family. He admits his mistakes, handles problems directly, and has good character. When Pei Hung returned home, it was almost midnight. Xia Zhao Zhao, sleepy and drowsy, noticed a figure beside her. If she hadn't been familiar with his scent, she might have been frightened. You're back, Xia Zhao Zhao asked sleepily. She knew he would come to see them when he returned home, so she left a lamp on for him. Because of that, no matter how late he came back, he would stay with them for a while to feel at ease. Keep sleeping, Pei Hung said in a low voice. Xia Zhao Zhao nodded with her eyes closed, unconsciously snuggling closer to him, her arm resting on his leg. Stay with me for a while, she said. Okay, Pei Hung whispered softly, almost like a murmur. Suddenly opening her eyes, Xia Zhao Zhao looked at him and asked, What's wrong? You sound a bit off. His voice was deep and somewhat restrained. Xia Zhao Zhao's consciousness was not fully clear yet, still carrying lingering sleepy feelings and gentle affection. Pei Hung reached out to smooth her furrowed brow and said, The government office has a lot of work. I must be too tired. Her voice was soft and lazy from waking up. You promised not to hide things from me. Pei Hung leaned down and gently touched her cheek, his voice full of affection. I know. Xia Zhao Zhao looked up and stared at him without blinking for a while. He did seem a bit tired. Could she be overthinking? Then you should go back to your room and rest early. I won't keep you, she said, pushing him gently, urging him to leave. But Pei Hung held her hand and said in a husky voice, I'll just lie here for a bit. You sleep, I won't bother you. Xia Zhao Zhao was really sleepy. Since he wouldn't leave, she decided to treat him as her pillow. She found a comfortable position and leaned into his embrace. In just a moment, her gentle breathing sounded in his ears. He softly brushed her hair away from her face and behind her ear, watching her peaceful sleep. Pei Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. She truly trusted him. After spending some time with her, his heavy, complicated feelings eased a bit. He raised his hand and used his inner strength to extinguish the candle on the table, plunging the room into darkness. His lips precisely pressed against her forehead, leaving a gentle kiss. He closed his eyes, smelling her sweet scent, and soon fell into deep sleep. Pei-hung had been especially busy these days, leaving early and returning late. Xia Zhaozhao vaguely remembered that he would stay in her room with her and their son when he came back, but in the morning, he was gone again. At those times, she was really too tired. Her memories were blurry, and she couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. Perhaps she missed him too much. Sometimes, Pei-hung would come home late and quietly jump over the wall using his light skills. When she asked, even Granny Zhao didn't seem to remember much. Today, Xia Zhaozhao went out to the bookstore. The shopkeeper told her that the sales of storybooks were better than last month, and Boss Chio had already ordered a reprint. Boss Chio sent her a letter, and he planned to send someone to deliver it today. But it just so happened that Xia Zhaozhao was at the bookstore. She opened the letter directly. Xiaonyang invited her to Fong City, and the decoration next to Lu Chun had already begun according to her ideas, but she needed to go and check the details in person. Xiaonyang also arranged guards to her, ensuring her safety. She saw that the letter was written yesterday, and it mentioned giving her 2 days to arrange things at home, so that would be the day after tomorrow. Xia Zhaozhao decided to bring Mu Er with her. Pei-hung had been busy lately, and Mu Er was very sad not to see her father. If she couldn't see her again, it would be even more heartbreaking. Thinking of how he tried to hold back tears made her feel very sad. She would bring Granny Zhao and Uncle Zhang along, so with familiar people around, she would feel safer. She also went to buy some snacks Mu Er liked because she was going out and didn't buy his favorite crispy cakes. After all, he was still a child, and if he got an upset stomach, it would be troublesome. Just as she was about to get into the carriage, a voice behind her called out, "Sister." Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, turned around, and saw Xia Huimin standing not far behind her. "I didn't expect to meet sister just after leaving." "We really are destined to meet," she said. Xia Zhaozhao's face showed no obvious change. Her expression was calm but distant. "It's not really fate, more like a stubborn ghost that won't leave," she replied. "Sister, you're joking. Does that mean I should avoid places where sister is?" Xia Huimin smiled, but her smile did not reach her eyes. Her tone was calm, but it carried a hint of arrogance and superiority. She is now under the protection of the young prince. In terms of status, Xia Zhaozhao's title as a military wife is not impressive. If anyone should be cautious, it's her. However, she is generous. Meeting her in a narrow place makes things more interesting. Otherwise, she would find it very boring. Moreover, it won't be long before their interaction ends. In the future, when she goes to the capital, they will have no chance to meet again. Xia Zhaozhao yawns impatiently and lazily says, "If you have something to say, just say it. We really have no deep friendship to catch up on." Seeing her about to get into the carriage, Xia Huimin steps forward a few steps and asks, "Recently, has Commander Pei not been home often? Do you know what he's doing?" Xia Zhaozhao pauses her movement into the carriage, her lips curling into a cold, thin smile. "Are you provoking me?" Xia Huimin laughs softly, acting sweetly. "How could I dare? I'm just kindly reminding my sister. Being deceived isn't a good feeling." Xia Zhaozhao raises an eyebrow slightly, her smile cold and clear. "You've been holding this in for so long. It must be very uncomfortable not to say it." "Indeed, it is." Xia Huimin stares at her without blinking, showing her true thoughts. Xia Zhaozhao smiles faintly. "I see. Well, I don't want to know. Keep it to yourself. Be careful not to get constipated." Xia Huimin, who has been a duchess for over 10 years, believes she is the best at enduring. Yet, she is easily angered by Xia Zhaozhao's tone. She doesn't understand what constipated means, but she knows it's not a good thing. She can't help but provoke her. The Pei family has been granted permission to return to the capital. The case against the Pei family will soon be cleared. Pei Hing will soon divorce you. "Divorce me, and I will marry you?" Xia Zhaozhao mockingly retorts without mercy. Xia Huimin raises an eyebrow. "Of course, because it's all my achievement." "Your achievement?" "Whether Pei Hung admits it or the Pei family approves, if you think Pei Hung will definitely marry you, then why are you here trying to show off your presence? Xia Zhaozhao's words seem casual, but each one pierces into Xia Huimin's heart. Xia Huimin glares, teeth clenched, at her face. This woman is about to become a rejected wife. Why is she so arrogant and reckless? She doesn't understand what constipated means, but she knows it's not a good word. She immediately can't help but provoke. The Pei family has been granted permission to return to the capital, and the case will be cleared soon. Pei Heng will divorce you very soon. Divorce me, and I will marry you? Xia Zhaozhao mockingly retorts without mercy. Xia Huimin raises an eyebrow. Of course, because it's all my achievement. Your achievement? Whether Pei Heng admits it or the Pei family agrees, if you think Pei Heng will definitely marry you, then why are you here trying to show off your presence? Xia Zhaozhao's words seem casual, but each one cuts into Xia Huimin's heart. Xia Huimin glares at her with clenched teeth. This woman is about to become a discarded wife. Why is she so bold and unruly? She doesn't understand what constipated means, but she knows it's not a good word. She can't help but provoke. The Pei family has been granted permission to return to the capital. The case will be cleared soon, and Pei Heng will divorce you very soon. Divorce me, and I will marry you? Xia Zhaozhao mockingly retorts without mercy. Xia Huimin raises an eyebrow. Of course, because it's all my achievement. Your achievement? Whether Pei Heng admits it or the Pei family approves, if you think Pei Heng will definitely marry you, then why are you here trying to show off your presence? As long as you are willing to leave, I will give you a sum of money to ensure you have no worries about food and clothing. In the future, I will treat Mu Er as my own family. We are sisters. There is no need to hurt each other. Xia Zhaozhao looked at her expressionless, her eyes filled with both mockery and pity. Sister, if you could handle Pei Heng, you wouldn't be coming to me. Wake up and save some face. Xia Zhaozhao brushed aside the hair blowing into her face, feeling no desire to look at Xia Huimin's face anymore. She had said everything that needed to be said, kind words and harsh words. There was nothing more to discuss with her. She didn't know whether to say she was too deeply emotional or too obsessed. Before getting into the car, Xia Zhaozhao heard Xia Huimin say behind her, "Since you won't listen to advice, I won't hold back. You'll regret this. I'll be waiting." Xia Zhaozhao kept her eyes closed, her expression calm, confirming her feeling from that night was correct. Pei Heng indeed had secrets in his heart. Although she didn't believe Xia Huimin's words, it was clear Pei Heng was worried about something since he didn't tell her. What was he concerned about? In less than 3/4 of an hour, the carriage stopped at their house. He didn't bring Mu Er with him today because she had gone early in the morning to visit Mr. Shen next door. Lately, he was eager to learn, so Xia Zhaozhao decided to go to Fong City this time to find Mu Er a suitable piano. She had already learned to play some simple tunes, improving rapidly. Of course, she owed this progress to Mr.
Shen.
She also planned to pick out a gift for him. When Pei Mu heard the carriage, he ran out from the yard and saw Xia Zhaozhao immediately rush over, excitedly saying, "Mama, Papa sent a gift." Xia Zhaozhao bent down to hug him, touched his hair and smiled, asking, "Are you happy to receive Papa's gift?" Pei Mu nodded, excited beyond words. Mama said that Papa came home last night while he was sleeping. He hadn't seen his father for several days, so he missed him. This morning at breakfast he was still thinking about it, and before noon, Papa had sent a gift. Many gifts. Let's put them in the main hall and go see, okay? Pei Mu tugged on Xia Zhaozhao's arm. Who sent them? Where's Papa? Papa hasn't returned yet. The gifts were sent by an uncle from Papa's office. Although Pei Mu was young, he was articulate and explained everything clearly without needing Grandma Zhao to speak for him. While talking, Pei Mu had already led Xia Zhaozhao to the gifts. Fine fabrics, rare even in Fong City, and jewelry that couldn't compare to Ning embroidery workshops. The gifts for Mu Er were also very delicate, showing they had been chosen with care. Are these gifts really from him? Why didn't he come back in person? Will they never see each other again? Or is he trying to make up for his guilt? Mother, Pei Mu saw Xia Zhaozhao looking a bit absent-minded. Does Mother not like it?
Of course I like it.
How could I not? Xia Zhaozhao smiled and gently touched her son's head. Pei Mu looked at her, blinking his bright eyes, but mother looks unhappy. Xia Zhaozhao looked at him. Sometimes she felt that Pei Mu was not like a typical 3-year-old. Not just his intelligence, but his ability to understand others' feelings was beyond what a child his age should have. He always accurately judged her mood. He was even more sensitive than Pei Heng when it came to sensing her emotions. Xia Zhaozhao gently pinched her son's little face. Mother is not unhappy. I am just thinking about our trip soon.
I was a bit distracted.
Pei Mu's eyes widened, and his beautiful black and white eyes looked at her. Can we go out to play again? Yes. Aunt Xiao invited us to Fong City. We will leave the day after tomorrow. Xia Zhaozhao's face had already regained a smile. She didn't want the adults' worries to affect Muer's mood. Will father go too? Father has been busy with cases lately and probably can't come. We can leave him a letter. When he sees it, he will come to Fong City to pick us up. Pei Mu nodded. Then I will protect mother. He still remembered the unpleasant memories from the last trip to Fong City and had volunteered to protect Xia Zhaozhao. Xia Zhaozhao put away the gifts and stored them in the cabinet. Pei Mu was sensible and didn't fuss about playing. Actually, he liked the little bow and arrow inside. Xia Zhaozhao naturally noticed her son's gaze fixed on the bow and arrow. Wait until father comes back and confirms whether these gifts are from him. Then Muer can play with them, okay? He managed to resist playing with them until she returned, which was already impressive for a little child. Mother, you mean these aren't from father? Not sure. Father hasn't come back yet. What if we got it wrong? Xia Zhaozhao patiently explained. I'll listen to mother. That night, Xia Zhaozhao didn't sleep well. Maybe she was worried about something, lying in a semi-sleep state. But she was certain of one thing. Pei Heng didn't come home that night. Usually, no matter how late, he would return. Even when he was away on business, he would tell her in advance. Xia Zhaozhao thought about what Xia Huimin had said. Could it be that Pei Heng left them and went back to the capital? But she quickly dismissed the idea. Pei Heng was not that kind of person. The more she thought about it at this moment, the more she believed in him. The breakup between spouses often begins with internal cracks. She cannot doubt Pei Heng's feelings for her, nor should she doubt his character. 2 days quickly passed, and her guards came to take them to Fong City. Xia Zhaozhao brought Uncle Zhang and Grandma Zhao along, and also left a letter for Pei Heng. So, he wouldn't misunderstand her running away with their son when he returned home. For safety, she also left a message with the Wang family. The Wang family's carriage was very fancy, with ice prepared inside to keep it cool and comfortable. Xia Zhaozhao didn't dislike their carriage, but she wouldn't refuse a more comfortable one. Pei Mu was initially a bit reserved, but gradually relaxed. After asking Xia Zhaozhao with his eyes, he started eating the fruits and snacks prepared on the carriage. Pei Heng leaned on the bed, his handsome face pale, but still alert. He glanced at the man across from him, who was playing with chess, and showed a hint of dislike. You keep coming here every day. You're not a doctor, so why do you keep bothering me? Lu Rong looked up at him. Why not? Your family doesn't let me visit, so I can't come to your little follower's house either? If you're so capable, go back to your own home. He's timid. I'm worried my injury might scare her, Pei Heng replied.
He was covered in blood that day.
She was delicate and gentle, and he was afraid he might frighten her or make her upset. Lu Rong sneered coldly, mocking him clearly. Her timid? Pei Yiji, you don't even know what your partner is like. You just spoil her. I spoil my wife. What does that have to do with you? Can you stop bothering me in front of my eyes? It's annoying, Pei Heng said coldly. Pei Yiji, in less than an hour, you've said twice that I bother you. Do you have no humanity? Pei Heng ignored his furious words. If you want, you can leave. That way, I can rest and recover properly, he said indifferently. Lu Rong sneered. Do you believe I won't come and take her to take care of you right now? It's natural for a woman to take care of her man. She's so delicate and timid, yet she's almost capable of murder. She usually acts arrogantly at home, but she wouldn't take care of her husband if he got hurt. He even sent gifts in his name to comfort his family, so he could rest peacefully. But now, he's injured and acting like a grandpa, refusing to go home or to his own courtyard, hiding here instead. He's like a grandson, bringing tea and water, which only makes him dislike him more. Pei Heng lowered his eyes, not even wanting to look at him. Where did this injury come from? Who caused it? Lu Rong was silent. Soon after, a guard entered. Lu Rong left the room, and soon there was a loud shout of anger. Come back. What do you think this is, a place to raise you? Someone on the other side said something again, and Lu Rong angrily told them to get lost. From the sound, it seemed they also moved their feet. After returning to his room, Lu Rong paced back and forth a few times. The room was small, and Pei Heng felt dizzy from being shaken. Seeing his frown, Lu Rong stopped and looked at Pei Heng, saying, "This time, it's not my fault. What happened now? Your woman ran away again, and this time she took your son with her." Hearing this, Pei Heng almost instinctively tried to stand up. When he moved, it pulled at his wound, and blood immediately seeped through the bandage. "What are you doing?" Lu Rong shouted, walking quickly over and holding his shoulder. "Are you tired of living? If so, it's perfect that she ran away. What did you tell her?" Pei Heng looked up at him. "What exactly did you say to her?" When he repeated it, his eyes turned red at the corners, and the blood spread across the entire bandage. Lu Rong looked at the large bloodstains spreading and became very irritable. "I've been with you all this time. What could I have said to her?" Pei Heng sneered coldly. "You didn't tell her anything. What about her?" Lu Rong was silent. The Pei family was able to return to the capital so quickly because the witness that Xie Huimin asked him to find was very useful. This proved her words were true. Recently, he had indeed been indulgent with her and given her some authority. As for whether she had done anything to Xie Zhaozhao, he couldn't be sure.
Pei Heng pushed his hand away. "Don't stop me.
You can't hold me back. I've already sent someone to chase her. Are you really going to tire yourself out trying to stop me?" Lu Rong said angrily. Pei Heng didn't stop walking, no need. This time he was in the wrong. He shouldn't have secretly hidden things from her. Otherwise, others wouldn't have had the chance. Lu Rong was furious, but couldn't just watch and do nothing. He could only take advantage of his moment of distraction to knock him out. He owed her this. He would personally bring her back. The doctor frowned and sewed up the wound again. The weather was so hot, and wounds didn't heal well in such heat. Repeated stitching easily led to infection. If infected, even a god wouldn't be able to save him. Lu Rong called Zhao Lei. "Guard your soldier well. If he wakes up and I'm not back, tell him I've brought her back." Zhao Lei was confused. What does bringing her back mean?
Who are they talking about?
Was there another big case at the government office? But given how badly the soldier was hurt, he definitely needed someone to take care of him. Xie Zhaozhao, carrying the child, was riding in the carriage, which wasn't moving very fast. Suddenly, she wobbled unexpectedly. She instinctively protected Muir in her arms and knelt down on one knee. The carriage was lined with soft blankets, so it didn't hurt, but she was truly startled. Just as she was about to ask what was happening, a furious voice came from outside. "Xie Zhaozhao, come out now." Xie Zhaozhao rolled her eyes. Although she hadn't met the person many times, she recognized the voice of a foolish person. She told Muir to sit still, then lifted the curtain. "What are you crazy about? Come back with me," Lu Rongyu said coldly. He was riding a fast horse and finally caught up with the carriage, but with guards protecting him, he couldn't get close. "Who do you think you are? Get lost." Xie Zhaozhao always had a bad attitude toward him. "Is Pei Heng not good enough for you? You ungrateful woman. You want to run away at this time." Lu Rongyu's temple twitched, making his usually gentle face look more gloomy and irritable. Xie Zhaozhao snorted lightly, showing no shame in her mockery. "What exactly is in your mind?" "Oh, water, you see. It's all over your face." In the hot weather, Lu Rongyu chased after her on horseback, sweating profusely, his clothes soaked through. Sweat also dripped down his face. Coincidentally, a drop of sweat fell into his eye, just as Xie Zhaozhao had sarcastically predicted. If she weren't Pei Heng's woman, he might really have made a move. Sharp-tongued and heartless. Besides her face, there was nothing else worth looking at. Pei Heng truly misjudged her. Xia Zhao Zhao, today you must come back with me, Lu Rongyu said, ignoring his image and wiping his sweat. Xia Zhao Zhao pulled the curtain shut, too lazy to pay him any attention. Fortunately, Autumn Nyang had sent guards, otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to shake him off. Lu Rongyu naturally also brought guards, but he was anxious, and his horse was faster than theirs. He couldn't defeat the guards, so it seemed this woman had truly climbed high. Seeing the carriage start to leave, Lu Rongyu didn't care that Pei Heng didn't want her to know he was injured. Xia Zhao Zhao, you heartless woman, don't you know your man is dying? And you're in such a hurry to leave him? He was blocked by guards and couldn't go forward, so he could only shout at the carriage. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled open again. Who do you say is about to die? Lu Rongyu sneered. Your man, Pei Heng, was stabbed in the chest. Originally, the wound had already been stitched up, but because of you, I heard you ran away and desperately chased after you. The wound reopened, and I don't know if I can survive. Maybe you'll soon become a widow. Xia Zhao Zhao quickly jumped down from the carriage, not even bothering with the horse stool. Angrily, she stormed up to Lu Rongyu and slapped him across the face. Because she hit so hard, her hand went numb from the force. Your mother is a widow, your husband is a widow, your whole family is widowed. All of Xia Zhao Zhao's anger in her life was poured into this slap. She had never been so rude to someone before. Congratulations, she had finally caught up with him. Lu Rongyu was stunned by the slap. After regaining his senses, he gritted his teeth and looked at Xia Zhao Zhao. You savage, uncultured country girl. Today, I will show you what this savage, uncultured country girl can do, Xia Zhao Zhao said with a cold smile. Her charming, bright face suddenly turned cold and fierce. Or rather, cold and sharp. Someone, come and tie him up. Make sure he's tight, Xia Zhao Zhao ordered the guards with a flick of her hand. Xia Zhao Zhao, how dare you? Xia Zhao Zhao gave him a contemptuous, cold smile. She had disliked him for a long time. When Feng Xiuqiu sent these guards, he told them to obey all of Xia Zhao Zhao's orders. Now that she told them to tie him up, they naturally had no reason to refuse. Lu Rongyu's martial skills were good, but fists couldn't fight four hands. Plus, these guards were sword-bearing guards from the prince's residence. How could he fight? All right, now tell me, how is my husband? Where is he now? Xia Zhao Zhao asked calmly. Her tone was steady, her emotions controlled. Seeing her like this, Lu Rongyu suddenly lost the desire to speak. He shouldn't have come on this trip. It would have been better to let her go. And let Pei Heng give up completely. Xia Zhao Zhao took a breath and smiled. Do you want me to break your teeth before you'll talk? In ancient times, violence often worked better than law. Lu Rongyu closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Xia Zhao Zhao didn't bother to argue with him. Feng Cheng probably wouldn't be able to go now. She needed to find Pei Heng first. She called a guard to explain the situation in Fengcheng and promised to rush over as soon as she finished dealing with this. Right now, she needed guards to find Pei Heng, but these guards couldn't leave yet. Xia Zhao Zhao threw Lu Rongyu into her carriage and told the guard to watch him. Zhang Shu looked at Lu Rongyu with disdain and spat on the ground. If he didn't know the other person was a prince, and if his face weren't so beautiful, he might have been tempted to spit right in his face. Bah, what a joke. Lu Rongyu was so angry he almost laughed.
He was.
His fine, prized horse was taken by a careless guard. What made him angrier was that the guard and the carriage he was tied to just passed by, heading east. When Xia Zhao Zhao returned to the carriage, Pei Mu was sitting properly beside Granny, looking worried despite his small size. Mother, is father really hurt? Xia Zhao Zhao gently touched her son's face. I don't know, but father is a hero. He won't get into trouble easily. Let's go back and find him. Xia Zhao Zhao felt uneasy, worried and scared at the same time. Worried about Pei Heng's injury. Afraid that something serious had happened to him. Tears blurred Pei Mu's eyes as they finally spilled over. He couldn't hold them back anymore. Large tears streamed down his face. He was very attached to Xia Zhaozhao, but that didn't mean he didn't love his father. Xia Zhaozhao wiped her son's tears.
Don't cry, Mu'er.
Dad is definitely fine. The carriage hadn't been out of the city for long, less than an hour, and they were back. Xia Zhaozhao ordered someone to pull Lu Rong and another person down roughly. I'll ask you again, where is Pei Heng? Lu Rong, humiliated by a woman, was naturally angry. But seeing her red eyes and Mu'er's face, which resembled Pei Heng, her heart softened suddenly. At Zhao Lei's house. If Pei Heng woke up and saw this woman, he probably wouldn't want to recover. If something serious happened, it would be hard for him not to blame others. Lu Rong thought that once she told Xia Zhaozhao, she would be released. But she was surprised when someone was ordered to look at her again. Xia Zhaozhao, what are you going to do? Lu Rong frowned. Xia Zhaozhao smiled slightly, but her eyes showed clear indifference. Since you're so kind, I'll give you a big gift. Lu Rong had a bad feeling, but she was already taken away and had no chance to speak. Xia Zhaozhao directly ordered her to be taken to Zhao Lei's house. When Zhao Lei heard the noise, he became alert. He got up and went to the courtyard, where the door was pushed open. A few unfamiliar guards with swords entered first. Zhao Lei instinctively held his sword at his waist. Zhao Lei, where is Pei Heng? Seeing Xia Zhaozhao leading Pei Mu inside, Zhao Lei finally relaxed a little. Wasn't Brother Pei trying to hide from his sister-in-law? How did she still know? He kept his lips sealed. No one had told her. It must be that proud little Prince Lu. Sure enough, a spoiled little face, unreliable in handling affairs. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, Pei is inside. Don't worry, he's fine. Zhao Lei comforted her along the way. Xia Zhaozhao almost ran, while Pei Mu, with his short legs, chased after his mother's footsteps. Pei Heng lay on the bed, eyes tightly closed, his face almost pale. Xia Zhaozhao's complexion nearly vanished in an instant. She hurried to the bed, grabbing his arm. If not for his steady pulse and normal body temperature, she would have thought She dared not think further. She couldn't bear the thought that her first love might end so suddenly. What would she do? Dad. Pei Mu cried like a tearful child. He had been holding back for a long time. Seeing his usually strong father lying so weak on the bed made him very sad. In his heart, his dad was like Sun Wukong, the hero from the stories. But now his dad was hurt. It was like Sun Wukong being trapped under the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years. He felt so sad. Xia Zhaozhao barely held back her tears with great effort. But her eyes, red from holding back, looked more heartbreaking than crying loudly. Zhao Lei came in and saw the scene, his eyes also turning sour. Thinking about his father's passing when he was young. The words orphan and widow became real in this moment. Pei Heng seemed to sense something, holding Xia Zhaozhao's hand again, then slowly opening his eyes. Zhaozhao, I was wrong, Pei Heng said immediately after opening his eyes. He didn't believe Lu Rong's words that she had run away with their son, but he was sure there was a misunderstanding. His recent absence gave others a chance to create misunderstandings. In the end, the fault was his. You're definitely wrong. You stay out all night, get hurt and don't tell me, and then send a fool to make me angry. I don't want to see you anymore, Xia Zhaozhao said, tears falling from her eyes. More and more tears. She couldn't control herself anymore. It was my fault, Pei Heng said, holding her hand tightly, trying to wipe her tears with his other hand. She scolded him but was afraid he might hurt his wound, so she grabbed his hand and said, apologies won't help. I'm really angry now. Bad person, scolding mother, bullying mother, Pei Mu chimed in. He blinked with big, shiny tears on his eyelashes, looking very pitiful. Mother and son had the same sad eyes, both looking helpless. Don't cry anymore. When Dad gets better, I will avenge you, Pei Heng said softly. Lu Rong indeed deserved to be scolded. He made his wife and son cry like this. After comforting his son, Pei Heng looked at Xia Zhaozhao again. When your wounds heal, do whatever you want to vent your anger, just don't cry. His gentle voice was like moonlight pouring down, soft and tender. No, it was more than tender. There was a strange affection and indulgence. Zhao Lei felt his face heat up just listening. He has known Brother Pei for so many years, but he has never heard Brother Pei speak in this tone. His lips couldn't help but curl upward, feeling like he had uncovered a huge secret. Zhao Lei quietly stepped back, not wanting to disturb the happy family reunion. Then you should get better soon. Does your wound still hurt? Xia Zhaozhao looked at the bandage on his chest. Pei Heng wanted to say it didn't hurt, but for some reason, the words stuck in his throat and only came out as pain. His gaze at Xia Zhaozhao was deep and passionate. After 3 days apart, he realized he missed her so much. He truly felt sorry. Dad needs to take medicine and get well soon, Pei Mu said. Muir, go find Uncle Zhao to play. Dad and Mom need to talk. Pei Heng gently patted his son's head. Muir's hair had grown quite a bit recently, and Xia Zhaozhao didn't bother to hide it from him. The headband he wore was decorated with tiny bells, delicate and cute, clearly well cared for. Xia Zhaozhao's love for Muir was obvious. Muir nodded obediently and went to find Zhao Lei. What do you want to tell me? Xia Zhaozhao looked at him with her beautiful eyes, but her tone was playful. Come closer. I'm a bit tired. Pei Heng frowned slightly. Normally indifferent, his face now showed a hint of vulnerability that had nothing to do with him. Xia Zhaozhao trusted him completely and leaned in close, her face near his lips. Even if he spoke softly, she could hear him. Before he could speak, she felt his warm, soft lips kiss her cheek. Her eyes suddenly widened, like a spring lake rippling with endless springtime. Zhao Zhao. His deep voice was now like a gentle whisper. Xia Zhaozhao scolded him with a playful glare, pretending to be angry. You're hurt and still not behaving. If I behave, can I kiss you? His clear eyes were full of tender affection. Pei Heng, I'm still mad at you right now. Don't think you can push your luck. She raised her eyebrows and pouted. Why wouldn't I be mad, Let me think. Come a little closer, Xia Zhaozhao beckoned with her finger. Pei Heng obeyed, tilting his head toward her. They were already close, and this slight move almost pressed his face against hers. Her kiss fell unexpectedly. Soft, sweet lips pressed against his. Pei Heng was savoring her beauty when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lips. A faint smell of blood filled his mouth. She had bitten him again. Since you can't speak properly with your mouth, you should pay the price. Let's see if you dare to hide things from me in the future. It was obvious that today I was setting a trap at a banquet. Pei Heng was young, healthy, and his wounds were healing well. He moved back to his own home after 3 days. The wound was covered with a scab on the outside, but inside it needed more time to fully heal. It would probably take at least 10 days, or half a month. Pei Heng asked for a long leave from the government office to rest at home.
He was quite relaxed.
Mother will go to the bookshop later. Please take good care of father while I'm gone. Xia Zhaozhao gently kissed her son's face.
Pei Mu nodded.
Don't worry, mother. I will take good care of father. Xia Zhaozhao raised her eyebrows and said to Pei Heng, You listen to your son. No wandering around. Pei Heng smiled faintly and said, All right, I'll listen to you. Yes, listen to your son.
Pei Heng's smile deepened.
He responded, Yes, listen to your son. Pei Mu looked proud and patted his chest. Don't worry, mother. Leave it to me. Xia Zhaozhao nodded happily. Our Muir is the best. Without you, this family wouldn't be complete. Pei Mu's face was full of pride he couldn't hide. Today, he felt like a grown-up. He could take care of his father and look after the family. After Xia Zhaozhao left, her smile faded. 3 days was the limit for her patience. Lu Rong had been well-fed and cared for during these 3 days, except he couldn't move freely. On the first day, he was furious, but over the next 2 days, he gradually calmed down. He wanted to see what tricks this woman was playing. The moment Xia Zhaozhao opened the door, Lu Rong's smile grew more confident.
See?
She was afraid to do anything to him. How has the little prince been these days? Xia Zhaozhao smiled charmingly. Her eyes sparkled, making people feel captivated. Lu Rong shivered slightly and adjusted his robes. Madam, with your care, how could I be unhappy? Xia Zhaozhao didn't know how to handle the guards who brought her clean clothes. They all used his usual attire. It seemed they didn't realize she had him trapped. He really had raised a bunch of useless people. Xia Zhaozhao's smile grew even warmer. As long as the little prince likes it. Come, serve the prince for his grooming. She beckoned, and guards entered the room. Qionyang's guards had indeed helped her a lot. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lu Rong frowned, feeling a bad premonition. What are you planning? The little prince's good days should be taken seriously. Xia Zhaozhao smiled at him meaningfully. Lu Rong wanted to ask more, but she didn't give him the chance. Spring and elegant residence, because of what happened last time, Xia Zhaozhao didn't have a good impression of this place. But after thinking it over, I still believe this place is the best. Xia Zhaozhao poured herself a drink. Actually, the wine here is quite good. Except it's a bit more expensive. Someone's coming, the guard reports. Xia Zhaozhao smiles softly and says, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I must say, her husband's charm is truly strong. A letter with no address or signature was enough to make Xia Huiwen take such a big risk. Xia Zhaozhao kneels calmly on the seat, watching the person who enters with a relaxed look. Xia Huiwen is clearly dressed carefully. Indeed, clothes make the person. She was once just pretty and delicate, but today she looks especially noble and generous. When Xia Huiwen sees Xia Zhaozhao inside, she pauses for a moment. Is it you? It's me. Xia Zhaozhao lifts her eyes and looks at her lazily, smiling faintly. You look disappointed. I just didn't expect my older sister to do something so boring, Xia Huiwen says with a hint of mockery. Xia Zhaozhao raises an eyebrow. Are you afraid? Xia Huiwen scoffs openly. My older sister overestimates herself. She's seen many things and wouldn't be afraid of her. That's not true. Xia Zhaozhao tilts her head and pours herself a glass of wine. Her voice is soft, and she looks lazily relaxed, as if this scene shouldn't be happening. Her overly charming and bright appearance makes Xia Huiwen dislike her. Because she has to admit, Xia Zhaozhao is more beautiful than her. But that's her only advantage. A woman's looks are the least worth mentioning. Xia Huiwen remains calm and composed, now presenting herself as a graceful, modest noblewoman. Unlike her, who is just a flirt trying to get by. Xia Huiwen picks up her wine and takes a sip. My older sister didn't invite me here just to drink and listen to music, did she? Xia Zhaozhao smiles, her voice becoming even softer, and signals the performers to leave the room. Of course not. Clearly, I've set a banquet here today, she replies. A flash of mockery crosses Xia Huiwen's eyes, but she still tries to maintain her dignity. Is my older sister planning to use the same tricks again? She asks, knowing well what happened last time here. Yes, I'm sure you haven't forgotten what you did before. If you want to hide something, you must do it yourself, Xia Zhaozhao says with a smile, but her eyes are cold and distant, with a hint of scrutiny. Later, she asked Qionyang to investigate. The servant from Chuanha elegant residence disappeared after that day. He vanished right after the incident, but his family suddenly became wealthy. They are currently renovating their house. Some things don't need solid proof. It's already clear from what has been found. Xia Huiwen held a proud attitude. I am the guest of the young master. You dare not harm me. She is now a benefactor of the Pei family, and even Pei Iheng dares not touch her. Just because of her? That's a joke. Xia Zhaozhao nodded, agreeing completely. I really wouldn't dare to hurt you. Xia Huiwen felt very pleased inside. Even her smile was full of pride. Did you see the gift I sent last time? Those jewelry pieces are worth more than 2,000 taels of silver. I've paid back what I owed you, sister. The young master sent some things from the Pei family, and she added a few more. They are all very valuable, things she could never hope to own in her lifetime. As a sister, she has done her best. So, it was you who sent it? I wondered, Xia Zhaozhao said with a sneer. It was valuable, yes, but it didn't suit her taste. Seeing the indifferent woman in front of her, Xia Huiwen held her cup and said, Sister, we are no longer what we used to be. As long as you are wise, life will be good in the future.
Sister.
Before she finished, she suddenly felt dizzy, Her vision blurred, and she looked at Xia Zhaozhao with disbelief. You. I already said it was a banquet of treachery. The wine was yours to drink. I didn't force you. Xia Zhaozhao shrugged innocently. Before Xia Huimin could finish speaking, she collapsed. Xia Zhaozhao clapped her hands and said, "Come out." The door to the inner room opened, and a man was lying on the bed, none other than Lu Rongyu, who had been missing for 3 days. Xia Zhaozhao ordered someone to help Xia Huimin onto the bed, then looked at the two on the bed with a satisfied smile. Xia Huimin was Lu Rongyu's beloved, and now she also lived in his house, registered under his name. Their relationship was already obvious to outsiders. As her older sister, she had to fight for her sister's reputation. Rising high like a phoenix, she might become a princess consort someday. The Xia family would seize this opportunity well. This was her good deed for the day. No wonder she was called the kindest person. When Xia Zhaozhao came out, she saw the guards at the door. Lu Rongyu's guards, along with Xia Huimin, were there. Lu Rongyu truly valued her now. Your young master and Miss Xia are inside. Keep watch, she kindly reminded them. They exchanged glances. How could the young master be inside when he wasn't at the Pei house? But they didn't dare to look inside. After all, when the young master and Miss Xia are together, no one is allowed to disturb them. Uncle Zhang saw Xia Zhaozhao come out and lifted the curtain, saying, "Madam, the people from the Xia family have gone inside." Xia Zhaozhao nodded. They really arrived quickly. Once Huimin becomes the princess consort, she might cause more trouble for the madam, Uncle Zhang said, confused. He always followed her when she went out, and he knew more about her affairs than Pei Heng. Xia Zhaozhao smiled silently. Is it so easy to become a princess consort? The Pei family hasn't been cleared yet, and Pei Heng isn't even the heir to the duke's estate. Everyone says she's not worthy of him, and that Pei Heng should divorce her. So how could Huimin become a princess consort so easily? Both of them are tirelessly trying to break her and Pei Heng apart. She just wanted to give them a little shock. Although she only used sleeping medicine, it's true that they were found undressed and sleeping together. Of course, if Lu Rongyu truly loved Huimin and married her under family pressure, that would be brave of him. She wanted to see how they would choose. About the army. Uncle Zhang was worried about this. Eventually they'll find out. He lied to her once, and she lied to him once. They were even now. After this, Lu Rongyu's and Huimin's feud with her ended. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the future. Xia Zhaozhao agreed to help her son take the Susan, and she bought 2. The weather was hot, and she had little appetite. Lu Rongyu arrived quickly, filling the small courtyard of the Pei family with his guards. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Although it was June, everyone felt an inexplicable chill. Lu Rongyu didn't go inside the room. Actually, he was about to go in, but Pei Heng stopped him. Pei Heng stood on the corridor, wearing a simple white robe, gentle and elegant, as if he had returned years ago. He didn't speak or make any move, but his posture clearly showed his attitude. Where is Xia Zhaozhao? Lu Rongyu gritted his teeth, speaking through clenched teeth. She has already rested, Pei Heng said calmly. With him here, there was no way he would let Lu Rongyu in. He didn't know what had happened, but his aggressive stance definitely meant trouble for Zhaozhao. Lu Rongyu was furious. If he weren't injured, he would have already attacked. Let her come out. I have something to confront her about directly. I already told you. She has rested, Pei Heng repeated slowly. Lu Rongyu kicked the nearby rocking chair in frustration. He couldn't hit anyone, so this was his only way to vent. Otherwise, he felt he would go crazy. Every time this woman schemed against him, he felt he had reached his anger limit. This time, she clearly challenged his patience once again. Do you think I'm stupid? She did something wrong, and she can sleep peacefully? Lu Rongyu angrily said. Xia Huimin, who was chasing after her, had red eyes and her shoulders slightly shook. Do you know what she did to us? Let her come out. I must see her today. Pei Heng remained unmoved. As long as he was here, no one could hurt her. Pei Heng, how long will you protect this wicked woman? Lu Rongyu sneered. Lu Rongyu. Pei Heng's eyes warned. All I see here is you targeting her and hurting her. Are you blind at such a young age? Lu Rongyu shouted. I must see her today. You're injured, but you can't stop me. She was locked up for 3 days by that woman. When she woke up, Xia Huimin was sleeping beside her. At that moment, she felt like hurting someone. Fine, Pei Heng said with a cold smile. Then walk over my dead body. Xia Huimin, afraid Lu Rongyu might act impulsively, quickly held his arm. No. Just as tensions rose, Xia Zhaozhao came out of the house. Her hair was casually loose, and her clothes were too loose but not bulky. Instead, she looked charming with a lazy air. Looking for me? Xia Zhaozhao smiled lightly. The more casual and indifferent she appeared, the angrier Lu Rongyu got. Lu Rongyu clenched his teeth, almost biting through them. You still dare to come out? Xia Zhaozhao shrugged, nonchalant. Why not? Besides, you're shouting so loudly, it's noisier than the neighbor's dog, and you woke me up. Big sister, why are you treating me like this? Do you know? Xia Huimin choked, unable to speak. Xia Zhaozhao wasn't in a hurry. She just looked at her with a faint smile, waiting for her to finish. Xia Huimin looked like she might faint from crying, and Lu Rongyu was quite considerate, patting her shoulder comfortingly. Big sister, why are you destroying me like this? Xia Huimin trembled all over. Xia Zhaozhao sneered coldly. Destroy you? Look at yourself, aren't you standing here perfectly fine? She looked at the two of them with obvious sarcasm in her eyes. Lu Rongyu wanted to strangle this woman. How could she be so nonchalant after doing such things? What's the difference between her and Qin Shu's past actions? Xia Zhaozhao, you have two choices. Either leave Pei Heng or kneel and apologize to Huimin, accepting her as Pei Heng's wife. Lu Rongyu's tone was cold and commanding, like an order. Xia Zhaozhao gently shook her head at Pei Heng, who was about to speak. She believed she could handle her own affairs without anyone stepping in. She sneered calmly, You keep meddling in my husband's household matters. Are you his father or his mother? Also, how dare you send your used woman to my husband and want to be a concubine? How shameless are you? Xia Huimin's eyes reddened as she glared at her, her voice trembling with tears. Myself and the young prince have done nothing.
Don't slander me.
Xia Zhaozhao chuckled softly, but her eyes showed no amusement. You say you've done nothing? Then why do you look so guilty when you come to see me? Xia Zhaozhao, Lu Rongyu was about to speak, but was cut off by Pei Heng's glare. How could a woman be so shameless to speak of losing her innocence? Indeed, she was crude, and isn't it true that sister drugged us and brought my parents here, causing all this chaos that everyone now knows about? Huimin cried bitterly. So, because you've lost face, you think my husband should share the shame? One of you claims to be his good brother, and the other says she's his wife from a past life. But I see neither of you wishes him well. Do you really want him to take responsibility for your mess? I drugged you both, but so what? Compared to what you did to me, this is just a polite response. If you want me to kneel and apologize, then you should kneel and admit your wrongdoings first. Xia Zhaozhao was not just a sweet girl who liked to act cute. She had experienced the brutal realities of the workplace. When it came to arguing, clearly, the two of them combined were no match for her. Lu Rongyu was so angry he almost closed his eyes in frustration. Kneel and admit guilt? Was this woman crazy? He, the noble young prince, only kneels before the emperor and ancestors, not anyone else. What was she? Why does my sister have to be so aggressive? Even if she doesn't like me, what did the young prince do wrong? Why should our family affairs involve him? Huimin tried to downplay Lu Rongyu's role in this matter. It became just a quarrel between two women.
Ha! Dream on.
Have you ever seen brothers sharing the same pants, but never brothers sleeping with the same woman? Doesn't the young prince have brothers? Even if not, he is a father. Don't use the good brother's name to send trash to my husband. He can't handle it. Lu Rongyu's temple twitched, fists clenched. Xia Zhaozhao, watch your mouth. Pei Heng stood silently beside Xia Zhaozhao, exuding calm indifference. Is she wrong? He asked. Have you forgotten how you treated Qin Shu? Xia Zhaozhao has done even more. Where is your sense of justice? Aren't you the one who values the law the most? He continued. You were the ones who provoked her first. So, only you can bully her, but she can't fight back? What's the rule here? Or do you, Lu Rongyu, think I, Pei Heng, am already dead? His voice was soft and steady, but his commanding presence felt deep and invisible, like a hidden force. Xia Zhaozhao looked up at Pei Heng, feeling more confident. She thought he would blame her for being ruthless once he found out. She even considered how to please him. But now she realized she was overthinking. He was unwaveringly on her side. If you two don't leave right now, I'll ring the gong and call the neighbors over to see how the noble prince of Qi forces my husband to accept a woman who has been with him, touched him, and made him hers. Let everyone judge who is shameless. Uncle Zhang, ring the gong. Xia Zhaozhao's eyes flashed with fierce anger. Since they had no shame, she didn't mind stepping on them a few more times. After all, it was their reputation that would be ruined. Uncle Zhang took out the prepared gong. With a crisp, long sound, it echoed far and wide. He cleared his throat, ready to shout, when Xia Huimin suddenly knelt down with a thud.
You kneel now.
Sister, can you agree to let me in? Do you have gold worth 10,000 taels or a red thread from the matchmaker? If a simple kneel can bring you a marriage, then you should kneel? Xia Zhaozhao sneered. Did you hear that? You said I kneel, and you'll agree, Xia Huimin said. Are you deaf or just stupid? I want you to kneel and confess your sins. Have you confessed, or can you represent Lu Rongyu? She asked mockingly. Uncle Zhang, keep ringing. It's best if the people of Bianqing come and see, she added. Sister, Xia Huimin knelt to grab Xia Zhaozhao's skirt. Please, I beg you. I really like Pei Heng. We follow the example of the queen and the heroess, sharing one husband. I won't compete with you. I won't agree. Lu Rongyu, you brought him here, so take him away. Otherwise, it will end badly, Pei Heng said, his dark eyes fixed on Lu Rongyu. His gaze was cold, with a dark, almost unbearable intensity. Are you really willing to treat a woman who cares for you and plans everything for you like this? He asked quietly. The man remained silent. His dark eyes were heavier than the night itself. Since birth, you and I have known each other. I thought we could be lifelong friends, but now I see. Pei Heng's lips curled in a sarcastic and disappointed smile. Lu Rongyu immediately had a bad feeling and hurried forward, but he was still a step too late. Pei Heng turned quickly, pulling a dagger from the guard's waist nearby and stabbing it into his own chest. Huppy, Xia Zhaozhao's voice was sharp and distressed. Pei Heng supported her and whispered comfortingly, Don't be afraid. Lu Rongyu's face nearly collapsed, and he raised his arms helplessly. Are you crazy? Are you mad? Blood from Pei Heng's lips slowly seeped out, shocking to see. I saved you when we were young, and you have always remembered that. Now you have saved the entire Pei family, and I have nothing to repay. I give you my life. If I die, it's my fate, not your fault. If I don't die, then we are even. Pei Heng drew out the dagger and dropped it at Lu Rongyu's feet. A chime sounded, as if announcing the end of their 24 years of friendship. Pei Heng spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the blood on his chest stained his white shirt, consuming his life. He was tall and strong, and Xia Zhaozhao alone couldn't hold him. Uncle Zhang dropped his gong and rushed over to support Pei Heng. Pei Heng's gaze stayed on Xia Zhaozhao's face as he smiled and said, I no longer owe him anything. I won't make you suffer anymore, Zhaozhao. Before he finished speaking, he coughed up more blood and fainted. Within a few days, he was wounded 3 times in the same place, and even the strongest body couldn't withstand it. Iji, Lu Rongyu's face was pale and full of despair and regret. He never thought he would be so resolute. Xia Huimin looked stunned, muttering, How could this happen? How could this happen? Get out. Xia Zhaozhao looked at him coldly, her eyes filled with red murderous intent. Get out, and don't let me see you again. Xia Zhaozhao first had Uncle Zhang carry Pei Heng back to the room, then asked him to call a doctor. Lu Rongyu stood there, completely lost and hopeless. He didn't look at Xia Huimin beside him and closed his eyes, saying, "I've done my best. You saw it. You saw that Yi would rather die than marry you. Don't bother him anymore. I will marry you as a side consort and ensure you a lifetime of wealth and happiness." He had originally planned to marry her as a side consort, but she used her Gonglal to threaten him, forcing him to accept her as a sister and marry Pei Heng as a secondary wife. He agreed. He thought she was just a woman, just a secondary wife. But he never expected it would come to this. He wanted to do good for him, to bring him back to the way things used to be. He never thought it would end like this. Lu Rongyu suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed straight down. Is he going to die? If he dies, it will all be over. In his last moment of losing consciousness, Lu Rongyu thought this way. On the third day of Pei Heng's coma, the doctor was at a loss. He had been practicing medicine for many years and had never seen a patient who didn't care about their life like this. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't always save people from death. The doctor sighed and prepared for the worst, thinking maybe a little hope would wake him up. "Pei Heng, we have a promise in 40 days. If you don't wake up by then, the promise is off. I will take Mu Air away from the border town and start fresh somewhere without you. I'm so beautiful. I'm sure I won't lack men who like me. I will find a kind and honest man, unlike you, who keeps attracting trouble, and I will forget you completely." Xia Zhaozhao's tears silently fell from her eyes. So this is what pain feels like. Heartbreaking pain. Is this love? A drop of tears fell on Pei Heng's hand. It felt like being burned, and his fingers moved slightly. Xia Zhaozhao sensed it and hurriedly called the doctor. "Doctor, he moved. He really moved. Please, save him again." Pei Mu also held the doctor's arm. "Save my father." Soft golden sunlight shone through the window. Xia Zhaozhao lay by the bed, her head resting on Pei Heng's arm. She had probably been holding his arm all along and fell asleep unknowingly. She was bathed in the gentle golden sunlight, looking especially tender and peaceful. It was beautiful, but he still preferred her to be cheerful and playful. He wanted to call her name, but was reluctant to wake her. He didn't know how long he had been asleep, but she must be suffering a lot. Xia Zhaozhao seemed to have a special connection or was suddenly awakened by something, and she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes, still not fully clear, looked at the man on the bed. But unexpectedly, she met his deep eyes. His deep gaze, warmed by the sunlight, seemed like melting ice, full of tenderness, like a gentle embrace wrapping her into his world.
"Zhao Zhao."
He softly called her name. His voice was low and hoarse, but it was like pulling her back from a long dream, making her finally believe that what she saw was real. "You're awake?" Xia Zhaozhao tightly grasped his arm, feeling the nervousness of having lost and regained him. It was as if she didn't hold on tightly, he would disappear. "You finally woke up," Xia Zhaozhao repeated again. He was clearly smiling, but tears ran down his face to join in the fun. He was crying and laughing at the same time. Later, she thought she must have looked very silly then. Pei Heng said she looked like a fairy. His little fairy came riding on a rainbow cloud, waking him with a morning kiss. His arm was pressed down by her, and he was numb enough not to feel much. Maybe it was this tingling sensation that woke him up. The moment he opened his eyes and saw her, it was as if all his other senses that had nothing to do with her disappeared. He nodded hard and hoarsely said, "I'm fine." "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want some water?" "No, I should call the doctor first." Xia Zhaozhao had been very calm these days, but at this moment she panicked. She was confused and helpless. She hurried to get up, but as soon as she stood, she felt dizzy. Her legs went numb, and she got up too quickly. Luckily, she caught the bed in time. "Zhao Zhao." Pei Heng's eyes showed obvious worry. "I'm fine," Xia Zhaozhao said shyly. "I just got up too fast." "I'm fine too. Take it slow. We have plenty of time." Pei Heng's voice was deep and rough. Xia Zhaozhao nodded. Yes, he was awake now, and they would have plenty of time. A lifetime of time. The doctor came in to check Pei Heng's pulse, adjusted the medication, and scheduled a follow-up in 3 days. Pei Mu's eyes were a little swollen from crying, but she still comforted Pei Heng like a little adult, telling him to rest well, take his medicine properly, and not sleep so long again. I've been busy taking care of you these days. Mr. Shun has helped us a lot. He's been with Mu'er, Xia Zhaozhao said. Pei Mu was only 3 years old. When he woke up, his father was already asleep again. He vaguely heard from the doctor that his father was close to death. Always obedient, he insisted on waiting with Xia Zhaozhao for Pei Heng to wake up, refusing to let Grandma Zhao stay. Shun Xianyan lived next door and knew a bit about the Pei family, so he came to visit. Pei Mu listened to him and was willing to follow his advice. Shun Xianyan had also been helping out these days. But he was very careful and only stayed with Mu'er, not trying to ask about the Pei family. He didn't even come close to Xia Zhaozhao, only staying with Mu'er. I will repay this kindness, Pei Heng said with a smile. It was something he owed, so of course he would repay it himself.
First, get well.
Your life was almost lost. Don't think about anything else. Mr. Shin isn't going anywhere, Xia Zhaozhao said with delicate eyebrows furrowed. That day, she shouldn't have been soft-hearted and just given a sleeping potion. She should have used something harsher to make them truly stay together, with no way back. Otherwise, Pei Heng wouldn't have cut ties with Lu Rong so decisively. He nearly lost his life. Pei Heng gently brushed her forehead and said, I haven't finished promising you something, so I can't bear to die. Next time you try to hurt yourself like that, I will just take Mu away. I don't want to stay and see you hurt yourself or get sick. It was my fault, Pei Heng whispered softly. He owed her, and he would gradually make up for it in the future. Your life was saved by me, and I will repay you with my whole life. This time, Pei Heng was badly hurt. He took over half a month to heal the external wounds. The doctor said the internal wounds would take at least another month to recover. During this month, he must stay careful and avoid lifting heavy objects. If the wounds split open from inside, even a miracle wouldn't save him. Xia Zhaozhao helped Pei Heng sit outside in the yard to enjoy the cool breeze. That night, the moon was not full and kept hiding behind clouds. Today was Qixi Festival, the traditional lovers' day in ancient times. There was a lantern fair on the street, and young women gathered to worship the moon, making the scene lively. But this lively atmosphere had nothing to do with them. However, Xia Zhaozhao didn't feel sad about it. Qixi Festival was meant to be spent with a loved one. And she already had someone she loved. This was also her first Qixi Festival. Pei Heng had made a rabbit-shaped lantern himself. My mother and father fell in love over a lantern, and later my mother asked her father-in-law to arrange their marriage. Pei Heng mentioned his mother for the first time to Xia Zhaozhao. They must have loved each other very much. Xia Zhaozhao leaned into Pei Heng's arms. Maybe so, he replied with a slight smile, as if he was reminiscing or letting go of the past. Yes, letting go. Without letting go, he couldn't be so casual about it. Probably because love can't compete with reality, he said. His mother was a favored princess of the former emperor, and his father was the most valued heir of the Pei family. An alliance with the royal family seemed honorable, but it kept the family away from power. How could his father, the heir of the noble estate, be willing to be a powerless prince consort? Time passed, and the love that once burned fiercely probably faded day by day. And he was the last straw that broke them. Love can't compete with reality. Xia Zhaozhao repeated his words, then looked into his eyes and said quietly, What about us? All that is lost doesn't belong to us. What stays by our side is the most precious. My reality and future only have you. Life is short, and I just want to hold on to what I can. That sounds a bit sad. I don't like it, Xia Zhaozhao shook her head. Pei Heng looked up at her with a gentle smile. So, what do you like? I believe that my fate is decided by myself, not by heaven. I see others' gazes as flickering ghost fires. I want to boldly walk my own night path. This is a quote from her favorite author. For a long time, she kept this book by her bed and would read it during her free time. Madam has great courage. Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, looking proud.
Of course. Who am I?
I am Xia Zhaozhao. My future will surely be bright and shining. Kindness is precious, but without teeth, kindness is just weakness. To adapt to this world's rules, she cannot be weak. She needs to grow fangs slowly and tear apart everything that is not beautiful. During Pei Heng's rest and recovery, everything was peaceful and quiet, unless Lu Rong and his men sent messages. She almost forgot about him. Pei Heng looked at the letter with a calm face. At least, Xia Zhaozhao felt no waves of emotion. What did he say? Xia Zhaozhao pouted. They had already said they would cut ties and stop all contact, yet he still sent letters to bother them. Can he have no shame? He married Xia Huimin as a concubine, Pei Heng said casually. Xia Zhaozhao paused for a moment, then smiled. They should have been a match a long time ago. He really had nothing better to do than write letters to show off. During this time, Lu Rong and his men had been watching nearby, trying to gather information. But no one dared approach the Pei family's courtyard, and she didn't bother to care. She decided to turn a blind eye. The ginseng and lingji that Uncle Zhang bought from outside were of excellent quality. In such a small border town, which pharmacy could afford these? Only Lu Rong and his people could get such things. Lu Rong and felt guilty toward Pei Heng, and Pei Heng also urgently needed these herbs to restore his health. She didn't want to expose this. Although Lu Rong and was like a malicious mother-in-law who picked fights, he had no fault when it came to Pei Heng. He said, "My aunt has already left for the border town and will stay here for a while." Pei Heng spoke again. "From your tone, it sounds like she's not coming with good intentions." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Pei Heng's lips, with a hint of gentle affection. "My aunt is strict, but she loves her younger relatives. She probably just wants to come see Muir. She won't cause trouble for you, don't worry. With you supporting me, what am I afraid of? Only wives who are ignored by their husbands get bullied by their in-laws," Xia Zhaozhao said, linking arms with him, smiling brightly. "She's not good at killing or stealing, but she won't be a punching bag either." Pei Heng looked down at her charming face, his eyes full of smiles. "You're right. I will support you. I will be going out in a few days. Please have Grandma prepare anything we might need at home. If Andy arrives early, I don't want her to feel neglected." He bowed his head and gently kissed her cheek. "Don't worry, I am here." Pei Heng's injury was stable, and plans to go to Fong City were also arranged. Muir wanted to go with her mother but ultimately decided to stay home and keep his father company. If he went with his mother, Grandma Zhao would go too, and his father would be all alone at home. The carriage went a long way, and Muir kept waving his chubby little hand until the carriage turned a corner and disappeared. Only then did he stop watching. Muir looked up at Pei Heng. "Dad, when you get better, we will go to Fong City together." "Okay. Then you must take your medicine and eat well, so you can recover quickly. Mom asked me to take good care of you." Pei Heng couldn't help but smile at his son's serious face and patted his head. "Yes, I will listen to you these days. Then I'll go sit in the rocking chair and tell you a story." "What story?" "Neza causing trouble at the sea. Didn't we just hear that yesterday? Today I'll tell you about the story of cutting bones and returning to the mother." Summer nights are very quiet, occasionally broken by a few dog barks. Recently, Xia Zhaozhao has been keeping him company, and now that she's gone, Pei Heng feels a bit uncomfortable. He isn't very sleepy, but Muir's bedtime stories help him fall asleep. The little boy has recently become very eager to share, talking much more than before, definitely a little chatterbox. Pei Heng pulled the blanket over and covered his son's little belly. As he left the room, he heard faint noises from the yard. Though injured, his hearing was still sharp. Lu Rong had just entered when a dagger was pressed against his neck. He sighed helplessly. "It's me." Pei Heng recognized his voice and loosened his grip. Lu Rong sat boldly on a chair, while Pei Heng frowned. "Get up. Are you really going to cut ties with me? Never see me again?" Compared to Lu Rong's agitated tone, Pei Heng remained very calm, with a blank expression. That's her usual seat. She doesn't like it. Lu Rong sneered with frustration. "She's at home. I can't come. She's not here, and I sit in her chair. I get scolded." "Pei, you're really something. Lu Rong refused to stand up and insisted on sitting in that chair today. Pei Heng frowned. It's your fault for offending her so badly. You deserve it. Get up. There's a stool over there. Lu Rong glanced at the corner stool with disdain. Recently, he had been given ginseng and lingji, but all he got was a stool in return. However, he got up from his chair and sat beside her. The seat next to him was probably hers too. But Pei Heng still didn't want to share. That's mine. Can I sit there? Lu Rongyu was so angry, he almost jumped up. No, I said sit on that bench. Pei Heng said calmly. Lu Rongyu was furious. Fine, the bench is just a bench. How's your injury? Lu Rongyu was worried about his wound, so she came personally. If Xia Zhaozhao hadn't been away, she wouldn't have dared to come. That woman, he was truly afraid of her. I'm fine now. Pei Heng brewed himself some tea, and also made a cup for him. He was too angry, so he needed to calm down, to prevent waking Mu'er. Mu'er saw him, and was also unhappy. Lu Rongyu took a sip of tea, and felt much calmer. She looked up at him with a full expression of resentment. Are you really going to turn against me? I warned you long ago. If there's a falling out, it's because of you. I can't keep many people around. She is one. Pei Heng's tone was lazy and relaxed. When he mentioned Xia Zhaozhao, he showed silent, gentle affection. Lu Rongyu couldn't quite tell her mood. Honestly, there was no point in talking about this now. We've been brothers for many years. I was wrong this time. I won't interfere in your marriage in the future. I will also watch over Xia Huimin. If there's a chance, I will apologize to her. I won't forgive her. Lu Rongyu frowned, feeling more irritated. Things around him had become really chaotic lately. If she doesn't forgive, will I still have to sneak around to see you? Then maybe I won't see you at all. Do you still have no heart? Lu Rongyu couldn't help but say. The wound he inflicted on himself hurt more than the one on him. Killing someone is just a matter of a headstone. If you do wrong, you pay the price. This matter can't be undone. You've done enough for the Pei family. The faction struggle has no absolute right or wrong. You still have the Ronglong mansion behind you. There's no need to keep risking it. Pei Heng said calmly. Court affairs are not always decided by the east wind or the west wind. Sometimes the west wind overcomes the east, or vice versa. The Pei family returning to the capital doesn't mean everything will be cleared. He had been investigating past events these years. From the Pei family's perspective, he naturally hoped they would return to the capital sooner. But the truth is, the Pei family isn't entirely innocent either. He also understood why his mother had to go into a certain doomed situation back then. Lu Rongyu raised an eyebrow after hearing this and looked at him. What do you mean? Go back to the capital. I was demoted by the emperor and exiled. Without a royal decree, I can't return. You won't get the result. I don't want to go back now. Pei Heng spoke calmly and casually when the emperor banished him from the capital, as if he didn't care at all. He grew up in the palace, first raised by the late emperor, then personally taught by the current emperor. Not just any prince, even the crown prince couldn't compare to his wisdom. When the late emperor died, only Zhang Dejian and he were by his side. He was only 5 years old that year. The late emperor clearly declared the 9th prince as the new emperor in his will. One word stopped a royal family crisis, and the current emperor smoothly took the throne. The current emperor sees Pei Heng as a lucky star, keeps him close, and values him as much as the crown prince. If Pei Heng weren't the eldest grandson of the Pei family, the emperor even considered giving him a royal surname. He was already prepared to crown him as a prince when he reached adulthood. The bond between Pei Heng and the emperor isn't like that of father and son, but even stronger. The incident at the Eastern Palace shocked the court. Princess Chang threatened with her life, forcing the emperor to change the sentence from execution to exile in Lingnan. Later, the emperor issued an order to banish Pei Heng from the capital. It pierced his heart one by one. From that moment, the 16-year-old boy could never go back to how he was before. Is it that you don't want to return to the capital, or that you don't want to go back to a place that hurts you? I think it's fine now. Being away from trouble, doing what I can, isn't that enough? Don't involve yourself in the Pei family's affairs anymore. He established the Eight Directions Guard Agency, investigated the truth of that year, secretly protected his relatives, things a Pei descendant should do. Now, the Pei family has returned to the capital. He has his own choice. He feels this is good and doesn't want to break this happiness. I've been involved in the Pei family's matters for many years. I know what I should and shouldn't know. There's no turning back now. As for the mansion, I only do what I want. Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with me. It would be better if they all died. Then he wouldn't have to personally deal with each one later. Lu Rong and her tone were cold, showing a completely different attitude from Pei Heng. You're now a married man. Do I care? If she still had some use for Pei Heng, she wouldn't stay by his side. She has merits, but he also fought hard for her this time, nearly costing Pei Heng his life. He married her as a concubine to give her wealth and status for life. He owes her nothing. Go back to the capital. Lu Rong took another sip of tea. You're the one bothering me so much. If I want to stay, I will. You said you wanted to cut ties with me, right? Yes, I want to cut ties, so I told you not to interfere. I can do whatever I want. Why do I need your permission? Are you my father or not? Lu Rong directly retorted Pei Heng with her sharp words. After arguing, it really felt good. Pei Heng. Anyway, your wife isn't home, and there's wine. I want a drink. I'm injured and can't drink. I'll drink alone, and I won't let you join. No, you're just being stingy. During the time Xia Zhaozhao was away, Lu Rongyu and Yi often visited the Pei family courtyard. Lu Rongyu and couldn't help but laugh. After 20 years of brotherhood, it ended up being secretive, like keeping a mistress outside. Xia Zhaozhao's life wasn't as good. Feng Shuqiu made her work hard. Many things were waiting for her to decide, including the style of Manhwa Tower and her creative ideas. Implementing these ideas was still difficult. Her initial plan wasn't detailed enough. Now that she was right in front of her, discussing directly with her was the fastest and most effective way. Our target customers are women aged 15 to 40. We need to understand their preferences. It should be different from Yulo's spring style. Actually, compared to men, women prefer to see beautiful women. They have high standards, but once they like someone, they are willing to spend real money. Unlike men who pursue fun. Throughout history, women have held the main financial and consumption power in the household. Winning their hearts means securing the wealth of the family. Feng Shuqiu increasingly agreed with her reasoning. For example, if she passed by a handsome man, she would be briefly amazed. But if she saw a stunning beauty, she wouldn't just glance. She would keep looking back. From appearance to clothing, to demeanor, everything had to be clear and precise. Women confined to their chambers had very few ways to entertain themselves. Manhwa Tower only served female guests, and the performers were all women, following a high-end route. This wouldn't harm the reputation of women's chambers. Once Manhwa Tower is established, we can also offer services like fashion, makeup, and body management for noble ladies. Jiaji's sister, Xiao, isn't thinking of opening a women's school? Manhwa Tower can serve as a middle ground, giving a shelter for women with sad backgrounds. Although Xia Zhaozhao's entrepreneurial ideas came from modern times, some concepts still fit both ancient and modern contexts. Feng Shuqiu nodded in agreement. You and I are thinking the same. The girls I recruit now are mostly poor children sold by their parents. Learning a skill means they won't starve in the future. It's thanks to your idea first. I'm just talking. Sister is the real benefactor, doing practical things. Xia Zhaozhao sincerely praised. Over the past few days, she realized that Feng Shuqiu had done much more than she initially thought. Because she had once been caught in the rain and heard rumors, she wanted to help more women. She was truly glad it was her she met back then. If she had been a man, he might not have given her the chance to stand up for herself. On the day she left, Feng Shuqiu held her hand and said, I really don't want you to go. Can't you stay a few more days? The girls listen to you, and they really shine with energy. I've been here for over half a month. When I left, I said I'd be back in 7 or 8 days. I miss my son. Xia Zhaozhao could even imagine her son with a small frown, sitting on a tiny stool, looking at the door, hoping she would come back. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to see him soon.
Why?
Do you miss your son or someone else? Fang Xiuqiu teased. During this time, they'd been eating and staying together, and their sisterly bond grew stronger, making their conversations more casual. Xia Zhaozhao was no longer shy and said openly, "Of course I miss him." Plus, their 100-day promise was coming up soon. All right, I know you're in love.
Go now.
Fang Xiuqiu said. Xia Zhaozhao brought a cart full of gifts, all prepared by Fang Xiuqiu. After more than 2 hours of travel, she felt the carriage was moving too slowly. Her heart was already flying back home. When the carriage stopped, she couldn't wait to jump out, even before the guards could put down the small stool they carried. Pei Mu looked up and saw Xia Zhaozhao at the door, and his eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly got up from the small stool, ran over with his short legs, calling mother as he hurried to her. Pei Heng, who was closer to Xia Zhaozhao and had longer legs, reached her faster and hugged her into his arms. He held her tightly, as if trying to squeeze her into his body, showing endless longing. "You're finally willing to come back," he whispered softly, full of deep longing and a hint of sadness. If she didn't come back soon, he would take their son to Fang City to find her. Fang Xiuqiu's actions were unfair. How could she keep someone away for so long? Pei Mu was a step behind, sadly standing next to his mother, holding her leg, and said sadly, "Mother." When he grew taller, he promised he would run faster than his father. Then he could be the first to hug his mother. Xia Zhaozhao pushed Pei Heng, saying, "You're an adult now, and you're still fighting with your son." Muir looked so sad he almost cried. Pei Heng bent down to pick up his son, holding her with his other arm. "That should be enough now. How is your injury? Is Muir okay?" Xia Zhaozhao was worried that his wound might open again. "Do you want to try?" Pei Heng looked into her eyes, a hint of a smile in his gaze. Although he spoke casually, Xia Zhaozhao sensed there was more meaning behind his words. Maybe she was overthinking it. She looked away, avoiding his intense gaze. "The gift that Aunt Xiu brought you. That gold box is for Mr. Shin. You remember clearly." "Of course, I chose it myself." Pei Heng's eyes fell on the gold box. "Is this the one? No wonder it looks a bit out of place." Uncle Zhang was very careful when moving it, worried about damaging it. When Muir saw the musical instrument, he immediately slipped down from Pei Heng's arms, knowing that Mama would remember. Mr. Shin said that before playing the instrument, one must wash hands and burn incense to touch it. Pei Mo carefully washed and dried his hands before touching it. "You're only allowed to play for half an hour each day. You're still young, and your bones are still developing. Practicing too much isn't good for your fingers," Xia Zhaozhao advised carefully. When she learned the instrument, she was already 5 years old, and she only practiced for an hour at most each day. Pei Mo said seriously, "Mr. Shin said the same about practicing calligraphy. It shouldn't be too long." Mr. Shin is right. Brother Wang has finished making the small bed and the screen. "Do you want to see?" Pei Heng smoothly interrupted the mother and son. The frequent mention of Mr. Shin seemed a bit excessive. It's just playing the instrument. Why act so profound? He could do it too. Pei Mo quickly diverted his attention, eagerly holding Xia Zhaozhao's hand and walking toward the bedroom. "That's the screen painted by Daddy," Pei Mo said proudly. Xia Zhaozhao was amazed by the painting on the screen, which depicted their family of 3. Although it was a side profile, it was very lively and full of emotion, tender and intricate. The painting of her and Pei Heng looked somewhat romantic, but Muir added liveliness and warmth to the scene. It was perfect to place in the bedroom. "Very well painted. I'm glad you like it," Pei Heng said happily. "This is my little bed. Look, Mama, there's even a little tiger carved here. That's me. I want to sleep on this bed in the future." Pei Mo excitedly pulled Xia Zhaozhao to see his bed again. "Do you want to sleep alone? Muir has grown up and can take care of Daddy, so I can sleep alone. Won't you listen to Mama's bedtime stories? Mama can tell stories through the screen. Then, won't you stay with Mama?" Father accompanies mother, so suddenly Pei Mu covers her mouth and stops talking. "Then what?" Pei Mu shakes her head. "Muir can sleep by herself." Xia Zhaozhao glances at Pei Heng. Muir is very close to her, but suddenly wants to sleep alone. Did the father and son make some secret agreement behind her back? Pei Heng looks calm, as if it has nothing to do with him. Xia Zhaozhao glares at him, planning to ask him about it later. When she gets home, Grandma Zhao specially adds 2 more dishes and makes soup. She notices Xia Zhaozhao prefers drinking soup, chicken, fish, or pork rib soup, but she doesn't eat the meat inside. She watches Xia Zhaozhao pick out the meat, while Pei Heng calmly scoops it into his own bowl. If this happened somewhere else, she would definitely be scolded. But at home, the 2 men spoil her. She just focuses on doing her chores well and doesn't interfere much in the adults' matters. Xia Zhaozhao doesn't like the quiet, silent eating style. She prefers chatting during meals. Pei Mu wasn't allowed to do that before, but since Xia Zhaozhao started eating with them, the rule changed. Now, Pei Heng is used to it. When she was away from home recently, mealtime was especially quiet, and she even felt the dishes tasted bland. Today, everything is lively and colorful again. You spent all the money I gave you, not a single coin left, Xia Zhaozhao says. Before leaving Fangcheng, Pei Heng put 3,000 taels into her purse. She only realized this when she arrived in Fangcheng and was surprised by his earning ability. She knows the Bafang agency is his business, but he also spends a lot. Running the agency costs money, and the large family in Lingnan also needs expenses. So, 3,000 taels is not a small amount for Pei Heng now. She wants to see how he reacts when he hears this. Those seemingly generous men who secretly pinch pennies would start lecturing at this moment. Spend as you like. I gave it to you to spend, Pei Heng says without care. Exactly, I think so too. Xia Zhaozhao smiles brightly, sways her body, and speaks sweetly. Seeing her lively, clever eyes, he would give her not just 3,000 taels, but even his life. Yes, from now on the household money is under your control. Is there still money left at home?
Yes.
In any case, she won't be wronged. Aren't you afraid I'll be wasteful? Spend as you like for you. Xia Zhaozhao can't help but smile. No wonder the boss on TV is everyone's favorite. He's generous with money, doesn't make empty promises, and doesn't preach. Who wouldn't like that? Xia Zhaozhao feels he seems even more handsome now. After dinner, Muir took a gift to find Ernyo to play. Grandma Zhao was tidying up the kitchen, and only the 2 of them were in the corridor. As the sunset faded, the whole yard was cast in a faint dark red. Xia Zhaozhao took out the gift she prepared, holding out a jade pendant in her palm.
Here's for you.
Do you like it? Xia Zhaozhao looked at him with wet eyes and a big smile. The original owner had sold his jade pendant before, and Pei Heng was completely disappointed in her. That was the key reason their relationship worsened. Although Pei Heng never mentioned it, it didn't mean he didn't care. Pei Heng looked at the jade pendant in her palm. The jade was smooth and of high quality. Most importantly, it looked quite similar to the one left to him by his mother. Yes, I like it. The sunset's glow shone on the man, backlit, hiding his face in shadows. At this moment, he looked mysteriously handsome. Xia Zhaozhao reached up and touched Pei Heng's face. Last time, you gave me a jade hairpin. I said I'd give you a gift. When I saw this jade pendant, I thought it suited you. I was immature before and lost the jade pendant your mother left you. I know this can't compare to that one. It's my late apology and our token of love. You should wear it every day from now on. When they got married before, there was a pair of green jade pendants, but she didn't like them. Moreover, at some point, appeared, and it looked unlucky. Okay. The old Xia Zhaozhao is gone. Xia Zhaozhao looked at him and said, I am the current Xia Zhaozhao. I won't do foolish things anymore, won't make you sad, and will always stay with you and Muir. The faint afterglow seemed to add a filter to her smiling face, making it look almost unreal. She was right in front of him, holding her hand, but it still felt not enough. During the days she was gone, all he could think of was her, always smiling. Her past appearance had become blurry over time. Even if she didn't speak now, he almost wouldn't remember her. After all, those weren't happy memories. Pei Heng held her hand tightly, fingers gently stroking each of her fingers. The tingling sensation traveled from his fingertips to his heart, creating ripples. Eventually, his body started to feel restless. Zhao Zhao. Pei Heng's voice was slightly hoarse as his lips slowly pressed against hers. Mother, mother, Pei Mu's voice came from the door. The romantic atmosphere suddenly disappeared, and Pei Heng had to let go of her. Xia Zhaozhao didn't miss the regret in Pei Heng's eyes, and a slight smile curved her lips. Pei Mu ran inside, panting heavily and looking very anxious.
Mutter, nu svalovet an ek.
Mother, please go save him. Pei Mu saw that Ernyo looked very uncomfortable. Madame Wang patted his back, but Ernyo still looked distressed, just like last time. Pei Mu thought that mother could help, so she hurried home to find her. Xia Zhaozhao heard this and immediately ran towards Madame Wang. At this moment, every second counted to save Ernyo. Pei Heng was a bit annoyed at first, but then calmed down. He picked up his son and also ran to Madame Wang's house. When Xia Zhaozhao arrived, the scene was chaotic. Adults and children were crying. Ernyo's face was turning blue, and he looked like he was about to pass out. Xia Zhaozhao quickly stopped Madame Wang's sister-in-law from doing anything. Patting his back didn't help. It only made him more uncomfortable. Xia Zhaozhao pulled Ernyo close, pressing his body against his back. She used her arms to push his stomach. Ernyo was taller and stronger than Mu'er, so the procedure was more difficult than last time. Xia Zhaozhao repeated the action several times, sweating heavily. Ernyo's expression became more distressed, and he looked like he was about to suffocate. Xia Zhaozhao had to apply more force. This method was risky. If too much force was used, it could break his ribs. But it was better than losing him. Suddenly, Ernyo coughed and finally spat out the egg. He cried out loudly, and his face gradually turned better. Everyone sighed in relief. Xia Zhaozhao ran over at full speed, trying not to waste time, even holding her breath to save energy. She repeated the difficult actions several times. Now that Ernyo was saved, she was exhausted. Her whole body felt weak, and she wanted to sit on the ground. Pei Heng had come over without her noticing, holding her waist and letting her lean on him. He gently stroked her back to help her breathe easier. Madame Wang's sister-in-law held her son, and after confirming he was alive, knelt in front of Xia Zhaozhao with her son. Perhaps out of fear or excitement, she cried so hard she could hardly speak. Xia Zhaozhao gasped for air and quickly helped Madame Wang up. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Don't scare the children. Ernyo was still shaken and hadn't fully recovered. The shock was quite serious. You saved Ernyo. From now on, you will be our benefactor in the Wang family. No matter what, I should thank you, Madame Wang said, recalling her son's appearance just now and feeling even more scared. Grandma Wang and Madame Wang's eldest sister-in-law held Xia Zhaozhao's hands, thanking her profusely. Xia Zhaozhao waved her hand, feeling too tired to speak.
Her throat was very dry.
Madame Wang's eldest sister-in-law, Jiu Shuang, cried loudly. She boiled a chicken egg to nourish her body. Seeing Mu'er, she wanted to give it to him to eat, but Mu'er refused. Ernyo ran over and snatched her away. She wanted him to come back, and in her panic, she shoved something into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he choked. If Ernyo had an accident, she would have no face to live with herself. If she hadn't wanted to please Mu'er, Ernyo wouldn't have stolen the eggs, and nothing would have happened. Wang Qiushuang's gaze fell on Xia Zhaozhao. Since her mother broke her leg, she hadn't gone out or seen Xia Zhaozhao again. She heard about the Pei family from her eldest sister-in-law. Although she didn't dare to be obvious about her feelings, she felt a little bit resentful inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't try to please him every time she saw Mu'er.
She used to think she was only beautiful on the outside.
But just now, when she saved Ernyo, she was so focused. She could feel that she was really doing her best to save him. Actually, she didn't need to do that. The Wang family was friendly with Pei Heng, but they didn't treat her well. Before, everyone thought Xia Zhaozhao was not suitable for Pei Heng, and she had spoken badly of her many times. They even mocked her openly. Her mother and eldest sister-in-law said Xia Zhaozhao had changed, but she didn't believe it. Now, she saw it with her own eyes. Her selfishness almost caused Ernyo to get hurt. Luckily, Ernyo was fine. Wang Qiushuang bit her lip, unable to say the words "I'm sorry," and didn't know how to face her. She was so ashamed she couldn't lift her head. Until the Pei family left, Wang Qiushuang still stood there, her shadow stretched long by the lantern light. She felt lonely and sad. Grandma Wang didn't know when she came to her daughter's side. "Are you finally giving up?" "Mother." Wang Qiushuang choked. "You should thank Pei Heng's wife forever. She saved Ernyo and gave you a chance to atone." Today, since Ernyo was safe, her daughter-in-law wouldn't say anything, but if something happened to Ernyo, the quarrel between the sisters-in-law would definitely deepen. Not to mention her daughter-in-law, her son would also blame her. Her daughter was proud and stubborn. Could she still live on? So, Xia Zhaozhao didn't just save Ernyo, she saved their whole family. "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong this time. Last time, her mother broke her leg, and she was scared. But this time, she was truly repentant. She promised she wouldn't be foolish again. Knowing your mistake and changing is good. Look at Pei Heng's wife. People's dignity is something they pick up themselves. You need to pick yours up, and in the future, don't argue with your sister-in-law," Grandma Wang said. "She's old now and can't be the head of the family forever." Seeing her old face, her son and daughter-in-law must also realize her worth. After a thrilling and exhausting day, Xia Zhaozhao took a hot bath, lay in bed, and didn't want to move at all. Mu'er was already sleeping on his small bed. Behind the screen, she could faintly see him sleeping peacefully. Pei Heng finished his bath and went straight into Xia Zhaozhao's room. Xia Zhaozhao's legs were originally crossed on the bed, occupying the entire space. Pei Heng immediately pulled her into his arms, taking over her previous spot. The whole movement was smooth and natural. There was no hesitation at all. The man's scent almost completely overwhelmed her, making her heart race instantly. Xia Zhaozhao instinctively wanted to lean back and asked, "What are you doing?" "I've been sleeping here with Mu'er lately, so I'm used to it." He had been staying here for some time and had gotten used to it. It was clearly difficult for him to go back to the study to sleep. He chuckled softly, not out of anger, but because his excuses were always so poor. So bad that she felt embarrassed to expose him. But he was quite adorable in his foolishness. Pei Heng kept her trapped in his arms, his voice husky and tempting. "Zhao Zhao, do you miss me?" Xia Zhaozhao looked into his eyes, dark and deep, fixed on her without blinking. She could even see herself reflected in his eyes. To be precise, right now, his eyes only had her. Sometimes, caring too much about simple things makes people anxious and insecure. If she didn't want him, why would she be so eager to come back? He was so smart, yet now he looked adorably naive. She raised her hand, wanting to touch his face. Recently, Pei Heng had been recovering at home, and his skin looked better. He was naturally fair-skinned among men, and after more than a month of staying indoors, he looked even whiter. He had just finished a shower, and his skin was tender and youthful, like a young man. Feeling a bit sleepy, Xia Zhaozhao suddenly felt a flutter of desire. But before she could touch his skin, she was kissed. One kiss took all her breath away. His breath and scent flooded over her, completely engulfing her consciousness. She was powerless to resist, and honestly, she didn't want to. As he said, she missed him very much. He looked gentle and refined, but deep inside, he was fierce. His kisses made it hard for her to breathe, leaving her breathless. Xia Zhaozhao gently pushed at his chest, worried about hurting him but afraid to use too much force.
Softly.
To Pei Heng, it felt like tickling. No, it was even less than that, more like gentle teasing. "You're making it hard to breathe," she muttered softly. The man looked at her flushed face from lack of air, her hair spread on the pillow, her charming eyes almost overflowing with affection, making her look lively and bright. Pei Heng's Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and under this visual stimulation, he didn't want to let her go. In fact, he wanted more. "You're so heavy, let me go." "I'm not pressing on you," Pei Heng replied hoarsely. You're holding me too tightly. Xia Zhaozhao's voice sounded both annoyed and resentful. Pei Heng relaxed a little, but he still held her in his arms. Her lips were slightly red and swollen, making her look even more charming and beautiful. The man's breath swept over her again. His body was hot like a fire, as if he wanted to burn her. His movements were even more intense and passionate than before. His hands had a thin layer of calluses, and his palms slid over her skin, causing Xia Zhaozhao to tremble. Until his breathing grew heavier and his hands more daring, Xia Zhaozhao held his hand and whispered, "Not yet." They had agreed that 100 days meant 100 days. She valued this very much. The more she valued it, the more careful she had to be. For him, it might be a way to relive old memories, but for her, it was her wedding night. Of course, Pei Heng remembered that promise, but he was a bit overwhelmed by his feelings. He lowered his head, burying his chin in her neck, and adjusted his breathing. "Got it, I won't move you." Pei Heng's eyes were tinged with red, his breath quick and rough, spilling onto her neck. Xia Zhaozhao was afraid of tickling and shrank back. His soft lips unintentionally or intentionally brushed her skin again. Xia Zhaozhao couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Pei Heng's smile deepened, clearly teasing her on purpose. She pouted and bit his lips in frustration. Her moist eyes looked at his swollen lips, then she couldn't help but laugh. Seeing she was not angry, Pei Heng rubbed her neck again, as if he wanted to make her and himself uncomfortable until his desire was satisfied. "Pei Heng, you're deliberately being naughty," Xia Zhaozhao scolded. "If you don't let me sleep, I'll kick you off the bed." She threatened, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Even though she was stronger than most women, she couldn't move him. Instead, Pei Heng grabbed her little foot, rolling and squeezing it. Fortunately, Pei Heng didn't make a fuss for long, or Xia Zhaozhao might really lose control. This is probably what netizens mean when they say the hardest challenge for Tang Sanzang in the journey to the West was the land of women after the 99 and 81 difficulties. Beauty truly is tempting. Xia Zhaozhao slept quite long this time because she was really tired. She stretched lazily, slowly relaxing her body before sitting up. The bedroom was very quiet. Pei Heng was not there, and their son was also absent. Xia Zhaozhao went to the corridor. Pei Heng was washing the clothes and inner garments she had changed out of yesterday by the water well. In modern times, many men wouldn't do such things, and in ancient times, men wouldn't even touch them, claiming it was against a gentleman's dignity. But even now, Pei Heng, with his sleeves rolled up and his collar tucked in at the waist, bending over to wring out the clothes, still maintained his elegant demeanor. He looked calm and handsome, with an otherworldly grace. The saying gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen is just nonsense. It's simply because they don't want to do it. A true gentleman should be like her husband, capable in everything and able to handle anything. "Husband." Xia Zhaozhao's voice was full of joy. She stood in the corridor, bathed in golden light, looking more radiant than ever. She rushed into his arms, hugging his waist and resting her head on his chest. Pei Heng raised his arms but didn't hug her. His hands were a bit wet, afraid of getting her clothes wet. "Husband, you're so diligent. How should I reward you?" Xia Zhaozhao looked up at him. "What do you think?" Pei Heng looked down at her and couldn't help but gently kiss the corner of her lips. Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll reward you by organizing the gifts you brought me earlier." There were quite a few items, and she didn't know how to tidy them up, so she naturally relied on him. "Is that a reward?" Pei Heng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Of course. I like a good man who keeps a tidy home. Men who do housework are the most charming." Pei Heng smiled and shook his head. He knew well that Xia Zhaozhao didn't enjoy doing housework. However, he admired her ability to come up with such clever excuses, and he liked listening to them. It's just a few clothes to wash and some tidying up, nothing difficult as long as she liked. Actually, now that Grandma Zhao was taking care of things, he didn't need to do much. Just follow the flow.
Got it.
"You eat first," Pei Heng urged. Xia Zhaozhao was satisfied and smiled happily. "Husband is so good. Remember to set aside Mr. Shen's gift separately." We'll deliver it later. Us? Xia Zhaozhao lazily replied, yes. Mr. Shin has taught Mu'er a lot. He's like her teacher. It's more respectful if our whole family goes together. Honestly, Shin Xianyan was quite skilled at teaching Mu'er. And during the days Pei Heng was injured, he was grateful that Shin Xianyan kept Mu'er company. Xia Zhaozhao remembered his kindness. Pei Heng looked at her with a loving gaze as she twisted her waist and left to hang clothes. He wasn't very comfortable with her going alone with Mu'er. It was better if they went together. Since she wasn't home recently, he had heard that Mr. Shin played insect flying. His musical skills were indeed good, but he suspected there might be some hidden motives. Of course, he knew that was the tune Xia Zhaozhao often sang to put Mu'er to sleep. It was strange that someone had learned it secretly. Mu'er said that when he wasn't home, Shin Xianyan even invited them to listen to the piano. He was quite annoyed, but then he heard the music from the next room. Coincidentally, it was insect flying. He didn't play any other tunes, nor did he know how to play. Or perhaps he was deliberately showing off. Pei Heng forcefully shook off his clothes, as if he wouldn't stop. Xia Zhaozhao specially dressed up, showing respect to the teacher. When she was young, at parent-teacher meetings, her grandfather would wear a suit and tie, afraid others wouldn't see that his granddaughter was the top student. Xia Zhaozhao also recombed Mu'er's hair. Pei Heng watched the mother and son, feeling a small fire inside him suppressed again. She had never dressed so formally for him before. Today, she even applied lipstick. Mu'er, check the gifts again, Pei Heng told his son. Mu'er nodded obediently and went out to check the gifts. After sending Mu'er away, Pei Heng approached her and, as if unintentionally, kissed her lips lightly. The lipstick was chewed off quite a bit, but he still didn't like it. He wanted to kiss her again, but Xia Zhaozhao stopped him. You're so annoying. I just put on this lipstick. That looks better. Xia Zhaozhao looked at the bronze mirror and then at Pei Heng. Really? She looked in the mirror again. Today, I am a student's parent, so I want to look more steady. Xia Zhaozhao married early and had children young. She was only 19 this year. She was delicate and soft, looking even younger. At this age in modern times, she would just be starting university, an age of innocence and foolishness. She wanted to look more commanding, so she used slightly dark red lipstick, but he chewed it off. Pei Heng didn't expect her to do this for that reason. He wiped her lips with his finger. Madam is young, so there's no need to be so deliberate. The lipstick color could indeed hide her age, but it also made her more charming than usual, tempting him further. Really? Yes. All right, I believe you. Just a few steps away, nearby. Shin Xianyan was the first to see Pei Heng. His height naturally drew the most attention. Then his gaze shifted to Xia Zhaozhao and Pei Mu. He saw the carriage parked outside the Pei family home yesterday and knew Xia Zhaozhao had returned. She seemed even more radiant after over half a month apart. Her eyes sparkled like glass. In recent days, Mu'er hasn't disturbed you much, sir. A few days ago, I went to Fengqing and Mu'er specifically asked me to bring you a gift, Xia Zhaozhao said with a smile. Pei Mu also politely bowed to Shin Xianyan. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. Shin Xianyan helped Mu'er up and asked the butler to accept the gift. The family of three was so respectful that refusing would seem rude. Madam Pei, you're too polite. It was just a small effort. I really like this child. The butler had already served the tea. Xia Zhaozhao only knew it was good tea, but didn't know what kind it was. Pei Heng immediately recognized it as high-quality Luan Guapian. It was also this year's new tea. Anqing is 1,000 miles away, and border towns don't have such fine tea. This Mr. Shen is quite particular. Pei Heng raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Good tea, sir. Very refined. Shin Xianyan seemed unconcerned and smiled. This is tea from my hometown. Are you from Zhonghua?
Pei Heng asked.
He couldn't hear any southern accent in his voice. Shin Xianyan didn't seem to hide anything. Yes, I am from Anqing, but I haven't been home for many years. My elders have passed away, so I've been wandering around. Your travels have made you knowledgeable, Pei Heng said with a casual smile, seeming calm and untroubled. Whether he has hidden motives is still unknown. But traveling so far just for hometown tea suggests he has a purpose or status. He better not have any ulterior motives. Just a guest from another place, not like a soldier with family by his side. Pei Heng echoed his words with a smile, as if speaking casually. A gentleman's character and appearance. Finding a wife shouldn't be difficult. Living in poverty, how dare I enter the bustling world? With a clean sleeve, how can I deceive a lovely lady? Shen Xianyan shook his head with a smile. I came to the border town to find an old friend. He left home 2 years ago and hasn't returned. So I settled here, waiting for him to come back. His seemingly casual words explained why he was in the border town. Although Pei Heng was a soldier, Shen Xianyan had done nothing wrong and owed him a favor. Asking about his friend would be rude. Pei Heng naturally wouldn't be so reckless.
I see.
If you need anything, just ask. I will do my best to help, he said. Xia Zhaozhao listened to their back and forth. Pei Heng, usually so quiet, was asking many questions today. He still won't admit he's jealous. He's quite clever. After finishing the tea and chatting for a while, the three of them stood up to leave. Shen Xianyan personally saw them out. When they returned to their rooms, the old butler said, "Young master, that Pei soldier seems to have some hostility toward you." Shen Xianyan remained calm and untroubled. "You've noticed too? You're always criticizing the old servant. Once someone falls into love, their intelligence seems to fade," Shen Xianyan said with a barely noticeable sneer. "Pei madam is indeed stunning, but he's not someone who indulges in women. He only taught Pei Mu because he felt a kinship with the boy." "Could he suspect your identity?" the butler asked. Pei Kanshu was very good at investigating cases. He only took a sip of tea and immediately knew where it came from. Later, he made the young master say those words to cover, showing some real skill. Shen Xianyan hid his expression and spoke seriously. "What is his identity?" "Shen Bo. All the secrets are revealed by himself. He has no relatives or connections in the border town, and he has not committed any crimes, so even if Pei Heng is very capable, he cannot find anything." The housekeeper quickly said, "Young master, you are right. I was overthinking. Shen Bo, we just want to live peacefully. Don't be suspicious or paranoid," Shen Xianyan said calmly, but his eyes were sharp. Xia Zhaozhao glared at Pei Heng. "You are quite talkative today, asking questions everywhere. Mr. Shen is not your enemy." Pei Heng chuckled. Mu'er may not have formally learned from a master, but today's ceremony was almost like a formal apprenticeship. Mu'er will follow him in the future, so I asked a few more questions. Xia Zhaozhao thought for a moment and agreed. Maybe Pei Heng also wants to get close to teachers and elders? "So, what did you find out?" His knowledge is enough for Mu'er to learn from. Pei Heng did not deny Shen Xianyan's talent. That was fair. "Not just enough. Do you think I haven't noticed?" Xia Zhaozhao said. "Mr. Shen's piano skills are unmatched by many. If we consider the sex, he's probably a grandmaster level." As a parent, her main concern was always the teacher's skill. She had previously asked him to help draw literacy and painting books for Mu'er, so she paid attention then. Pei Heng looked at her with a half-smile, staring at her face. "You praise him too highly. Won't you be jealous of that?" Xia Zhaozhao looked up, facing his perfect jawline with a slight stubble, looking somewhat. "Am I that petty?" "Not just petty, but you have too many little thoughts. Still, a little jealousy now and then can be fun. You can't just rely on my liking you to be spoiled." After saying that, Xia Zhaozhao leaned in and kissed his chin. It was a bit sharp, but not uncomfortable, actually quite pleasant. Pei Heng's finger tilted her chin, and a deep, gentle smile came from his chest. His move was a bit flirtatious, but it showed more affection. "I'm spoiled?" "Yes." "Xia Zhaozhao, if I were truly spoiled, I would do other things to you." Xia Zhaozhao didn't kiss him for long. Unlike Pei Heng's kiss, hers was gentle and light, like a feather brushing the tip of her heart, causing ripples inside her. Xia Zhaozhao looked up at him, still handsome enough to make her heart race. The first time she saw him, she knew he was good-looking, but even now, looking at him like this still made her feel excited. "Do you like it?" Xia Zhaozhao asked with a smile. Yes, I like it. He reached up to gently rub the back of her head, a smile in his eyes. See, there are many ways to show you like someone. Sometimes a little jealousy is just a spice. But too much is just being unreasonable, and Mr. Shen is innocent. Our feelings shouldn't involve others. If our hugs are tight enough, others can interfere. In the future, no more unnecessary jealousy. Find a different way to like me, and I will like you even more. Pei Heng lowered his head and, mimicking her earlier action, kissed her lips softly, along her jawline, down to her ear, whispering, "Madam is right. Next time, we'll do it differently." Xie Zhaozhao was silent, wondering if she was overthinking, feeling like he was hinting at something. Days passed slowly into August, autumn arrived, and the last bit of heat disappeared, with the weather gradually cooling. Xie Zhaozhao had been here for over 4 months. Less than 10 days remained until their 100-day promise. This 100-day promise was a test of their relationship and a buffer for their feelings. Sometimes she thought maybe when she woke up, she would be back to where she was. Perhaps Pei Heng wouldn't be too upset then. But she gradually realized she couldn't go back. She had to stay here completely. She was getting used to life here, and often thought of the 4 elders who raised her. Her parents spent very little time at home each year. They were her only comfort, and now she couldn't even be with them. If they knew she had found someone to spend her life with, they would be so happy. But unfortunately, she wouldn't see that day. Recently, Xie Zhaozhao had been renovating this house. She wanted to live here for a long time, making it as comfortable as possible. Pei Heng also let her do things her way. Under her suggestion, they even cleared a small flower garden in the yard. The traces of the original owner were quietly fading away, replaced by more and more of her own. However, she carefully kept the house deed and old jewelry left by the original owner as keepsakes for Muir. Although there weren't many things, they held sentimental value. Pei Heng's injury was almost healed, and he was about to go on duty at the government office. During this time, he was away, and Magistrate Li felt overwhelmed. He waited anxiously day and night, finally hoping that Pei Heng could return to help him clean up the mess. Magistrate Li had received reliable news that Governor Tang would soon be promoted, possibly by the end of the year, and transferred back to the capital. He had been thinking about the governor position for a long time and planned to take Pei Heng with him when he took office. Such a capable assistant should not be left to others. To prepare, Li specially arranged a generous gift for the housekeeper to deliver. Recently, Pei Heng had been spending a lot of time with Xie Zhaozhao, and their relationship was growing closer. He even thought that these days were quite good, and being a military officer was not a must. However, such thoughts were fleeting. A man should have a sense of responsibility and duty. He needed to protect her status. Xie Zhaozhao finished writing her story and was resting on a rocking chair in the yard. The autumn afternoon sun was very comfortable. When she heard the door open, she turned her head to look, surprised to see Wang Qiushuang. Since Wang Qiushuang was crippled by her grandmother from the Wang family, she rarely went out. Later, after the incident with Erniu, she was even less willing to meet people. The eldest sister-in-law of the Wang family was straightforward and didn't say much, but girls her age were often sensitive. A slightly spoiled girl seemed to have grown up suddenly. Pei family's sister-in-law. Wang Qiushuang stood at the door, smiling somewhat nervously. Xie Zhaozhao got up from the rocking chair and smiled. "Why are you standing at the door? Come in quickly." Wang Qiushuang hadn't caused her any real harm, so she didn't hold a grudge against the girl. Moreover, she had learned her lesson well enough. "My mother made mooncakes and sent some to you," Wang Qiushuang said. Only then did Xie Zhaozhao notice the food box in Wang Qiushuang's hand. The Wang family's eldest brother was good at woodworking, so the box was probably made by him, with the character Wang carved on it, showing good craftsmanship. Xie Zhaozhao took the box, opened it and sniffed. "It smells so good, better looking than those sold outside." With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, not only pastry shops but also street snack stalls sold their own mooncakes. "My mother made them herself, including some with meat filling. Would you like to try one, sister-in-law?" Wang Qiushuang, still a child, smiled when she saw Xie Zhaozhao liked them. Her mother used to come from a wealthy family, but had fallen on hard times. She was well-mannered and skillful. Xia Zhaozhao could tell that although the Wang family was not extremely rich, they paid attention to details.
Come, sit and eat together.
Pei Heng also bought osmanthus cakes, she said. Osmanthus flowers were in full bloom in August, making the cakes especially delicious. Wang Qiushuang was a bit surprised, but still sat down. Xia Zhaozhao brewed flower tea to serve, and the two sat on the corridor, enjoying afternoon tea in the sunlight. Xia Zhaozhao is good at communicating with people, and she genuinely thinks the Wang family is nice. She doesn't want to see the young girl ruin herself. If she can help, she will. Your pouch is quite unique. Xia Zhaozhao noticed the pouch at Wang Qiushuang's waist. The color matching and stitching are very delicate, more refined than those sold on the street. I've been bored lately, and stitched it for fun. If Sister Pei likes, I can make one for you, Wang Qiushuang said. She saved Niu and also saved her. She hasn't even thanked her yet. A pouch isn't worth much. And she had spoken badly of her before.
Some words are hard to say.
If her mother hadn't insisted she come today, she wouldn't have come either. That would be great. I want to make a sachet. I've already prepared the spices, Xia Zhaozhao said casually. Wang Qiushuang felt guilty and wanted to make up for it. She needed to give the other person a chance. Gradually, they became more familiar. Wang Qiushuang bit her lip. Sister Pei, don't you blame me? Xia Zhaozhao snorted softly. Women who are petty and easily angered tend to grow old faster. Just look at how beautiful I am to see I am a tolerant and generous person. Wang Qiushuang was amused by Xia Zhaozhao and wondered why she hadn't realized how fun she was before. Sister Pei, Wang Qiushuang put away her smile, hesitating to speak. Actually, I came today to tell you something. When Pei Heng returned, he happened to see Wang Qiushuang leaving. She saw Pei Heng and hurried away even faster, almost as if someone was chasing her. Why did she come? Pei Heng stepped forward and held Xia Zhaozhao's arm, frowning slightly. Xia Zhaozhao chuckled softly. Why can't she come? Pei Heng choked. He didn't know before, but now that he knew Wang Qiushuang had such thoughts, he naturally wanted to avoid suspicion. Also, Wang Qiushuang used to be friends with Xia Huimin, so he was worried she might do her harm. But she's just a simple girl. You don't need to be so cautious. Because she's simple, she's more likely to be taken advantage of. Pei Heng pulled Xia Zhaozhao to sit down, letting her sit in his arms. Pei Heng isn't malicious towards people. He just cares about her safety and has to take it seriously. After all, he can't always stay at home to protect her. Xia Zhaozhao is now used to being held by him, and she naturally sits comfortably. Not only she, but Mu'er has also gotten used to it. Sometimes, Mu'er would sit in Pei Heng's arms and leave one leg out for her mother to come and sit, which often made her feel speechless. That's true, but the young girl has changed completely now. She used to be so arrogant, and now she's trembling and afraid to look at me. Grandma Wang is a formidable person. Xia Zhaozhao admired Grandma Wang. All right, I believe you. Pei Heng kissed her on the lips. But there's no need to accommodate her just because of the Wang family. The Wang family is the Wang family. She is herself. Got it. Today, she told me something interesting, Xia Zhaozhao said with a lazy smile, looking at him meaningfully. What is it? Pei Heng's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bad premonition. Could it be about old issues? Although he was friendly with Wang Hu, he hadn't spoken much with Wang Qiushuang. Miss Qiushuang said that the little Lord Liu is hosting a flower appreciation banquet. Yesterday, she met Xia Huimin on the street and said she would send us an invitation. Xia Zhaozhao looked at Pei Heng. Your good brother didn't tell you? When Pei Heng heard good brother, his expression flickered briefly. Although it was quick, Xia Zhaozhao saw it clearly. She didn't believe their relationship was broken just because of that one cut. Maybe they had already made up secretly. I don't know much. Pei Heng honestly didn't know. Lu Rongyu hadn't mentioned it to him. Didn't he tell you when you secretly met? Xia Zhaozhao snorted softly. Hearing secret meeting, Pei Heng almost couldn't help but smile. She wasn't jealous over women. But every time she mentioned Lu Rongyu, Her jealousy was obvious. Last time, she even scolded him not to get jealous easily. Her jealousy was even more unreasonable. He had no interest in men at all, right? Why are you laughing? Xia Zhaozhao glared at him. Did I say something wrong? You still smell like his incense. Pei Heng instinctively sniffed his clothes, and as soon as he did, he realized it was wrong. That only proved they had met secretly. No. Seen each other? Still not admitting it? Xia Zhaozhao couldn't help but hit his chest. The little Lord Lu was very proud. Even in the border town, he didn't change his luxurious ways. He could smell the scent of dragon saliva from 2 miles away. Pei Heng held her hand against his chest, pretending to be hurt. At this moment, he could only betray his good brother. He's shameless. I can't refuse him, and I might as well give him a chance. Didn't you say that men should be generous? Actually, it wasn't exactly betrayal. Lu Rongyu's thick skin was well known. Huh, Xia Zhaozhao lifted her red lips, revealing a cold and charming smile. Remember this well. Pei Heng held Xia Zhaozhao's hand, clearly showing his desire to please her. I will remember what the lady said. We won't go to the flower viewing banquet. Don't be angry. I'll find him and make sure Xia Huimin is looked after. Just an excuse for you two to meet, right? You're not allowed to go, and you can't interfere in their messy affairs, Xia Zhaozhao said coldly. Xia Huimin now represents Lu Rongyu's face. She is hosting the flower viewing banquet in his name. If there's any shame, it's also his reputation that suffers. It has nothing to do with them. Pei Heng immediately agreed, I won't go. Their family indeed has many problems. Lu Rongyu has become quite successful now. There's no good reason to attend a boring banquet. I won't join the crowd, Xia Zhaozhao said calmly, with a hint of mockery. Xia Huimin didn't care whether she liked Lu Rongyu or not. Right now, they were tightly linked like ants. Her status as a concubine was enough for her to walk confidently in the border town. Knowing it was a dangerous banquet, she saw no need to make herself uncomfortable. If you don't like it, don't go. No need to feel wronged, Pei Heng said indifferently. When will he return to the capital? He's flying around like a fly every day. It's so annoying, Xia Zhaozhao muttered unhappily. He, a young prince, was already quite old. Was he holding any official position in the court? Why was he so idle every day? Let's not bother with him. Let's think about our own matters. Pei Heng gently kissed her forehead, speaking softly. Our own matters? In 5 days, Pei Heng said with a low smile. Every day felt like torment. He didn't even know how he managed to get through these days. It's surprising you still remember. I thought you and your good brother had reconciled. I thought I had lost favor, Xia Zhaozhao glared at him. To be precise, she was unhappy when she heard about the couple. They often caused trouble in her heart. Pei Heng, already sensitive to her little moods, was now so affected by her glare that his heart trembled, ripples spreading out. Like being bewitched, he suddenly pressed his lips to hers. Xia Zhaozhao didn't expect him to kiss her at this moment. She was angry, wasn't she? But when his lips touched hers, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. It seemed unnecessary for others' affairs to affect their feelings. If so, wouldn't Lu Rongyu take advantage of the situation? The kiss didn't last long. Otherwise, Pei Heng was afraid he wouldn't have enough self-control to handle it properly. After finally calming Xia Zhaozhao the next morning, Pei Heng received a post under Lu Rongyu's name. He was so angry, he almost threw the invitation into the stove to burn it. Was this to say his life was too good? Last night, he almost had to sleep in the study. He worked so hard, almost ruining everything in his hands. Pei Heng almost, just barely, threw the invitation card at Lu Rongyu's face. Lu Rongyu was called by Zhao Lei early in the morning and thought Pei Heng wanted to invite him to breakfast. He happily went over. Unexpectedly, Pei Heng threw him a crumpled piece of paper. Looking so eager this early in the morning. Did your wife run away again? Lu Rongyu teased. Since Xia Zhaozhao left over a month ago, he had been giving him the cold shoulder. Just like now. Lu Rongyu, it's okay if you're not smart, but don't keep being foolish. Take a good look at what you're keeping around you. Pei Heng couldn't help but curse. If Xia Huimin messes up his plans, he will definitely hold him responsible. Lu Rongyu didn't do anything early in the morning, but he still got scolded first, and his temper flared. Your woman is contagious. Your words are like poison. Can't you speak properly? You're not blind, are you?
Take a good look at what that is.
Lu Rongyu then angrily picked up the crumpled paper in front of him. When he looked at it, he was stunned. How did it look so familiar? Of course it looked familiar. It was his usual invitation. He opened the invitation and was completely confused. What flower viewing banquet? He had no idea at all. Pei Heng's handsome face showed a faint, cold smile. Don't tell me you don't know. This is your private invitation. He had his private invitation and had openly sent it out, so of course he knew. I really don't know. Lu Rongyu felt helpless. Although he hadn't been deliberately low-key, it was also unnecessary to show off his status here or talk about a flower viewing banquet. What benefit would that bring him? That's why I say you're stupid, Pei Heng sneered again, being played around by a woman. Lu Rongyu also got angry. How dare you laugh at me? Your woman's few words can make you fight me to the death. He had argued with him many times over a woman. Xia Huimin is now under your name. You don't know what she's doing. Either she's stupid or she's indulging her. What exactly do you want to do? Pei Heng looked disgusted. Lu Rongyu parted his lips, but he didn't say anything. Indulge? He didn't indulge her at all. If that woman still had some value, he wouldn't keep her or give her a concubine's position. In the end, he said nothing and stormed off, clutching the invitation with anger. He would find out what was going on. On his way back, Xia Huimin was instructing servants to move flower pots. Seeing Lu Rongyu return, Xia Huimin was about to speak when Lu Rongyu kicked over a flower pot, knocking down the servant nearby as well. Everyone get out, Lu Rongyu said angrily. In an instant, the servants dropped what they were holding and scattered, afraid to speak or look. Seeing his furious reaction, Xia Huimin guessed he had learned about the flower viewing banquet. Since the invitations had already been sent, she wasn't worried about him finding out. Young prince, why so angry? Xia Huimin wore a mask-like smile. It was polite but cold. Why did you send that note to the Pei family? What are you trying to do? Lu Rongyu looked at her with a deep, cold gaze. Xia Huimin smiled softly. I am your concubine, and I don't even have the freedom to attend a flower viewing banquet? I don't care if you hold 10 flower viewings, but I warned you not to target the Pei family. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Lu Rongyu looked down with a cold smile, his expression gentle but sinister. Xia Huimin bit her lip and suppressed her emotions before speaking. You and Pei Heng are good brothers, and Xia Zhaozhao is my cousin. If I hold a flower viewing banquet and don't invite her, what will others think? I just want to improve our relationship with the Pei family. Lu Rongyu sneered coldly. Do you think I'm a fool? Xia Huimin looked upset, but held back her anger. Lu Rongyu was her only support now. Since she couldn't get the man she liked, she had to rely on her noble status. I've already accepted my fate, Xia Huimin said softly, looking at him with a sad expression. Now I am the young prince's concubine. Even if I have no shame, I must consider the prince's reputation. I won't do anything to Xia Zhaozhao anymore, and I won't have improper thoughts about Pei Heng. Lu Rongyu gave a cold laugh. You'd better think so. Xia Huimin, I can give you wealth and status, but I can also take it away anytime. You'd better behave. The invitations for the flower viewing banquet, you can send them out and then take them back. Young prince, Xia Huimin called out as Lu Rongyu was about to leave. The invitations can't be taken back. His face turned completely cold, fierce and menacing. Xia Huimin, don't think I won't dare to kill you. But Xia Huimin was not afraid. Her smile was calm and cold. Of course, young prince, you could kill me, but even if you want to kill me now, isn't it a bit early? Lu Rongyu stepped forward and grabbed her by the neck. Are you threatening me? His grip tightened, and Xia Huimin's face turned purple as she struggled to breathe. Her hands flailed desperately. But her strength was no match for Lu Rongyu's, and she was about to suffocate. Suddenly, Lu Rongyu released her, and she staggered back a few steps, collapsing to the ground. Lu Rong and Lung Lung looked at her without any mercy. If you were of any use, I wouldn't keep you. I promise to do what I said, but only if you behave yourself. The flower viewing banquet is cancelled. If you cause trouble again, I will send someone to take you back to the capital. You should know where the Prince Rong's residence is. Xia Huimin sat on the ground, looking pained but not too embarrassed. She spoke to Lu Rong and with his back turned, the flower viewing banquet was prepared for Aunt Pei Hung. She will arrive at the border town in 3 days. And she didn't come alone. It would be quite lively then. Lu Rong paused, calculating that it would take about half a month to arrive. How could it be so soon? Whether I am right or wrong, the young prince will see when the time comes, Xia Huimin said with a smile, showing some confidence. Lu Rong lifted his eyelids, looking at her coldly and indifferently. Even so, this flower viewing banquet is not something you will host. If the banquet wasn't cancelled, he couldn't explain to Pei Hung. As long as these two women didn't meet and cause trouble, he wouldn't have headaches. As for Annie coming to the border town, he had his own arrangements. Xia Huimin watched Lu Rong walk away, her delicate face twisting into a distorted, fierce expression. She truly wanted to use the banquet to make Xia Zhaozhao embarrass herself because the main guest wasn't her or Aunt Pei, but the Lord of Wanning County. The Lord of Wanning County and Pei Hung were childhood sweethearts. If the Pei family hadn't fallen into trouble, they would have been a perfect match. The Pei family was exiled, Pei Hung was demoted, and the Lord of Wanning County married far away. A year ago, Wanning's husband died, and she was brought back by her maternal family. One had married, the other had a husband, but they were roughly equal in status. Lin Wanning had been paying close attention to the Pei family's news. When she learned that Aunt Pei was heading to the border town, she immediately arranged her route and personally greeted her, coming to the border town with her. In her previous life, if Pei Hung hadn't insisted on marrying her because of Mu'er, the Pei family would have favored Lin Wanning. If Lu Rong hadn't protected her, she wouldn't know how many times Lin Wanning tried to scheme against her. The secrets and tricks of noble ladies were endless. She wanted to see how Xia Zhaozhao would handle it. What she couldn't get, no one else could either. She wouldn't be bullied forever. As soon as Xia Zhaozhao stepped outside, she sneezed. The weather was really cold, no coat, and it was chilly in the morning. Pei Hung had already handed her a coat. Wear it thicker. Xia Zhaozhao shook her head. No, I'll run a few laps in the yard to warm up. Later, I need to practice boxing with Mu'er. When she was a child, she trained boxing with her grandfather every day. As she grew older and busier, she still spent time with a few elders whenever she returned home. While pre-ing Mu'er, it felt like returning to her childhood, experiencing old memories. Pei Mu also came out of the room, dressed the same as Xia Zhaozhao. This was the practice outfit she had asked Grandma Zhao to make for them, meant for exercise. How is it? The mother and son twirled in front of Pei Hung. Looks great. Pei Hung praised generously. Since starting to train with Mu'er, Xia Zhaozhao's health has improved a lot. Even her figure has improved. Pei Hung couldn't help but stare at her, thinking about the appointment in 3 days. At that time, the knocking on the door interrupted his thoughts. Pei Hung wasn't unhappy, but being disturbed early in the morning was still a bit annoying. However, when he opened the door and saw who was outside, his face lit up with surprise. Auntie. Pei Hung had already received a letter, and counting the days, it should be in about 10 days, but it arrived early. Iji. Pei Seely's eyes instantly turned red. They hadn't seen each other for 8 years. He had grown from a handsome young man riding through the streets into a calm, reserved young man. Pei Hung helped Pei Seely inside. Zhaozhao Mu'er, come and meet Auntie. Pei Hung hugged Xia Zhaozhao, showing obvious affection. Xia Zhaozhao had imagined their first meeting, but didn't expect it to be so sudden. Hello, Auntie. Xia Zhaozhao smiled happily. Hello, Auntie. Pei Mu was very polite. The mother and son smiled, their smiles matching perfectly. After exercising, they had a layer of sweat on their heads, shining brightly, looking very spirited in the morning sun. Pei Seely's gaze fell on them very calm. Good eye, Pei Seely nodded, giving a sincere compliment. After all, a person's appearance was right there, and she couldn't lie about how beautiful she was. Especially since she was dressed simply, with no makeup, yet still stunningly beautiful. No wonder her nephew was captivated and insisted on marrying her. Xia Zhaozhao couldn't tell her obvious feelings from her expression, but she smiled calmly and confidently, allowing her to observe. At worst, she was just picking faults. Even if it was an auntie or mother-in-law. So what? She respected elders, but wouldn't accept being treated unfairly. Ultimately, it depended on Pei Heng's attitude. Pei Seely looked at Muir with a gentle smile. Muir looks just like you when you were young. Your room is already tidied up. I'll put the luggage inside first, Pei Heng said with a smile. In these 8 years, he had seen and experienced much. He understood that the once innocent young boy had grown into someone who quietly understood the subtlety of his Annie's attitude towards his wife. That's good, Pei Seely said. Since she had come, she would naturally stay at home. Pei Heng patted Xia Zhaozhao's shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. You take Muir to wash up and change clothes first. We'll have breakfast together later. Xia Zhaozhao understood his look, nodded, and left with Muir. Pei Seely watched her nephew's gaze linger on Xia Zhaozhao, feeling a bit unhappy. Whether man or woman, being led around by the other is like having your throat squeezed. It's not a good sign. She didn't say anything on the surface but started to think carefully. It seemed she had come at the right time. Before entering the capital, she needed to teach Xia Zhaozhao well so that she could take on the responsibility of being the head lady of the Pei family in the future. Muir swung Xia Zhaozhao's hand and asked Mom, "Does Annie not like Mom?" "How could that be?" "Auntie and Mom just met for the first time," Xia Zhaozhao said, not wanting to pass on negative feelings that might affect her son's character. Auntie sees that Mom isn't smiling or praising her. When she looks at Mom, her eyes aren't bright enough. Mom will be sad, Muir pouted. Xia Zhaozhao knew he was sensitive and thoughtful, but she didn't expect him to notice such subtle emotions. He was still so young. No wonder he ended his life feeling so much frustration and sadness despite holding power over the court. How much grievance and sorrow he carried inside. Pei Heng loved him, but men's minds aren't always so detailed. They often miss these things. And Pei Huimin, having her own children, wouldn't bother herself with Muir. If Muir hadn't insisted on not wanting the heir position to fulfill her own wishes, she might not even accept Muir. He knew everything but had no one to confide in. In the end, these little things overwhelmed him. Xia Zhaozhao bent down and gently pinched her son's small face. Auntie doesn't dislike Mom. She just doesn't understand her. Also, Auntie is part of our family. Family members are like teeth. Sometimes they bump when eating, but missing one isn't good. Then Mom is my first tooth, the most important tooth. Muir likes Mom the most. Xia Zhaozhao realized her son was quite obsessed with liking and disliking. He had clearly already decided that his aunt didn't like her. Why do you and Dad like that meat bun shop, but Mom thinks the filling isn't tasty? Muir thought for a moment. Mom said there's fat meat and green onions inside, and she doesn't like that. Yes, that's right. So, it's not the problem with the filling but with Mom. Some people in this world will not like us, and of course, there are people we do not like either. There is no need to force ourselves or feel sad. Being happy is the most important thing. Pei Mu blinked her eyes and finally nodded. My mother likes me, and my father. When I grow up, I will be filial to my mother. Good girl, let's go. After washing up, Pei Mu was combed by Xia Zhaozhao, who tied a ribbon with little bells on her hair, making her look very cute. The mother and son finished tidying up. Grandma Zhao had prepared breakfast and even bought the wontons Xia Zhaozhao liked. Pei Seely saw that the father and son were so focused on eating because of Xia Zhaozhao, and he couldn't help but cough softly, even with good manners. She didn't have the idea that women must serve their husbands during meals, but she was too attentive. Pei Mu looked at Pei Seely. Auntie, are you feeling unwell? My mother made her own flower tea, and it will make you feel better. Her mother brewed tea with osmanthus and chrysanthemum, and it smelled wonderful. Pei Seely smiled. Try some later. Does Annie have any food restrictions? I'll tell Grandma Zhao to make what you like for lunch. Pei Mu's soft voice was sweet and innocent. Her big eyes looked lively and charming, making people like her more the longer they looked. Pei Hung, who was a child, was like a quiet gourd, and his little mouth wasn't as sweet as hers. Auntie has no restrictions. Anything is fine. Pei Seely's smile grew even warmer. She had stayed in Lingnan for 8 years and was no longer a delicate lady who couldn't do anything. Just filling her stomach was enough, and she no longer had those pretentious habits. Pei Mu looked up and said clearly, "Auntie, don't be polite. This is also Auntie's home. My mother said we shouldn't let family members suffer." She proudly mentioned her mother. Her mother had taught her many things, some different from others, but she thought her mother's words made sense. Pei Seely looked at Xia Zhao and showed rare approval. She had taught Mu'er well and seemed to have a good heart. Pei Seely patted Mu'er's head. "Auntie likes everything, but I know Mu'er likes fish. Later, I will cook some for you, okay?" Pei Mu happily agreed. "Yes. My mother also likes to eat fish." Pei Seely didn't find it troublesome and smiled. "Good. We'll cook an extra one later." Her gaze returned to Xia Zhao, who was holding the half-eaten bowl of wontons that Pei Hung was passing to her. Her smile froze for a moment, but seeing her nephew happily smiling at Xia Zhao, she swallowed her words. "Take it slow." He had suffered enough over the years. Soon after Xia Zhao returned to her room, Pei Hung followed her inside. Pei Seely saw him, but was busy stacking blocks with Mu'er, so he paid no attention. Xia Zhao saw Pei Hung come in and scolded, "Why aren't you staying with Annie and doing something with me?" "He prefers Mu'er to keep her company," Pei Hung said, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Did you deliberately eat the wonton I left over to show Auntie?" Xia Zhao looked up at him. "I usually do that. Usually there are no guests at home. Auntie is family, but since we haven't seen her in a long time, she's also a guest," she said calmly, with a gentle smile. "What do you want to say?" "You're eager to prove to Annie that we're very loving, that you love me, right?" Xia Zhao showed no anger, but she clearly had a look that said, "I see through your intentions. Don't hide anything from me." Pei Hung was undoubtedly smart, otherwise, he wouldn't have gained power in just a few years after returning to the capital and helped the Pei family reach the top again. But when it came to feelings, he was obviously naive and clumsy. After a moment of silence, Pei Hung shook his head with a blank expression. "I love you. No need to prove it to anyone." Haha, Xia Zhao chuckled openly, not bothering to hide her disdain. She admitted he liked her, but his clumsy and deliberate behavior just now was too obvious. What she cared about wasn't that matter itself, but why he behaved that way. Pei Hung. He wasn't trying to prove his love. He just wanted Annie to know she was the person he cared about most. He was willing to do anything for her. He wanted Annie or the Pei family members to see his attitude. The Pei family valued rules, but Xia Zhao was a bit unconventional in some things. He didn't want Annie to make things difficult for her because of that. Xia Zhao also didn't want to waste more time on this matter. Although clumsy, Pei Hung had already shown his stance, and Auntie would naturally see it too. What would happen in the future, she couldn't say for sure now. But there was no need for them to fight over something that hadn't even happened. Auntie is new here, so it's better if you handle some things. You know her preferences and can avoid misunderstandings. Of course, if you need me to do anything, I will gladly help. Xia Zhao looked up at him with a delicate, fair face, her tone soft and sweet. She leaned half her body against him, relying on him. But in her heart, she already had her own thoughts about everything. "Just tell me directly if you have something to say. You also said we need to be honest with each other." Pei Hung held her hand. "I don't know what to say because I'm not very sure myself. I know little about your family situation. Since I can't prepare for everything in advance, I don't want to worry unnecessarily. Let's just go with the flow." Xia Zhao's smile gradually spread across her face, finally reaching the depths of her eyes. In the end, she even kissed the corner of Pei Heng's mouth. Her attitude made Pei Heng's heart soften little by little, and he felt her sadness. Pei's family has fallen into such hardship. There's nothing worth feeling superior about. Why do they think her wife should follow their rules? Pei Hung gently stroked her head. I understand. This is something I should handle. You said your aunt is family, but for our small home, she is a guest. How we used to do things and how we will do them in the future is our business. Since she is a guest, it's natural that she shouldn't boss around the host. Xie Zhaozhao's smile deepened. Yes, she thought, Pei Hung is a smart person.
See?
He just needed to realize it himself. He worried that his aunt would set rules for her, so he desperately wanted her to know how much he cared for her. This way, he would consider her feelings and be accommodating. But then the question is, why? This is her home. She is the host. Coming into her house and setting rules is simply not right. So, naturally, she doesn't need to consider Pei Heng's feelings. I'll listen to you. After all, why do I like you? Xie Zhaozhao's last words dragged out, sounding more like a teasing plea. Pei Heng wished time would pass faster, even faster. But he couldn't go further. Some things, however, could be done. He raised her chin and leaned down to kiss her. Today, Pei Heng didn't go to the government office. After breakfast, he took Aunt Pei and Mu'er to the market. Pei Seely had been involved in all sorts of work in Lingnan over the years, so he was familiar with the market life and didn't resist. They walked and chatted, watching Pei Heng skillfully buy vegetables, clearly experienced in these matters. Pei Seely felt a pang of sympathy. When did the once proud son of heaven have to bow and do chores like buying rice and oil? Even little Mu'er, only 3 years old, knew where to find fresh fish. Iji, you've suffered a lot these years. Pei Seely took a deep breath, holding back tears. Ordinary folks live like this every day. It's not so bad. Annie has been doing the same all these years, Pei Heng said casually. 8 years of hardship and suffering seemed insignificant in his words. Pei Seely was surprised by how casually he spoke and was momentarily stunned. In just a moment, the father and son had already moved several feet away from her. Pei Heng held his son's hand with one hand and carried a basket of vegetables with the other. Every step he took looked normal and steady.
Dad, there's osmanthus wine.
Mother would love it. Pei Mu pointed at a nearby stall. Pei Heng's eyes grew gentler. Xie Zhaozhao seemed to especially like things with the scent of osmanthus. A few days ago, she said she wanted to eat osmanthus fried rice cakes, but he didn't know what that was. He guessed she also liked osmanthus wine. It would be nice for them to have a small drink that day. And in a few days it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. The wine seller was an old man who traveled through the streets, so he knew Pei Heng's identity. His smile carried a bit of flattery. He saw that Pei Heng was holding a doll that looked very delicate, more charming than a traditional New Year picture doll. Little one, try the osmanthus candy I made, the old man said. Pei Mu waved his small hand and refused. He and his father were here to buy wine, not candy. They bought the wine because of its aroma, not because of the sweetness of the candy. The old man smiled, finding the little doll amusing. It's interesting that this little one doesn't like candy. Old sir, I want 2 big jars of your wine. When you're free later, deliver them to my house, Pei Heng said. The old man nodded repeatedly, smiling so much his eyes nearly closed. He sold his homemade wine, traveling through the streets, not selling much, earning just enough to get by. Pei Sanjun bought 2 big jars, so he wouldn't have to push his cart and call out to sell anymore. After buying meat and wine, the 3 of them headed home. On the way back, they met a seller of osmanthus candies again, and Pei Mu asked his father to buy some.
Pai Zili lauket curiously, so muer likest to eat candy.
Why didn't he eat the old man's candy just now? Pei Mu's big, clear eyes looked like water. Mother said that those who sell and carry goods work very hard. They earn their money honestly and shouldn't be taken advantage of. They need to support their families. Did your mother tell you that? Pei Seely looked surprised. A woman from a remote area had such insight? Pei Mu, with a chubby little face, nodded and said clearly, yes, that's right. Your mother is right. Our Mu'er is also very good, Pei Seely said, patting his head. Pei Mu looked proud. My mother is better than others. She's the prettiest and the gentlest. She never scolds me. If Nyo wants to be my mother's child, I tell him he can't. Pei Celia chuckled softly. She hadn't done anything, yet both father and son looked like they were facing a big threat, desperately praising Xia Zhaozhao as if she might bully her. Your mother worked hard to teach Muir. Later, Andy will cook fish for him, okay? Pei Celia's voice was full of affection. Muir was a well-behaved and sensible child, showing that Xia Zhaozhao had been very attentive in teaching him. My mother likes braised fish. Then let's make braised fish. Pei Mu's face was full of smiles. Annie also wants to eat some of what she likes. Auntie isn't picky and likes everything. Then she should eat more later and take good care of herself. Pei Celia felt warm inside. After living for decades, it was the first time someone had told her to take care of herself. This child truly warms the heart. Pei Hun carried some things behind them, quietly listening to their conversation, with a gentle smile in his eyes. Muir was very good at comforting people. His small mouth was sweet as if coated with honey, becoming more like his mother. Pei Celia needed to cook at noon, but Grandma Zhao wouldn't really let her do everything. She was just helping out nearby. Pei Hung also took Muir to the side to pick vegetables and shell beans. The father and son looked like they knew how to work, acting quite capable. But they hadn't seen Xia Zhaozhao come out, indicating she usually didn't do housework. One fish was braised, the other made into soup. Grandma Zhao also prepared a few of her signature dishes. The lunch was very rich. Xia Zhaozhao had been busy these past 2 days. Besides completing her monthly script task, she also had matters at Manhwa Tower. Fang Qiuxiu sent daily letters, updating her on the latest progress at Manhwa Tower. Most of the staff were in place now. The next step was the most important, training and management. Xia Zhaozhao gave many suggestions, but Fang Qiuxiu still hoped she could go to Fang City in person to solve the problems face-to-face. After finishing her work, Xia Zhaozhao found that lunch was almost ready. Auntie's cooking is really good. The braised fish is fresh and fragrant, and the color looks nice, she praised. Pei Celia smiled. It's very simple. If you like it, I can teach you. Xia Zhaozhao quickly shook her head, looking like she was facing a big enemy. Annie thinks too highly of me. I have no talent for cooking, and I'm really quite stupid. Last time, I steamed egg custard for Muir and burned the kitchen down. It scared me half to death. When I was putting out the fire, I accidentally broke my leg.
My mother was so miserable that day.
Dad even scolded her and wouldn't let her enter the kitchen, little Muir said sadly, frowning. He still remembered that day when his parents argued, almost taking him away from home. The mother was crying so sadly. He didn't want his mother to be upset. Pei Hung also said helplessly, the kitchen walls were just painted, and the stove is new. Pei Celia looked at the mother and son with a similar fearful expression and smiled with some helplessness. No wonder the kitchen walls were so clean. They had just been painted. Cooking is not an easy task, and she knew this very well. Actually, if the Pei family hadn't fallen on hard times, they wouldn't need her to cook. Just a quick walk into the kitchen and giving a few instructions to the cook was already quite impressive. Not knowing how to cook isn't a big deal. Xia Zhaozhao was relieved to see that Pei Celia had given up on teaching her to cook. Indeed, it's better for the whole family to work together, and the father and son did a good job. Xia Zhaozhao can't cook, but she is good at preparing fruit platters. In this season, fruits and vegetables are plentiful. Xia Zhaozhao peeled a pomegranate and arranged it on a white porcelain plate, then carved an apple into a cute little rabbit shape. She also brewed a cup of osmanthus tea with honey, sweet and fragrant. Though these things are not very practical, they are delicate and beautiful, which Pei Celia appreciated. Pei Celia thought that although Xia Zhaozhao was a bit lazy, she had a noble lady's delicacy and a touch of pride deep inside. She wasn't as rude and as she had thought. But in the future, she would have to share the burden of revitalizing the family with Pei Hung, which would require even more effort. Beijing is not like the border town. People's hearts are more complicated. I was able to arrive in the border town before the Mid-Autumn Festival thanks to Lady Wan Ning, Pei Celia said. She told Pei Hung and his wife everything about her journey. To Pei Seely, they were family, and it was a debt owed by the Pei family, so they naturally should know. Is Lady Wanning also in the border town? Pei Hung was surprised. Yes, she arrived last night and stayed overnight at a guest house outside the city because she couldn't get in. Early this morning, Rongyu sent a carriage to pick her up and took her to his villa. Pei Seely was eager to see her family and didn't go to Lu Rongyu's villa. Xia Zhaozhao remembered that in the novel, Xia Huimin and Lin Wanning didn't get along. Xia Huimin had the heroine's halo, her mother was supportive, and with the hero and his sidekick protecting her, Lin Wanning eventually married far away. But their conflict was because of Pei Hung, so now the tension seemed to shift to her. One problem after another. This story really keeps her on edge. Xia Zhaozhao puffed out her cheeks, realizing today what it means when trouble comes from nowhere while you're just sitting at home. Pei Hung cursed Lu Rongyu 1,000 times in his mind. He was everywhere, and he was truly troublesome. Although Pei Hung and Lin Wanning hadn't discussed marriage, their mothers had a tacit understanding about it. If Zhao Zhao knew, she would probably be very sad. However, this time Pei Hung truly misunderstood Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu took Lin Wanning away because she didn't want her to interfere in Pei Hung's affairs. It would be best to find a way to send Lin Wanning back to the capital quickly. Lin Wanning was unhappy with this small border town, feeling that the air was full of dirt smell. If it weren't for Pei Hung, she wouldn't want to stay in such a place. Rongyu, Aunt Pei doesn't know how things are now. I feel a bit worried. Maybe you can go with me to check on her, Lin Wanning thought for a moment and said. Since she entered the guest house, Lu Rongyu had been very considerate. But despite being thoughtful, he never mentioned visiting the Pei family. Her purpose in coming to this border town was for Pei Hung, not to waste time idling in his guest house. Aunt Pei isn't young anymore. She's tired from the journey and needs rest. Pei Hung is busy with official matters. Visiting now might be too much of a disturbance. I'll send someone to ask when Pei Hung will have a day off, and when she's feeling better, we can visit. Lu Rongyu looked calm, but he was not about to let her go easily. Otherwise, that guy Pei Hung might go crazy again. He had already confined Xia Huimin, not allowing her to cause trouble. Brothers should stand by each other, right? Since Pei Hung already knew, the debt owed by the Pei family had to be repaid. He prepared a generous gift and took his family to Lu Rongyu's guest house. Lin Wanning soon received news. Has he arrived? Yes, the young prince is in the flower hall with Commander Pei, waiting for the county lord. Lin Wanning's makeup was naturally exquisite, but she looked in the bronze mirror before leaving to make sure everything was perfect. Although she had given birth, her figure and face were well maintained, looking no different from a young girl in her 20s. Her husband's wife, in such a small place as the border town, exposed to sun and wind, doing laundry and cooking, probably looked much older now. Lin Wanning was confident in her appearance. Lu Rongyu had someone invite Lin Wanning, and he instinctively looked towards Xia Zhaozhao. Unluckily, their eyes met. He felt a bit guilty and quickly looked away. Now he was genuinely afraid of this woman with a soft face, but a ruthless heart. He really couldn't blame Lin Wanning for what happened. After all, men liked her. That was already good enough. He had never seen the scene of her throwing fruit in the capital, but Pei Hung was probably the dream lover of many young girls. If Lin Wanning weren't related to her mother's good relationship with Pei Hung's mother, she wouldn't be qualified. Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, noticing his guilty look, and was sure he hadn't done anything good. Xia Zhaozhao pouted and blew on the freshly brewed hot tea. She couldn't tell what kind of tea it was, but it tasted good. It reminded her of the tea she drank at Mr. Shin's house last time. Since Prince Lu Rongyu eats and uses only the best, his status must be quite high. It seems that Mr. Shin's identity is not simple either. But she remembers that in the book, there was no powerful person with the surname Shin. It looks like her appearance has changed the story's characters' paths. Pei Hung had been watching her expression. When he saw her momentarily distracted, he took her hand and asked, "What's wrong?" "Prince Lu Rongyu's tea is quite good," Xia Zhaozhao said with a smile. Pei Hung raised an eyebrow. "Like it? Pack some to take home later." Anyway, Prince Lu Rongyu has everything he needs here. Is that okay? Xie Zhaozhao's tone was charming and playful, her expression full of twists and turns. In other words, it was her tea. Prince Lu Rongyu disliked this person very much, even if they had grown up together. He always acted like the main wife, interfering in her family affairs. Although many women were interested in Pei Heng, in Xie Zhaozhao's heart, Lu Rongyu was the biggest threat. Lu Rongyu had hurt her many times. What's wrong with drinking a packet of his tea? There's nothing wrong with it. He has many good things here, Pei Heng said.
But those are his things, she replied.
He's my good brother. He wouldn't mind. Take whatever you like. Pei Heng glanced at Lu Rongyu and said bluntly. Last time, he had secretly given her expensive gifts, so he probably wouldn't mind. Lu Rongyu wasn't worried about losing things, but he was very annoyed seeing him act so clingy. They've known each other since they were young. Over the years, how did he not realize what kind of person this guy is? Knowing they are in love and that Xie Zhaozhao is his precious, he shouldn't interfere, right? Don't put on this act in front of him. It's quite disheartening. Pei Yiji, can you be more discreet in front of Andy? I'm not the one who invited us here. Otherwise, I'll just take Annie and leave. Pei Seely listened to their banter and felt like time was rewinding. Although they were teasing each other, everyone's face was smiling. Lin Wanning looked directly at Xie Zhaozhao, who was tilting her head. When she saw her face clearly, her expression was surprised, no, shocked. The woman sitting in the flower hall was either Auntie Pei or her. So, she was Pei Heng's wife. She was stunningly beautiful. Even though she considered herself beautiful, she had to admit that her appearance was above hers. The small boy standing beside her, carved like a delicate jade sculpture, is probably her and Pei Heng's child. He looks very much like Pei Heng. Lin Wanning quickly regained her composure, but her fingers under her sleeve clenched into a fist. In a moment, they entered the flower hall. Lin Wanning first bowed to Aunt Pei. She then nodded slightly to Xie Zhaozhao as a greeting, before turning her gaze to Pei Heng. Yiji, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a long time, almost 9 years. In these 9 years, she married, and he married someone else. They are no longer the young boys they once were. After all this time, they have met again. Pei Heng's smile was gentle but sincere. Long time no see. Aunt Pei arrived safely in Bianqing this time, and I must thank you. It was just a small effort. Aunt Pei has watched us grow up. She is our aunt. Rongyu is also in Bianqing, so I thought I'd her here. It's rare for us three to gather again. Lin Wanning smiled softly, her tone calm, recalling their childhood friendship. Her expression was touching. Isn't it touching? The friendship of youth, priceless and unchangeable. Lin Wanning had a mature charm and a noble coldness, different from Fang Xiuqiu's bright and grand presence. That's right. After so many years, both of you have become mothers, while I remain single, Lu Rongyu joked. Seemingly casual, but subtly reminding Lin Wanning of their identities. Lin Wanning could easily understand Lu Rongyu's meaning. Although they grew up together, she still had a closer relationship with Pei Heng. She smiled and teased, if you had agreed to marry, you'd have children by now. I heard you finally married a concubine, hiding her from us. She must be a stunning beauty. Lu Rongyu's eyes flickered uncomfortably, and he chuckled softly, clearly unwilling to discuss it further. Let's just leave it at that, take it as it is. Pei Heng and Xie Zhaozhao were drinking tea quietly, not joining the conversation. Lin Wanning lowered her gaze, sensing there was some secret she didn't know. When she looked up again, her eyes were full of smiles. This journey was so hurried. I don't know your preferences, sister-in-law, or if the gifts prepared are to your liking. Xie Zhaozhao smiled. The county princess prepared everything perfectly. Mu Er will thank the county princess. Thank you, county princess. Pei Mu tilted her head, looking at Lin Wanning with a childish voice. Lin Wanning bent down and placed a golden lock around Pei Mu's neck. From now on, just call me aunt. When I was your age, I already knew your father. Pei Mu blinked, first looking at Xie Zhaozhao, then at her father. Seeing that they didn't object, she cheerfully called out, Thank you, aunt. You're so well behaved. Aunt has a daughter, and when you meet her in the future, you can be good friends and play together. Is she my younger sister? Pei Mu's bright eyes immediately lit up. She's an older sister. She's 2 years older than you. Lin Wanning gently tapped his nose. Probably because she's a mother, she is especially gentle. I can also take care of my older sister, Pei Mu said like a little grown-up. His innocent words made Lin Wanning smile even more. Xia Zhaozhao's charming face always carried a smile, and her eyes were gentle, without any intention of stopping her. Pei Heng's gaze stayed on her the whole time, clearly caring. Lu Rong found it hard to connect the Xia Zhaozhao in front of him with the one who had caused him so many setbacks before. But as long as everything was peaceful, that was enough. He really didn't want chaos to erupt just because Lin Wanning appeared. It's really difficult for him. Lu Rong let out a sigh of relief. But the rest of his breath would have to wait for another time. Back then, Lin Wanning's feelings for Pei Heng were very obvious. Hopefully, he was overthinking it. Thanks to Wanning on this trip, I avoided many detours, Pei Li said. The Pei family was no longer what it used to be. Lin Wanning was willing to help, and he was grateful to see Pei Heng earlier. I'm also eager to meet my aunt, Lin Wanning said with a smile, as she sat beside Pei Li. Pei Li held her hand. She was just a young girl who grew up watching him, so how could she have no feelings? Most of the time, Lin Wanning talked with Pei Li. Her gaze on Pei Heng was calm and sincere, but not passionate like love. She cared about Pei Heng but couldn't show too much. She was the county princess, after all, and couldn't do anything shameful. A marriage that doesn't match in status can't last long. Maybe she didn't even need to intervene. When Pei Heng returned to the capital, that was the day they separated. They were childhood sweethearts. As long as she stayed by Pei Heng's side then, he would understand her feelings. Even when chatting, Pei Heng's gaze would involuntarily drift towards Xia Zhaozhao. His unconscious actions seemed like obvious favoritism to others. Lu Rong prepared a welcoming banquet, and the standards were naturally high. He loved enjoying himself. Were in season and especially fat, so he ordered them to be brought from the south. The cost of transportation alone was countless silver coins, and these were more expensive than gold. Pei Heng carefully picked out the crab meat and roe, mostly giving them to Xia Zhaozhao and the rest to his son. Mu'er was too young, and were cold and not easy for him to eat much. Xia Zhaozhao tasted the crab roe and had to admit that Lu Rong was quite the connoisseur. Lin Wanning lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes hiding the cold light in her gaze. Her heart seemed to suddenly become empty and desolate, with waves of pain. No matter how delicious the food, it felt like a thorn in her throat. Lin Wanning forced herself to stay calm, attentively serving dishes and peeling for Pei Li. Pei Li holds an important position in the Pei family. The family sent her to Bianqing not just to look after her nephew and grandnephews. Her attitude is very important. She needs to stay patient. Not only does Lin Wanning take good care of Pei Li, but she is also very thoughtful to Mu'er. After all, she is a mother herself and naturally knows how to make children happy. As expected, Pei Mu is friendly towards her and does not reject her kindness. But Lin Wanning is smart enough not to cross the line between men and women easily. She is familiar with Pei Heng, but does not overstep boundaries. She also calls Xia Zhaozhao sister-in-law, and even plans to go shopping together another day. After the welcoming banquet, Lu Rong finally relaxes, feeling the tension in his chest ease. Fortunately, nothing happened. No drama of two women fighting over a man. Taking the chance, he whispered to Pei Heng, Lin Wanning's coming to Bianqing has nothing to do with me. It's clear she's not after you, just here for Auntie. The Empress has returned to the palace, and her most trusted person is Auntie Pei. Whether it's for the Lin family or herself, pleasing Auntie Pei is a way of showing goodwill to the central palace. Pei Heng raised his hand and lightly tapped Lu Rong's chest, saying, Take good care of Xia Huimin. Once Wanning returns to the capital, I'll have her bring Xia Huimin with her. Lu Rong replied, You're not going back. There are still over 3 months until the new year, and the palace affairs are many. He can't stay in Bianqing forever. I have other matters, Lu Rong said vaguely. keeping him in suspense. Pei Hung didn't ask further, and simply spoke when he needed to. Lin Wanning held Pei Seely's hand, reluctant to leave, hoping she would stay at the guest house. Of course, this place is good, but Pei Seely prefers to be with her family.
Plus, she has her own tasks to do this time.
Pei Mu waved her chubby hand and said goodbye to Lin Wanning. Goodbye, Auntie. You can come visit my house anytime. Pei Mu loved the big gold lock Lin Wanning gave her and was especially enthusiastic about her. Mother said gold is valuable, so she can buy lots of osmanthus cakes with it. Pei Mu's gaze fell on Lu Rong, and her smile disappeared.
Her small hand stopped waving.
She's small but not forgetful. This uncle is mean. Lu Rong liked Pei Mu very much, but being openly treated differently hurt him. He touched his nose, feeling a little heartbroken. The last gift he gave was worth more than the gold lock, wasn't it? Pei Hung snorted coldly. Well, it's because he bullied Zhao Zhao before. Muir is very vengeful. After the Pei family left, Lin Wanning smiled and said, "Don't you think Yiji is different from before?" Lu Rongyun snorted disdainfully, looking very contemptuous. He's now a complete wife, which is embarrassing for a man. I don't even want to admit he's my brother. Lin Wanning laughed happily. What's wrong with being a wife? I think you're jealous. Jealous of him? Come on, I don't want to be controlled by women. Lu Rongyun shook his head dismissively. Lin Wanning looked deeply at the disappearing carriage before turning her gaze away, hiding all her emotions. Pei Seely had a tiring day today and was a bit exhausted. After dinner, he went to rest early. Xia Zhao Zhao gently lulled Muir to sleep, and not long after, Pei Hung came in. Under the orange-yellow light, she leaned against him with her long hair flowing. Although this was a usual scene, seeing it always made her feel warm. Her whole chest was filled with happiness, making her feel that these years had been kind to her. She had lost some things, but compared to the people in front of her, it all seemed insignificant. Are you asleep? Pei Hung had already come over. Yes. Before she finished speaking, he picked her up and headed straight to the big bed behind the screen. Lately, she had gotten used to being held by him. He had just finished bathing and still carried the familiar scent of soapberry. Xia Zhao Zhao sniffed his chest and said, "You smell so good." This was her new perfume, made with rose juice, giving off a light rose fragrance. Do you like it? Pei Hung kissed her at the corner of her mouth. Yes. Tomorrow, I want to ask my aunt to witness us.
Pei Hung whispered.
When they got married, there were no elders present, and on their wedding night, he had to leave her alone at home because of an urgent case. Will my aunt think we're being silly? Xia Zhao Zhao asked. Ancient people's sense of ceremony was no less than modern people's. In fact, they valued it especially. That's why she was worried that Pei Seely might think they were being childish. Unlike modern times, where all festivals have become commercial shopping days. You've seen it these past 2 days. Although my aunt is strict, she's very open-minded. She won't make things difficult for you. Pei Hung held her hand. My aunt used to be a palace lady responsible for the Empress's women's school. She admires your talent. When the women's school was first established, it gathered famous teachers from all over the country, and even the scholars from the Imperial Academy would come to lecture there. Women from noble families in the capital took pride in attending the women's school, and my aunt was a role model for women in the city. In a way, she represents the Empress. The Empress entrusted her with a big task, and her aunt also made a grand vow. She would not marry in this lifetime and would dedicate her life to women's studies. Later, when the Crown Prince's palace and the Empress had issues, the Pei family was involved, and the lively women's studies program came to an end. Turns out my aunt is so impressive, Xia Zhao Zhao sighed. Women like her shine even in modern times, but unfortunately, they haven't met the right era. No wonder she was surprised to hear that her aunt couldn't cook, but she didn't scold or lecture her. After all, many elders in modern times can't do that either, so her aunt's ideas are truly ahead of her time. Yes, so she wouldn't oppose. Instead, she feels coming here was the right choice. In the entire Pei family, he is closest to his mother than his aunt. But I feel a little nervous, Xia Zhao Zhao said softly. This 100 days feels both long and short. Long because of the many expectations. Short because, compared to her whole life, it passes in the blink of an eye. Xia Zhaozhao has imagined her future, a loving husband, and most importantly, for elders who love her and have poured their hearts into her. But now they are all gone. It's like a barren heart suddenly begins to grow rapidly. A new field sprouts, but their place is empty. She misses them but also fears they might leave suddenly. It's a conflicting feeling. He lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed on her, calm and restrained. What are you worried about? Pei Heng, do you like the current Xia Zhaozhao or the old one? Xia Zhaozhao's voice was gentle, one hand resting on his face, filled with a sense of lost longing. No matter if it's the old you or the current you, you are still you. I like you as a person, Zhao Zhao. You said we should trust each other. What are you afraid of? Pei Heng kissed her lips repeatedly, each kiss brief, as if mimicking her usual way or trying to tempt her heart. Every kiss was fleeting, but it seemed to be teasing her. His moist tone, husky voice, and seductive charm were irresistible. If I'm not the same as I was before? Xia Zhaozhao's eyes were full of allure, yet she looked serious. Only she knew the meaning behind her words and what they represented. How could I not be the same as I was before? The man's smile was charming, his eyes even more captivating and seductive. But I really am not. Xia Zhaozhao's eyes were shrouded in desire, showing a charming yet serious expression. Pei Heng did not want to upset her about this matter, so he agreed. All right, it's not that, but I like it. I like it very much. In the past, Xia Zhaozhao was more of a responsibility and a burden to him. He couldn't let go of her. But now, she is a treasure hidden in his heart, his life, and he is reluctant to let go. As long as she is not angry because of Lin Wanning's matter, that is enough. He does not want to cause trouble at this moment. He has waited a long time. If he waits any longer, he fears he will go crazy from the torment. Xia Zhaozhao raised her hand and pinched his face. Pei Heng, you must remember your words, or I will never see you again. Pei Heng pressed his lips to hers, their eyes meeting. That day will never come. Lin Wanning was taking a bath with rose essential oil, a daily routine for her. She is 24 years old now, young but no longer as tender as a 15 or 16-year-old girl. But if she takes good care of herself, she has a unique charm that others lack. Women who say appearance doesn't matter are usually those with plain looks. How can appearance not matter? Otherwise, why would Pei Heng be so obsessed with Xia Zhaozhao? The Empress was just the daughter of a minor official. It was her outstanding looks that made the current King Wei, then a prince, choose her. Even after leaving the palace to become a nun, she was still brought back by the emperor. Men, frankly, judge first by looks. Women who are only beautiful face disaster. But if a woman has both beauty and noble background, that is a strength no one or no interest can shake. The steam slowly rose, and Lin Wanning felt her skin tighten significantly. Her face looked plump and moist, as if it had been drinking water. Lin Wanning looked at herself in the bronze mirror and smiled with satisfaction. County Lord, the second prince's concubine is outside, saying she wants to see you, said the maid Songji. Lin Wanning raised an eyebrow. Now, a request to see her probably isn't a good sign. She always felt that Lu Romeu's concubine was strange. But, after all, she is a concubine. It wouldn't be good to refuse her. Just to save face for Romeu. Take her to the side hall. I will go there now, Lin Wanning said. She changed her clothes, casually tied her hair up, showing both feminine charm and noble elegance. Xia Huimin saw Lin Wanning and was not very surprised. After all, she was used to Xia Zhaozhao's beauty, and few could compare. Of course, she couldn't deny that Lin Wanning was also beautiful. Every gesture of Lin Wanning exuded grace, as it was ingrained in her since childhood. In her previous life, she used this sense of superiority, acting as a high-ranking person, looking down on others and suppressing her. For a long time, Lin Wanning was her nightmare. Because their backgrounds are vastly different, she was completely overshadowed by Lin Wanning. But she also has what Lin Wanning dreams of, the position of Lady Pei and the favoritism of Lu Romeu. In the end, Lin Wanning is just her defeated opponent. County Princess. Xia Huimin nodded slightly. She is Lu Rongyu's concubine, and in rank, she is not inferior to her. Moreover, this is Lu Rongyu's private residence. She is the host, and she is just a guest. Why did the concubine come here late at night?
Lin Wanning smiled faintly.
Although she was not rude, her deep-seated contempt was noticed by Xia Huimin. Let me be honest, I came to tell you that Pei Heng is my brother-in-law. Seeing Lin Wanning pretend to be calm, Xia Huimin suddenly felt like laughing. Actually, compared to her pretentious attitude, she prefers Xia Zhaozhao's straightforwardness. Your sister sent you to tell me this? Lin Wanning still smiled, with her usual calm pride. She guessed right, small places are small, full of beauty, but lacking insight. What she should do now is hold tightly onto Pei Heng, not waste time on these useless things. Xia Huimin raised her chin and smiled. My sister isn't that stupid. Don't think you're so clever. You can't hide your feelings for someone. My sister likes to strike back after acting first. In other words, not everyone is qualified to be her opponent. Some people are just too stupid from the start. Lin Wanning picked up the teacup beside her and took a gentle sip, her smile soft and calm. It seems the concubine cares about your sister. She placed the cup down slowly, her entire expression meaningful. Because I am my sister's only younger sister, I must care for her properly. Men often abandon their wives for power, but my brother-in-law is willing to stay in the border town for my sister. Whether he loves her or not, you probably know in your heart. Do you still dare to compete? Xia Huimin looked up at her with a faint smile on her lips. It was a clear provocation. Lin Wanning initially thought Xia Zhaozhao asked her to warn her, but now it seemed their sisters simply did not get along. When she said sister, there was a dark, hidden emotion behind her tone. If she guessed correctly, she likes her brother-in-law. This is getting interesting. No wonder she didn't show up at today's welcoming banquet. So, her purpose today was to sow discord?
Ha!
Thank you, Consort Xia. Pei Heng, Rongyu, and I have known each other since childhood. Our bond is not comparable to love, and it has nothing to do with whether they marry or not. Because in love, your older sister, Lady Pei, is Pei Heng's one and only. In friendship, Rongyu and I are also irreplaceable to him. Lin Wanning spoke slowly, with a proud and reserved attitude deeply ingrained in her. Xia Huimin laughed openly without hesitation. Irreplaceable? Has Lu Rongyu told you that Pei Heng wants to cut ties with him? Miss County, don't be so self-righteous. Do you think the Pei family sent Lady Pei here so that Pei Heng could break up with my older sister? You're mistaken. The Pei family couldn't overrule Pei Heng, so they sent Lady Pei to teach my older sister how to take on the responsibilities of future matron of the Pei family. As soon as my older sister returns to the capital, her position will be unshakable. Pei Heng woke up feeling refreshed and full of visible happiness. During breakfast, Xia Zhaozhao said, I need to go to the bookstore later, and we'll be back around noon. Today is an important day for her, and she definitely wouldn't delay it. I'll take you there and pick you up after you're done, Pei Heng offered. Anyway, he canceled all his plans today just to be with her. There's plenty of time. Pei Li saw that their relationship was truly good, which lifted his mood, making him feel young again. The carriage stopped at the bookstore's entrance. Pei Heng helped Xia Zhaozhao out and said, No rush, I'll wait for you. Early in the morning, Xia Zhaozhao received a message from the bookstore owner asking her to come over. Usually, when someone is in such a hurry, it's because Fong Suqiu has come to Bianqing to surprise her. Come to think of it, she hadn't received a letter from Fong Suqiu for several days. A few days ago, she received a letter each day urging her to come, so she must be impatient. When Xia Zhaozhao entered the flower hall, she didn't see Fong Suqiu. She curled her lips and said, Sister Qiu, come out quickly. I know you've come to Bianqing. She turned around at the sound of footsteps behind her and smiled. It wasn't Fong Suqiu, but her guard. Xia Zhaozhao recognized him as Meng Tong. Fong Suqiu often lent this guard to her. Guard Meng, isn't Sister Qiu here? Xia Zhaozhao asked with a smile. Madam Pei, our princess has gone missing, Meng Tong replied. Xia Zhao's face turned pale for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Sister Qiu always takes a guard when she goes out. How could she go missing? The princess received news that old Lord Wang had an accident and hurriedly left with her people. It's been 3 days, and there's been no news, Meng Tong explained. What happened to old Lord Wang? When was the last time the princess contacted you? Where did she appear last? Old Lord Wang is secretly investigating a long-standing case. There was no news from Feng City, and the princess's last message was also sent from Feng City. Old Lord Wang has only their princess as his daughter. There is no precedent in Daqi for a daughter inheriting a noble title, but the princess can inherit the family estate. If both old Lord Wang and the princess encounter trouble, the estate can only be inherited by her only son. The princess and Zheng Sanling divorced, but the young boy stayed with the Zheng family. Since the divorce, the palace and the Zheng family have become enemies. If the Zheng family finds out, they will surely interfere, preventing the lord and princess from living peacefully and trying to seize the estate. Lady Pei and the princess have known each other for only a few months, but she is the princess's most trusted person. She has helped Lady Pei more than once and knows her abilities and methods. When old Lord Wang and the princess went missing one after the other, the news couldn't leak out, so she had to seek help from her. Xia Zhao frowned. What case is this? Meng Tong hesitated for a moment before saying, The Lord is investigating an old case from many years ago. Xia Zhao frowned. She wondered what old case related to Feng City. The novel mentioned Feng City before, but she couldn't remember what had happened there. Who else knows about the Lord and Princess's disappearance? Xia Zhao asked with a frown. Besides a few trusted guards, only the lady has been told, Meng Tong replied honestly. Actually, there was another reason to tell Lady Pei, her husband, Pei Canjun. Pei Canjun is a famous detective. He solved the shocking Tower of Buddha case that once stunned the court. Tang Zizhou also left a good impression on the emperor because of that case and was soon transferred to the capital. He carefully considered and then sought out Lady Pei. All right, Xia Zhao nodded. Since you only told me after careful thought, it shows you trust me. There should be no secrets. What news did the Lord receive from Feng City? Was it related to the case, or was he meeting someone? Meng Tong fell silent, clearly hesitant. Since the Lord and Princess went missing, you didn't report it to the court immediately or use the court's resources to find them. You probably didn't want to make the situation worse. Are you hiding something? Are you really trying to find my husband? Do you want him to investigate the Lord and Princess's whereabouts but not know the secret behind it? Commander Meng, do you truly trust me? Xia Zhao's face turned cold, with a hint of sarcastic amusement in her eyes and brows. Meng Tong knew she was skilled and didn't expect her to be so sharp and perceptive. I hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, my subordinate did not intentionally hide anything. But Feng City is at the border between Great Qi and Ningguo. Although it belongs to Great Qi, people from both countries live together in the city. Old Lord Wang met the Prime Minister of Ningguo during his travels when he was young, and they have a friendly relationship. Although Great Qi and Ningguo have been peaceful in recent years, private contacts must not be known to the court, or it might look like they are colluding. Ningguo's 6th prince went missing years ago. For unknown reasons, he is being searched for secretly. The Ningguo Prime Minister asked for help from old Lord Wang, who agreed. They have been searching secretly all these years. This trip to Feng City is based on a lead, and he also wants to see an old friend. Unexpectedly, there has been no news since he arrived. This matter must not be reported to the court. If it is discovered, they could be accused of treason, and old Lord Wang and the princess would be in serious trouble. After thinking carefully, the only person they could ask for help was Lady Pei. It's not that I deliberately hid anything, it's just a serious matter. I ask Lady Pei, considering her past friendship with our princess, to help find our Lord Wang and the princess. Xia Zhao helped Meng Tong to stand, her expression calm. Meng Tong was unsure whether she would help or not, especially since it involved Ningguo. His biggest worry now was that the Lord and Princess might fall into Ningguo's hands. Actually, The palace doesn't lack people, but everyone is without a leader and no one knows what to do. Saving the people can't be delayed anymore. Xia Zhaozhao bit her lip lightly, thinking before saying, "Your princess has helped me before, so I won't just stand by and do nothing.
I will tell my husband about this.
Whether he agrees or not, I can't promise. But no matter the outcome, I will go to Feng City with you and try to find a way to save them." "Thank you very much, Lady Pei." Meng Tong was about to kneel again, but Xia Zhaozhao stopped her. "Wait for my news at the bookstore. Have the palace guards disguise themselves as merchants and prepare to head to Feng City." "Why do you look unhappy? Is Feng Shuqiu rushing you on the story progress?" Pei Heng stepped forward, holding her hand, his fingertips cold. It's only early autumn, but she's already so sensitive to the cold. It seems she needs to see a doctor to improve her health. The pills she took before didn't seem to work much. "Let's talk on the carriage." Hearing her mention that Feng De and his daughter went missing in Feng City, Xia Zhaozhao's brows furrowed. Again, Feng City. The last time, he was injured there. Although it was Lu Rong's fault, the frequent incidents suggest it's not just coincidence. This is a bit complicated. Whether you help or not, I won't blame you. But Sister Chiu has helped me, so I must go myself no matter what. Pei Heng's eyebrows furrowed as if covered with frost, and a faint sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "You think too highly of yourself. With your mediocre skills, you dare to go to Fengcheng? Last time at Chuanhe Yaju was just luck. Do you really believe you're so lucky every time?" Xia Zhaozhao felt her face heat up from his words. She practiced sanda and military boxing to strengthen her body and defend herself. Moreover, the original body she inherited was quite weak. Although she had improved after several months of training, she still couldn't compare to real martial artists. Being called a beginner was not unfair to her. Solving cases depends on brains, and the palace isn't short of guards, Xia Zhaozhao said irritably. The palace isn't short of guards, but why did the prince and his daughter go missing? There must be more to it. "I need to discuss this with Rongyu," Pei Heng said. "No, Lu Rongyu is from the royal family. If he tells the emperor, Sister Chiu might get into trouble." Xia Zhaozhao trusted Pei Heng, but didn't trust Lu Rongyu. Right now, saving people is the most important. Rongyu isn't that unreliable. Feng De is just a foreign prince, and he's been following the rules all these years. The emperor isn't as wary of him. Although Pei Heng wasn't in the capital, he knew a lot about the political situation. "Did you agree? What choice do I have?" Pei Heng hugged her, his dark eyes looking at her with tenderness and affection. "Of course I support what you want to do. The disappearance of Prince Da and the princess isn't simple. I can't just stand by and do nothing." Pei Heng remembered Lu Rongyu's hesitation yesterday. He must be hiding something from him. Xia Zhaozhao blinked her thick, curled eyelashes and said softly, "You're right. Logically and emotionally, I should go to Fengcheng." "No," Pei Heng immediately refused. "I promise to find the person. You stay at home and wait for me." Xia Zhaozhao shifted her shoulders. "But our promise was for today. I don't want to leave you. Can I stay with you?" Pei Heng smiled with a hint of mischief, lowered his head, and pressed his lips to her jaw, whispering softly, "We'll leave tomorrow."
No delay.
Xia Zhaozhao felt her face heat up uncontrollably, wrapped in his breath. She pouted and poked his chest with her finger, coquettishly complaining, "You run away after sleeping. Isn't that the same as abandoning me?" Pei Heng chuckled softly. "Do you want to accuse me of such a big crime? Abandonment? Do you think I'd be willing to leave? I don't care. Either you take me there, or you leave with your good brother first. I'll go on my own afterward, or are you afraid I'll disturb your private time together?" Xia Zhaozhao said playfully. If he told her it was impossible, she wouldn't hesitate to cause trouble. Pei Heng held her tighter, sounding a bit resigned. "Just be mad at me." Xia Zhaozhao's eyes curved into a pretty smile, her tone light and cheerful. "You always think about your good brother. I want to do something for my good sister too. Even if I can't do much, I want to be close to her and comfort her first. It's not only your brother who is precious, my sister is also important." At the end, She looked at him with a teasing and charming gaze, almost hypnotic. Not only did she agree to what she asked, but she also seemed to give her all. All right, let's go together. Pei-hung gently kissed her lips, his soft voice slipping out. Wait for me at home later. Tonight, Emoer and Auntie will sleep there. Do you have to be so unreasonable? Do you have a conscience? Who am I doing this for?
Stop it.
You're doing it for yourself. The word happy was on her lips, but she didn't say it, feeling a bit embarrassed. For me, what? Pei-hung looked at her with interest as she hesitated. Xia Zhaozhao smiled playfully. What do you think? Later, she told him, go talk to Lu Rongyu. I need to go out again. Let Uncle Zhang follow me, and later, your good brother will send you home. By the time Pei-hung realized it, Xia Zhaozhao had already ordered Uncle Zhang to turn around and head to Lu Rongyu's residence. Watching her leave eagerly, Pei-hung thought she had planned everything clearly, walking away confidently. Meng Tong didn't expect Xia Zhaozhao to come back so soon, and that she already had a plan. You're leaving soon. Dress up and go to Fengcheng. Once you arrive, find a place to stay, secretly gather information. Leave this sign here. When I arrive, I'll contact you. This sign means Xia Zhaozhao drew 2 modern mathematical symbols for easy communication.
Yes.
Meng Tong had already sent guards to gather information, but after a few days, they found nothing. He carefully memorized the 2 symbols and then destroyed the note. I've thought about it. Sister Chiu isn't impulsive. Her lack of news might mean she's hiding herself, turning the situation in Fengcheng into something secret. The situation there is uncertain, so we should stay calm and wait. After hearing Pei-hung talk about Fengcheng's situation, Xia Zhaozhao calmed down. Feng Xiuqiu was not an ordinary woman. She was brave and clever, cautious yet daring. She wouldn't be easily fooled. But regardless, she must have encountered danger. Madam Pei, don't worry. We will follow Lady Pei's orders, Meng Tong said respectfully. At the manor of the Wang family, when Pei-hung arrived, Lu Rongyu was about to leave. The guard carried a bundle, clearly going on a long trip. Where are you going?
Pei-hung asked.
Lu Rongyu fanned himself lazily and smiled casually, just going out for some air. The border town is too small to have fun. Then take your consort back to the capital, Pei-hung said with a sharp look. Lu Rongyu snapped his fan shut, who said I wouldn't interfere in others' private affairs. Don't delay me from having some fun. You're heading to Fengcheng, Pei-hung said directly. Lu Rongyu paused. How do you know? After last time, you won't just forget. You're not the type to let things go. Has that person heard anything?
Pei-hung asked.
Lu Rongyu opened his fan, shook it twice, then closed it again. Last time I got hurt because of you, now I feel guilty when I see your woman. Don't worry, I will definitely get revenge for this. The situation in Fengcheng has changed. Prince Than has gone missing there, and his daughter is also unaccounted for. Pei-hung frowned and didn't beat around the bush. Lu Rongyu took a few steps in place. Fengcheng is lively. Everyone's heading there. It's Mid-Autumn Festival soon, and the moon there is especially round. Lu Rongyu was a bit annoyed. He had no real ties with Prince Than. After all, they were from different generations. But he didn't really pay much attention to him. He was a prince from a different royal family, rich in fame and wealth, but there was a difference in power compared to someone like him, a royal relative. But if a prince of Diqi just disappeared, that was another matter entirely. It was to the Lu royal family's reputation. Who was he looking down on? Lu Rongyu thought again.
No, wait.
How could Pei-hung know about Prince Than? Although he had cultivated his influence over the years, his reach wasn't that extensive. Prince Than's ancestors all lived in a city, and they were very low profile. Even the emperor's spies rarely went there. But Xia Zhaozhao and Feng Xiuqiu were close. He understood he was helping his woman. Your woman asked you to help find someone? Lu Rongyu said with a teasing tone. Pei-hung looked at him and said calmly, Rongyu, Fengcheng is stirring up such a big storm. Do you think there are many capable people there? You mean those who hurt you last time and Prince Than's disappearance are related? Lu Rongyu quickly understood. Just a suspicion, no proof. I came to discuss this with you. Let's go now and talk on the way, Lu Rongyu said. He was ready. Their builds were similar, so no need to pack extra clothes. Not today. Why not today? The strong man left quickly, lifting his leg to go out. There was no need to hesitate. Pei Heng paused for a moment and said, I will leave tomorrow. Won't you miss your woman? Lu Rongyu looked at his expression and guessed right. He snorted unkindly. You're probably completely controlled by her. You don't understand. A 24-year-old bachelor who hasn't married yet. I don't understand. It's just a small matter between men and women, nothing complicated. If you want to go, go, Lu Rongyu said confidently, as if he had no plans to go himself. Anyway, he wasn't planning to take him this time, so it was better if he didn't go. Pei Heng grabbed Lu Rongyu's arm and pulled him toward the study. Lu Rongyu kept complaining. What are you doing? Touching me?
Paiyizi.
The guards in the courtyard watched silently, not stepping in. Lu Rongyu was furious, feeling like he was raising a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Going to the governor's office to get someone? Such a small matter, just send a guard. Do I need to go myself? A useless governor. His Highness the Prince shouldn't have to beg him. Does he think he's so important? I'm just a small officer, not as important as the prince. I need to handle affairs in Fengcheng, Pei Heng said coldly. Lu Rongyu choked and said, If I go, you'll be upset with me. When he heard that Lu the Prince was visiting, Governor Li hurried to greet him personally. When official luck comes, nothing can stop it. Pei Heng is his lucky star. The prince is his benefactor. Governor Li's flattery slightly eased Lu Rongyu's hurt feelings. He heard that Lu the Prince was visiting Pei Heng for an investigation related to a secret case that couldn't be revealed now. Don't worry, little prince. I won't ask anything. I don't know anything. With Officer Pei helping the prince, you'll be even more powerful, Governor Li praised effusively. He knew very well he wasn't a good official. He only got this far by knowing the right people and luck. Lu Rongyu really didn't want to know what Pei Heng was doing. He only knew that Officer Pei was humble and never took credit. When this mission was over and Pei Heng returned, he would be closer to becoming the governor. When Pei Heng was summoned by Governor Li, he looked obedient and ready to follow orders. Governor Li felt a bit guilty. Pei Heng had just recovered from his injury, but was sent on a secret mission. Pei Heng was risking his life for his career. Governor Li thought for a moment and decided to give him 100 taels of silver. No, 300 taels. Actually, maybe 500 taels. It's better to be kind. With Officer Pei earning him credit, he could relax. Pei Heng looked at the flying money in his hand. Lord Lu was indeed generous. It was rare for the magistrate to be so generous. Don't give it to me. Lu Rongyu reached out to take it, but Pei Heng had already tucked it into his. Have some shame. He had nothing good in his residence, yet he was so eager to exchange his life for this money. Lu Rongyu frowned, thinking that even if it was 500 taels, or even 5,000 or 50,000, he wouldn't blink. He could take all his good things.
Now? Ha!
He didn't know what kind of spell Xia Zhaozhao had cast on him. When Xia Zhaozhao returned home, Pei Heng hadn't arrived yet, but the house was completely renovated. The yard was swept very clean, and flowers were placed under the corridor, swaying gracefully in the wind. It wasn't overly luxurious, but it was clearly made with care. It looked like he was really going to give her a wedding night, even decorating the room specially. Red curtains, bright red bedding. Only the wedding characters on the walls were missing. Xia Zhaozhao had always thought the room was too bright and gaudy, but today she realized that the ancestors' taste was truly excellent. While admiring the room, her body was suddenly embraced from behind, familiar scent filling her senses. Did you prepare this? Xia Zhaozhao turned to look at him. Do you like it?
Like it.
In the book, Pei Heng was portrayed as silent and stern, as rigid as an old scholar. His rare tenderness was only given to his son, Pei Mu. It seemed that he wasn't naturally cold, he just didn't care enough. Apart from money, these surprises also took time and effort. A man who spends money, time, and thought for you, what else could that be if not love? Love really can change a person. Since you like it, is there a reward? Xia Zhaozhao raised her chin, her eyes shining with a smile as she looked at him steadily. What kind of reward do you want? Pei Heng's lips curled slightly, his warm lips touching her forehead. What do you think? His rough fingers gently stroked her cheek, warm breath brushing her face. You know how long I've waited. They were already married, yet they still had a 100-day promise. He had endured for so long. He didn't even dare to think about how he had managed through those plain, lonely days before. Xia Zhaozhao looked proud, slightly lifting her chin. So, is your sincerity just this much? He kissed her lips softly and chuckled. Would you be happier if I was pure and abstinent? Pure and abstinent? That just meant not exciting enough. Of course, she wouldn't be happy. Humph. You used to ignore me, and all this is the result of my efforts. Pei Heng smiled and agreed. Yes, yes, yes. It's true, she pouted. I liked you first. Later, I will tell my son and grandson how you ignored me at first. Luckily, I was brave, firm, and persistent, and I drove away the many women around you. Pei Heng's smile grew wider. So I am really that bad? What else could it be? Xia Zhaozhao pursed her lips. Fortunately, my love moved heaven and earth, and you finally woke up. Yes, whatever you say is true, he said, then gently kissed her cheek. From now on, I will show my thanks through actions. Since that's the case, please go out first, my husband. I need to change clothes. Xia Zhaozhao pushed Pei Heng away, took his clothes from the wardrobe, tucked them into his arms, and pushed him out the door. This was a new dress she ordered for the two of them at Ningxia workshop. It wasn't as complicated as a wedding dress, but both the dress and belt had the same embroidery pattern. Her underclothes were made by Grandma Zhao. Although her embroidery wasn't as delicate as the artisans at Ningxia workshop, Grandma Zhao followed her design perfectly, which suited her best. She had waited so long for this day to finally arrive. Pei Heng, dressed in red, stood on the blue stone pavement under the corridor. The setting sun cast a faint golden glow on him, gentle yet dazzling. Xia Zhaozhao moved gracefully, with Pei Mu carefully standing behind her, holding her mother's skirt, her little face full of smiles. Her mother looked so beautiful today, like a fairy. Pei Heng's gaze became clearer and closer as he watched her approach until she reached him. If she hadn't told him, she would have walked this path alone. He couldn't help but want to hug her. But Xia Zhaozhao insisted on walking herself because it was her choice. From the moment she put on this wedding dress and took her first step, her life was about to begin a new journey. This wasn't an ordinary wedding. It was a moment that could only live in her memories afterward. She had fully become Xia Zhaozhao. Pei Heng took her hand, and Pei Mu also held her mother's hand. The family of three walked together toward Pei Seely. Pei Seely was very happy to witness their renewal ceremony as an elder of the Pei family. In a way, this made up for the family's regrets. When Pei Heng got married, they were all in Lingnan, and there was no decree allowing them to leave. Nephew, niece-in-law, and grandson bowed to aunt/grandma. The family of three said in unison. Pei Seely felt a mix of emotions and kept saying, get up quickly. Then they drank tea together, had dinner as a family, and the ceremony officially ended. The wedding was simple, but for Xia Zhaozhao it was enough. Pei Mu was well-behaved and followed her aunt without needing to be coaxed. Her father had told her a secret long ago that no one else knew. He said that as long as he and her mother shared a bed, she could have a little sister, and she would soon become an older sister. She wanted to be an older sister. The room was lit by flickering red candles, and the moon outside was shining brightly. What a perfect night for a full moon and blooming flowers. The wine on the table was the osmanthus wine Pei Heng bought last time. The fragrance of flowers and the aroma of wine filled the air. The wedding wine was sweet and red, and they held hands, promising never to part. Xia Zhaozhao cut a lock of hair from both of them, tied it with red thread, and put it into a small pouch she had prepared. Just as she finished, before she could turn around, she was already being carried away. Inside the red silk curtain, their eyes met, and their hearts pounded with excitement. Usually brave, Xia Zhaozhao was now too nervous to look into his eyes. Zhao Zhao, his lips were hot and eager, his voice incredibly tempting. His passionate kiss fell on her cool skin, causing ripples of sensation. Xia Zhaozhao felt her mind go blank. All her reason? No, her reason had already disappeared. She even lost the ability to think. The candlelight flickered, and the red curtains swayed softly. Inside, from initial surprise, the sounds gradually turned into gentle, low murmurs. Xia Zhaozhao was full of hope for mutual love, believing that their love would naturally lead to intimacy. Not only was she looking forward to it, but she also secretly expected it. For her, today was her wedding night. When it happened for the first time, she was happy and excited. No wonder her senior sister had teased her for being too young, only caring about her career and not about men. The second time, she thought Pei Heng was quite strong. She felt lucky to find such a hero, and he cooperated well. The third time, she felt she was about to break apart. Her sweet words no longer worked, begging didn't help, and Pei Heng must have gone crazy. Later, she completely lost consciousness, so sleepy, she couldn't keep her eyes open. When Xia Zhaozhao opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. She instinctively raised her hand to block the light. As soon as she moved her body, her face scrunched up in pain. Her whole body was sore. She slowly opened her eyes, and her awareness gradually returned. The events of last night became clearer in her mind. That scoundrel Pei Heng. Her wife couldn't run away now, no one like him. No wonder he had told Moore beforehand to sleep with her aunt. He had already planned everything. Xia Zhaozhao supported her waist as she got out of bed, enduring the soreness in her back, and changed her clothes. As soon as she left the room, she saw Moore looking worried. Seeing her come out, he immediately got up from the small stool and ran over quickly. Mom is awake. Mom had been sleeping for so long and hadn't woken up. He was very worried.
Yes.
Where is your dad? He had hoped that once she opened her eyes, she would see him and they could cuddle for a while before getting up together. But unexpectedly, when she woke up, he was gone. Deduction. Auntie said Dad went out. He went out. Xia Zhaozhao hurriedly stepped outside, and at that moment, her thigh ached, nearly causing her to fall. Pei Heng, that troublemaker, ran off right after sleeping. Truly impressive. Pei Seely heard the noise and came out of the room. Zhaozhao is awake. Auntie, Xia Zhaozhao felt a bit wronged and a little shy. She felt wronged because Pei Heng had left her behind, and shy because she had slept until the sun was high. Pei Seely carefully combed her hair, her plain clothes simple but neat, showing a kind of wisdom and grace after years of experience. Iji told me that your friend had an accident and you were anxious. He left last night in a hurry, worried you might not handle it well, so he told you to rest well before leaving, and even sent guards to you. Pei Seely smiled. Xia Zhaozhao was surprised. She thought that scoundrel had run off on purpose to avoid taking her, but it turned out he had made arrangements. He left last night? She couldn't remember how she fell asleep last night, let alone when Pei Heng left. Impressive. He caused trouble all night, but still managed to run away. Yes, with Rongyu. They rode out of the city quickly, bumping on horseback. Her body definitely couldn't handle it. Auntie, I'll leave Moore in your care for these days. Once I find my friend, I'll come back. Are you leaving now? Yes, right now. Xia Zhaozhao couldn't wait any longer. Pei Seely nodded without any objection. Young people should act decisively and freely. Hesitation can prevent great things. She was sincerely loyal to her friends, naturally kind and righteous at heart. Pei Seely's impression of Xia Zhaozhao improved even more. Though not perfect, she was truly admirable. Pei Mu looked at Xia Zhaozhao anxiously. His father had left after waking, and now his mother was leaving too, leaving him alone at home.
Pei Mu pouted, looking sad. Mom.
Xia Zhaozhao squatted down and gently touched her son's little face. Moore, do you still remember Aunt Chiu?
Pei Mu nodded.
I do. Although he hadn't seen her many times, Aunt Chiu loved him very much, and she was also good to his mother. Aunt Chiu had helped Mother many times before. Now that Aunt Chiu is in trouble, Mother must also help her. Xie Zhaozhao patiently explains to her son. Muir is clever and understands things well. Although he doesn't want to leave Mother, he knows her reasons are right. If Ernie needs help, he will also help him, just like last time when Ernie got a chicken egg stuck. Mother also needs to be careful. I will wait for Mother to come back. Muir nods seriously. You are the little man of the family. Take care of the home, look after Andy, and remember to practice boxing every day. Don't slack off. Keeping fit is very important for children, and practicing martial arts should start young. Xie Zhaozhao carefully gives these instructions before leaving. Although Muir is teary, he still waves his little hand to say goodbye to Mother. Pei Heng has prepared 2 female guards. It's quite considerate of him to do so late at night. Xie Zhaozhao snorts softly. One thing is one thing. Even though she made all the arrangements, being left behind makes her a little angry. She already feels sore and tired, and the carriage bumps so much she almost vomits. Lu Li suggests resting at a tea stall ahead, but Xie Zhaozhao shakes her head to refuse. Too much time has been lost. They should rest in Fengcheng. Xie Zhaozhao doesn't dare to stop along the way and arrives in Fengcheng by the second morning. Lu Li takes her directly to the arranged inn. Pei Heng and Lu Rong are not there, but they left a message. The latest news is that Feng Qiuxiu should be safe. Using the mark left by Meng Tong, Xie Zhaozhao finds the inn where they're staying. Many merchants from Deqi and Ningbo come to Fengcheng daily, and there are countless travelers from other places. They blend in without attracting attention. Sister Chiu is currently safe. I think she might be in great danger, hiding or injured. Do you think Old Wang has enemies? Xie Zhaozhao asks. Feng De came to meet the Prime Minister of Ningbo. Pei Heng has already sent people to find out about him. Soon, they will know if they met or not. Meng Tong frowns. Our Old Wang is kind to everyone. He has no enemies. If there are enemies, it's only the Zheng family. The Zheng family from Hudong, Chiu's sister's ex-husband's family? Meng Tong nods. The Zheng family is a noble clan, but they are no longer as powerful as before. Zheng Sanlang once coveted our princess's dowry and took our young lord when they separated. They've long had their eyes on the royal estate. Xie Zhaozhao thinks for a moment. If the Zheng family has been watching Chiu's sister, they might take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Commander Meng, send a clever person to go to Heshi and keep a close watch on Zheng Sanlang. If necessary, do. Meng Tong was confused. Wouldn't that just let the Zheng family succeed? Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. To catch a snake, you must scare the grass first. The Zheng family was ultimately innocent or not, they would find out soon enough. Yes. After meeting with Meng Tong, Xie Zhaozhao returned to the inn. She relaxed and felt very tired. She asked the young servant to bring water to her room, took a bath, and before her hair dried, she lay down and fell asleep. She didn't know how long she had slept when she felt the blanket being pulled off. Although she didn't open her eyes, her mind was alert. The room was dark, but she could vaguely see a shadow by the bed. Xie Zhaozhao almost instinctively attacked the person in front of her, quick and fierce. A crisp sound echoed. The room was so quiet that only the sound could be heard. Zhaozhao, it's me, Pei Heng said, sounding both helpless and pitiful. He wanted to cover her with a blanket, but was slapped firmly. He had never been slapped in his life, even at his worst. For the first time ever. He was stunned, his face numb. His attack was swift and decisive with enough force. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't see clearly, but she recognized his voice. It was Pei Heng. He lit a firecracker and lit the candle. The room suddenly became bright. Xie Zhaozhao looked at the familiar man in front of her, her emotions still not settled, her heart pounding. She pouted with a mix of annoyance and sadness. You scared me to death. In this unfamiliar environment, she was always on guard. Someone was sitting by her bed in the dark. How could she not be afraid? Actually, she wasn't cruel enough. Her grandfather had taught her that if she encountered danger, she should attack the person's weakest spot, their eyes. She had never faced such a situation before, let alone used that tactic.
So she held back.
But it was fortunate she did. Xia Zhaozhao's small face, the size of a palm, was still showing panic, and her eyes held lingering fear. Pei Heng sat by the bed and gently held her in his arms. It's my fault. When he was at home, he often came back late and stayed with her for a while. He didn't expect her to react so strongly this time. Xia Zhaozhao leaned into his embrace. It's your fault. It was dark, and I thought it was a bad person. Don't worry, the inn is guards, so nothing will happen. But we should be more cautious. You did well just now, Pei Heng comforted softly. My hands are sore. Let me massage them for you. Don't think I'll forgive you just because of that. Still angry? Xia Zhaozhao glared at him and muttered, You know I would be angry, yet you still dared to leave me behind. I was worried you would be too tired. That night I lost control a little. Afterward, I saw the marks on her body and realized I had gone too far. But at the time, I truly lost my mind. Stop it. She turned her face away, not looking at him. You only care about your own pleasure. After you're done, you run away. You're just an irresponsible. Pei Heng reached out and gently pinched her delicate, fair face, then leaned down and kissed her.
It was my mistake.
I won't do it again. She scolded him, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt happy and comfortable inside. He didn't know what was wrong with him. I don't believe it. Men's words are always full of lies. This time, she finally understood. Let me tell you some good news, Pei Heng said softly, with a sweet, caring tone. Has Sister Chio's news come in? Xia Zhaozhao forced herself to be more alert. Pei Heng nodded. I heard at Tongfu Inn that a few guests stayed at his place a few days ago. From his description, it was Fong Sijio and her group. She paid half a month's rent, but hasn't come back these days. The dates match when she disappeared. So that's it. Is someone still trying to find out news?
Pei Heng was a bit surprised. You know?
Xia Zhaozhao smiled slightly. Yes, she did. I'm afraid someone is taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble. After Sister Chio realized, she ran away. The people chasing her and capturing Lord Wang are the same group. Did you find out anything? Meng Tong said the only enemies of the Wang family are the Zheng family from Hedong. They have the strongest motive. Did you send people to Hedong?
Why not?
Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, noticing his subtle expression of dissatisfaction. The Zheng family isn't so simple. Pei Heng's tone was very calm. 100-legged insect, even dead, doesn't die easily. The Pei family was accused of crimes long ago but still maintains some influence. Moreover, the Zheng family isn't as powerful as they once were. Fong Sijio and the Zheng family didn't gain anything from their separation. Her son and dowry are still with the Zheng family, and she's left with a bad reputation. Fong Sijio didn't want to drag the Wang family into trouble, so she hid her identity and started a business. The Zheng family is related by marriage to the Lin family. When the Empress and the Crown Prince's palace affairs happened, the Lin family was unaffected, showing they had some skills. And the Zheng family is even more capable. Is Lin Wannings's aunt the mother of Zheng Samling? Xia Zhaozhao looked surprised. What a coincidence. But thinking about it, she seemed to remember something. In the novel, Lin Wanning eventually married her cousin. Although she married far away, a passing character in the book mentioned that her husband's family had gained a large fortune and that the betrothal gift was very heavy. That large sum of money probably came from the Wang family's estate. Pei Heng nodded. Exactly. Xia Zhaozhao's gaze at Pei Heng suddenly changed. If the Pei family hadn't had problems earlier and Pei Heng had married Lin Wanning, then Zheng Sanlang would be his lucky cousin. Are you trying to protect the Zheng family? Xia Zhaozhao asked coldly. Did I say that? The matter hadn't been fully investigated yet, so it was too early to say. And even if it was clear, it was a matter between the Fong and Zheng families, unrelated to him. He came to Fengcheng not only to find Fong family members, but also for other reasons. Then why are you upset that I sent people to Hedong? Xia Zhaozhao asked him. Because I don't want you to get hurt. If Zheng family was involved, even Fong Shiqiu almost lost his life. When that happens, Will Feng's guards protect you, or Feng Shiqiu? Xia Zhaozhao paused for a moment. Although I've only known Sister Qiu for half a year, I believe she won't abandon me. I will do everything I can to find her, no matter who the other side is.
Got it.
Anyway, you've already sent people out. Luli said you didn't eat anything tonight, so go downstairs and get something to eat, Pei Heng said softly. No, I don't want to eat. I want to sleep. It's all your fault, Xia Zhaozhao said with a pout. She was usually very energetic. When she started her business, she sometimes worked for 2 or 3 days straight without feeling tired. She had never been this sleepy before. Moreover, she wanted to be alone to think through the clues she just gathered. It's still early. Eat some noodles before sleeping. Pei Heng listened to Luli say that she hadn't eaten much on the way here. After arriving in Fengcheng, she met Meng Tong, then took a shower and went to sleep. No, I want to sleep. You go eat.
Don't worry about me.
Xia Zhaozhao closed her eyes, looking genuinely exhausted. Seeing the faint dark circles under her eyelids, Pei Heng didn't insist. He carefully laid her on the bed and quietly left. However, to avoid being slapped again when he came back later, Pei Heng didn't extinguish the candle this time. Not long after Pei Heng went downstairs, Lu Rongyu also came out of his room and approached him proactively. Lu Rongyu was very observant and immediately saw the slap mark on Pei Heng's face. It was very obvious. Why, still playing the fool late at night? What act are you putting on? Lu Rongyu teased, enjoying the show. Anyone who dared to hit Pei Heng was probably none other than Xia Zhaozhao. Even Pei Heng's own father wouldn't have the courage.
What do you want?
Lu Rongyu waved his folding fan and grinned. It's none of my business. Honestly, I find it quite satisfying. Ah, Pei Yi, today you've had your comeuppance. He started to admire that woman, Xia Zhaozhao. Indeed, one thing overcomes another. Pei Heng looked at Lu Rongyu with a cold gaze and snorted, You really want to, but unfortunately, no one is hitting you. Lu Rongyu laughed sarcastically. How much do I owe? Just asking for a beating. You're quite deserving now. Being hit by a woman, and I don't even know what I did wrong. As Lu Rongyu finished speaking, he saw the noodles brought by the waiter. He picked up his chopsticks to eat, but Pei Heng took them away. Here, you eat your own. Lu Rongyu pinched his chopsticks, looking at the empty table. Fine, very good. Xia Zhaozhao was drawing and connecting clues on paper, making everything clear at a glance. But for now, the clues still aren't enough. Xia Zhaozhao circled a spot on the paper. One more clue is missing here. It would be great if she could find out whether the Prime Minister Ning had met old Wang. When Pei Heng returned, Xia Zhaozhao sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a charcoal pencil she always carried. She had it made by a craftsman, wrapped in paper, so she wouldn't get her hands dirty, which was quite convenient. Not sleeping? She pouted. You woke me up, so I might as well wait for you to come back. Pei Heng walked over with a gentle smile and leaned in close to her ear. Waiting for me? Otherwise, if you wake me up again, will I still sleep tonight? Xia Zhaozhao was annoyed by his warm breath and rolled her eyes. I had the kitchen make wontons. Want to try some later? She was indeed a little hungry now, but eating so late would just make her gain weight, which isn't good for health. Except during senior year and when working overtime on her startup, she rarely had late-night snacks. Tomorrow, no need to get up early. We'll sleep a bit later. Pei Heng seemed to notice her thoughts, his dark eyes falling on her face with a hint of coaxing. No. Xia Zhaozhao stretched out her voice, charming and lazy. I don't want to sleep with you. The man's slender fingers reached out, gently scraping her delicate skin, with a thick smile. Are you willing? What do I have to be willing about? I sleep alone and sleep very well. Before she finished speaking, Pei Heng leaned down and kissed her red lips, his hands also becoming a little mischievous. God knows how much courage he gathered the night he left. Xia Zhaozhao pushed away Pei Heng, whose hands were trying to lift her skirt, and said, Do you have no conscience? I still feel uncomfortable now. Uncomfortable? How could she be uncomfortable? He clearly remembered she liked it. He didn't behave that badly, right? It hurts. Originally feeling unwell and pushing herself to keep going, She hurriedly looked for Meng Tong without stopping to rest. Now, she just wanted to lie down lazily. Where does it hurt? Pei Heng asked with a frown. Xia Zhaozhao was so angry she almost exploded. As a man married for many years, why was he not understanding now? Did he not know where it hurt himself? Where does it hurt? You don't even know what you did. You're just reckless. Xia Zhaozhao snapped. Reckless? He was reckless? Clearly, that was not a nice word. Pei Heng thought carefully for a moment. What had he done? He had done it before, but since Mu'er was born, she refused. Gradually, he lost interest. But before, she would cry and refuse to cooperate, so this time was better. Naturally, he felt a bit excited. Does it still hurt now? Pei Heng looked at her delicate, pretty face. Xia Zhaozhao couldn't stand his intense gaze and wanted to turn away, but in the next moment, she was directly lifted onto his lap. Tell me if you're uncomfortable in the future. I'll be gentler. Are you going to listen if I tell you? Xia Zhaozhao scolded him. I will definitely listen today. Pei Heng felt a bit guilty, vaguely recalling that he thought he heard her say so. But at that moment, he found it hard to control himself and only heard what he wanted to hear.
Today?
No more today. Xia Zhaozhao pushed his hand away, trying to get down from his embrace. But since he was much stronger, she could only punch his chest in frustration. Admitting your mistake and changing is the greatest virtue. Madam, give me a chance. I will absolutely listen to you. You don't know, I was just laughed at by Romeo. Pei Heng sighed softly in her ear, sounding a bit aggrieved. What did he laugh at you about? Xia Zhaozhao pouted. He laughed at the mark on my face from Madam's slap. Xia Zhaozhao looked at his cheek. The red mark was indeed quite noticeable. Who told him to laugh at you? He probably wants a beating. No one cares, she snorted. Madam is right. I think so too, the man replied in a husky voice that sounded a bit tempting. Xia Zhaozhao was no longer so angry. Compared to Romeo, Pei Heng was much cuter. Pei Heng wrapped his arms around her waist, making her lie against his chest. His fingers gently combed through her long hair, worried she might accidentally press on it. Her waterfall-like long hair flowed from his fingertips. Xia Zhaozhao felt comfortable under his massage and obediently leaned into his arms, closing her eyes to enjoy. Before long, Xiao Er brought in some wontons. Xiao Er recognized Pei Heng, as his handsome face was unforgettable even after just one look. He was just outside the door and heard a woman's voice inside the room. It turned out that the wontons were made for the lady of the house. The tall figure of the man covered the woman behind him completely, and a faint shadow could be seen nearby. Just a quick glance was enough for Xiao Er to notice the man's displeasure, so he hurriedly stepped back. Xiao Er has seen many guests off and on, and just from that shadow, he could guess that the woman must be very graceful. When Xia Zhaozhao was eating wontons, Pei Heng was always by her side, watching her closely. Xia Zhaozhao felt uncomfortable under his gaze and fed him a wonton. He looked very pleased, so she decided to give him all the remaining wontons since she couldn't finish them anyway. Finally, she finished the bowl of wontons and wanted to drink some tea. The wonton filling was a bit salty, making her thirsty. After drinking the tea and wiping her hands with a cloth, Pei Heng didn't hesitate. He leaned down and kissed her lips, then held her as they moved toward the bed. Xia Zhaozhao didn't dislike kissing. She always cooperated when he kissed her. But now, his kisses were no longer gentle and proper. His intentions were obvious. Between men and women, once that boundary is crossed, thoughts tend to wander. Even someone as calm and distant as Pei Heng was no exception. Xia Zhaozhao immediately felt his body change and said in displeasure, I haven't agreed to this. Pei Heng lowered his head, gently kissing her earlobe with his lips and tongue, his deep voice whispering in her ear, just once. Anyway, I can't sleep now. Who says I can't sleep? I'm very sleepy and want to go to bed early. You're not supposed to be eating too much, Zhaozhao. Pei Heng's voice carried a clear plea. Xia Zhaozhao was a bit irrational from his charm, and she responded half-heartedly, somewhat giving in. Pei Heng seized the moment. His hands skillfully removed her light dress. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Pei Heng was annoyed, showing clear impatience, but he didn't stop. The knocking continued twice more. "Iji, are you asleep?" Lu Rong's voice came from outside the door. Seeing the light still on in the room, he knew she hadn't slept yet. Xie Zhaozhao's face was flushed, her breath shallow, and her eyes a bit dreamy. But she recognized whose voice it was. "That's your good brother." Xie Zhaozhao's voice carried a teasing tone. Pei Heng was visibly tense, with a prominent vein on his neck and a frightening look in his eyes. But Xie Zhaozhao was not afraid of him. In fact, she even deliberately kissed his Adam's apple. Pei Heng felt like he was about to explode, his reason collapsing. He shut out the sounds from outside and focused only on his own world. "Iji." Xie Zhaozhao laughed openly, not caring about her reputation this time. Actually, she felt quite uncomfortable. But seeing him like that, she felt a bit of schadenfreude. Pei Heng's face was dark and cold. He hadn't even finished dressing and strode to the door, his tone icy. "What is it?" Lu Rongyu looked at his anxious expression and suddenly realized something. "Am I bothering you during an important moment?" Pei Heng's handsome, indifferent face showed clear signs of anger and impatience. "What do you think?" Lu Rongyu forced a smile. He was in a good mood and still had the energy to sleep with women. His gaze fell on Pei Heng's unbuttoned collar. The red mark on the collarbone was very obvious and intense. Pei Heng's desire to hit him instantly reached its maximum. "Say what you need to say, and if there's nothing else, get lost." Lu Rongyu put away his teasing expression. "I have news about Fangda." The messenger had just returned with information, and someone was watching there. They had to go quickly. Pei Heng heard faint movements inside. He pushed Lu Rongyu aside. "Let's talk outside." He casually closed the door with a smile, as if afraid of being seen in the act. Xie Zhaozhao had indeed gotten out of bed and was standing behind the screen, listening to their conversation. Pei Heng went out directly, and after another door, their voices lowered so much that they couldn't hear anything. "The information my people found is that Fangda was in trouble before he even met Han Xia. Thanks to Han Ziyi secretly helping, my people found Fangda so quickly." "Is he from Ningguo?" They arrived in Fengcheng less than 2 days ago, and Han Ziyi already knew, even clarifying Lu Rongyu's identity. Fengcheng is within the territory of Daqi. Ningguo people come and go freely here, even more informed than they are. It seems that the ambush they encountered last time was probably carried out by Ningguo people. The governor of Fengcheng never reported this to the court. Either he was too incompetent or had vested interests. Given the current situation, it's likely the latter. Lu Rongyu nodded. "It should be Ningguo's third prince, Yuan Yan. The Ningguo ruler has been searching for the missing sixth prince, which poses a huge threat to Yuan Yan. Naturally, he doesn't want him to return to Ningguo. Fangda probably found out about the sixth prince and specifically arranged to meet Han Ziyi. Yuan Yan would naturally want to stop their meeting. However, the fact that Yuan Yan knew about Fangda so precisely suggests there is an inside agent." Pei Heng's handsome face remained calm, but a ripple flickered in his eyes. "Bring someone downstairs and wait for me. I'll be back soon," Pei Heng said. He was in such a hurry to open the door earlier that he didn't even have time to put on his coat properly. Now, he needed to tell Zhao Zhao before leaving. Since Han Jiyu knew where they were staying, Yuan Yan probably did too. However, since the other side was already watching them, changing their place would only put them at a disadvantage. At least this place had already been prepared in advance. "Zhao Zhao, I have news about Fangda. I need to go out for a while," Pei Heng said directly. It was an urgent situation, and there was no time for many explanations. Zhao Zhao heard this and naturally understood they would go to rescue someone. "Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back," she said. In the end, Pei Heng was going out for her. She wanted to find Fang Xiuqiu and her daughter, but she also didn't want Pei Heng to get hurt. "Don't worry. Don't sleep too deeply tonight," Pei Heng replied. "Is this place safe?" she asked. "There are guards watching, and the Lily sisters will protect you. If danger comes, you should defend yourself," Pei Heng said, though he was a bit worried. She didn't see herself as a servant. In her mind, Everyone was just of different statuses. You could tell from her attitude towards Granny Zhao. She wouldn't sacrifice others just to save herself, even if the other person's role was to protect her. Zhao Zhao understood what he meant behind his words. To reassure him, she nodded. As a modern person, her education was very different from this era. She understood what he said, but it was hard to fully act on it.
Got it, she said.
Pei Heng gently touched her lips and said, I'm leaving now. Zhao Zhao watched his figure disappear from her sight. The door closed with a click, and his footsteps faded away. She was originally a little sleepy, but now she was completely alert, heart pounding with worry. Her mind was filled with bloody scenes from TV dramas, but she knew that reality would be even more brutal. She didn't know how long she slept before drifting into a dazed sleep. But she didn't sleep soundly. Suddenly, she sat up with a start. The candle on the table had burned out, yet the room was still bright. Pei Heng hadn't come back all night. Either he had fought all night or was unable to escape. Her heart grew more anxious. When she opened the door, she heard a commotion downstairs. Lily reacted quickly and immediately protected Zhao Zhao behind her. Madam, go back to your room first, she said. The young master had instructed that the safety of the lady was the top priority, to prevent the enemy from luring them away. Zhao Zhao remained calm. Don't worry. If they wanted to attack, they would have done so last night. Now that it was broad daylight, who would dare to kidnap someone in front of everyone? If she guessed correctly, the other person came to negotiate peace. That means Pei Heng and his group have already rescued Fong De Xia. Zhao Zhao guessed right. The people downstairs are indeed Yuan Yan. Yuan Yan lost Fong De last night and must be very angry. But Fong De is a prince of Deqi, and kidnapping him was his own fault. Plus, Lu Rongyu has the status of a legitimate royal family member, making his position and influence much higher than Fong De's. Since they can't be enemies, they can only negotiate peace. Fong De can be released, but since it involves internal politics of Ning, some things must be clarified. Yuan Yan knows this and belongs to Lu Rongyu and is not causing trouble, so he waits quietly downstairs. Xia Zhao Zhao stays in her room. As long as the other side takes no further action, she has time to wait. Probably Pei Heng and his group already know and will return soon. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the downstairs becomes lively. It doesn't sound like a tense confrontation. Yuan Yan immediately recognizes Pei Heng. He remembers those eyes. That night, if not for his guards risking their lives to protect him, he might have died at this person's hands. He has a very good relationship with Lu Rongyu, and since he's not his guard, his identity must be quite high. But currently, he has no news about the other person, and he doesn't know who they are. Pei Heng ignores Yuan Yan's gaze. Although Qing City doesn't forbid Ning people from entering, it's still Deqi's territory and can't be misused. Young prince, if Fong De hadn't interfered in my Ning internal affairs, I wouldn't be so upset. Since you've already taken him away, I won't say anything. But this concerns Ning's internal politics, so I ask you to give me a promise, Yuan Yan said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lu Rongyu's smile was lazy. Third prince, what promise do you want on Deqi's territory? Are you threatening me, young prince? So what if I am king and is seriously poisoned and won't live long? I want to ask third prince, what internal affairs of your country did he interfere with that caused this poison?
Does your king know about this?
Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly. He was poisoned? He did use torture on Fong De, but he didn't poison him. Xia Zhao Zhao, who just came downstairs, heard that Fong De was poisoned and near death, and hurried down the stairs. Pei Heng seemed to sense something and looked toward the staircase, meeting Xia Zhao Zhao's anxious gaze. He turned to walk toward her, knowing what she wanted to ask, and lowered his voice. Stay calm. She had already sent someone to inform Meng Tong, and news about Fong De should come out soon. If Autumn Lady was just hiding, she would definitely contact them. If she knew her father was poisoned, how sad she would be. Is this third prince unaware or simply afraid to admit it? Xia Zhao Zhao looked at Pei Heng to confirm, and he remained calm, probably already knowing the answer in his heart. Pei Heng held her hand gently in his palm, understanding her meaning. The person who poisoned him might not be Yuan Yan, but he was definitely involved. Either someone who gave him information or someone close to him. Pei Heng narrowed his eyes sharply, his gaze turning cold and fierce as he looked at Yuan Yan. The third prince doesn't know how Fangda was poisoned, so how does he know his whereabouts? He watched Yuan Yan's expression change and said slowly, Fangda came here after receiving a letter from your country's Prime Minister Han Ziyai. He hadn't even met Han Ziyai before falling into your hands. Are you accusing him of interfering in your country's politics, or saying your king is incapable? Or perhaps the third prince and Prime Minister Han have already conspired, planning to trap our important officials, then blaming us and making false accusations. Yuan Yan's eyes grew colder and more ruthless, a cold sneer forming in his throat. His advisors immediately stepped forward and said, Who are you to dare speak so boldly? Why doesn't my prince kneel before you? Citizens of a great country do not bow to a small ruler. And this is Feng City, within the territory of Diqi, Xia Zhaozhao said impatiently. Where did you come from? Is this a place for women to speak? The man, although impressed by Xia Zhaozhao's beauty, looked down on her more and more. She was just a woman who used her looks to get ahead. Isn't your mother a woman? Were you born from a woman? Xia Zhaozhao sneered at him. She hated people who disrespected women. Everyone is born from a woman's body, even the emperor. But these people, once grown up, seem to forget how they came into this world and casually insult and belittle women. Is Diqi so weak that it needs a woman to show her face? His tone was clearly contemptuous, and the look he gave Xia Zhaozhao was very offensive. If you can't argue, you just bring up women. If your mother knew what you said today, she would regret giving birth to you. Pei Heng looked down at the woman beside him, then raised his head with killing intent when he looked at the man. His tone was light but full of sarcasm. The other person was embarrassed, and his expression was very dramatic. Today, they had been defeated twice by these two, and he was eager to rush over. Not only him, but Yuan Yan's advisors and guards also looked unhappy. They had been robbed of someone last night, and now lost in words. How could they not be angry? The atmosphere instantly became tense and confrontational. Lu Rong immediately said, Yuan Yan, calling you the third prince is a sign of our polite customs. Do you really think highly of yourself? Better explain the matter with Fangda clearly, or else we will cut off diplomatic relations and make enemies of Great Qi. I won't tolerate foreign officials causing trouble in my territory. After Lu Rong finished speaking, a glance from him caused the guards to quickly surround the inn. This is Great Qi. A prince from a small country. Are you really planning to fight here on Great Qi's land? Yuan Yan's guards quickly protected him. After a moment of shock, Yuan Yan quickly calmed down. They dare not let him die in Great Qi. They made such a big scene just to find out how he knew about Fangda's whereabouts. Yuan Yan stood up from his chair, and his guards immediately made way for him. He walked over to his guards and said, Little prince, such a big show. I'm afraid the show isn't grand enough for the third prince's status. Lu Rong with a cold smile. The poisoning of Fangda has nothing to do with me. As for how he was poisoned, I think there's some misunderstanding, Yuan Yan said. Do you think the third prince is a fool? Lu Rong sneered. Today, either clarify everything or stay here. The third prince leading his troops into Great Qi shows his intentions are not simple. Little prince, you're accusing me without reason. The third prince always blames us, saying that our king interferes in your internal affairs. Is that your rule? Whatever you say goes. Lu Rong didn't indulge him at all. The third prince of Manhwa is nothing. How much he cares about Fangda depends on his mood. But if he lets his dog attack Pei Heng in front of him, don't blame him for being rude. He won't leave until he finds out the truth about Fangda, no matter what. And there's the matter of Pei Heng getting hurt last time. Pei Heng was injured trying to save him. It's not over. He dares to come knocking on his door and walk into a trap? Pei Heng didn't seem to want to stop him. Yuan Yan came in loudly because he felt he couldn't be harmed, feeling confident. But diplomatic relations depend on both sides' attitude. Yuan Yan bringing troops into the country is another issue. Don't forget, he's not just bringing guards. Guards and soldiers are sometimes indistinguishable. Yuan Yan is already here, so they get to decide. If that's the case, then let's make a big fuss. Let Manhwa send someone to negotiate. Your Highness, the third prince, please come in. Lu Rong's guards sneered sarcastically. Their young prince is usually bad-tempered, so he only tolerates Pei Shizhi. If he dares to provoke Pei Shizhi, he's truly causing trouble on the young prince's turf. Yuan Yan did not expect Lu Rongyu to be so daring as to really hold him hostage. Good, now he wants to see how this will end. Xia Zhaozhao and Pei Heng exchanged a knowing look. At first, it seemed to be because of Fangda, but actually it was just a pretext. Lu Rongyu was fishing for something. In just half an hour, the governor of Fengcheng arrived with officials from Fengcheng. One by one, they knelt and asked to see young Master Lu. It was very lively. Does Lu Rongyu still refuse to see them? Xia Zhaozhao said with a bit of schadenfreude. She wasn't really concerned about the people kneeling there, just enjoying the spectacle. As for the governor of Fengcheng, he deserved it. When Yuan Yan led guards to surround the inn, he didn't run that fast. Once Yuan Yan was detained, he ran quickly. It was obvious whether he was a ghost or not. He has calmed down a lot, Pei Heng said calmly. If this had been in the capital, officials like Qin Jizhou would already have been executed. Rongyu didn't act because he wasn't willing to kill, nor out of great mercy. It was because he still had things to investigate. How do I hear a hint of affection? It's like he doesn't care about the trouble he causes you, Xia Zhaozhao said. Pei Heng's tone when talking about Lu Rongyu was like understanding another version of himself. Pei Heng leaned closer to her, his thin lips curling up and his voice low and deep. Are you jealous? Not at all, Xia Zhaozhao pouted. Just envious of how you both fight so hard for each other. When faced with danger, Pei Heng would block the sword for Lu Rongyu. And when Pei Heng was attacked, Lu Rongyu would stand up for him. No need to be jealous. I will do even more for you. Pei Heng looked down at her lively and charming face, feeling a desire to kiss her. But just as he was about to kiss her, hurried footsteps sounded. Though the kiss didn't land, he protected Xia Zhaozhao in his arms. Young master, the young master sent someone to say Fang Da has woken up. Xia Zhaozhao stood beside Pei Heng, silent. Fang Da had lived in city for many years and was older than Lu Rongyu and many others. They hadn't met before. At first, Fang Da thought it was Yuan Yan's trick, but seeing Lu Rongyu's badge, he finally relaxed. He had indeed received a letter from Han Ziyai and arranged to meet. Coincidentally, the person Han Ziyai asked him to find had some clues. However, when he arrived at the meeting place, he didn't see Han Ziyai. He worried Han Ziyai might be in trouble. Just as he was about to leave, he was captured by Yuan Yan's men. Yuan Yan hadn't used heavy torture during this time, but kept him like a caged bird, wearing down his mind. Is it possible the letter is fake? Lu Rongyu asked. Fang Da shook his head. No, I recognize his handwriting. Over the years, he had exchanged letters with Han Ziyai, so he wouldn't mistake it easily. What if Han Ziyai and Yuan Yan are working together? Without hesitation, Fang Da said, that's even less likely. Han Ziyai keeps my affairs very secret. He wouldn't tell others. Then how does Yuan Yan know?
That.
Fang Da was also confused for a moment. Do you know you are poisoned with a strange toxin? Fang Da's face suddenly turned very pale. He didn't know. You've been poisoned for over half a month, which means you were already poisoned before Yuan Yan took you, Lu Rongyu explained. The doctor had just examined him, so it couldn't be wrong. If his guess was correct, it was more likely that someone close to Fang Da had poisoned him. But right now, the suspicion definitely pointed to Yuan Yan. After all, he was the one who took him away. He could prove his innocence. He needed to explain why he knew Fang Da's whereabouts. Fang Da's mind was a bit muddled, so Lu Rongyu didn't press further. He sent someone to guard the room, and then left. Lu Rongyu looked at Pei Heng, who had been silent all along. What do you think? Pei Heng, with a gentle and clear face, looked at Xia Zhaozhao beside him. If the letter really is Han Ziyai's handwriting, it's very likely it was opened in the middle. Fang Da was taken by Yuan Yan on the 26th, and on the 28th, Han Ziyai appeared in Fengcheng. Han Ziyai was extremely cautious and clever. When he sensed something was wrong, he ran away. Recently, his people had been investigating Fang Da's whereabouts. Han Ziyi and Yuan Yan didn't see eye to eye and knew each other well. They found Yuan Yan's hideout so quickly, it was probably Han Ziyi who led them there. Lu Rongyu was initially suspicious, but then understood. You're right. The date on the meeting in the letter was definitely altered. Only someone close to him could do something so sneaky. Everything suddenly made sense. The person providing information to Yuan Yan was the one poisoning Fang Da. They also used Fang Da's death to frame Yuan Yan. Fang Da was taken to Fengcheng because of Han Ziyi's letter. Maybe it even made the royal family suspect Fang Da of treason, so they didn't care about his death. Most importantly, they could use the news of Fang Da's disappearance to trap Fang Xiuqiu, causing Fang Xiuqiu to also die in Fengcheng. A perfect 3-in-1 plan. Truly ruthless. Besides Zheng Sanling, no one else could hate the Fang family father and daughter so much. Lu Rongyu looked at Pei Heng, who nodded calmly. Xia Zhaozhao saw their exchanged glances and understood without a word. It was Zheng's family behind this. Indeed, only the Zheng family, bold enough to set such a big trap and hide in the shadows. What are your plans regarding the Zheng family? Lu Rongyu asked. He didn't really care, his main concern was Pei Heng. Pei Heng's maternal grandmother and Lin Wanning's grandmother are cousins, and they are quite close. Pei Heng's mother and Lin Wanning's mother and aunt are also very good friends. Zheng Sanlang's recent actions were somewhat malicious, and he was at fault first. Fang Xiuqiu's temper would surely not let this go easily. Pei Heng, caught in the middle, would definitely find it difficult. The feud between the Zheng and Fang families has nothing to do with me, Pei Heng said calmly. So, if Wanning asks you to forgive her cousin, what do you mean? You probably think your woman is helping Fang Xiuqiu. But if Wanning asks you, what would you do? After all, she has helped you before. Sometimes, it's hard to please everyone. Xia Zhaozhao took a shower, changed her clothes, her hair half-dried and loose, wrapped in a soft blanket. She shivered suddenly. It had become cold today. She got up and opened a small in the window. Outside, it was raining lightly, the sound of rain making the inn even quieter. It was as if the tense confrontation from the other day was a distant memory. When Pei Heng came in, Xia Zhaozhao was struggling to close the window. The wooden frame was wet from the rain and hard to shut. As she pushed with her arms, the soft blanket slipped off her shoulder, revealing her slim shoulders and arms. Pei Heng quickly stepped forward, gently but firmly closing the window. Before she could turn around, he pulled her into his arms. Why aren't you wearing warmer clothes? I'm about to sleep. I saw the window wasn't closed tightly, and it was drafty, so I came to close it, Xia Zhaozhao said casually. Lu Rongyu and I were discussing matters late. Did you have dinner?
Pei Heng asked.
If you didn't come back, I would have gone hungry. Lu Li sent someone to bring food to the room. So, have you finished your discussion? Any results? Pei Heng carried her back to the bed, turning off the candle outside the screen, and the room became dimmer. The flickering light created a romantic atmosphere. What are you implying? Xia Zhaozhao smiled lazily, tilting her head to look at him. What? Besides Yuan Yan, did you discuss anything else? Pei Heng choked, unable to speak when faced with her clear, contrasting eyes. Did you hear from the people you sent to Hedong? Xia Zhaozhao's smile was faint. Are you hoping I found out something? Are you worried about catching the poisoner, Yuan Yan? Or are you afraid Zheng Sanlang might be in danger? Zhaozhao, this matter involving Zheng Sanlang and the Fang family's daughter and her father should be left to them. Pei Heng's expression was calm and indifferent. I think the same way. I came to Fengcheng just to find Xiaonyang. Once she is safe, I will return to the border town. Xia Zhaozhao's delicate and charming features showed a faint smile. However, the matter of rescuing Fang has caused such a big fuss. The prefect of Fengcheng has come, and Xiaonyang should have received the news. Why hasn't she appeared yet? Is she truly safe now? Pei Heng looked at her face for a while and decided to tell her Fang Xiuqiu was seriously injured. Did you find her? Where is she now? Pei Heng nodded. Your spy reported this afternoon while you were sleeping. But she is badly hurt, so she can't move easily and is still there recovering. Xia Zhaozhao's breath caught. Seriously injured and unable to move. No wonder she hadn't received any news for so long. So, you won't let me interfere with Qianyang's decision? Is my opinion really that important? Xia Zhaozhao smiled softly. She felt that a lot had happened that afternoon while she was out, things she didn't know about. Is someone trying to stop me from getting involved? Or has someone already come to see you? Tell me now so I can prepare myself. Xia Zhaozhao quickly figured out the key point. Lin Wanning came to Fengcheng, or perhaps she was already at the inn. The room was silent for a while. After a moment, Pei Heng spoke slowly. If this matter is brought to the emperor, Feng Da's family situation will only get worse. Xia Zhaozhao looked expressionless. So, what does the Zheng family want to do? Make peace privately. Make peace? Xia Zhaozhao sneered. The Zheng family set up such a big scheme. Now that they've failed, they want to settle it quietly. If they succeed, it would cost 2 lives. Where do they get the face to talk about making peace? Xia Zhaozhao's anger rose sharply. She couldn't stay calm, and even felt some resentment toward Pei Heng. Pei Heng looked at her anger and became even calmer. Zhaozhao, it's true that Feng Da and Han Jiu had private contact. The Zheng family is now acting as if they are fearless and have nothing to fear. It was unlikely that Zheng Sanling alone could have made such a detailed plan. But the Zheng family insisted they didn't know anything. Zheng Sanling alone bore all the blame. Even if it all came to a head, the Zheng family would at most lose Zheng Sanling. But the Feng family members might be in even greater danger. An unfounded charge of treason could lead to the Feng family losing their titles and being exiled. The county lord's Feng family members, one poisoned, the other unconscious, were easy targets for the Zheng family. In short, the Feng family was no match for the Zheng family right now. This game couldn't be lost. Xia Zhaozhao slowly turned her face away, no longer looking at him, feeling an indescribable sadness inside. What kind of world is this? It's terrible. The perpetrators are fearless, while the victims are blamed. If you want me to persuade Qianyang to give up, you might as well give up because I can't even convince myself, Xia Zhaozhao said with her eyes closed. I'm not asking you to persuade Feng Shiqiu. I just don't want you to feel guilty, Pei Heng said as he leaned toward her. Xia Zhaozhao was in a bad mood and didn't want to get close to Pei Heng. She instinctively wanted to step back, but her waist was held. Pei Heng's hoarse voice sounded in her ear with a humble request. Zhaozhao, this matter isn't something you or I can decide. Finding them and doing our best to save their lives is enough. Tears couldn't help but flow from Xia Zhaozhao's eyes, feeling helpless and sad. Should we just let the killers go free and watch them laugh and celebrate? How sad Qianyang must be. Feng Shiqiu will understand. To avenge this, the Feng family must become stronger. Survival of the fittest is just how it is. To eliminate them, the Zheng family probably started planning long ago. The Feng family thought that divorce was the end, but they were too naive. After this incident, they should learn from their mistakes and focus on saving their lives first. Pei Heng hugged Xia Zhaozhao softly to comfort her. Among everyone, only she couldn't let go of her inner pain. She couldn't hide this from herself. It's better to know early than late. Did the Zheng family send someone?
Yes.
Lin Wanning?
Yes.
Xia Zhaozhao sneered coldly. Sure enough, it was her. Her woman's intuition was right. Lin Wanning had connections with Pei Heng and Lu Rong, making her the most suitable choice. She wants you to use the life-saving favor from the other family as a reason to persuade the Zheng family? I know what you're asking, Pei Heng said with a quiet laugh. I do have some connection with Lin Wanning, but that doesn't mean I approve of the Zheng family's actions. I won't use a life-saving favor to make Feng Shiqiu and his daughter compromise. Even if they divorce, Feng Shiqiu is still the mother of Zheng family's heir. Such underhanded behavior is shameful. If Nyang is willing to risk everything and not settle, will the Zheng family be so angry that they kill to cover up? Xia Zhaozhao asked with a frown. She won't gamble with her father's life. I promise to find them and ensure their safety back to An City. As for what happens afterward, it depends on them, Pei Heng said. His current situation limits what he can do. He's already done his best.
He didn't want her to be sad.
After Feng Shiqiu realized something was wrong, she escaped desperately with the guard's protection, but she was also badly injured. The Zheng family has many followers and influence in Fengcheng. The guards at the Wang residence dare not buy medicine from the pharmacy, so they had to gather herbs themselves to stop the bleeding. If Pei Heng's people hadn't found her, and if more time had passed, her life might have been in danger. When Feng Shiqiu fell into the trap, she suspected it was the work of the Zheng family. It was her stubbornness that kept her going. Feng Shiqiu woke up the next day, and Meng Tong told her everything. After hearing this, Feng Shiqiu let out a low, sad, and self-deprecating laugh. She felt she had caused her father trouble. When Lady Pei was giving her medicine, she also got her clothes wet, so Pei Canjun took her back first. Feng Shiqiu nodded and said, "Later, send someone to tell Zhao Zhao that I am awake so she won't worry." "Yes. What about the prince? Has he found a way to detoxify?" Meng Tong hesitated and didn't speak. Feng Shiqiu remained calm and said, "Tell me if there's anything I can't hear now." The Zheng family wants to wait until the princess wakes up to talk to her personally. Feng Shiqiu sneered.
Good.
Xie Zhaozhao didn't expect that Feng Shiqiu, after only 2 days of waking up, could walk. Her bright red dress made her look healthy and confident. But Xie Zhaozhao could still see her exhaustion beneath her makeup. She wanted to help her up, but quietly withdrew her arm. Autumn Mother was always proud. Today, during the negotiation with the Zheng family, her outfit showed she wouldn't appear weak. "Zhao Zhao, I won't thank you for your great kindness," Feng Shiqiu smiled softly. Pei Heng had saved their lives, and she wouldn't forget that. "Then there's no need to thank me. Sister Qiu, no matter what the result of your negotiation with the Zheng family, I support you." "Good." Lin Wanning and Zheng Sanlang came in chatting happily, looking completely unashamed or anxious. It was as if they were sure they would win this negotiation. Lin Wanning greeted casually, "Princess, Lady Pei." Zheng Sanlang looked like a scholar but carried an arrogant expression, looking down at Feng Shiqiu. "Autumn Mother, I agree to talk peace with you because we are husband and wife. Please don't push your luck." Feng Shiqiu shot him a glance and laughed. "So, you think I should be grateful for your bad luck that didn't take my life? Autumn Mother, now is not the time to act rashly. Think carefully," Zheng Sanlang said with a smile, but his eyes showed a threat. Lin Wanning tugged his sleeve. At this moment, she couldn't afford to anger her. Although there was evidence that Zheng had secret contacts with Feng De and Han Jiyu, destroying everything would not be good for Zheng either. "Princess, you know my cousin still has feelings for you. The matter of your separation hurt him deeply. When people are not rational, they often do things they don't mean. Princess, you are generous. Let's sit down and talk calmly. Old Lord Wang is still unconscious, and you don't want your family to be burdened because of you and my cousin's matter." Lin Wanning spoke confidently, turning the Zheng family's scheme into a revenge born from love and hatred. In the end, she even threatened Feng Da's life. The poison was their doing, and naturally, only they knew the antidote. They didn't really want peace. They wanted to use Feng Da's life to force Qianyang to submit. Feng Yang's face was pale, her fists clenched tightly. She looked like she might faint at any moment. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't bear to see her like this. She couldn't even stand steadily, let alone negotiate peace. Their actions were simply too cruel. "I think Zheng Sanlang listens well to Lady Lin. The county princess should advise your cousin properly. To make peace, there must be sincerity. He poisoned his former father-in-law himself. Instead of making him kneel and apologize, he should at least remove the poison from the old man. That would show sincerity. Lady Lin is reasonable and understanding. Since she came forward to talk peace, she won't favor one side over the other." Xie Zhaozhao smiled faintly, but her eyes were filled with sarcasm. After speaking, Xie Zhaozhao glanced at Feng Shiqiu. "Sister Qiu, Duke Lu has detained the third prince of Ningguo. He wanted to force Yuan Yan to accept the situation and negotiate with Ningguo, but the Zheng family ruined it. Duke Lu is generous and might not care about this, but who knows? Yuan Yan knows he's being used. He might not show it openly, but who can tell what he'll do in secret? After all, there are no thieves who won't eventually be caught. He's a prince after all. It's hard to predict. Zheng Sanling's face was grim. Who was this young girl daring to threaten him? Lin Wanning didn't expect the situation, which seemed certain to turn in their favor, to be overturned by Xia Zhaozhao's few words. They thought Feng Da's life was in their hands, and Feng Shuqiu would be controlled. Naturally, she would obediently hand over the family estate. But unexpectedly, they used the third prince of Ningguo to threaten them. The Zheng family did use Yuan Yan, but they also believed that Yuan Yan could only accept the loss himself. His secret trip to Daki was not meant for others to know. But if things got too big, Yuan Yan, who was already holding a grudge, might seek revenge on Zheng's family. Ningguo was small, but Yuan Yan was a prince. It's truly unpredictable. Just like Feng Da's father and daughter couldn't stop Zheng's family. Feng Shuqiu gratefully glanced at Xia Zhaozhao, then looked at Zheng Sanlang and said coldly, "First, cure my father's poison, then we can talk about the future. Otherwise, everyone will be doomed together. After all, only my father and I are from the Feng family, but Zheng's family is different." Zheng Sanling's face showed layers of anger. "Qionyang, in the end, this is between you and me. It has nothing to do with others. Don't listen to others' gossip. Although we are not married, I am still Jialang's father and mother. Can you bear to see Jialang sad? Zheng Sanlang has more than one son, including Zheng Jialang, and he doesn't love him much. But Zheng Jialang is the key to controlling Feng Shuqiu and a bargaining chip." However, this time, Feng Shuqiu didn't waver like before. She took a deep breath and looked at Zheng Sanlang with a smile. "Didn't you make him remember my face, so he would never recognize me? Didn't you make him smash the jade pendant on my head? At the time of separation, didn't you say yourself that I am no longer his mother? Have you forgotten?" Feng Shuqiu remembered that moment, her heart aching like a knife. She had long lost any love for this unfaithful man. He couldn't hurt her heart anymore. But he used their son with the softest knife, cutting her flesh piece by piece, making her feel like she was dying. Zheng Qiuhua, produce the antidote, or there's nothing more to discuss. This time, she would never compromise again. Her father risked everything to save her from the suffering of Zheng's family, even the entire royal household. Even over the years, he had become more low-key. Without her father, she wouldn't be here. She couldn't just stand by and not save him. Zheng Sanlang didn't expect Feng Shuqiu to be so tough. If they couldn't reach an agreement, he would be abandoned by his family. His mother had more than one son, and his father had even more. Zheng Sanlang also smiled. "Qionyang, you're so ruthless. There are people in the world like you. A mother who abandons her child once, and now you want to abandon him again? Young Master Zheng, you're wrong," Xia Zhaozhao corrected with a smile. "It's you who plotted to kill and implicated the family. How can that be called the princess not saving a life? You're slandering his mother, who carried him for 10 months, in front of the child. Have all the wise books been read into dog stomachs? Is this how the Zheng family's traditions are?" Xia Zhaozhao always smiled, speaking slowly, as if afraid that Zheng Qiuhua wouldn't hear clearly. Because of this, every word hit the other person precisely. Of course, the wise books couldn't be wrong. The real mistake was those scoundrels in the Zheng family. It was a heinous crime to slander his mother in front of a young child who couldn't tell right from wrong. Compared to this, Pei Heng was simply too good. The original owner was indifferent to Pei Mu, but Pei Mu still clung to her, showing that Pei Heng had not spoken ill of her in front of their son. In fact, he even used her poor health as an excuse for not accompanying their son. Therefore, Pei Mu often worried about her health, afraid she might feel unwell. "Who are you? What does this have to do with me and Lady Qiu? Why do you keep stirring trouble between us?" Zheng Sanlang said angrily. However, as soon as he spoke, Feng Shuqiu coldly mocked him. "Zhao Zhao is my guest, just like Lady Lin. You and I are already divorced and have no connection. Please show some respect. Zheng Sanling wanted to speak again, but Lin Wanning stopped him with her gaze. Madam Pei, I know you're worried about the princess, but your aggressive attitude isn't the way to make peace. If we can't talk calmly, it might harm old Lord Wang's life and make the relationship between the princess and Jia Ling even harder to mend. Xia Zhao Zhao forced out a faint smile. I heard that when the county princess left her husband's house, she took her daughter with her. I thought a mother would understand how it feels, but it turns out she just wants to tear apart someone else's umbrella after getting wet herself. Young widow Lin Wanning, still young, had been scolded by her mother-in-law for supposedly causing her son's death, and her daughter was also criticized. She begged the Lin family to take her and her daughter back, paying a heavy price. She hated others talking about this, but Xia Zhao Zhao openly said it, hurting her deeply with every word. Lin Wanning's face lost its color, her delicate face now pale and expressionless. Zheng Sanling helped her up, caring. Wanning, are you all right? Lin Wanning bit her lip and took a deep breath. Madam Pei, why do you have to say such cruel words? Xia Zhao Zhao smiled brightly. Why is it only me who is cruel? Didn't Lady Lin and young Master Zheng threaten her just now, using the princess's father and son? Don't you remember? Lin Wanning's face quickly changed, anger replaced by calmness. Madam Pei misunderstood us. Forget it. Since you're here to talk, we are sincere. Cousin, please help old Lord Wang detoxify. Wanning. Detoxify. Lin Wanning repeated again. No wonder Pei Hung refused her request. It was because of her. If she let her cousin detoxify old Lord Wang, she could then tell Pei Hung her true feelings. She wanted him to know she wasn't just helping the Zheng family, but that she cared for everyone's well-being. Fang Xiuqiu felt relieved when they agreed to detoxify. Today, she was grateful to Zhao Zhao for helping force Zheng Sanling to do it. Not far away, Lu Rongyu and Pei Hung watched everything happen. Lu Rongyu didn't expect Xia Zhao Zhao to find a way out in such a difficult situation. You saw that. Your woman is not an easy person to deal with. She used clever tricks to kill with kindness and to hurt others' hearts. Pei Hung was surprisingly worried that she might be upset and would hide alone to cry. Is he blind or heartless? It's really funny. Pei Hung looked at Lu Rongyu with a calm, emotionless gaze. I like it. So what? Lu Rongyu looked like he was trying to show off. I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Do I need your kindness? Mind your own business. Pei Hung interrupted him. What did I say? Pei Yiji, don't be unkind. You were just worried about her earlier. You saw for yourself, she doesn't need you at all. Lu Rongyu caught up with Pei Hung. Seeing his attitude, he really wanted to hit him with a hammer to wake him up. He didn't mean to insult him, but clearly, Pei Hung couldn't control Xia Zhao Zhao at all. If this keeps going, it will all up someday, and she will be acting arrogantly over him every day. Look at that little mouth, she can really talk. If she were in the court, she could debate with scholars without breaking a sweat. Annoying. Pei Hung disdainfully spat out 2 words and kept walking toward where Xia Zhao Zhao was leaving. Lu Rongyu was so angry, he wanted to jump. He would regret it later. Don't come crying to him then.
But he still needed to go check.
The Zheng family was so shameless. What if they made a fake antidote to fool everyone? If Xia Zhao Zhao found out, she would definitely cause a fuss. He had to keep an eye on her. Lu Rongyu quickened his pace and caught up with Pei Hung. Pei Heng's disgusted expression was obvious. What are you doing now? Zheng family ruined my good plans.
They're so untrustworthy.
I need to watch them. Pei Hung sneered coldly. You're everywhere, huh? Who was it earlier saying not to get involved in their mess? That's what you said. I'm the young prince. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Wait for me. Pei Hung didn't want to stay with him. If Xia Zhao Zhao saw them together, she would get angry again. At the door of Zhang's house, guards were standing watch. They didn't recognize Zheng Sanling or Fang Xiuqiu, but Lin Wanning and Xia Zhao Zhao did. Especially Xia Zhao Zhao. They knew her master had been taken advantage of more than once. She was especially told that from now on, when she saw this woman, she should either go around or show respect like an ancestor. Right now, going around wasn't an option. They could only show respect. Even when they saw the princess and the county princess not bowing, when they saw Xia Zhaozhao, they bowed respectfully. Madam Pei, please. The sound frightened Lin Wanning, causing her to lose her composure. Zheng Sanlang quickly supported her, intending to scold these reckless people. But thinking they were Lu Rongyu's guards, he held back. No wonder this woman was so arrogant. She was Pei Heng's woman. Even if the Pei family returned to the capital, they no longer had a place there. They could deal with her properly when they had the chance later. Fang De was deeply poisoned, sometimes unconscious, sometimes alert. If he didn't take the antidote soon, his life would be in danger. Zheng Sanlang's gaze shifted from Xia Zhaozhao's face to Fang Xiuqiu's. Xionyang, once I remove your father's poison, I won't owe you anything. But you owe me once more, Zheng Sanlang said with a smile. His eyes looked at people like a lurking snake, ready to strike. Fang Xiuqiu was too tired of arguing with him. Saving her father from poison was the priority. As for later, dealing with shameless people would require extraordinary measures. Xia Zhaozhao looked at Lin Wanning and smiled, saying, Lady Lin, today I trust Zheng Gongzi's sincerity because you vouched for him. After all, you and my husband are childhood sweethearts. Lin Wanning smiled slightly, but her hand under her sleeve clenched into a fist. Madam Pei, rest assured. My cousin also hopes to clear up misunderstandings and restore the relationship between our families. Lady Lin, you're very kind. Please give the medicine, Xia Zhaozhao said with a gentle smile. Zheng Sanlang did want to tamper with the antidote, giving only half to temporarily cure the poison. But this woman saw through his plan. She was upset about her past with Pei Heng, acting confident and rude, showing no manners. Lu Rongyu and Pei Heng entered at this moment. Lu Rongyu was swinging a folding fan, smiling gracefully and elegantly. Zheng Sanlang, wanting personally vouch for you. Don't let her down, Lu Rongyu said calmly. Yes, I won't dare, Zheng Sanlang hurriedly replied. He dared to challenge the Fang family, but dared not offend Lu Rongyu. Everyone knew Lu Rongyu was a wolf in sheep's clothing, famous for smiling but dangerous. He had killed his own older brother and didn't respect his father. But the emperor valued him highly and trusted him greatly. He was in charge of the Jinlin Guard. Not only his own father, but no official in the capital dared to cross him. Rongyu, Yiji, why are you here? My cousin promised to help the Prince Oven with the poison. The misunderstanding is cleared up, and I can report to my aunt, Lin Wanning said with a smile. She looked friendly and peaceful, pretending to be a peacemaker. But secretly, she was telling everyone that they came for her. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, persuading Zheng Sanlang to help the Prince Oven despite the pressure. Wanning is still as kind as when she was a child. Lu Rong's smile at the corner of his lips was unclear. Lin Wanning wasn't sure if his words were praise or criticism. She now found it hard to understand Lu Rong. She instinctively looked at Pei Heng, only to see his gaze fixed entirely on Xia Zhaozhao, not even glancing at her in the peripheral vision. Lin Wanning clenched her teeth, maintaining a gentle smile on her face, but her heart was already overwhelmed. Xia Huimin was right. Xia Zhaozhao was indeed very good at winning men's hearts. Zheng Sanlang dared not pretend in front of everyone, so he had to feed all the antidote to Fang De. However, the poison had been in his body for a long time, damaging his internal organs. Even after taking the antidote, he couldn't return to his previous health. Shortly after taking the antidote, Fang De woke up. Fang Xiuqiu held his father's hand, tears in her eyes, choking on her words. Fang De was the same. This time, he was too reckless, which caused his daughter to suffer. Fang De wished he could kill Zheng Sanlang immediately. If it weren't for him arranging this marriage for his daughter, she wouldn't have been harmed like this. He would die with this grudge unavenged. Father and daughter held hands, silent but speaking volumes. Fang Xiuqiu was excited, but knew she must still behave politely. She looked at Xia Zhaozhao, feeling that words of thanks were too little. This kindness she would never forget in this life or the next. Their eyes exchanged several silent glances, more expressive than words. Lu Rongyu glanced at Pei Heng with a mixture of bitterness and jealousy. He saw clearly that since entering, Xia Zhaozhao hadn't looked at him once. "Thank you, Princess, for the kindness of the young prince and Commander Pei saving my life. I will thank you properly in the future." Feng Shiqiu's words weren't casual. She couldn't give her power, but she was not lacking in money. Giving money to the benefactors of the Feng family was better than letting some despicable people have designs on her. Lu Rongyu shook his fan. "I've heard the princess is generous, so I'll be waiting eagerly." Pei Heng only nodded slightly. The princess is too polite. He helped her for Zhao Zhao's sake and didn't need her to thank him. Also, many thanks to Lady Lin. "I won't forget your kindness." Feng Shiqiu bowed to Lin Wanning. Seeing Lu Rongyu acting so carefree and gleeful, Xia Zhaozhao was unhappy. Seeing Pei Heng leave with him, her displeasure was obvious. She didn't pay attention to Pei Heng until they left the room. Lu Rongyu shook his fan, watching Pei Heng happily follow Xia Zhaozhao, wishing he could take out his heart and show her. What could he say? He was now completely under Xia Zhaozhao's control. Spoiled her. A good beating would make her behave. Xia Zhaozhao stayed silent the whole way, while Pei Heng stayed beside her, walking back to the room. When Pei Heng closed the door, he saw Lu Rongyu pretending to wander behind and mouthed "Get lost." Then he slammed the door shut. Lu Rongyu touched his nose, feeling the anger from afar. Who was he angry at? Xia Zhaozhao was startled and frowned, asking, "Who are you slamming the door at?" Pei Heng just saw Lu Rongyu being annoying and didn't control his strength well. Too windy.
Ha!
Xia Zhaozhao snorted softly, thinking she would believe it. "Why aren't you talking?" Xia Zhaozhao sat down on a chair, looking like she was about to question him. They had agreed not to interfere in this matter. But as soon as they saw Lin Wanning, they hurried over like they were afraid she was being bullied. With Lin Wanning's status, she could stay in the room for a while and still smell the tea. "I'm afraid you'll be angry and refuse to talk to me." The man's eyes were deep like ink, and he tentatively tried to hug her, but was afraid she would be upset. "You know I'm angry," Xia Zhaozhao said with a pout, who said a few days ago that they wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the two families. Lu Rongyu was just supporting Lin Wanning, and you? You probably just want to save face for her. You say you don't care, but your actions are honest. Xia Zhaozhao's eyes shone brightly, speaking clearly and calmly. "I'm not." Lu Rongyu just want to watch the fun, and also to give Zheng's family a good lesson, Pei Heng honestly explained. She mocked Zheng Sanling's words, and Lu Rongyu listened carefully. Thinking about it, Zheng Sanling really ruined his own good reputation. He's not usually very generous. If he suffers a loss, he naturally wants to get it back. Xia Zhaozhao was surprised. Was Lu Rongyu really so shameless? But he did a good job. She couldn't stand Zheng Sanling's smug look. Pei Heng noticed that Xia Zhaozhao seemed to feel better and, feeling bolder, moved closer to her, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Zhaozhao, I'm worried you'll get hurt." Xia Zhaozhao glared at him.
Take your dog paws away.
"I haven't finished talking, and I'm still mad." Pei Heng lowered his eyes, looking pitiful. "How can I not be angry?" Xia Zhaozhao's eyes flicked, then she leaned close and whispered a few words into his ear. Her warm breath brushed against Pei Heng's ear, making him feel distracted. In the past few days, she had been busy with the Feng family's affairs and had no extra time to spend with him. At night, she kept complaining she was tired and could only hold him to sleep, unable to do anything else. Now that Feng Da's poison has been cured and the Feng family's issues are resolved, could we? Xia Zhaozhao saw his distracted look and couldn't help but give him a light tap. "Did you hear what I just said? Such small matters don't require the lady's worry. Leave it to me," Pei Heng said softly as he leaned in to hold her gently, his deep voice close to her ear. Xia Zhaozhao felt a tickle from his warm breath and slightly moved away from his embrace. But he still held her tightly, unable to let go. "Aren't you afraid of being caught and causing trouble for the Pei family?"
No.
"It's just a small matter. It shouldn't be a problem. His wife is still too kind. If you succeed, I will grant you one wish."
How about that?
Anything you want. Of course. Pei-heng couldn't help but smile slightly after she gave her promise. Xia Zhaozhao hit his hand, playfully. Why are you smiling so creepily? It felt like she was about to suffer some loss. But Pei-heng always went along with her, so he probably wouldn't hurt her. Am I creepy? Yes, like Lu Rongyu. Pei-heng was silent. Maybe he should stay away from that person in the future. Lin Wanning returned to her room and threw her jewelry box on the ground in anger. Countess, please don't be angry. This time, it was Zheng Gongzi who caused trouble, the maid advised. Lin Wanning closed her eyes briefly. That Feng Xiuqiu was always ungrateful, and now she had Xia Zhaozhao by her side. Sure enough, the people she disliked only became more annoying. But now, she couldn't do anything. If she wanted to act, it had to be a decisive strike, leaving her enemies no chance to recover. She could only lie low for now. Maybe her cousin Xia Huimin could be useful this time. Ask my cousin to come see me. I have something to tell him, Lin Wanning said. This time, her aunt asked her to handle this because she knew Lin Wanning had good relations with Lu Rongyu and Pei-heng. And her agreement was naturally driven by her own motives. Relationships are built gradually, little by little. Giving and receiving creates bonds. But Pei-heng seemed unwilling to give her that chance. With Xia Zhaozhao suddenly involved, their relationship could never return to how it was before. Zheng Sanling arrived quickly. Wan Ning, did you want to see me? Zheng Sanling asked. Please sit first. Lin Wan Ning poured him a cup of tea. The fragrant aroma made her feel more at ease. Cousin, the Fong family's matter is settled for now. Don't make any moves recently, she warned. Don't worry, I understand, Zheng Sanlang said casually, not taking it seriously. Lin Wanning paused while drinking tea. Cousin, at such a time, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, Auntie won't be able to protect you. Zheng Sanling chuckled. Wanning, don't worry.
Just now, the little prince told me something.
What is it? He said there is an opening in the Jinlin Guard. Zheng Sanling looked happy. If he could get this position, it would bring honor to his mother and make him look good in front of his father, surpassing his brothers. Wanning frowned lightly. Did Rongyu tell you that? Of course, he told me himself. I thought the little prince was just a rumor, but it turns out he's a good match. Sometimes rumors aren't true, Zheng Sanling said excitedly. Missing out on benefits in one place, gaining surprises elsewhere. Although he didn't get anything from the Fong family, something better awaited him. Cousin, Rongyu isn't that kind of person. Be careful. Wanning, you're too cautious. Just relax. But Pei-heng completely doesn't appreciate the kindness. I can teach him a lesson for you, Zheng Sanling said. Pei's family hasn't been cleared yet. Pei-heng's status doesn't match his cousin, and he doesn't know what he's proud of. Even if he married a beautiful woman, what difference would it make? A man without power or influence can't even protect himself, let alone a woman. Even the most beautiful woman can only become a plaything. Zheng Sanling already had a malicious thought in mind. Don't worry about my affairs, cousin. I have my own plans, Wanning said unhappily. She didn't like anyone speaking ill of him in front of her. Have your plans? When will that be? A woman's youth only lasts a few years. When the Pei family is cleared, there will be a new beautiful young lady in the capital one after another. Will it be your turn? Zheng Sanlang's usually gentle face turned fierce. Wanning clenched her water cup tighter.
Her cousin was right.
That's why she came to the border city. Seeing her silence, Zheng Sanling smiled. Wanning, have you heard the saying a beauty can cause trouble? Wanning raised her eyelids and looked at Zheng Sanling. What are you trying to do? Why are you so nervous, little cousin? I won't target your sweetheart. But if his woman harms my plans or blocks your view, I can't let that go. And, by doing so, he would also take revenge on Pei-heng. Wanning immediately said, Don't be reckless. Xia Zhaozhao isn't that easy to deal with. If something happens, I can't guarantee your safety. Don't worry, little cousin. I won't make a move. I'll do it secretly, so no one will know. It won't affect me, and it won't involve you. Rumors say that the king of Lingya is the most devoted husband, indulging in excess. He is the emperor's favorite younger brother. He wanted to see if Pei Heng could protect his woman. Xia Zhaozhao got up, but Pei Heng was no longer in the room. Over the past 2 days, he had been coming and going with Lu Rong, planning something in secret. However, she received good news this morning. Zheng Sanlang somehow fell down the stairs last night, bruised his face and nose, and injured his leg. Although he didn't break any bones, it would take a few months to recover. He was annoyed with the doctors in Fengcheng, thinking they were not capable, so he left early in the morning for Hedong. Zheng Sanlang made a deal with Lu Rong, agreeing to give him a certain task in Jinlin Guard. He used Zheng family's connections in Fengcheng to gather money and pay the deposit. But he still needed most of the money, which his father definitely wouldn't agree to, so he had to find his own way. Zheng Sanlang thought of Feng Qiuxiu. Anyway, her money would belong to her son in the future, and her son's was his. He was just taking it early. So, while Feng Dazhuang was recovering, he visited her daily to show off his presence and try to rekindle their relationship. Feng Qiuxiu naturally wouldn't agree, but Zheng Sanlang was thick-skinned, acting deeply affectionate, which was disgusting to see. Now, he finally didn't have to face that ugly face anymore. Xia Zhaozhao simply styled her hair into a simple bun. She wasn't used to heavy hairstyles. Most of the time, she didn't even bother with hairpins, just wrapped her hair with a ribbon. Her beautiful face made her look even more charming and lively. Feng Dazhuang was recovering well and would be able to leave for Anqing in a few days. Xia Zhaozhao also wanted to go home. She missed him. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Pei Heng pushed it open and came in. Lu Li saw Pei Heng return, bowed politely, and stepped back to not disturb the two. Since I woke up, Lu Li told me Zheng Sanlang had an accident. How could he fall so badly? Xia Zhaozhao said this, but she couldn't hide her happiness. Are you satisfied? Pei Heng asked softly with a faint smile. Xia Zhaozhao scolded him with a glance. What would I be satisfied with? Pei Heng held her hand and whispered with a smile. So, madam, do you want to renege on your promise? Xia Zhaozhao's big, clear eyes looked innocent. Did you do it?
But you weren't at the inn last night.
Is it difficult? Pei Heng raised an eyebrow. Zheng Sanlang was naturally suspicious. If things weren't done carefully, he would doubt. Even a little suspicion would lead him to seek revenge secretly. It's difficult. I can't do it without leaving traces. I originally wanted to kill him, but then I thought this timing was too sensitive. If Zheng Sanlang died, the Zheng family wouldn't let it go easily. Even gave them an excuse to retaliate against the Feng family, and Autumn's child is still with the Zheng family. Pei Heng took her hand and sat on the bed. Zheng Sanlang really can't die right now.
Huh?
Xia Zhaozhao looked a bit confused. Pei Heng doesn't think much of Zheng Sanlang. He usually ignores him and doesn't care whether he lives or dies. He wanted to teach Zheng Sanlang a lesson so he wouldn't keep bothering Autumn in front of everyone, but he was still a little worried. He was afraid Pei Heng might be too harsh and actually hurt him badly. Rongyu has a plan, and Zheng Sanlang is a good choice for it, Pei Heng whispered. Lu Rongyu just tricked Zheng Sanlang out of 30,000 silver taels. It seems that bad people attract worse people. I now think Lu Rongyu is pretty good, Xia Zhaozhao said seriously. Better than me? That definitely can't be. Xia Zhaozhao finished and quickly kissed Pei Heng on the face. My husband is the best. Pei Heng knew she was flattering him but couldn't help but smile. What do you want to do? Just say it directly. Xia Zhaozhao didn't expect him to see through her, so she realized her compliments still needed improvement. Old prince wants to see the young prince. Could you please pass on the message for me? She asked charmingly. The guard sent by Feng didn't even see him. Feng Shuqiu personally visited, but was also turned away. Rongyu is currently investigating a case and doesn't have time to meet with their family, Pei Heng said with a slight smile. Lu Rongyu does have some pride, but he wouldn't be reckless. After all, Feng Dao is a prince. And he also has secrets on his back. But the timing was tight, and he couldn't spare the time to handle it. Since you asked me to pass the message, I will convey the old prince's wishes. Whether they meet or not is up to the young prince to decide. Feng De wanted to meet Han Jiu before returning to Anqing. He knew his secret friendship with Han Jiyu almost caused a big problem. If Lu Rongyu found out, it would mean the emperor knew too. But he had already promised Han Jiyu that a man must keep his word. Once he agreed, he had to follow through. He didn't want to involve his daughter again, so he could only ask Lu Rongyu to witness. Rather than just witnessing, it was more like having Lu Rongyu monitor the whole process. Only then could everything be balanced. Just for this? Pei Heng chuckled softly. This was also what Lu Rongyu was thinking. He wanted to know what Feng De was investigating. And he could also make Feng De and Han Jiyu owe him a favor. Rongyu won't trouble the old prince, but if Han Jiyu wants to get the news, he will have to pay some price. Pei Heng is truly the one who knows Lu Rongyu best. As soon as he spoke, his words matched exactly what Pei Heng had guessed. The two princes of Daqi almost lost their lives in Fengcheng. It was just to gather information for him. As a small country prime minister, he is more impressive than my Daqi emperor constantly manipulating the two princes. If he doesn't give me a proper explanation for what happened before, I definitely won't agree. Although he was right, his expression was quite provocative. Feng De smiled openly and said, "The young prince is right. The matter he's investigating involves Ningguo, and Han Ziyai has the duty and responsibility to cooperate." Lu Rongyu saw Feng De understanding the situation and smiled sincerely. "Old prince, your bravery and wisdom are well known. I still need to learn more from you. When I return to the capital and meet the emperor, I will clarify things for you and ensure those rumors don't harm your reputation." Lu Rongyu's words sounded very official, and Feng Suiqiu's gift was also quite sincere. Lu Rongyu originally came to Fengcheng very angry, but after these 2 days, he gained a lot and his mood visibly improved. Indeed, wealth is the most persuasive. Seeing Lu Rongyu looking proud, Xia Zhaozhao couldn't help but tease, "I really didn't expect him to be like this." Lu Rongyu was very perceptive. He had already walked ahead but turned back and said, "Madam Pei, your words are not right. I only care about your family's reputation. I earn my hard-earned money honestly." Xia Zhaozhao squinted and smiled. "I mean, I didn't expect the young prince to be such a generous and helpful person, almost like a living bodhisattva." "Sounds like you're criticizing me." Lu Rongyu felt uncomfortable receiving praise for the first time. It didn't seem like him at all. Pei Heng glanced at Lu Rongyu blocking their way and said, "Please move aside." "Where are you going? Do you want a late-night snack? Take me along." "No, we're going back to sleep." "Pei Yi, are you still human? Can you consider how I, a lonely person, feel? I'm really hurt." Pei Heng ignored Lu Rongyu and took Xia Zhaozhao's arm to leave. Lu Rongyu watched their cruel backs and comforted himself. It's okay, he still has his cold gold coins with him. Soon after Pei Heng took Xia Zhaozhao back to their room, Felia came to call him away. Xia Zhaozhao was used to such scenes. Pei Heng's trip to Fengcheng wasn't just for Qiunyang and her daughter. Most of the time, he had his own affairs to attend to, and Xia Zhaozhao wouldn't ask much. Just like Pei Heng never asked about her storybook's progress or earnings. Even as a close couple, they each had their own careers and secrets. Whether man or woman, having no secrets makes a person less charming. When the doorbell rang again, Xia Zhaozhao said, "It's because I can't bear to." Before she finished saying "I," her smile froze for a moment upon seeing Lin Wanning. But she quickly recovered. Xia Zhaozhao smiled gently and said, "Lady Lin." Lu Li hurried over. While she was bringing some snacks from the kitchen, she didn't expect visitors. Moreover, this visitor was an uninvited guest. At least, she knew from the list the young master told her to watch out for that this Lady Lin was on it. "Am I disturbing the lady's rest?" Lin Wanning's face wore a polite and proper smile, without a hint of flaw. "It's time to rest, but what does Lady Lin want?" Xia Zhaozhao looked indifferent, clearly refusing. She had no intention of inviting Lin Wanning inside. Lin Wanning clenched her hand holding a handkerchief. She was clever and sharp-tongued but shallow and rude. She wondered what Pei Heng liked about her. "I came today to apologize to the lady." Lin Wanning looked ashamed. "My cousin was wrong this time. I have advised him, and he won't bother the princess again." Xia Zhaozhao's eyes carried cold sarcasm. Is the lady apologizing to the wrong person? The princess refuses to see me, so I hope the lady can mediate. Lin Wanning finished and signaled her maid to present the gift. Xia Zhaozhao's beautiful eyes looked at her with a half smile, half frown. But I have no relationship with the lady. You've come to the wrong person. I know my own status and abilities. I don't dare to take on things I can't handle. Please go back, Lady Lin. It was a joke. Who does she think she is? A matchmaker or a protector? Taking on every job, helping everyone? Lin Wanting used to think her mother-in-law was the person she hated most, but now, Xia Zhaozhao seemed even worse. Lu Li was just a guard, but Xia Zhaozhao was her master. There was no need to be polite to others, especially since this person was unwelcome. Lady Lin, please. Our lady wants to have some cake. The young master specifically told us before he left. Lu Li honestly said. She was honest and wouldn't lie. It was indeed the young master's order. Originally, she wasn't supposed to do this today, but the young master was called away suddenly, so it was her turn. Lin Wanning was clearly angry but had to hold back. Her expression was very interesting in that moment. She clenched her fists and forced out a smile. Sorry to bother the lady. Lu Li looked eager. Lady Lin, please go slowly. Lin Wanning turned around, her face immediately turning cold. She thought she was so ungrateful. If it weren't for my cousin's special reminder before leaving, to pretend to be friendly with Feng Xiuqiu, I wouldn't have made this trip. Ignorant and foolish woman. Only bringing trouble to Pei Heng. Xia Zhaozhao felt in a good mood. She didn't expect that Liu Li, who usually seemed dull, could speak in such a way that it was almost infuriating. Well done. I reward you, Xia Zhaozhao said with a smile, placing some pastries in front of Liu Li. Liu Li was surprised and quickly waved her hands. After spending some time together, Xia Zhaozhao had figured out her temper. She looked cold, but inside, she was still a young girl. Usually, she kept all the good things for her sister Liu Guang, and she herself was reluctant to take anything. Actually, I didn't do much. These pastries were ordered by the young master to be made for the madam, Liu Li explained. The madam was usually generous to their sisters, giving them a lot of silver. But today's osmanthus cake was specially made by the young master, who also told the chef the recipe. She didn't dare to eat it. The young master seemed easy to talk to, but his rules were very strict. Xia Zhaozhao's gaze on the pastries changed instantly, becoming soft and sweet. So he still remembered. In that case, I'll keep the pastries. Later, when you're free, Liu Guang can arrange a table with your favorite dishes, and I'll treat you, Xia Zhaozhao said, slipping a gold coin into Liu Li's hand. A whole table of dishes wouldn't need a gold coin, but today Liu Li deserved a reward. Liu Li no longer refused. If her master rewarded her, refusing would be disloyal. Thank you, madam. I saw you want to send Lin County lady away when she came. Did she trouble you? Xia Zhaozhao noticed her subtle expression just now. It was more than dislike. It was like she was annoyed by trouble. She originally thought Liu Li and Liu Guang were guards for Lu Rong, but later learned they were from Pei Heng's agency. Liu Li then said, "The young master told us not to let her disturb the madam. If she offends, she can just fight back, no need to be polite." Xia Zhaozhao paused and asked, "He told you that?" She thought they had some private contact. She was wrong. "Yes, I understand. You can rest now." She had thought Lin Wanning was somewhat different in Pei Heng's heart. She naturally cared about her. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep mentioning their childhood friendship. They had known each other longer and understood each other better, which she couldn't deny. But now she realized she was the one who was blindly favored without limits. She felt a little touched. She was eager to see him soon. When he returned today, she would definitely give him a surprise. Pei Heng returned to the inn and saw Lin Wanning waiting in the corridor. It was clear she was waiting for him. Pei Heng's lips pressed into a thin line, his face expressionless, and he asked, "Is there something you need?" His tone was too cold, to the point that Lin Wanning felt as if she had never truly known him before. She took a moment to calm her heartache before speaking. "Are you free now?" Pei Heng's expression remained unchanged. "You waited here just to ask that? If there's nothing else, I need to go back." He seemed unwilling to say more. He was usually not a talkative person. Even when they were together before, he didn't speak much. But at least then, he wouldn't refuse to say a word to her. Yi, can you help me with a favor? Lin Wanning whispered softly. It won't take up much of your time, and I can only ask you. Her eyes were fixed on him, clearly eager. Pei Heng finally looked at her. Why can't you ask Rongyu? We've known each other for many years. If you ask him, he will help you just as well. My current status can't help you much, and I don't want my wife to misunderstand. Lin Wanning sighed and forced a smile. Yi, does it have to be like this? As you said, we've known each other for many years. Why can't I ask you? If you do this, won't it make things obvious? Pei Heng's handsome face showed no emotion, but his eyes were cold and sharp. Did I not make myself clear? So, you want to cut off all contact with me in the future just because you don't want your wife to misunderstand? Lin Wanning looked as if she might cry. Pei Heng frowned, his face turning even colder. You have guards and maids, yet you choose to stand here waiting yourself. Isn't it just to let her see? Do you think I want you to think that of me? Lin Wanning looked at him steadily, tears falling from her eyes, looking pitiful. It doesn't matter what I think. What's important is that you know your own heart, Pei Heng said calmly. The Zheng family's matters are unfair, and you must be clear about that. I haven't agreed to your request, but not interfering in this matter is already showing favoritism. After speaking, Pei Heng strode away decisively, not giving her a chance to explain. He was her husband. She trusted and loved him. Such things only happen once. She couldn't keep being disappointed just because she was generous. Lin Wanning watched his back, tears flowing more fiercely. He handles criminal cases, even can make a dead person open their mouth to testify. Your little tricks can't fool him. Lu Rongyu's voice sounded behind Lin Wanning, lazy yet slightly rebellious. Lin Wanning turned around. Aunt asked me to help my cousin handle this matter. I can't refuse, so I do my best. Did I do something wrong? You didn't do anything wrong, but people can't always get what they want, Lu Rongyu said calmly. If Yi wants to investigate the case thoroughly and clear the Fong family's name, it's not impossible. His actions show he's understanding that you can't go against your aunt. Lin Wanning looked again toward Pei Heng's direction. But if that's the case, I hadn't spoken earlier. Why did he refuse me now? Lu Rongyu chuckled softly, as if amused by something funny, with a hint of sarcasm. Why should good things always go to you?
Who are you to him?
Why would he hurt his wife because of you? Lin Wanning stared at him in shock, as if she couldn't believe those words came from Lu Rongyu. Wanning, I only advise you because of the bond we've grown up with. Put away unnecessary thoughts, Lu Rongyu said before leaving. He had come to talk to Pei Heng, but now it was better not to disturb him. Lin Wanning bit her lip, glanced toward Pei Heng's room, then left. Xia Zhaozhao hadn't washed her hair during her bath 2 days ago. Today, she washed it early to avoid it being wet again at night. Without a hairdryer and in cold weather, washing her hair was really uncomfortable. Xia Zhaozhao sat cross-legged on the bed, using a cloth to wipe her long hair. She was only wearing a nightgown, with a thin blanket draped over her shoulders. This thin blanket was washed and dyed by Granny Zhao with sheep's wool. When the weather turned cold, she often draped it like a shawl, soft and warm. Pei Heng might not come back for dinner, so she planned to have the kitchen deliver food to her room and eat there. While she was drying her hair, she heard a door push outside the screen. She thought it was Liu Li and said, I'm finished washing. I haven't tidied up yet. I'll come out to fetch water later. Before she finished speaking, the man had already come to her. Xia Zhaozhao didn't expect Pei Heng to return so early today. She looked up and smiled. You're back, but before she could finish, the man lowered his head and kissed her lips. All his actions were smooth and natural, leaving Xia Zhaozhao stunned. What was he doing today? She opened her eyes wide, feeling a bit confused, and the cloth she was using to dry her hair slipped from her hand. She was quickly enveloped by his breath, and soon she couldn't breathe well. Xia Zhaozhao reached out to push against his chest and scolded. What are you doing? Are you on medicine? He didn't look normal at all. She remembered that her first night with the original owner was because he accidentally drank a warm-hearted wine during a social event. Nothing, I just wanted to kiss you when I saw you. Pei-heng reached out and gently touched her hair, which was not yet dry. It carried his familiar, pleasant scent. Xie Zhaozhao pushed him away in disgust. You haven't washed your hands since you came back. You can't touch my hair. She had just washed it. Washing her hair was not easy. Her face looked even more charming and radiant, perhaps because she had just bathed or because of that kiss.
Dislike me?
Of course. You haven't even showered. Pei-heng seemed to do it on purpose, leaning down to stay close to her, his breath falling on her most sensitive spots. Xie Zhaozhao felt itchy and turned her face away, dodging and hiding. Let go. Stop messing around. This time, Pei-heng didn't tease her further. His deep, unreadable eyes fixed on her. Did Lin Wanning come to see you today? Yes, why do you ask? Xie Zhaozhao looked indifferent. Aren't you angry? Xie Zhaozhao smiled. Why should I be? You don't like her anyway. If I got angry at everything, I'd just tire myself out early. She was initially a bit bothered, but she knew the importance of the matter and didn't have time to argue with Lin Wanning. Moreover, Pei-heng's private words clearly showed his true feelings. If Lin Wanning tried to stir trouble or sow discord, she wouldn't give her that chance. Pei-heng leaned down again and kissed her lips, feeling more guilty inside. He had indeed caused him quite a bit of trouble. I'm going to take a shower. His voice was soft and slightly hoarse as he pressed his face close to her delicate cheek. Xie Zhaozhao was about to remind him to have the second servant bring water, but he had already undressed and stepped into her bath. He was really careless. She had finished her bath some time ago and wasn't sure if the water was cold or warm now. Pei-heng washed quickly. When he came out, he was soaking wet. Xie Zhaozhao was about to ask if he wanted a cloth, but he had already strode over. She was soon swept into a confusing haze of kisses, overwhelmed by intense desire. She felt like she was being pulled into a world entirely his own. Thoughts of turbulent waves flooded her mind, gradually swallowing her whole. After Feng Da's condition improved, Lu Rong arranged a meeting between him and Han Ziyai. That meeting took place without Xie Zhaozhao or Feng Shiqiu present. Xie Zhaozhao didn't bother asking Pei-heng about it. She thought it was better not to know too much about national affairs. She lacked the ability to protect secrets and might only put herself in danger. She was very clear-headed, things she should know. She simply didn't want to know at all. Over the next 2 days, Pei-heng did not return to the inn. Similarly, Lu Rong and others also did not come back. The large inn was mostly guarded by guards. Xie Zhaozhao took the opportunity to discuss the Manhwa Tower with Feng Shiqiu while she had free time. Living in the same inn, Xie Zhaozhao knew she would definitely encounter Lin Wanning. But she didn't expect to meet her twice in one day. Actually, Xie Zhaozhao was mentally prepared. She knew Lin Wanning wouldn't give up easily. Although Pei-heng's attitude was clear, he didn't represent Lin Wanning. Lin Wanning still looked smiling and gentle, as if the unpleasantness from a few days ago never happened. Xie Zhaozhao felt sad for her, but why? It was better not to trouble others or disgust herself. Madam Pei, I have a few words to say to you. Xie Zhaozhao could tell from Lin Wanning's tone that she was not to be refused.
All right.
Since she wanted to talk, then they would talk. Actually, Xie Zhaozhao admired her self-control. After all, she was a noble daughter from a powerful family, and just the word patience had reached the level of a ninja turtle. She was not as good as her. In the large hall, only the two of them were present. The guards had voluntarily stepped back a few feet. Xie Zhaozhao, with a plain face, still looked charming, with a half-smile that seemed playful and lovely. However, the coldness in her eyes was exactly like Pei-heng's. Could this be the legendary couple's resemblance? County Lord, if you have something to say to me, I am quite surprised by such a grand display. Xie Zhaozhao smiled with a playful tone, showing no worry on her face. Some people are destined not to be friends, so there's no need to pretend. Madam Pei, when I came to see you that day, besides thanking you, I also had something to ask you to pass on to Yiji. But you seemed busy, so I found Yiji again that day. Lin Wanning kept an eye on Xia Zhaozhao's expression as she spoke. The steam rising from the teacup curled into wisps of smoke before her eyes. It made her look more like a fairy, radiating an aura of immortality. But she was very disappointed. Xia Zhaozhao's expression remained calm. Xia Zhaozhao raised her eyebrows, recalling which day it was. That day, Pei Heng was indeed acting strangely. Later, he showed his love through actions. It was as if he couldn't prove his feelings unless his enthusiasm was at least a little. So that was it. Xia Zhaozhao then smiled. Oh? Lin Wanning lowered her eyes, her smile tinged with bitterness. I hadn't even spoken, and he refused me. He said he didn't want you to misunderstand. Xia Zhaozhao lowered her head to drink tea and responded with an "oh." The tone was just different from before. I know the lady doesn't like me. I lost my husband when I was young, and my in-laws think I am unlucky. If my mother hadn't cared for me and taken me back, I don't know how I would have managed. Even at my own home, my father never liked me. He always thought I was a disgrace, Lin Wanning said softly, with a hint of sadness, but she did not cry. Xia Zhaozhao did not interrupt her. Lin Wanning's age is similar to that of a recent college graduate in modern times. As a woman, her situation is truly tragic. But she is clever in using her most heartfelt qualities to soften her enemies. Xia Zhaozhao believes every word she says is true. In fact, reality is even more cruel than she describes. But if she shows kindness to her, it opens a door for her to take advantage. In the future, her kindness could turn into a sharp sword stabbing her in the heart. I am a mother. I can lack many things, but I cannot be without my children. No matter the cost, I must take my daughter away. But I know she will face coldness from others. Every time I think of this, my heart feels like it's being cut. Lin Wanning's eyes reddened at the corners, but she did not cry. Her words are beautiful yet broken, making people want to protect her. Xia Zhaozhao feels her heart turning cold. Everyone is so pitiful. Just a simple word of comfort, and being her friend. What's wrong with that? Actually, as women and mothers, I sympathize with the princess's situation, but I am powerless. You know how unfair this world is to women. Our status in the husband's family is very difficult, let alone other women. Xia Zhaozhao nodded in agreement. She also believed what she said. Or rather, she agreed with everything she had said so far. But I really can't help with this. My aunt has helped me leave the husband's family smoothly. I can't refuse to help my cousin. Lin Wanning paused briefly, as if recalling something. That day, I wanted to ask Yiji for help. When sending old Master Wang and the princess back to Anqing, I planned to take a detour through Hedong. I wanted to find a way for them to meet, to make up for my guilt because I am also a mother. Xia Zhaozhao didn't expect her reason was so straightforward. She thought she would explain her innocence with Pei Heng. She was too naive this time. Lin Wanning's plan surprised her. She didn't know what her true goal was. But it could indeed ease Qionyang's pain of missing her son. Since she left home, she hasn't seen her son. County Princess, are you really going to help Qionyang and her son meet? Xia Zhaozhao asked softly after taking a sip of tea. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked Yiji for help. If I lied, it would be like wasting our friendship, Lin Wanning said calmly. Xia Zhaozhao didn't rush to speak. She smiled sweetly, but now she was silent and looked very composed. There was a kind of sacred beauty that shouldn't be disrespected. It was even more captivating than when she was smiling. Indeed, a beautiful woman laughing and acting shy is always very attractive. Her beauty made others feel jealous. I can't agree to this matter, Lin Wanning said. First, I am not sure if my husband is willing to get involved because he only promised to send Qionyang and her daughter back safely, not anything else. Second, honestly, this is Qionyang's issue. Even if we are close, I can't make decisions for her. Lin Wanning was a bit surprised she didn't agree immediately. Pei Heng always went along with her, and Fang Xiuqiu, because she owed her a favor, wouldn't oppose her wishes. This woman was indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder Xia Huilin's schemes had failed before. That's true. I was too impatient. Lin Wanning smiled slightly. That day, I didn't mean to hurt the princess. I felt very guilty and wanted to make up for it. The county princess will surely be grateful if she knows this. I will tell them, and once there's a decision, I will inform you, Xia Zhaozhao said kindly. Lin Wanning saw Xia Zhaozhao off a few steps and watched her leave before she left the hall. Back in her room, she wrote a letter to her cousin, telling him not to rush and to make arrangements first. Otherwise, if something went wrong after going to Hudong, it would be bad. After finishing the letter, Lin Wanning quietly had a guard deliver it. There was a Zheng shop in Fengcheng, so the letter would reach Zheng Sanling quickly. Xia Zhaozhao didn't know much about Lin Wanning, but she knew that opportunities like this rarely came by. There was definitely a plot involved. But the bait was very tempting. From her understanding of Qiu Nyang, she was afraid she would agree immediately. Just like how she was eager to see Mu'er now. She had missed him so much after only half a month apart, while Qiu Nyang hadn't seen her son for over 2 years. When Pei Heng returned, Xia Zhaozhao was idly resting her chin in her hand. Thinking about something? Hearing his voice, she suddenly reacted. Even tilting her head to look at him, her movements slowed a bit. You're back? Are you unhappy? No, I was thinking about Lin Wanning. Pei Heng's refined face showed a flicker of emotion. He had already spoken clearly last time. What was she planning to do now? Pei Heng looked at her thoughtful face, his eyes calm. She came to see you again? Xia Zhaozhao looked up at him, resting her chin on her hand and gently tapping her chin. Her voice softened naturally. Yes, she explained what happened that day and wanted to help Chunyang see her son. Pei Heng looked at her calm, delicate face. What do you think? She leaned against him, quietly saying, I know there are no free lunches in this world. I don't believe Lin Wanning is that kind-hearted. But her bait is really well set. Basically, it's about willing to fight and willing to endure. She looked at him with her clear, black and white eyes. In the end, it depends on whether both sides can afford the cost. If you've made up your mind, why are you still hesitating? If there's a plan to minimize harm, I don't want to keep fighting endlessly. It's too boring. Xia Zhaozhao smiled softly at him. I just want to live a good life with you. Zheng Sanling owes money to Rongyu. It's a good chance to go around and get it back. If you want to do it, just do it. I will support you. Are you willing to agree to whatever I need to do? Yes. And if it's wrong? It's not about right or wrong, as long as you can pay the price. You're learning so quickly, I'll reward you. Xia Zhaozhao gently kissed his chin. Is that all? Pei Heng wasn't easily fooled now. Otherwise, I've been unwell these days, no wild actions. Just a kiss, no touching you. Lu Rong and Han Ji reached some kind of agreement. After the events in Fengcheng, they were leaving the next day. During this time, Xia Zhaozhao bought many things for Mu'er, packed them in advance, and stored them in her box to avoid forgetting in the rush in the morning. That night, Xia Zhaozhao slept peacefully until she was suddenly pulled from her bed. In the middle of the night, when people sleep most soundly, being awakened suddenly naturally made her unhappy. She frowned and barely opened her eyes. What's going on? There's an assassin. Pei Heng's words made her open her eyes wide and wake up more. She pressed close to him. As a modern person, she had never experienced such danger before. It was scary, no doubt. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Pei Heng whispered comfortingly. Soon after, sounds of fighting came from outside, and the sisters Lu Li had already arrived. Protect the lady. Stay in the room and don't move, Pei Heng ordered. The fighting outside grew louder, making Xia Zhaozhao feel anxious and uneasy. If she guessed correctly, it was related to the recent busy matters between Lu Rong and Rongyu. They had been out early and late, very mysterious. Although Pei Heng did not tell her, she knew it was very dangerous. The more dangerous Pei Heng seemed, the more he had secrets, and he would act very calm. Xia Zhaozhao was gradually getting used to the darkness, and her panic was slowly calming down. She listened to Pei Heng and stayed in the room, not going out at this time to cause trouble. The Luli sisters protected her in the middle, watching the door carefully. Outside, there was a fierce fight. The black-clad men were well-trained and would not give up until they achieved their goal. These people are after me. You take your people and retreat first.
Lu Rongyu said.
Lu Rongyu was not here to do good deeds. He had his own purpose. They are after you. If you retreat, we will be safe, Pei Heng replied. Pei Heng was not the kind of person who would abandon his brothers in danger. His cold, fierce aura made him like a dark night demon, and his sword never stopped even now. Blood dripped along the blade, and more killers kept coming. The two could only fight to survive. Lu Rongyu was the youngest leader of the Jinlin Guard in Daki, and he was skilled. But he was usually too lazy to fight. His elegant folding fan, which he usually used for style, now became a deadly weapon. The fan surface was stained with blood, and Lu Rongyu looked disgusted. It was his favorite fan, but unfortunately it was ruined. Lu Rongyu drew his soft sword from his waist. He couldn't remember the last time he used such a flexible sword. Then let's fight our way out together. Since they wouldn't leave, they would fight their way out together. Back to back, they could defend themselves and attack enemies easily. The sound of swords and knives grew closer. The assassins were near the room, and it was no longer safe. Just as Xie Zhaozhao hesitated whether to go out, the door was kicked open. The assassins raised their swords, ready to rush in. Luli raised her sword but hadn't struck yet, and two black-clad men had already fallen. I will protect you and take the lady away, she said. Yes. The Luli sisters didn't hesitate. They had traveled and guarded caravans in dangerous places before, so they knew not to hesitate now. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Pei Heng, who was also looking at her. In that moment, Pei Heng understood her feelings. His expression softened and became gentle.
I'm Fine.
Don't worry. I will come find you soon, he said. Pei Heng protected them and quickly found a way out. Outside the inn, the moon was high, and the view was clearer than inside the room. Meng Tong, with the palace guards, also joined the fight. They could rush out too because their target was Lu Rongyu. But Fong has always been loyal and righteous. Since Lu Rong and Pei Heng helped him before, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. He ordered Meng Tong to bring people to assist in the fight. Most importantly, Fong Xiuqiu gave Meng Tong a strict order. At all costs, rescue Xie Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, follow Commander Meng, Pei Heng said. Xie Zhaozhao wanted to refuse, but Pei Heng handed her a small arrow. Zhaozhao, Muir is still waiting for us to go home. Let's go. This small arrow was originally made for her self-defense, and she never thought it would actually be useful one day. Xie Zhaozhao bit her lip, looked deeply at Pei Heng, then thought of Muir. Staying here would distract Pei Heng and become a burden for him. Meng Tong protected Xie Zhaozhao, and with Pei Heng and Lu Rong working together, they quickly broke through. The princess is ahead. I will take the lady to meet them, Meng Tong said. Just as he finished speaking, a group of black-clad men suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Xie Zhaozhao was grateful to the palace, so Meng Tong fought fiercely to protect her. But these were all deadly killers. Meng Tong's arm was injured, bleeding heavily. The Luli sisters protected Xie Zhaozhao on both sides, almost using their bodies to shield her from danger. Hand over this woman, and let you go, the leader of the black-clad men said. Xie Zhaozhao didn't expect these people to come after her. She was an unknown nobody, so why would such powerful figures be offended? Why send so many killers just to kill her? Xie Zhaozhao's eyes shifted, and she said, I don't know what I have done to offend you, but please let me die with clarity. The man's face changed. Aren't you Xie Zhaozhao? Of course not. You wouldn't even recognize the palace badge. Meng Tong. Xie Zhaozhao replied. Xie Zhaozhao realized that these black assassins were targeting her. She didn't know if they were threatening Pei Heng, or if they were different assassins trying to cause chaos and take her life. Meng Tong quickly understood and took out his palace badge. The princess of the Anwang residence is here. Do not act recklessly. The two leading black-clad men exchanged glances. The badge was real, but did they really mistake her for someone else? Their true goal was her life. People who didn't matter didn't need to be involved. After all, their brother's life was also at stake. Can we leave now? Meng Tong asked. The black-clad men raised their hands, signaling them to go. Although Xia Zhaozhao wanted to know who wanted her dead, her life was more important at this moment. She hurriedly stepped forward. But just then, the black-clad man suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Stop right there. Tonight, the moon was nice, but the distance was a bit far, so the view wasn't clear like during the day. However, as this woman passed by him, he recognized her face. It was definitely Xia Zhaozhao. Xia Zhaozhao knew she had been exposed the moment he spoke. He surprisingly knew her appearance. It seems he knows her quite well. Probably it was an insider job. Xia Zhaozhao secretly prepared her hidden arrow in her sleeve. As he approached her, she quickly raised her arm and pressed the mechanism to shoot the arrow. The arrow aimed straight at her target's chest. The Luli sisters immediately protected Xia Zhaozhao, with Lu Guang stepping forward and pressing her foot against the man's chest. The arrow went deeper. Because they were so close, although her shot was accurate, it lacked enough force. So Lu Guang kicked again. They worked together smoothly, almost in perfect sync. The man died instantly. With their leader dead, the other man in black, holding the body, cried out painfully, calling him Big Brother. Xia Zhaozhao knew a fierce fight was about to begin. Since escape was impossible, she decided to strike first. You only sent a bunch of useless fools. Even you mistook someone else for me. I already said I am the princess of the Anwang residence. Why don't you listen? If you want to die, come on then. Xia Zhaozhao tried to buy some time, knowing Pei Heng would come to protect her as soon as he escaped. Xiaonyang would also send people if she couldn't reach her. So, any delay was good. Exactly, you bunch of rabble trying to catch Lady Pei. Lady Pei is right here with Military Officer Pei. Why don't you try to die trying? Meng Tong, following Xia Zhaozhao, understood her temper and tactics and deliberately provoked the enemy. She aimed to make them lose their reason and attack when they were unprepared. I think you're looking for death. The enemy roared angrily. I've seen your portrait.
You are Xia Zhaozhao, he said.
Oh, really? Since you've seen her portrait, how can you mistake me for the princess? Meng Tong took advantage of the distraction to attack with her sword. The goal was to take out the leader first. As long as he was dead, the others wouldn't be a threat. The enemy was quick to react, dodging her attack. Although he avoided the vital spot, he still took a hit on his shoulder. Meng Tong used all her strength in this strike, hitting deep enough to see bone. Only then did the enemy realize he had been tricked. Her attack was just to distract him. Woman, kill her. The black-clad man shouted in anger. The fight was intense, with both sides fighting fiercely. Even the Luli sisters were injured while protecting her. Meng Tong's arm wound worsened, and she could barely lift her sword. These black-clad men were just as skilled as those in the inn, and because they hadn't been involved in the fight before, they had better stamina and stronger fighting ability. Just when Xia Zhaozhao was about to despair, Pei Heng suddenly appeared like a divine being from the sky. Han Jiu and his guards arrived just in time, and Lu Rong was safe on that side. He was worried about Xia Zhaozhao, so he followed her in the direction she left. Unexpectedly, she was truly attacked. Pei Heng leapt forward, rushing to Xia Zhaozhao and holding her tightly as he quickly retreated, buying time for himself. After stabilizing his stance, he suddenly launched a deadly attack, and the opponent was immediately killed. In a one-on-one fight, these people were naturally not as skilled as Pei Heng, but Pei Heng had concerns, and they did not. Xia Zhaozhao was the person he wanted to kill, and she was the one Pei Heng wanted to protect. So, as long as he focused on his target, Pei Heng would be distracted. Sure enough, a moment of distraction gave Pei Heng an opening, and an attack came. In desperation, Pei Heng could only use his body to block in front of Xia Zhaozhao. The sound of his sword piercing flesh was especially clear. Xia Zhaozhao, protected behind him, screamed loudly, full of desperation. Pei Heng, don't. The sword pulled from the black-clad man's hand reflected cold light that stabbed into Xia Zhaozhao's eyes, more like a provocation of death. In that moment, all her anger was ignited. She didn't want Pei Heng to get hurt. Her rules didn't include killing people. But this wasn't her world. The environment was different. Her heart could only turn cold and hard. Although the original body wasn't as agile as Xia Zhaozhao's, she had been exercising daily and was now quite flexible. Xia Zhaozhao slipped through Pei Heng's arm, pulled out a sleeve arrow, and with all her strength, stabbed it into the black-clad man's chest. Go to. The black-clad man's target was Xia Zhaozhao, but his feint was aimed at Pei Heng. Seeing Pei Heng fall for it, he felt proud and relaxed his guard. Xia Zhaozhao's arrow was fierce and accurate. Blood splattered across her face, and the world, already unclear, turned from black to red. At that moment, Xia Zhaozhao finally understood why people said blood boiling. Now, her blood was not only boiling, but her whole person was going crazy. She had already lost her mind with rage. Pei Heng didn't expect Xia Zhaozhao to suddenly attack. Worried about her, he ignored his chest wound and kicked away the approaching black-clad man. Are you okay? Pei Heng looked at the blood-covered Xia Zhaozhao, feeling worried. Xia Zhaozhao shook her head. I'm fine. Calm and firm. She had always believed that once she and Pei Heng fulfilled their promise, she would be completely part of this world. But today, she realized she had fully become a person of this era. Her blood can be very hot or very cold. Pei Heng held Xia Zhaozhao with one hand, wiped the blood from her face, and wanted to block the harm for her. But he also knew that after tonight, some shadows could not be erased. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid, Xia Zhaozhao said softly but firmly. From now on, blood debts will be paid in blood. She wanted to live well by following the rules of this era. While they spoke, another man in black rushed forward, and Pei Heng drew his sword to fight. He struck repeatedly, blood pouring from his wounds. This group of black-clad men had strict orders to kill Xia Zhaozhao. They had so many people, yet their leader was already dead. If they couldn't kill her, they would all die when they returned. Pei Heng was badly injured and couldn't hold on much longer. They needed to finish quickly to succeed. Pei Heng and Xia Zhaozhao exchanged a quick look, showing perfect teamwork. Pei Heng deliberately appeared weaker. The enemy indeed attacked Pei Heng, and Xia Zhaozhao, supporting him, suddenly spun around and moved behind the attacker, shooting another arrow with precision. Pei Heng charged forward while Xia Zhaozhao shot arrows from behind. She was no longer afraid or overwhelmed like before. Even with her blood boiling, she was no longer scared. Fear only made her weak. She had to face everything, either live or die. There was no other choice, because she wanted to survive. When Lu Rongyu and his men arrived, everyone was fighting desperately. Seeing Pei Heng injured and Xia Zhaozhao covered in blood, he was furious. He swung his sword like a blade and quickly took down the remaining assassins. Pei Heng wanted him to leave one alive for questioning. Who sent these assassins? It was obvious they weren't from the same group as those at the inn. But he was too late. Lu Rongyu's sword was too fast. He didn't just want to kill these people, he even wanted to tear them into pieces. Yi, how are your injuries? Lu Rongyu asked.
I'm fine.
Go back to the inn first. Your injury is serious. The inn was now safe. Pei Heng's chest was stained red, and his sleeve was also bloody, showing he was badly hurt. Honestly, he felt ashamed. He came to the border town to get Pei Heng back to the capital quickly, but he didn't expect to cause him more injuries, worse than Xia Zhaozhao. Xia Zhaozhao truly surprised him. A weak woman, yet she dared to kill for Yi. Before, he thought Xia Zhaozhao was just a rustic girl, relying on her looks to make Pei Heng fall for her. He believed she was unworthy of her position and would be dismissed sooner or later. At this moment, despite her disheveled appearance, he thought she looked stunningly beautiful. Only she deserved Yi. In the future, if anyone said she was unworthy of Yi or tried to ruin their relationship, he would risk his life to protect her. Once everything was settled, Xia Zhaozhao seemed to have used up her last bit of strength. She was not afraid, but her energy was limited. Her legs were very weak, almost unable to stand. Pei Heng seemed to notice this, lifting her uninjured arm and wrapping his arm around her waist, letting her lean on his shoulder. Are you uncomfortable? Xia Zhaozhao shook her head. No, I'm fine. I can do it. From today on, She was no longer the same Xia Zhaozhao as before. She had grown new armor, not only to protect herself, but also to protect the people she loved. Don't be stubborn. Pei Heng frowned, his handsome face full of concern. The first time he killed someone, he didn't sleep all night. When he closed his eyes, he saw the warm blood splattering on his face and the strong smell of blood. She would only feel worse. Lu Rongyu watched the two of them get cozy in front of him, but strangely, he found it quite pleasing to the eye. Lu Rongyu had already arranged for someone to bring over a soft chair, and the doctor was waiting at the inn. Sir, you already had old injuries, and if this time it had just been half an inch more, it would have hit your heart. You've lost too much blood. You need proper rest, or you might develop a stubborn illness later. The doctor carefully treated the wounds, applied medicine, and wrapped them with gauze. Lu Rongyu felt more and more guilty. Pei Heng's injuries were twice because of him. He decided to write a letter to the capital, asking the best doctors to come and treat him, making sure his wounds were fully healed. Who are these assassins? Probably someone who doesn't want me to go back, Lu Rongyu said lightly, but a cold smile played on his lips. After all, there were many people who wanted him dead. Are you sure this has nothing to do with Ningguo? They had already offended Yuan Yan, and now they were working with Han Jiyu. Yuan Yan definitely wouldn't want them to survive. Han Jiyu didn't want a war between the two countries. He had to consider the bigger picture. Even if he disagreed with Yuan Yan politically, he had to protect him in this matter. Yuan Yan has wild ambitions. Although he's been restricted, his influence remains. I won't trust Han Jiyu's words blindly, Lu Rongyu said. You should focus on healing. I will handle these matters. Rongyu, after we return to the border town this time, you should go back to the capital. If these assassins were truly sent from the capital, I'm afraid the emperor might be in danger. The empress returned to the palace. Although the crown prince's status hadn't been restored, his influence was gradually recovering. The Pei family's return to the capital was a signal. Mei Fei and King Wei had been managing affairs at court for many years and wouldn't easily give up their power. Rongyu's Jinlin Guard is the emperor's most trusted bodyguard. When he is not in the capital, there will be no trouble. Since you're worried about the emperor's safety, why don't you go back to the capital yourself? If you return, the emperor won't blame you. In fact, he might be happy. After Lu Rongyu finished speaking, the room fell silent. Others might not understand, but Lu Rongyu knew clearly in his heart. The gap between Yi Ji and the emperor is the death of the Princess Chang. Even though they were once as close as father and son, it's hard to go back to that. Pei Heng was silent for a while before finding his voice again. Rongyu, I don't blame anyone. The world of fame and fortune is just about accepting wins and losses. Why is that? There's one more thing I need to find out. Once I do, I will return to the capital. Lu Rongyu didn't ask more. He knew Pei Heng's temper. Since he didn't want to say, asking more wouldn't help. Xia Zhaozhao was well protected and unharmed. The blood on her face was from someone else. Earlier, the doctor treated Pei Heng's wounds, and Xia Zhaozhao also tidied up the room of the Luli sisters. Her eyes had been splashed with blood earlier, making everything look red. After washing with clean water, she felt much better. Is your hand hurt? Pei Heng saw that her palm was wrapped in gauze. It's fine, just a small scrape. No need to bandage it. Lily was too nervous. The wound on her palm was caused by applying too much force when inserting the arrow. It didn't hurt the tendons or bones, and it will heal once it scabs over. Do you want some water? Xia Zhaozhao felt that Pei Heng's gaze was a bit different. Could it be because she killed someone? She remembered a TV show that said if a woman kills someone and her hands are stained with blood, she's no longer a woman. Did he think the same? Pei Heng glanced at Xia Zhaozhao and waved his hand. Come here. Xia Zhaozhao stepped forward and sat on the round stool by the bed. Get closer. Pei Heng's injured arm was on the outside, making it difficult to move. Otherwise, he would have pulled her into his arms. Actually, Xia Zhaozhao was afraid of getting too close and touching his wound. Since he kept asking her to come closer, she could only sit at the edge of the bed. Sure enough, as she sat down, Pei Heng's healthy arm couldn't help but wrap around her, and their bodies almost pressed together. Why are you so far away? With how I look now, what can I do to you? Pei Heng's eyes were deep, and his tone was calm. He had killed for the first time like this too, just wanting to be alone and not let anyone near. Her injury wasn't on her hand, but in her heart. Xia Zhaozhao blushed at his words, and her mood somewhat returned to her usual lively self. You're injured. Can you be more serious? Xia Zhaozhao scolded. Are you saying I'm not serious? Pei Heng slightly tugged at his lips, revealing a helpless smile. Everyone had said he was serious and strict since he was young. But this was the first time someone said he was not proper. Xia Zhaozhao choked, realizing that Pei Heng was indeed not like that usually, but lately, he seemed a bit more affectionate than before. Just like earlier, he was earnestly saying things that made her think of other things. She couldn't blame him for that. Zhao, Pei Heng gently held her hand, as if handling a rare treasure. You were very brave last night. Besides my mother, you're the first person who risked everything to protect me. Pei Heng looked into her eyes, his dark pupils like a deep sea that couldn't be penetrated by light. Xia Zhaozhao's eyes shifted, and she suddenly understood. She knew why Pei Heng cared so much about her. He was probably worried that she was emotionally affected after what happened last night. In modern times, it would be called post-traumatic stress disorder, but in this era, it probably doesn't exist. However, she was truly fine. Although she was a little scared at the time, she had already overcome it. I'm not as great as your mother. I'm actually quite selfish. I just wanted to stay alive back then. She only wanted me to stay alive too. Zhao, I see everything you do. The man's hoarse voice carried some tiredness. Don't say these things. The doctor said you need to rest your injuries properly. Xia Zhaozhao could see his exhaustion. Just a small injury, Pei Heng said dismissively, caring more about her now. How can it be just a small injury? If you develop a heartache later, and when you're old and sick, I'll still have to serve you with tea and medicine. I'm really fine, you don't need to worry about me. I'm not that fragile, Xia Zhaozhao said seriously with pursed lips. Fragile? It means very delicate. You mean I'm very fragile? Otherwise, what? This is the second time I've brought you tea and medicine. Next time you get hurt, I won't bother with you. I'll find someone to carry you to Lu Rong's house and let him take care of you. Pei Heng was amused by her, and his dark eyes were now full of affection. I adapt quickly and won't be affected by last night. But do you think I've become a ruthless woman who kills without blinking, no longer the cute little darling in your heart? Pei Heng's smile grew broader. No, my wife, you will never change in my heart. Then, I want to see how you perform in the future. All right, I'll listen to you. Now, lie down with me for a while. I'm a bit sleepy. The doctor had added calming herbs to Pei Heng's medicine, and his injuries needed plenty of rest. Because she was worried about Xia Zhaozhao, he only managed to hold her and talk for a while. Seeing she was unaffected, he felt more at ease. However, he still needed to spend more time with her during this period. Xia Zhaozhao was also tired. She leaned on Pei Heng's chest. Before long, the room was filled with their breathing sounds. When Lu Rongyu entered, they were sleeping soundly. He gently closed the door and assigned guards to watch, not allowing anyone to disturb them. Lin Wanning was kept outside during her visit. Last night was truly chaotic. Lu Rongyu and Pei Heng fought their way out, leading the guards to rush her out. In the morning, she heard that Pei Heng was injured and hurried back to the inn with the guards. Lin Wanning was unwilling to be kept outside and went to question Lu Rongyu. Rongyu, Yiji is hurt. Why are your people stopping me from seeing him? Lu Rongyu was already annoyed, and Lin Wanning kept hitting a wall. Are you a doctor or medicine?
Can you cure him?
Just look at him, and he'll be fine? Lu Rongyu retorted sharply, making her choke. She thought they protected her last night because they cared about her, so she dared to come and question them. But she didn't expect Lu Rongyu to have such a different attitude. She barely recognized him anymore. Rongyu, what are you talking about? I care about Yiji. Lin Wanning's eyes trembled. Lu Rongyu's expression was indifferent. He doesn't need that, and it's not your place to care. The only person he wants to see now is Xia Zhaozhao. Lu Rongyu remembered the assassins who attacked Xia Zhaozhao last night. his face turning colder. Wanting last night, Iji and I saved you. We've repaid the kindness he owed you. Last night, a group of assassins tried to kill Xia Zhaozhao. It has nothing to do with you. If it was you, even past friendship wouldn't save you. Lu Rongyu looked at her calmly, his tone gentle but with a deadly edge that Wanning could sense. She knew Lu Rongyu's methods. He was inherently a madman. Wanning closed her eyes, then opened them with a hint of madness. Am I really like that in your eyes? We grew up together, over 20 years of friendship. I thought we could still be like children, but it seems I was wrong. She raised 3 fingers. I, Lin Wanning, swear I've never sent killers, nor harbored murderous thoughts. Otherwise, I would be cursed by gods and humans and meet a terrible end. If I had known growing up would turn out like this, I'd rather never grow up at all. Her last words sounded more like a sigh, filled with unspoken melancholy. After speaking, she left the room. Usually gentle and polite, she made a lot of noise when she left this time. She was truly angry. Lu Rong looked toward the door, then finally withdrew her gaze, deciding it was better not to get involved with her. Compared to last time, Pei-hung was less injured this time. After resting for 2 days, he set out again. Although this time the assassin was targeting Lu Rong, Fang Xiuqiu still felt guilty. She missed her son, but didn't want to cause trouble for others again. Moreover, Meng Tong was badly hurt, and the guards at the palace suffered heavy losses. So, they decided to cancel the plan to move east across the river. When Lin Wanning heard this, she felt relieved. Now, Pei-hung ignored her, and Rongyu suspected her. If Xia Zhaozhao got into trouble, Pei-hung would be the first to suspect her, and he wouldn't marry her. Anyway, there was also Xia Huimin in Bianqing. Maybe this incident was her doing. Let them deal with it themselves. Because Pei-hung was injured, Lu Rongyu took on the task of escorting Fang Xiuqiu and her daughter. When they parted ways at Bianqing, Fang Xiuqiu was reluctant to leave. They used to respect each other, and now they faced hardships together. From now on, they would be like family. Xia Zhaozhao was her half-sister by her father's side. Take care, Xia Zhaozhao whispered. Don't worry, once my father recovers, I'll come to Bianqing to find you. Pei-hung stood nearby, watching the 2 women embrace. Now he seemed to understand why Zhaozhao disliked Rongyu. Fang Xiuqiu also didn't like her much. Wasn't it enough that she kept taking over her? But Lu Rongyu couldn't stand it either. She cleared her throat and said, Sister-in-law, Mu'er is still waiting for you at home. Xia Zhaozhao was surprised by the term sister-in-law. She could feel Rongyu's attitude toward her changing during this trip. But suddenly calling her sister-in-law felt strange. Lu Rongyu also felt a bit uncomfortable. She looked at Pei-hung, then at Xia Zhaozhao. Don't worry, I will safely King An and the princess back. Having shared life and death experiences, Xia Zhaozhao was not a petty person. Thank you, little prince, she said. No problem, he replied. As long as he didn't have to sneak around when visiting in the future. Pei Mu eagerly waited for her father and mother to return home. When they appeared, she ran over on her short legs. Father, mother. Pei-hung bent down to pick up his son. Xia Zhaozhao wanted to stop him, but seeing how happy her son was, she couldn't bear to. She looked up and saw someone coming out of the room, and her smile froze for a moment. Military officer Pei, Lady Pei. Shen Xianyun greeted with a smile. Why was Shen Xianyun at the house? They had just left an unpleasant person, and now there was still someone else. Did Shen Xianyun not have a home of his own? Shen Xianyun walked over with a gentle smile, dressed in moon-white clothes that shimmered like moonlight, pure and bright. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for teaching Mu'er during this time, Pei-hung said politely. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Shen Xianyun so calm and confident appearing in his home, he still maintained basic manners. You're too kind, Commander Pei, Shen Xianyun replied modestly. Since he had nothing to do, and Mu'er was indeed a likable child, with a sweet, honey-like smile similar to his mother, Shen Xianyun couldn't help but smile back. Shen Xianyun immediately noticed that Pei-hung was deliberately avoiding the right side of his body when holding Mu'er. He was injured. It seemed that during the trip to Fengcheng, they encountered danger. Shen Xianyan lowered his gaze, hiding his emotions, then quickly looked at Mu'er with a smile. That's enough for today. Practice well over the next couple of days. Mu'er, even when in his father's arms, dared not be unruly. He respectfully replied, yes. After Mr. Shen left, Mu'er choked up and called out to Xia Zhaozhao mother. Mu'er held his father with one arm and his mother with the other, truly feeling that they had really come back. This was no dream. In recent days, he dreamed every night that his father and mother had returned. When he woke up, he ran to the alley entrance to wait, but they never came back before dark. Stone said his mother had run away again and didn't want him anymore. He fought with Nyo and Stone. Stone couldn't beat him and Nyo, so he cried and wanted to go find his mother. He and Nyo took Stone back home together. He told Zhao's lady about how Stone had scolded him. Zhao's lady didn't scold him but gave him and Nyo sugar cakes to eat. You did very well. Mu'er is truly amazing, Xia Zhaozhao said with a smile, patting her son's head. Even at such a young age, he handled things so well that even Zhao, a quarrelsome woman, was left speechless, something she couldn't do herself. Pei Seely looked at the family of three, feeling very happy inside. The couple had been away for over half a month, and she worried every day, afraid something might happen to them. Although they missed the Mid-Autumn Festival, as long as they were together again, that was enough. After dinner, Pei Seely called Pei Heng into her room. A letter from the capital has arrived. You read it yourself, she said, handing him the letter. Pei Heng quickly finished reading and a faint, mocking smile appeared in his eyes. He didn't speak immediately. Pei Seely looked at his expression and sighed inwardly. She had watched him grow up. He had always been a thoughtful child, especially after the Pei family's troubles. She still remembered the look in his eyes when they left that year, like he couldn't see any sunlight in his heart. A gloomy, silent, lonely young boy. Over the years, they have been in Lingnan. He secretly spends money and works hard, but he has never spoken a word about it. I know you can't let go of your mother's death. I won't make any decisions for you. If you feel reluctant to reconcile with your father, it's not fair to yourself, and it's also a regret for your mother.
Pei Seely pats his shoulder gently.
Think carefully. Can you ignore everything and turn a blind eye to the Pei family? If you can't, then you must take on the responsibility of restoring the family. If you can, then do what you want. But in life, family is something you can never give up. A faint smile slowly appears on Pei Heng's thin lips, cold and somewhat mocking. Then what is my mother? Abandoned by the royal family, rejected by the Pei family. What did she live for? Pei Seely closes his eyes. Your mother was a good mother. In the end, the Pei family owes her. It's right that you don't forgive your father. But you are still the eldest grandson of the Pei family. No one can replace your position. Does Anne think I would care? The next day, Pei Heng went to the government office. During his absence, several cases of disappearances happened in Border City. When District Magistrate Li heard that Pei Heng had returned, he thought his savior was back and quickly sent someone to invite him. These cases are hard to solve. He might as well forget about the position of the magistrate. He doesn't know which fool is ruining his plans at this critical moment. Once he finds out who is responsible, he will eliminate his entire family. No, he doesn't have that much power. He must behead them, absolutely. Pei Heng's injuries haven't fully healed, but with such a big incident in Border City, he can't ignore it. Pei Heng hasn't gone home for several days, and Xia Zhaozhao is worried. The book vaguely mentions a girl's disappearance case, but it was just a passing mention. She remembers it seems to be related to. Just as she is thinking, she hears familiar footsteps. Looking up, she sees it is Pei Heng. He sits beside Xia Zhaozhao, looking somewhat tired. Do you want to rest first? Your eyes are red from staying up. He has been busy with cases these days and hasn't rested well. No need, but I am a bit hungry, she replies. She had stayed up many nights working on cases before, so it's nothing new to her. Pei Heng looks visibly upset and heavy-hearted. When he has worries, he tends to be quiet. It seems the case is indeed difficult. It's already late, and Grandma Zhao brings him a bowl of noodles. Pei Heng must be really hungry. He quickly finishes it. I just went to the agency. Pei Heng's voice is a bit heavy. This time, the security team went to Fengcheng with more than 10 brothers. Most of them, except for the Lioli sisters, did not return. They were all raised by him, not just as subordinates, but as brothers. Send some condolence money to their families. I still have some silver and coins here. I'll send it over tomorrow, Xia Zhaozhao said. Although silver and coins are commonplace, at this time, they are the best way to help. At least it can make life easier for the living. No need, I have enough here. You don't have to worry. By the way, my aunt said that the Double Ninth Festival is coming soon. She wants to go to Baike Temple to pray. Can you go with her? As Pei Heng finished speaking, a flash of something seemed to cross Xia Zhaozhao's mind. Yes. Baike Temple. The missing girls were last seen there. Husband, I understand. Baike Temple is. Xia Zhaozhao's words suddenly stopped. She couldn't explain this to Pei Heng. After all, Baike Temple is a peaceful place for Buddhists, and people wouldn't associate it with the missing girls. Understand what? I mean, Baike Temple is a famous place within 100 miles. I will go with my aunt tomorrow.
Pei Heng nodded.
Tomorrow, ask Grandma Zhao or someone from the Wang family to watch Mu'er. The temple is crowded, so it's better not to bring Mu'er. That's true. The temple isn't just crowded. There are many women there, Xia Zhaozhao said meaningfully. Pei Heng seemed to be momentarily stunned but quickly said, Tomorrow, I will wait for you outside the temple. Pei Heng could spare an hour tomorrow after sending them home before heading to the government office. Baike Temple is inside the city, and they arrived quickly. Pei Seely was worried about delaying Pei Heng's work and said, If you have something to do, go ahead. It's just a few steps away. Zhao and I can walk back by ourselves later. Auntie, this is his filial piety to you. If he wants to wait, let him. Let's go inside first. Xia Zhaozhao decided to go in and see the situation firsthand. Afterward, she could naturally tell them about Baike Temple. She supported Pei Seely as they entered. Men were not allowed inside the temple, so Pei Heng had to wait outside. They didn't arrive early. The morning prayers had already finished. At this time, nuns were free to arrange their own activities. Xia Zhaozhao entered the main hall. Compared to the grand temples in later generations, Baike Temple was quite simple. However, its uniqueness lay in being a quiet place amidst the bustling city, an oasis of peace in the noise. The book's description of this part was not very detailed, and she wasn't sure how much Baike Temple was involved in the case. After all, it was a sacred Buddhist site, and did she still revered Buddhism? The common people held the gods and Buddha in deep respect. Without solid evidence, even officials would hesitate to conduct a search openly. The main hall of White Sparrow Temple is dedicated to the goddess of mercy. Xia Zhaozhao and Pei Seely bow 3 times together. After rising, a nun walks out of the inner chamber of the main hall. Xia Zhaozhao observes that the nun's attire suggests she is a senior nun at White Sparrow Temple. She clasps her hands together and bows slightly. Devout follower greets the head nun. The nun has kind eyes and a gentle smile, returning the greeting. You are too polite. No need for formalities. I am Jingbai. I see that the head nun is kind and wise, with a noble aura. Only someone with your grace could have such presence. If you are seeking atonement, I apologize for my rudeness, Xia Zhaozhao says sincerely, clasping her hands. Jingbai feels delighted by Xia Zhaozhao's words. She has long believed her abilities are enough to hold the position of abbot. But if not, she chooses not to dwell on it. Madam, when you bowed earlier, did you have a wish in your heart? Jingbai asks. I pray to the compassionate goddess of mercy to protect my husband and family so they are safe and sound, and that my husband's family will have children soon, Xia Zhaozhao replies, bowing again to the goddess of mercy in the main hall. Madam has a noble face, a sign of wealth and high status. Your husband must be a remarkable man. You are still young. If the time is right, children will come naturally, Jingbai says kindly, her gentle expression inspiring trust. Even Xia Zhaozhao cannot see through Jingbai completely. She puts a small bag into the nun's hand. If what you say is true, I will rebuild the temple someday and make it famous. Jingbai holds the heavy bag, her smile growing brighter. Madam's kindness is appreciated. Could I trouble you to take me around the temple? I've heard that White Sparrow Temple is very effective for having children, so I came from afar, Xia Zhaozhao says with a smile. Although Pei Seely is puzzled, Xia Zhaozhao has spoken, so she cannot refuse. She also wants to explore the temple. A place of Buddhist practice is ideal for self-cultivation. Once Iji finishes his busy period, she plans to stay at the temple for a few days. Jingbai hesitates slightly, but Xia Zhaozhao hands her another small bag, looking at her sincerely. Unable to refuse her genuine kindness and unable to turn down the heavy bag, Jingbai agrees. Please follow me. This woman is stunning, but unfortunately not a maiden. Otherwise, she wouldn't be leaving White Sparrow Temple today. The temple is small, located in the busy city, with only the main hall and 2 side halls. The believer looked at the empty courtyard behind the main hall and wondered why the monastery didn't make better use of it. She thought her husband's family had little wealth and could contribute to the monastery. She was willing to make a vow before the Buddha that if she had a son this time, she would dedicate herself. Xia Zhaozhao appeared very devout. Even Jingbai was somewhat moved, although she often thought that the visitors to the monastery only lit a single incense stick, hoping the Buddha would help them with their problems, perhaps a bit overly hopeful. But this believer was truly sincere and generous. Master Jingxi said, "You misunderstand. Baikei Monastery once took in a group of orphans. These buildings were originally their homes. Later, the local official built Rongan Hall to provide shelter for displaced orphans in the border town. The buildings here became empty. The abbot kept this place open to help women in need across the land." I see. I was ignorant. Please forgive me, Venerable Master, the believer said, bowing her head. Xia Zhaozhao slowly withdrew her gaze. This area was away from the main hall and side halls, quite remote within the monastery. Perhaps the missing girls were hiding here. Unfortunately, Jingbai didn't let her stay long, and soon took her away. Xia Zhaozhao wandered around the monastery, memorizing the layout in her mind. Pei Seely was curious, but didn't interrupt. Xia Zhaozhao was known for her sweet words, and today she had once again surprised Jingbai with her behavior. But the more she acted like this, the more suspicious it seemed. Xia Zhaozhao had already given birth to a clever and adorable child for the Pei family. Her urgent desire for a son was a bit excessive. Fortunately, she had already apologized to the Buddha on her behalf earlier. Young people often act without restraint. Before leaving, Xia Zhaozhao handed Jingbai a gold ingot, hoping to get some vegetarian food from the monastery's kitchen. Jingbai found it hard to refuse. Today, she had met 2 foolish girls. Normally, she ran around helping the abbot with many tasks, and the abbot wouldn't even give her a piece of gold. But this morning, she had earned several pieces. It was just to ask for a vegetarian meal. She gave her 2. Honestly, for someone who loved meat so much, the vegetarian food was just okay. Still, Xia Zhaozhao finished her bowl and drank her tea, feeling satisfied and ready to leave. Before departing, she praised Jingbai again. Jingbai was so pleased she even invited her to come back to the monastery anytime she wanted. After such a generous benefactor, it is truly rare to see. Xia Zhaozhao and Pei Seely left the temple hall, finally feeling relieved. Actually, she was a bit worried that Jingbai might cause trouble for her when she was in the backyard. When she arrived, she carried a communication signal used by Pei Heng's office. If there was danger, she would send out a signal immediately. Pei Heng could respond accordingly. Pei Seely held Xia Zhaozhao's arm and asked, "What's wrong with you today?" Xia Zhaozhao quickly took a few steps forward. "Aunt, let's get on the carriage first." "What's the matter?" Pei Seely saw that her face looked strange. Pei Heng was already impatient, pacing back and forth at the temple entrance. It was supposed to be only an hour, but now it had been an hour and a half. He felt uneasy. "This child is acting strangely, saying weird things," Pei Seely said with a smile. Xia Zhaozhao's urgency to have a child today surprised her. Although she was an elder, she had never pressured the young couple about having children. After all, raising a good child was more important than just having many children. Having children was about quality, not quantity. She had many nephews and nieces, but only Yiji was truly capable of taking on big responsibilities. Her sister-in-law had only one child back then. Mu'er was well taught by her, and Mu'er was still young now, needing companionship and guidance. Xia Zhaozhao placed her hand on her chest, looking scared. Her eyes even turned red. Husband, Baike Temple, is basically a den of thieves. Today, the aunt and I almost couldn't get out. Pei Heng's face suddenly changed, becoming tense. Are you all right? Xia Zhaozhao shook her head. I'm fine, luckily my aunt was with me. There are some empty rooms in the backyard of Baike Temple. When I passed by, I heard faint sounds, like crying, and my aunt heard it too. Pei Seely hesitated. Did she hear it? She didn't seem to know. Pei Heng looked at Pei Seely, and Xia Zhaozhao looked at her expectantly. It seems there are some sounds. Behind Baike Temple should be shops facing the street, where street noise could be heard. Probably because it wasn't quiet enough, which was not good for the monk's meditation, so they abandoned it. Maybe because she's older now, she can't quite understand how she was just happily talking with the monk, being generous, and even arranged the next meeting time, only to suddenly change her tune and turn the holy place into a den of thieves. When we got there, it was Aunt who suddenly grabbed my arm. That's when I noticed something was wrong, Xia Zhaozhao said seriously. Pei Seely remembered. She had indeed grabbed her arm. Because her expression at that moment, eager to go forward, was a warning. I'm afraid you'll rush in. Pei Seely's expression showed some helplessness. This place is very strict about not entering without permission. She was worried that her young age might lead her to cause trouble. So, Annie noticed something was wrong back then. Xia Zhaozhao held Pei Seely's hand. Auntie really is the head of the women's school, with sharp eyes. You must teach me well in the future. Pei Seely. She knew nothing at all. This child's words were really quite talkative. But since she was so sincere, she couldn't refuse. She came to the border city mainly to teach her some manners and how to manage a household. When they return to the capital, she won't be completely in the dark about everything. All right, let's leave here first and talk slowly on the way, Pei Seely said with a smile. If Baike really has problems, then this place isn't safe. Pei Heng's injuries haven't fully healed yet, and the two of them staying here might slow things down. Once he has checked with the officials, they will know the truth. Xia Zhaozhao nodded. You're right, Auntie. Let's leave first. Pei Heng helped the two onto the carriage and also jumped in himself. Xia Zhaozhao affectionately pulled Pei Seely's sleeve. Annie, do you remember the nun we met in the kitchen? Pei Seely nodded. Yes, I remember. That nun walks almost like Luli. The first time she looked at us, I was really scared. Her gaze was so fierce. I suspect she might be a martial artist. Hearing this, Pei Seely also remembered and agreed. At first, her gaze was indeed suspicious, like she was unhappy about them entering the inner courtyard. Pei Heng frowned. It seems Baike and really has issues. Pei Seely looked at Xia Zhaozhao with a meaningful expression. Her niece-in-law was quite good at hiding her true thoughts. She hadn't noticed these small details at all. Now that she thought back, it did seem strange. She had been trying to get close to Jingbai from the start. It was as if she already knew Baike and had problems. But Pei Seely didn't plan to ask now. Yiji trusted her. That was a good thing. If she asked too much, it might cause more trouble. Once Yiji solves the case, the truth will come out. Xia Zhaozhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Pei Heng leave quickly. She knew her words might be a bit exaggerated, but since Pei Heng trusted her, as long as her goal was achieved, it was enough. Pei Seely noticed Zhao Zhao's small expression. Zhao Zhao, do you really want to have another child? Recently, Pei Seely had heard some rumors that she hurt her body when she gave birth to Mu'er. The more someone feels they are missing something, the more they want to make up for it. Xia Zhaozhao was stunned. It suddenly reminded her of the silly talk she told Jing Bai to gain her trust. She has no plans to have children. The original owner was only 19 when she was born. Because having children too early damaged her body, she won't risk her life for it. Thinking about having children is not even an option. Xia Zhaozhao couldn't understand Pei Sili's thoughts at this moment. It's not good to confront him directly now. It's better to show weakness. Xia Zhaozhao pouted and looked sad. When I gave birth to Mu'er, I hurt my body. Maybe I won't be able to have children in the future. I'm worried my husband will dislike me. Pei Sili, being a woman herself, naturally understands how difficult it is for women. People often see women as tools for reproduction. If they can't have children, they are abandoned by their families. Some men even use this as an excuse to take concubines to hide their own. Pei Sili took Xia Zhaozhao's hand gently. Zhaozhao, a woman's purpose isn't only to pass on the family line. Iji respects and cares for you. He's not a shallow person and wouldn't mind. You shouldn't feel too much pressure. Xia Zhaozhao didn't expect Pei Sili to be so understanding and wise. She thought she was so fortunate. She couldn't help but hug Pei Sili, feeling amazed that such a perceptive and wise woman existed in this era. She felt very touched. She almost wanted to cry. She had been worried that Pei Heng's view of Pei Sili was biased. But as she learned more, she realized Pei Sili was even better than described. Pei Sili gently patted Xia Zhaozhao's back. Child, you are already very outstanding. I read your storybook. It's really good. You teach Manhwa well. Auntie likes you very much. Women shouldn't be confined to the inner chambers. They should step outside and shine in their own way. As for children, they are the icing on the cake. And she already has Mu'er. These words resonated deeply with Xia Zhaozhao. It turns out that excellent women can transcend eras. Pei Heng first observed the situation outside Baikei and then quietly brought people to sneak into the temple at night. He couldn't act openly during the day because there were villagers coming to burn incense, and he didn't want to hurt innocent people. By nightfall, after midnight, Pei Heng returned, and Xia Zhaozhao had been waiting with her eyes half closed. She was eager to know if he had discovered anything, as she only provided the investigation direction. The evidence was for him to find himself. Baikei-en is a sacred Buddhist site. Without solid evidence, any action could cause public outrage. Pei Heng thought she was already asleep and moved quietly to open the door. But when he entered, he saw Xia Zhaozhao leaning on the bed, looking at him with anticipation. You're not asleep so late? Waiting for you. Waiting for me? Pei Heng smiled softly, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. Recently, he has been unusually proactive. Yes, have you checked that White Sparrow Temple? Did you find anything? Pei Heng's smile froze for a moment. Was he only waiting for her to ask about this? He thought she missed him. It was a bit sad. Now, her enthusiasm for him was not as strong as before. Xia Zhaozhao saw he was silent and tugged at his arm. So, what's the situation? Is it related to the missing persons case you looked into? Are you so curious?
Of course I am.
This could be material for my stories. It's a real case and readers are interested in these things, Xia Zhaozhao said, lying down on the bed with him. Come on, tell me. I did find some clues, but... Pei Heng paused and didn't continue. Xia Zhaozhao was anxious and couldn't help but urge him. What's the situation? Hurry up and tell me. Don't worry, I'll tell you later. Pei Heng pulled her into his arms. I'm anxious now. I'm anxious too. Xia Zhaozhao's words trailed off into a soft whimper. Eventually, she was so tired she closed her eyes and fell asleep, with no strength left to ask about the case. The next morning, she woke up to find him gone. She could only wait until he came home at night. Pei Heng didn't tell her the details of the case because he didn't want her to worry. There was indeed a problem with the side room of White Sparrow Temple, its back door connected to an antique shop. But that shop was suspicious. It was involved in trading young girls. These young women, after leaving the border town, were trained by a special foster mother to behave properly and then sent to high officials or famous brothels. Those with slightly less beauty were sold to hidden brothels. In short, life was worse than death. This place was actually a transfer station. Although the border town was small, it was well connected. White Sparrow Temple was hiding not only missing girls from the border town, but also from nearby provinces. There was definitely someone behind these heinous acts. Governor Lee was initially hesitant. He only wanted to get promoted and didn't want to get involved in dangerous dealings. Pei Hung could only persuade him. Although the case involved neighboring provinces, the girls were caught in the border town. They would first solve the case here and then send the victims back to their hometowns for local authorities to investigate. Whether they found the problem or not, Governor Lee would be credited with the main achievement. Later, the court would reward him accordingly, and others couldn't blame him for being too clever. Governor Lee thought about it and agreed. There was only one position for the magistrate of Fengcheng, and since they lacked the ability, they couldn't blame him. Pei Heng's reasoning was sound. He just finished solving the case at the border town and planned to send the young women back to their hometowns. They witnessed his skill in solving the case, and after returning home, there would naturally be comparisons. In this way, wouldn't his reputation spread far and wide? Yes, he must investigate thoroughly and strictly. He wasn't afraid of places like Baikei Temple or Xingyun Pavilion. He is an official appointed by the court. He is here to serve the people. This time, he is confident in his position as the prefect. Pei Hung received orders from Magistrate Li and led people to surround Baikei Temple. Zhao Lei took another group to block the antique shop. Indeed, many young women in Baikei Temple are skilled in martial arts. Luckily, Pei Hung was well prepared. His team was enough, and his plan was detailed. They blocked all escape routes, quickly capturing the people from Shueihua Temple and Xingyun Pavilion. The abbot of Baikei Temple, Jingyue, initially tried to escape disguised as a pilgrim, but Elder Jingbai caught her by her hair. Jingbai looked at Jingyue with satisfaction. If she hadn't been blinded by love for a man, the peaceful place of the Buddhist temple wouldn't have fallen into such chaos. It's all her fault. Pei Hung also discovered a secret passage underground at Baikei Temple and Xingyun Pavilion. The passage was large, with some furniture like tables and chairs, more like a hidden base. Footprints were found at the exit of the secret passage, indicating someone had left not long ago. Zhao Lei angrily looked at the abbot. As a monk, how can you do such a heinous thing? Are you not afraid of offending the Buddha? Jingyue closed her eyes silently, not speaking. She does not regret it. If she hadn't been forced, she wouldn't want to be an abbot. She just wanted to run away with the person she loved. Chengling said he would come to save her. He wouldn't abandon her. Pei Hung didn't expect to be a step too late. As soon as he received the magistrate's order, he led people to surround these two places. Only Zhao Lei knew about this. Zhao Lei had no chance to leak the information, nor would he betray him. How did Baikei Temple get the news so early? Unfortunately, Jingyue refused to cooperate at all. Since she was captured, she only closed her eyes and recited scriptures. Abbot, how long will you continue to help the villains? Who is behind all this? Where are they? Zhao Lei asked. Jingyue still kept her eyes closed, pretending to be dead. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the other end of the secret passage. Pei Hung secretly cursed and quickly ordered his men to retreat. Quick, get out of the secret passage first. Zhao Lei, protect these women and lead them away. There were still a few young women inside the passage, probably fleeing in a hurry and not yet able to take everything with them. Several parts of Baikei Temple were also destroyed. 2 officials were guarding the hostages, but before they could escape, they found that the people had already lost their lives. Some people in the Buddhist community have hearts as cruel as snakes and scorpions. Zhao Lei almost couldn't hold back from kicking Jingyue a few times. She shows no remorse at all. However, because of this, Zhao Lei suspects that the person behind the scenes is not simple. Master Jingyue is not the mastermind. If the case is closed based on what the prefect and the investigator said, they might miss the real culprit. Brother Pei, what should we do now? Zhao Lei asked. First, take her back to the office for a slow investigation. Keep Jingyue in solitary confinement and arrange Jingbai to stay next door, Pei Hung said calmly. Although Jingyue is not the mastermind, she must know something. As long as she is in his hands, he can gradually make her reveal the truth. Yes. Zhao Lei always obeys Pei Heng's commands. When Investigator Li saw that they quickly brought the person back, he smiled happily. He said that Pei Heng was his lucky star. Look, just a few days and the case is solved. He definitely can't be without Pei Heng. Pei Heng didn't hide the fact that someone escaped through a secret passage. Investigator Li stroked his beard. If the main suspect escapes, the case can't be closed. Without closing the case, his credit can't be counted. He needs to think of a way. Commander Pei, the case happened at Bai Ke Temple. Naturally, the nuns there are the masterminds. Why not just close the case now? Then even if higher authorities ask, it would be reasonable. Yes, I will handle it immediately, Pei Heng said respectfully, clasping his hands. Investigator Li was surprised. He agreed so easily, but he felt something was off. You agreed? Your Excellency's orders are my command. After all, this case is under your supervision, Pei Heng said carefully. Investigator Li paused, stroking his beard. Something didn't seem right. He is the main investigator, so he must take full responsibility. If the fleeing man is exposed later and confesses, wouldn't he be implicated? Li investigator immediately imagined himself being dismissed and losing everything.
No, no.
His mother raised him with great hardship. He worked diligently for many years to reach this position. He still wants to bring honor to his family. Li investigator paced back and forth, constantly observing Pei Heng's expression. Pei Heng is indeed a good subordinate. He is capable and absolutely loyal. He still needs to catch the real culprit to feel at ease. Li investigator said seriously, I have thought it over. We must investigate. If that person escapes and harms other girls, I will feel even more guilty. I am the local official, responsible for the people we raise. Pei Heng's face remained calm. Your Excellency is wise. I will obey your orders. District Magistrate Li's vanity was greatly satisfied. Previously, Deputy Pei had been cold and distant. Recently, he has become more talkative. That's good. He must keep it up. Lately, the busiest place in the border town is Baikei and everyone is talking about the case. District Magistrate Li has been going out more often because he wants to hear the people's praise. Honestly, this feeling makes him happier than winning a gold medal. It seems his decision to investigate thoroughly was right. From now on, he plans to come out often to listen to the voices of the people. This is his land to govern. It's wonderful. District Magistrate Li decided to reward Pei Heng and his brothers. After thinking carefully, he decided that giving silver was the best choice. Silver is practical. Pei Heng hadn't entered the courtyard yet when he heard the voice of Madame Wang. Baike and is actually involved in kidnapping young girls. It's all thanks to your husband. A few days ago, I went with my younger sister to burn incense. Luckily, everything went well. My husband stayed up several nights working on this case. His eyes are red from exhaustion. I told him to rest for a while, but he refused. Every time he thinks of the kidnapped girl, he can't sleep. If we find her sooner, her parents can rest easy. Xia Zhaozhao naturally wanted to praise her husband. Why shouldn't she? Pei Heng really did stay up many nights. Aunt Li, who was mending shoes, nodded in agreement. In our village, a girl from my family was kidnapped. She was so pretty, one of the most beautiful girls in 10 miles and 8 towns. She was taken on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. We're so grateful to Deputy Pei. That's right. The daughter of Wu Dinglong's family was also kidnapped, right next to Xingyun Pavilion. It's truly a terrible crime. Luckily, she was found. Mrs. Zhao leaned on the doorframe of the Pei family, not fully inside. Since Pei Heng was the one who solved the Baikei case, the Pei family became very popular. She didn't want to go to the Pei family at first. Seeing Xia Zhaozhao now made her feel nervous and her chest hurt. But the place was lively, so she just listened at the door. Mother Stone, come in and sit. Standing is tiring, said Madame Wang with a smile. Mrs. Zhao planned to go in but turned her head when she saw Pei Heng walking into the yard. She felt even more nervous. Pei Heng is even more formidable than the heartless people at Baikei, and Mrs. Zhao forced a smile. No, I'm going home to cook. She quickly ran away. Pei Heng immediately saw Xia Zhaozhao surrounded by a group of women, chatting and laughing. He heard her earlier praise him. He truly felt that way, but he had never told anyone. Parents who lost their children kneel there, crying painfully. He truly cannot bear it. Suddenly, he feels a soft sense of being understood deep inside. Has Commander Pei returned? He must be exhausted. Take care of your health. Don't overexert yourself. A group of women chat one after another. Normally, Pei Heng is cold-faced, and he's the toughest troublemaker in the border town, always subdued by him. So, everyone is quite afraid of him. They usually don't speak much when they meet. But today, from Xia Zhaozhao, they learn that Commander Pei is actually kind-hearted. Thinking about it, they've known each other for many years. Although Commander Pei doesn't talk much, he always helps when someone is in trouble. Today, Pei Heng patiently responds to each of them. These women are clever and perceptive. Pei Heng has finally returned home, and they can't stay here causing trouble. They pick up their work and say goodbye, heading home. Xia Zhaozhao smiles and sees them to the door. Come visit often, sisters-in-law. Everyone agrees, recalling rumors that the young couple isn't harmonious. They are so loving. They are experienced women, and Pei Heng's gaze on his wife isn't innocent. If they weren't here, he might have already embraced her. Ahem. Once they leave, Pei Heng pulls Xia Zhaozhao back inside. Do you think I'm that good in your heart? More than that. In my heart, my husband is the best in the world. Xia Zhaozhao looks up at his handsome face close by, and her affection slowly spreads. Zhaozhao, just as Pei Heng's lips are about to kiss her. Outside, Pei Mu's soft voice calls, Daddy. They exchange a smile, feeling especially in sync. Pei Mu hasn't seen his father for several days. When he heard from Nuno's mother that his father was home, he hurried back. Daddy saved many people. Daddy is a hero. Pei Heng bends down to pick up his son, gently touching his small face. Where did you go? Did you do your homework properly? Yes, Auntie and Mr. Shun taught me, Pei Mu answers seriously. His mother only allows him to practice writing for half an hour each day, and he does it diligently. Father and son ask and answer each other. Meanwhile, Xia Zhaozhao takes this opportunity to brew chrysanthemum tea. Autumn is a bit dry, and Pei Heng has been running around these days, so his lips are dry and a little chapped. When Pei Heng returns home, he takes a bath with his son at night, then personally soothes him to sleep before going to his study. Ever since Xia Zhaozhao took over the study, the room style has been arranged according to her preferences. The small desk was replaced with a large long table, enough for the whole family to read and write together. She also redid the built-in bookshelf, which saves space, holds more books, and can display Muir's toys. This era has no sofas, but Xia Zhaozhao drew a pattern inspired by modern sofas. I must say, Brother Wang's craftsmanship is really good. Grandma Zhao sewed cushions and stuffed them with cotton. Although not as soft and bouncy as modern sofas, they're still quite comfortable. Her storybooks are becoming very popular. A bookstore in Beijing sent people to discuss a partnership with Fang Shiqiu. If the deal goes through, Xia Zhaozhao's storybooks will become famous all over Daki. Because Fengcheng delayed her work for over half a month, Xia Zhaozhao had to write quickly to finish her drafts. Fortunately, she has read Journey to the West over 100 times since childhood, so she knows the plot very well. Xia Zhaozhao organized her finished manuscript and placed it in a woven basket. Are you waiting here to talk?
She asked.
The case at Baike Temple has alarmed the local governor. He wants to investigate it together with other cases. Since they are investigating together, Tang Zizhou will be responsible for the entire case. This means she won't be able to stay at home for a long time. District Magistrate Li was quite happy. Once he becomes the governor of Fengcheng, these places will all be under his jurisdiction. Pei Heng was basically paving the way for him in advance. It was also a way to prepare himself early. Xia Zhaozhao chuckled softly. Aren't you worried I'll get angry? The original owner often argued with him over such things. Last time, the assassins in Fengcheng haven't been caught yet. I'm worried you're in danger. They don't just want my life. Xia Zhaozhao looked at him and said, that night, they also hurt you. She had wanted to tell him this earlier, but he had been too busy recently. She initially thought the assassins might be connected to Xia Huimin and Lin Wanning. But later, she realized that when Pei Heng blocked her, those assassins showed no mercy. After Pei Heng was injured, the assassins became even more reckless, showing no fear. The moves that seemed aimed at her always ended up targeting Pei Heng precisely. Both Xia Huimin and Lin Wanning admired Pei Heng and wouldn't truly harm him. So, the real mastermind wasn't them, but as a minor character who would risk her life so recklessly to kill her. Who could she have offended? More precisely, what would happen if she were killed? Do you suspect it's related to the Pei family? Pei Heng's refined and handsome features carried an uncontrollable sense of restraint and anger, as if something deep inside was about to burst out. Even his voice grew colder. Xia Zhaozhao met his gaze without any hesitation. I have no proof, only suspicion. Recently, she had been quietly observing Pei Seely. Although she didn't like some complicated rules, she had to admit that Pei Seely truly cared for her. It was the guidance of an elder helping a younger. He taught her how to take on the responsibilities of the head lady of the Pei family, which involved many matters beyond just managing the household. He wanted her to become a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Pei Heng and handle things independently, rather than just a traditional household woman who always followed her husband's lead. So, she sometimes doubted her own judgment. But she couldn't imagine who she might have offended to have such powerful enemies. It could only be the Pei family. Pei Seely hoped she and Pei Heng would return to the capital together, but not everyone in the Pei family shared this wish. My people are also investigating. Soon we will have clear news. Pei Heng had his doubts too. He had already sent people from the 8 Directions Agency to watch for news in the capital. Even after receiving that letter a few days ago, he hadn't changed his attitude. He didn't expect anyone to be so worried. He was so impatient to return to the capital. So, during this time, you don't need to worry about my safety. If anything is related to them, their ultimate goal is you. Xia Zhaozhao suddenly changed the subject, but if you're really worried, you can bring me and Mu'er to Fong City. Xionyang has already returned there, and we can discuss some matters. A few days ago, Xionyang wrote that the bookstore owner in the capital wanted to meet her. She naturally wanted to go, but her aunt was still teaching her manners. She had just returned from Fong City and didn't want to ask. If Pei Heng and her aunt suggested it, it would be fine. Pei Heng shook his head with a smile. You've already made up your mind? Not at all. It was you who wanted to talk to me first, Xia Zhaozhao pouted, unwilling to admit it. Pei Heng chuckled softly. All right, then we'll go together. I'll be in Fong City for a few days anyway, so I'll talk to my aunt. Xia Zhaozhao was happy. Can we ask my aunt to come with us and bring Mu'er too? Last time in Fong City, she missed Mu'er the most. She didn't want to be separated from him again. Pei Heng looked at her with affection. I'll try. Lu Rong and again were pulled out of the warm bed by Pei Heng. How many times had this happened? Our relationship isn't exactly in the open. You always come to see me late at night. Didn't you invite me first? Pei Heng said seriously. Big brother, I asked to meet you at the hour of the dog, late evening. Look at what time it is now. I waited until the hour of the pig, late night, and only got home to lie down. I said I'd come later. At that time, he was with Zhao Zhao and had no time to pay attention to him. She had fallen asleep when he came out. If it weren't for something he needed to ask about, he wouldn't have bothered to come. Lu Rongyu was choked. All right, you're right. Just tell me what's going on. Isn't it you who called me? Lu Rongyu slapped his forehead. You've confused me with all your fuss. That night's assassin was my old enemy. As for the killers who tried to attack Xia Zhaozhao, they probably came from the capital. As for the person behind it, there's no clue yet. After speaking, Lu Rongyu looked at Pei Heng with a calm face. What's with that expression? Just say what you want to say. Don't scare me like that. What's the situation with the Pei family now? You're asking me about your family? Just go back to the capital, and you'll find out everything. Lu Rongyu sneered softly. That night's assassin was very likely sent by the Pei family. Lu Rongyu's eyes widened. He naturally didn't doubt Pei Heng's words. If Pei Heng said so, he must have found out something. These ungrateful people just after returning to the capital, do such things? No need to guess. It's definitely your half-brother. They're despicable, shady characters. If the Pei family hadn't fallen on hard times, he wouldn't have had the chance to stay low and serve under Pei Heng's father. Just after returning to the capital, they dare to cause trouble. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. So, how do you think he knew about Zhao Zhao, and how does he know what she looks like? The man's slender fingers pinched the cup, his knuckles turning white, his entire expression cold and hard. Lu Rongyu frowned. You don't suspect Andy, do you? No. You suspect Wan Ning? Pei Heng rolled his eyes at him. Have you forgotten about the lady in your house? Which lady? There are quite a few people in his house. Lu Rongyu suddenly realized. You're not talking about Xia Huimin, are you? Who in his house? There are many people. Lu Rongyu suddenly had an idea. He hoped he wasn't talking about Xia Huimin. Lu Rongyu shifted his position. Don't worry. She's now locked in the back courtyard, with people watching her. She won't cause any trouble. Xia Huimin was quite mysterious. Many of her words had come true. Fate is something you have to believe in. Rongyu, you know very well, besides her, there's no one else. She wanted to use the Pei family's power to kill Zhao Zhao, and Pei Chen took advantage of the situation, planning to kill Zhao Zhao in retaliation. Lu Rongyu's brows furrowed tightly. Don't worry. I will investigate this myself. If the news really came from my house, I will give you an explanation. I'll give you 3 days. If not, I will take action myself, Pei Heng said expressionlessly. He didn't kill easily, but Xia Huimin was not entirely innocent. When Lu Rongyu returned to the separate courtyard, it was already late at night. He went straight to Xia Huimin's yard. Xia Huimin was sleeping soundly when Lu Rongyu grabbed her by the collar and pulled her up from the bed. The loud noise naturally attracted the guards and maids outside, but no one dared to come in. Young prince, what are you doing? Awakened from her sleep, Xia Huimin was afraid at first, but she quickly calmed down. She had done many things, and she didn't know which one had made him so angry. Xia Huimin, your reach is so long that it even extends to the capital, Lu Rongyu said through clenched teeth, word by word. He had warned her many times before. Why did she never listen? Young prince, he sends people to watch me every day. I can't even leave this courtyard. How could I interfere in the affairs of the capital? Xia Huimin, I won't listen to your excuses anymore. Since you're asking for death, I might as well not keep you, Lu Rongyu said, raising his hand. Several guards came in. Take her away, make it clean. Seeing that Lu Rongyu truly wanted to kill her, Xia Huimin suddenly burst into wild laughter. Better kill me. I can become a ghostly wife with him underground, because Pei Heng won't last long before he joins me. Lu Rongyu paused, then looked back at her with a cold gaze. What did you say? Because Pei Heng is about to face a great calamity, only I can help him pass the tribulation. If you kill me, Pei Heng will also have to die. Try it and see, Xia Huimin said, laughing again. She was the destined wife of Pei Heng, only she could help him pass the tribulation. It was her who saved him in the previous life. Xia Zhaozhao had already done many wrong things. She would be punished by heaven and meet a terrible end. Do you think I will believe you? Pei Heng is your best brother. Since you want to gamble, then bet with his life. I hate it when someone threatens me with Yiji's life. Xia Huimin didn't even see how Lu Rongyu suddenly appeared in front of her and grabbed her by the neck. With a surge of cold and fierce energy, as if from, he came to take her life. In her 2 lives, Xia Huimin had never seen Lu Rongyu so bloodthirsty and murderous. She looked up at him, her noble brows showing a disregard for life. Yes. Lu Rongyu was a sharp sword in the emperor's hand. How could he be kind? But none of that mattered now. Xia Huimin burst into sharp, piercing laughter. I'm not threatening you. Pei Heng is in a deadly situation. Lu Rongyu looked down at her from above, his eyes cold and sharp. He sneered. What kind of deadly situation? I will never let Yiji come to harm. His life, I will protect. You think you? Xia Huimin's words were unfinished, but she was suddenly choked by Lu Rong, who squeezed her neck hard. He didn't want to hear her deceptive words anymore. He kept her alive, so she could use her prophecy to help Yi return to the capital early. Not so she could threaten him with Yi's life again and again. If Yi truly faced danger, he would stand in front. Is a proud commander of the Jinlin Guard not even as good as a woman? Take her away and bury her, Lu Rong said coldly. Yes. The guards and maids dared not speak further and hurriedly carried Xia Huimin out. They quickly tidied up the room as if no one had ever lived in this courtyard. It was only the death of a concubine. Many people died in the prince's residence each year. Pei Heng had been at the government office these past 2 days, gathering more evidence before heading to Fong City. No one in Bai Ke Temple had seen the true face of that man. Since Jingyu entered the cell, she had said nothing, no matter how much they threatened or bribed her. Xia Zhaozhao was preparing clothes for Fong City. This trip might take longer than expected. A layer of autumn rain brought cooler weather, with rain falling for 2 days straight, making it very cold. She needed to bring more warm clothes, especially for Mu'er. While she was packing, a sharp cry suddenly sounded, startling her. She stepped outside and saw it was Chao Shi, Xia Huimin's mother. She hadn't seen her in a while. Her voice was still clear and bright as before. Zhao Zhao, you must stand up for your sister. Chao Shi cried while slapping her thigh. Her crying was loud, but mostly just wailing. There was no real emotion behind it. Fortunately, they weren't outdoors. Otherwise, Xia Zhaozhao worried her loud cry might attract wolves. Huimin is now a concubine of the young prince. I can't do anything for her. Please, madam, go back, she said. Chao Shi's crying grew even louder. Huimin is dead, and it was an unjust death. Xia Zhaozhao's expression froze for a moment. Huimin was dead? She was the heroine in the book, blessed with special powers. How could she die so easily? How could this be? Xia Zhaozhao asked in disbelief. Really? Lu Rongyu sent someone to say Huimin suddenly fell ill and died. They didn't even let me see her body. They just buried her somewhere. Zhao Zhao, she was definitely killed by him. You need to have Pei Heng investigate properly and stand up for your sister. Chao Shi cried loudly while watching Xia Zhaozhao's expression. She wasn't truly seeking justice for Huimin. She just wanted to threaten the young prince with Pei Heng's name. She had heard since arriving in the city that Pei Heng had solved a big case and gained a lot of fame. If that young prince could pay her a few thousand taels of silver, this matter would be settled. This girl is dead, and her death can't cut off her family's livelihood. Her son just arranged a good marriage and will need to support his grandchildren in the future. She is also the mother-in-law of the young prince, but the guards at the prince's residence won't even let her in. It's really frustrating. There's nothing she can do but come to see Xia Zhaozhao. Her son and husband are still staying at the inn. The inn is very expensive. Hopefully, the man named Lu will also compensate her for that house. Anyway, he will return to the capital sooner or later, so keeping the house is useless. Then their family can move back to the city. That courtyard is much bigger and more beautiful than the house her mother left her. Xia Zhaozhao took a long time to calm down. A few days ago, she talked with Pei Heng about the assassin in Fengcheng. Could it be related to the last assassination? Besides that, she couldn't think of anything else. Xia Zhaozhao closed her eyes slightly, speaking calmly. Madam, the other person is a prince. My husband is just a minor officer. Do you think a minor officer can control a prince? She looked up at Chao Shi. We can't help with this. If you feel wronged, go to the government office and make a complaint. The officials will handle it. Don't you have a heart? Your own sister died. How can you treat her like this? Chao Shi pointed at Xia Zhaozhao and scolded. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Xia Zhaozhao's mouth, and a cold smile shone in her eyes. Madam, don't forget how she harmed me before. When someone dies, can their bad deeds be erased? Chao Shi was stunned by her cold gaze. This girl was really tough. Then she would try a softer approach. She was good at throwing tantrums and acting stubborn. Back then, she threw a fit to force Xia Zhaozhao to marry Pei Heng. That's how she took over her house. Chao Shi suddenly knelt down with a thud. Zhao Zhao, please, I beg you. Please stand up for your sister. Everyone in the neighborhood heard this. They didn't come closer, but they were listening carefully. Xia Zhaozhao knew that Chaoshi was not easy to deal with, so she could only use magic to defeat magic. She sat down heavily on the ground, crying more miserably than anyone. Madam, please, let me go. If you think your sister's death was unfair, go to the government and complain. The official office isn't ours, and my husband said he can't decide. Are you forcing him to lose his job?
Just kill me then.
Chaoshi was crying out loud. Xia Zhaozhao was truly crying. Tears like pear blossoms, her voice hoarse from crying. Pei Seely and Grandma Zhao took Pei Mu to buy vegetables. From afar, they saw neighbors gathered at the door. Pei Seely felt uneasy and quickly quickened her steps. Pei Mu, with his short legs, also ran along. When Pei Mu saw Xia Zhaozhao sitting on the ground crying, with an old woman nearby pulling at her mother, he immediately rushed over and used all his strength to push Chaoshi. Don't bully my mother. Chaoshi had been pinched several times by Xia Zhaozhao and was in great pain. She was also nearly knocked over by the little kid's push. In anger, she raised her hand to hit back, but Xia Zhaozhao quickly protected her son. She also kicked back with her foot, hitting Chaoshi squarely on the mouth. Chaoshi, feeling the pain and seeing blood on her hand, let out a loud cry and rushed forward to grab Xia Zhaozhao's hair. Xia Zhaozhao held Moor in her arms, turned her back to Chaoshi, with her hair loose, giving Chaoshi an opportunity. Chaoshi was fierce and wanted to pull all of Xia Zhaozhao's hair out. This time, Xia Zhaozhao really felt the pain. In her panic, Pei Seely grabbed a nearby stick and swung it at Chaoshi. Let go of Zhao Zhao, let go of Zhao Zhao. This normally gentle Pei Seely was forced to act, and Chaoshi proved to be quite capable. Pei Seely aimed at Chaoshi's hand with the stick. Chaoshi, in pain, had to release her grip on the hair. Xia Zhaozhao, now free, quickly tied her hair with a headband, like a little lion, and charged at Chaoshi. How dare she hit her? Besides her face and her dark hair, she was most proud of her strength. She wouldn't let her see her mother's skills again, or she might really think her mother was soft. After this, Chaoshi dared not cause trouble again. Xia Zhaozhao delivered a kick to Chaoshi's stomach, causing her to fall to the ground. Before Chaoshi could get up, Xia Zhaozhao rode on her and swung her arms with full force, hitting her left and right. Chaoshi cried out loudly, like a pig being slaughtered, truly crying. The whole alley could hear Chaoshi's sobs. Neighbors who didn't see it also felt scared and uneasy. Especially Zhaoshi, who watched closely, clutching her son tightly. Mrs. Wang also felt a wave of fear. Luckily, their families had a good relationship, and she had never offended Xia Zhaozhao. Oh my, the mother-in-law was right to have broken her sister-in-law's leg back then. She even thought she had done it lightly. Pei Heng and Lu Rongyu arrived together. Lu Rongyu felt her face hurt too, and looked instinctively at Pei Heng. There was a complicated look in her eyes. She still remembered the slap mark on Pei Heng's face. Madame Pei indeed had strong hands. She didn't see Xia Zhaozhao kill anyone, but she remembered how she fought.
Quite
impressive. Pei Heng's expression was natural. He didn't stop or step forward. The onlookers stayed quiet, afraid that if they made a noise, they might accidentally upset Xia Zhaozhao, and she would slap them. Sure, too covered Xiao Peng's face, his small mouth pouting, but he didn't dare cry. Now he understood why Pei Mu was so fierce when hitting people. It was his mother's doing. Last time, Pei Mu also rode on him and hit him. Afterward, she took him to complain to his mother, who then scolded and hit him again. She called him useless, saying even a 3-year-old could beat him. Pei Seely felt a bit uncomfortable. Not because he couldn't stand it. He was just worried that Pei Heng might see. Usually, Xia Zhaozhao was very delicate. She couldn't lift this, couldn't do that, and even drinking tea was too hot for her, so Pei Heng would on it for her.
Pei Heng enjoyed this.
Now that she suddenly became so fierce, he was worried her nephew might feel a bit of a gap in status. He was afraid it might affect their marriage. Zhao Zhao, Iji is back, Pei Seely cleared his throat and lowered his voice. This worked perfectly. Xia Zhaozhao immediately stopped what she was doing and got up from Chao's side. Crying, she ran into Pei Heng's arms. Husband, you're back. I was late coming back. Does my hand hurt? It hurts so much, Xia Zhaozhao said sadly. Her outstretched hands were indeed red and swollen. Pei Heng gently took her hands and blew on them. Later, I'll teach you how to hit without it hurting. Everyone else felt a chill. They were already so fierce, and now they wanted to teach her? How could they still be neighbors after this? They only had one face, and they couldn't help but hit. Lu Rong and watched the scene with surprise. What kind of fierce wolf and tiger pairing was this? They were convinced. Chao's face looked like a pig's head, crying heartbreakingly. Xia Zhaozhao shot her a glance. If you cry again, I'll hit you. Chao's crying stopped abruptly. The neighbors watching also covered their children's mouths. Their eyes looked fierce. It was true. Matching the right person could lead to success. No wonder she could win over Pei Heng. She must have some skills. Chao didn't dare look at Xia Zhaozhao and finally turned her gaze to Lu Rong. Bring back my daughter's life. Chao knew Pei Heng was not easy to deal with, especially after being beaten by Xia Zhaozhao. Thinking it over, she felt Lu Rong might be easier to talk to. At least he hadn't hit her. Your side consort, was taken ill suddenly. I feel very sorry, so I sent 2 boxes of gold cakes to the inn. Mr. Xia and his son have already left for their hometown. Lu Rong's expression was indifferent, and although he said this, he showed no sign of sorrow. Chao's eyes and mouth widened at the sight of the 2 boxes of gold cakes. So many gold cakes, they could last a lifetime. Why didn't they wait for her? That ungrateful person. No, she must catch up with them. We can't let them all waste their money. Mrs. Chao didn't care about her face. She pushed through the crowd and ran. When Mrs. Chao ran, the neighbors also dispersed. They slipped away. This family is really good at fighting. Pei Heng directly picked up Xia Zhaozhao and took her back to the room. First, put medicine on your hand. Her hand is injured. It's not like she can't walk, so there's no need to carry her. And her hand isn't seriously hurt. Pei Heng didn't pay attention to Lu Rongyu. Hurting someone and causing such a big problem made Zhao Zhao sad and hurt. Lu Rongyu felt a sudden chill and looked away, seeing a little kid glaring at him nearby. Pei Mu still remembers this naughty kid. It was the bad person you sent who bullied my mom, Pei Mu said angrily. Lu Rongyu was amused by Pei Mu's expression. It wasn't me. I heard you gave the bad person a gold cake to bribe her, Pei Mu said angrily. Lu Rongyu's smile froze for a moment. He really did give the gold cake. That was hard to explain, especially to this little kid. Lu Rongyu bent down and smiled. Muer, uncle. Don't call me uncle. I don't know you. Pei Mu cut him off firmly. Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu looked at him with a helpless expression, rubbing his forehead. Zhao really has a good son. His little temper is really different from Yiji's when he was young. Muer, don't be rude. Pei Seely came out of the room with tea and heard this. Pei Mu looked serious. Andy, he was the one who tried to make relatives with me first, calling me uncle. I don't want to be his uncle. He didn't call you uncle. He's your father's good friend. You should call him uncle, Pei Seely patiently explained. Pei Mu looked at Lu Rongyu with disdain. Just this guy? Call him uncle? He didn't want to. He bullied mom, so he's a bad person. Lu Rongyu was happily waiting for him to call him uncle, thinking about their family hierarchy. If the little guy didn't recognize it, he still had to accept it. But before the little kid called him uncle, he suddenly started crying and ran away.
Dad.
Pei Mu hugged his dad's leg, crying and sniffling, looking up at him eagerly. Pei Heng was heartbroken. Muer was usually sensible and rarely cried. Pei Heng bent down and picked up his son. Pei Mu pointed at Lu Rongyu nearby. Softly, holding Pei Heng's neck, he whined. He's a bad person. Lu Rongyu widened his eyes, feeling both amused and helpless. This mother and son really share the same acting skills. They both like to complain first.
He didn't do anything.
He was taken advantage of by the little guy. He decided to lower his family rank properly. Uncle becomes nephew. Right now, she is again complaining here. He was wrongly accused and felt helpless.
So sad.
Iji, you must stand up for me. Lu Rongyu and Baba looked at Pei Hung. Muir is so young, and you have the nerve, Pei Hung said coldly and slowly, mocking. I'm innocent. There's no way to argue. What kind of son is this? His face looks just like Pei Heng's, but his mind is as tricky as his mother's. Pei Mu's tears welled up in her eyes, looking very pitiful. Pei Li also felt heartbroken. Rongyu listened to Auntie. Forget it. Don't scare Muir. He also wanted to cry. When Xia Zhaozhao came out of her room, Pei Hung was holding a sad Muir, with Lu Rongyu and another person standing nearby, equally upset. Xia Zhaozhao looked at Lu Rongyu and smiled. But this smile had a hidden sharpness behind it. Did Hui Min's sister die because you killed her? Xia Zhaozhao asked gently, with a sweet smile. Lu Rongyu suddenly felt a cold chill. Are you planning to avenge her? Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. I'm not that kind-hearted. She had let her go before because she was wrong, but her crime wasn't deadly. Now, things are different. Hui Min had murderous thoughts, showing no sisterly feelings at all. And she was no longer the same Xia Zhaozhao as before. So, what will you do? Are you sure she's dead? How will you handle the body? I told my people to dig a hole and bury it, Lu Rongyu said indifferently. She had hurt Iji, and leaving her a complete body to bury was already a kindness. Could it be that she would give her a grand funeral as a side consort? Xia Zhaozhao's expression was complicated and dark. She didn't doubt Lu Rongyu's ability to kill and cover up. But Hui Min was the heroine of a novel with special powers, and she couldn't just die so easily. That didn't fit the story. Prince, you should send someone to check carefully. Better safe than sorry, Xia Zhaozhao said with a faint smile as a reminder. Lady Pei is too cautious, people. Before she finished, a guard ran over, panting heavily, whispering in Lu Rongyu's ear. Lu Rongyu's face changed drastically, showing disbelief.
Impossible.
The subordinate is telling the truth. I dare not lie. The guard quickly knelt and said. Did she really come back to life? Xia Zhaozhao joked half-heartedly. Lu Rongyu frowned, feeling it was even more unbelievable than a resurrection. Hui Min's body has disappeared. Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, feeling it was strange, but also expected. Even she could mysteriously travel into this novel, so what's impossible? Xia Huimin is the heroine of the novel, blessed with special abilities and protection. Pei Heng looked at Lu Rongyu with a face full of doubt about his skills. Hubby, you can't blame the young prince for this. He did his best, Xia Zhaozhao kindly advised. Lu Rongyu's face turned red with anger. It's even worse than being slapped. He originally wanted to stay for dinner, but now he has no mood for it. He thought he had done a great deed, but now he has lost face. Pei Li came out of the kitchen and found Lu Rongyu was gone. Is this kid not angry with Muir? He's just petty, Pei Mu said angrily. Muir, Xia Zhaozhao scolded. He's actually your father's best brother. Pei Mu pouted. I won't have such brothers in the future. He's a good person. He saved your father's life, and your father also saved his. They are true brothers through life and death, Xia Zhaozhao explained seriously. Really? Of course. So you can't be rude to uncle in the future, she said, patting her son's little head. Pei Mu looked like a well-behaved kitten that had been stroked, becoming obedient instantly. I'll listen to Mom. Good, then go help Grandma and Aunt. Pei Hung was surprised. You actually helped talk to Rongyu? I'm someone who clearly distinguishes between kindness and grudges, and I understand reason. Unlike him, bullying children, Xia Zhaozhao scoffed softly. Pei Heng's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew she had already accepted him. Did you already know that Xia Huimin wasn't dead? Pei Heng asked. Xia Zhaozhao looked up and met his gaze, her expression calm. You believe me when I say I guessed? Yes. Then I was just guessing. Xia Zhaozhao smiled, but a hint of worry appeared in her eyes when she looked down. Xia Huimin was definitely alive and probably hated them all. Although this wasn't part of the novel's plot, In a normal story, she would turn dark and become aggressive, retaliating against every character in the book. Pei Heng held her hand. It's okay. Xia Zhaozhao looked up at him. She wasn't sure if everything was truly okay, but she knew it would make things more difficult. Currently, Xia Huimin lived in the most chaotic part of the western city, where all kinds of people gathered: beggars, thieves, small vendors. People often died on the streets every day, which was not unusual. No one paid much attention. Hiding here wasn't the safest, but Lu Romeu, being so proud, looked down on such places and thus ignored it easily. Of course, she wouldn't hide here forever. Just for a while until she gets through this period. Maybe a few days. Maybe in a few months. But she could wait. At that time, she found Lu Rong and thought he would protect her like in the past. Unexpectedly, the man who claimed to love her most in his previous life was the one who killed her with his own hands. Fortunately, she was lucky to survive. Xia Huimin stood by the window, looking at the endless darkness outside. When she heard footsteps behind her, she did not turn around. You're here. Xia Huimin's voice was hoarse, old like that of an elderly woman. Although she escaped with her life, her vocal cords were damaged, and she was not fully recovered. The man chuckled. It's me. You saved my life, and I return the favor. We're even now. Really? Xia Huimin turned to look at him. I did save you, but it wasn't your rescue that saved my life. Miss Xia, your life is now in my hands, the man said with a low laugh. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have let me hide here. Xia Huimin was very sure of this. Others didn't recognize him, but she did. Pei Heng's half-brother, Pei Chun. Ambitious and ruthless. He was a hidden poisonous snake in the dark. Pei Heng looked down on him as a rival, but nearly lost his life to him. Smart girl, Pei Chun said with a smile. When I heard about your death, I was shocked, so I took a risk to find you myself. He paused briefly and continued. I didn't expect I was right. Someone like you shouldn't die at the hands of such a person. So, Xia Huimin said, Young Master Pei, please go on. Pei Chun also didn't plan to hide his identity. Over the years, he traveled between Lingnan and the border town, secretly building his influence. His power spread across the court and the political scene. Unfortunately, this time, Pei Heng ruined his plans. The timing was perfect. He was about to give up this place. But Pei Heng spoiled his move. He would settle this score sooner or later. Are we now considered friends? Pei Chun asked with a faint smile. His face did resemble Pei Heng somewhat, one righteous, the other sinister and cruel. Xia Huimin's pale face gradually showed a hint of a smile, which grew louder and louder. Her hoarse voice was sharp and unpleasant. In the end, it was unclear whether she was crying or laughing. She spoke slowly and clearly. Friends? People like us? Friends? Is that impossible? Like-minded, Miss Xia. Don't you want those who harm us to fall into despair and suffer forever? Pei Chen's tone was cold and cruel. Are you willing to live like this, in the dark, barely surviving? Xia Huimin trembled, her fingers clenched tightly. Pei Chen smiled gently and clearly said, Thank you, young lady. Let's work together to create a new world, making those who look down on us kneel and beg for mercy, bowing to us. Even Pei Heng will obey your commands, whether you want to squeeze or flatten him. The room was dark. When Pei Heng returned, Xia Zhaozhao was already asleep. He looked down at the woman on the bed. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he could tell she was sleeping deeply from her breathing. He gently stroked her eyebrows and eyes, his gaze deep and intense, darker than the night. She had survived a near-death experience, and although she never mentioned it again, he could feel her worries. Because of this, he had to delay his trip to Fong City. She didn't urge him at all. He knew Fong Xiuqiu had already asked her several times to leave. How much patience did she have to remain so calm? Sometimes he wondered if this was really her. He was beginning to forget how she looked before, but he liked her more and more. He didn't know how much danger his affection might bring her, but he didn't want to let go. Maybe he was a little selfish, but he truly didn't want to see her leave. Xia Zhaozhao woke up the next day feeling a bit late. Recently, she kept having nightmares and didn't sleep well at night. She woke up feeling tired. She stretched lazily and just opened her eyes when she heard a calm, deep voice say, "You're awake?" She looked toward the sound and saw Pei Heng beside her. Today, he was dressed in a light sky blue outfit, tall and straight like a bamboo. "Why am I here?" she asked, realizing she was sleeping in the study. Then she remembered that she couldn't sleep last night, so she went to the study to read to avoid disturbing Muir. In the end, she simply fell asleep there. "I remember now, I couldn't sleep last night, so I came here to sleep," she said, rubbing her head. "When did you come back last night?" She didn't remember when she fell asleep. It was probably very late, but he hadn't returned yet. Pei Heng's expression grew gentler. "Almost at the end of the hour." "What time is it now?" she asked. "Almost the end of the sea hour." She sat up quickly. "Oh, it's so late. I have plans." She hurriedly pulled off the quilt and got out of bed to find her shoes. Today, she had an appointment with the bookstore owner and a letter to give to Qionyang. Recently, Qionyang had been urging her to go to Fong City every day, but she simply couldn't find the time. She didn't want to worry her, so she had to make excuses to decline. "No need to rush. The shopkeeper has already sent someone, and I have given him the first draft of the story. The letter has also been taken away," Pei Heng said calmly. Xia Zhaozhao has a habit of keeping her finished manuscripts neatly in a small bamboo basket nearby. The letter was placed on top of the manuscript, making it easy to find. Xia Zhaozhao finally relaxed, feeling relieved that she hadn't delayed anything. She reached out and pulled back the curtain, letting the sunlight pour in through the window, making the room brighter. Her mood improved a little. People need to be in the sunlight. Otherwise, over time, they might become neither fully human nor ghost. Just as Xia Zhaozhao turned around, she was suddenly enveloped by a man's presence, blocking her lips. She turned her face away and softly said, "No, I haven't washed up yet." "We've kissed before," he said, showing he didn't mind. "No," Xia Zhaozhao pushed him away. "You always come to me when you have something on your mind." She could feel that heavy breath, different from usual. She didn't like this. For her, desire was happiness, not just venting. Pei Heng chuckled softly. "You know that too? Last time, you were just like this. So beastly. I could feel it with my eyes closed," Xia Zhaozhao said playfully. "Beastly? Or you could say worse than a beast. What's the difference?" Pei Heng's smile deepened. "No difference, but it's the truth." "Don't argue." Xia Zhaozhao remembered his recent behavior clearly. Pei Heng stared at her face. At this moment, she was unguarded, still gentle and delicate. But at night, she showed another side of herself. For a moment, he wished she would get angry at him, complain that he didn't protect her well, and that she was so worried and couldn't sleep peacefully. "The lady is generous. Will you forgive me?" he asked softly, brushing her long hair. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" "I want to eat the noodles you make." Since Aunt Zhao came home, Pei Heng rarely cooked. "I'm going to make some now." "Will it take a long time?" "Not at all. It'll be quick," Pei Heng replied. Aunt Zhao had made noodles in the morning, but since she hadn't gotten up, she didn't cook her portion. She also noticed that Xia Zhaozhao hadn't been sleeping well recently and specifically told her not to be disturbed. Pei Heng kissed her lips again. "Go wash up first. It'll be ready soon." After Pei Heng left, the smile on Xia Zhaozhao's face gradually faded. After all, Xia Huimin was the heroine of the novel, blessed with a special advantage and memories from the last time. She had previously been cautious because of Pei Heng, but now, driven by love and hatred, she would no longer show mercy to anyone. If her guess was correct, Xia Huimin's next move would be to go to the capital city. The city was full of complex power struggles, and Pei Heng had not yet returned, so his influence was still limited. If she teamed up with Pei's previous enemies to fight Pei Heng, it would be an easy task. Xia Zhaozhao tried to recall the story in the novel. Besides Wei Wang's followers, Pei Heng's opponent was Pei Chun. Yes, it was Pei Chun. He was Pei Heng's half-brother, hiding in the shadows, secretly stirring trouble behind the scenes. Pei Heng had almost been killed by him several times. The novel didn't describe Pei Chen much, but he was a very capable person. He must have used some means to control many high officials in the court, forcing them to serve him. If Pei Heng weren't the hero of the story, representing justice, Pei Chen might have truly defeated him. She vaguely remembered that the book mentioned Pei Chen had been watching Pei Heng's every move from the shadows for a long time. That's why he knew Pei Heng so well and could always plan precisely. The Pei family wanted Pei Heng dead more than anyone else. The last assassination attempt in Fengcheng was probably carried out by him. He had built his own power. Xia Huimin and he working together, who knew what cruel plans they would come up with to fight them. Lost in thought, Xia Zhaozhao was startled when Pei Heng came in with a bowl of noodles. Thinking about something? You look so distracted. Husband, has there been any progress on the Baiken case? The man behind the scenes still has no clues, Pei Heng replied. Now, the Baiken case was the focus of the whole city. Not only Xia Zhaozhao, but every time he went home and met neighbors, they would ask about the case. After all, as long as the mastermind remained free, the people would never be at peace. Jinghua still refuses to say anything? Yes. Jinghua was stubborn and wouldn't give in, but she was completely devoted to that man. Can I see Jinghua?